In the year 2050 of the Common Era, during the Age of Catastrophe, the Sun, influenced by unknown forces, accelerated its aging and prematurely entered the red giant phase, forcing humanity to take refuge underground to survive. Just as humanity clung to the hope of survival, a helium flash erupted, and the Earth was completely melted. Yongchang found himself reborn in a university physics classroom from 20 years prior. Endowed with a technological tree system, he possessed knowledge of controllable nuclear fusion, aerospace planes, space elevators, energy weapons, anti-gravity technology, unified theory, curvature navigation technology, and two-dimensional foil preparation schemes. Witness how the protagonist leads humanity to evade existential crises and gradually strides towards the vastness of the cosmos. Chapter 1. Helium Flash. Citizens of underground city number 1183. Based on the latest observations, the Sun will erupt with a helium flash in 30 minutes. Human civilization has entered the final 30-minute countdown. We have failed. In the depths of the underground city, 500 meters below the Earth's surface, a somber female voice echoed through the loudspeakers. Those who heard the broadcast felt an indescribable suffocation deep within their souls. Yongchang sat expressionless before a holographic projection. The holographic image depicted a massive fireball quietly burning in the profound expanse of space. This was the current visage of the Sun. Yongchang inhaled deeply, extending his right hand to gesture in the air. The holographic image shrank suddenly, revealing the entirety of the solar system as it stands now. Unlike the solar system of Earth, two planets had vanished from existence. Venus and Mercury had been consumed by the Sun. Moreover, the Sun had transformed into a deep crimson behemoth. In astronomical terms, it is designated as a red giant. Yongchang, are we, no, is humanity doomed to perish like this? A slightly helpless female voice emerged from beside him. Yongchang turned to glance at the woman beside him. Dressed in a white lab coat, she sat in a chair, her gaze vacantly fixed on the holographic projection. Yongchang's eyes flickered momentarily. The chief scientist of the Human Federation Academy of Sciences. This woman, named Su Yutong, was his partner and a capable assistant. Indeed, humanity is finished. Yongchang sighed softly and continued. There are still over 20 minutes left. Would you like to see the surface? Su Yutong's eyes shifted slightly, pulling her gaze away from the hologram as she slowly rose from her chair. She untied her long, dark hair and turned to Yongchang, revealing a radiant smile. Of course, in the elevator of underground city number 1183, Yongchang and Su Yutong donned heavy protective suits, exchanging no words. The elevator screen flickered with numbers indicating their current depth. A hint of nostalgia flashed in Yongchang's eyes that, in 2045, the Sun, upon which humanity depended for survival, had succumbed to unknown influences, ending its youthful phase and prematurely entering its decline. Within a mere 5 years, the Sun transitioned into the red giant stage, consuming 2 planets within the solar system in succession. Driven to desperation, humanity dissolved all barriers and established the Human Federation, abbreviated as Runlian. Thanks to his status as an academic prodigy since childhood, Yongchang successfully ascended to the position of chief scientist at the Human Federation Academy of Sciences. In his calculations, even though the Sun had entered the red giant phase prematurely, it would still take over a century before a helium flash erupted. As the surface became uninhabitable, he called for the establishment of numerous underground cities where all of humanity sought refuge while commencing the construction of interstellar spacecraft. Yet, evidently, he had miscalculated. In the span of just 5 years, the Sun had traversed the evolutionary timeline of other stars, spanning billions of years. The helium flash was imminent. Earth, being the closest planet to the Sun, would inevitably be melted into a molten sphere. Human civilization had reached its terminus. Ding, esteemed chief scientist, may your research mission on the surface achieve resounding success. The crisp notification jolted Yongchang from his reverie. He glanced at the elevator screen. 518. This was the surface temperature outside. The elevator doors slowly opened, unleashing a wave of heat accompanied by distorted air. Gazing up at the enormous red giant above and the boiling surface below, Yongchang felt an intense heat. even with the protective suit. In 1 minute, the helium flash will erupt. Su Yutong's slightly cold voice resonated through the radio. Lu Yongchang remained silent, raising his gaze through the filter-equipped visor towards the sun. As the only advanced civilization on Earth, he refused to bow his head to death. Do you know how much effort I expended to become your assistant? Do you know why I did so? Perhaps due to the impending end, Su Yutong's voice brimmed with resolution. Because I like you. Lu Yongchang's pupils constricted sharply. The helium flash erupted, a blinding white light at its zenith, cascaded from the red giant towards Earth. In an instant, Lu Yongchang lost consciousness. Before him, an expanse of phosphorescent green unfolded. A white line gradually extended, drawing a tree diagram against the verdant void. Lu Yongchang gazed in bewilderment at the unfolding scene. What is this? A faint glimmer ignited at the base of the tree diagram. Instinctively, he directed his gaze downward. Nuclear energy control, controllable nuclear fission. A line of bright white text appeared. In the next moment, the white area began to extend upward. Nuclear energy control, controllable nuclear fusion. As this previously dim text illuminated, countless words and symbols inundated Lu Yongchang's consciousness. Lu Yongchang, Lu Yongchang, Professor Guan is calling for you. Lu Yongchang. In a daze, familiar whispers reverberated in his ears. His vision gradually focused. Before him lay a classroom. Upon seeing the elderly figure at the podium frowning at him, Lu Yongchang's pupils narrowed slightly. Professor Guan Huoyang. But that he had passed away 5 years ago, hadn't he? Lu Yongchang. This is the first university physics class. If you dislike physics so much, why did you enroll in the physics department? Professor Guan Huoyang's voice carried a hint of anger. Lu Yongchang stood up instinctively, glancing around at the familiar surroundings. This was his university classroom. If memory served, this was his first physics class in his sophomore year. He hurriedly retrieved his phone from his pocket and illuminated the screen. September 6, 2030. He has been reborn. In an instant, a whirlwind of complex emotions surged through Lu Yongchang's mind. Confusion, sorrow, loss, and a glimmer of hope. Destined by fate, long-lasting Yongchang. This was the origin of his name. It proved that the name was not chosen in vain. In his previous life, he held the pinnacle of human achievement. Yet, due to his miscalculations, human civilization was utterly obliterated. In this life, he would reclaim all that was lost. But how should he proceed? Lu Yongchang, are you listening to me? Professor Guan Huoyang's face flushed with anger. After teaching at Sandao University for so many years, he had never encountered a student so disrespectful. Lu Yongchang looked up at Professor Guan Huoyang at the podium and the blackboard behind him, his eyes flickering slightly. Perhaps he needed an extraordinary opportunity. In the next moment, the myriad formulas and text from the verdant tree diagram swirled in his mind like a tempest. Chapter 2. On-site simulation of controllable nuclear fusion. Lu Yongchang, what are you doing? As Lu Yongchang rose and made his way to the podium, Professor Guan Huoyang's expression shifted slightly, and he immediately reprimanded him in a stern voice. This is a classroom. Clear your mind. The sharpness of Guan Huoyang's admonition fell upon Lu Yongchang's ears, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It had been over a decade since he had last heard such a rebuke. A faint smile appeared on Lu Yongchang's face as he gently nodded to Professor Guan. Professor Guan, I apologize, but I need to borrow the blackboard. Guan Huoyang was both astonished and furious. In all his years of teaching, this was the first time a student had requested to borrow his blackboard during class. In the next moment, he watched as Lu Yongchang casually approached him and picked up a whiteboard marker from the podium. Guan Huoyang was almost amused by his audacity. This was not borrowing. He had not given his consent. It was clearly theft. Lu, I am warning you for the last time. Guan Huoyang took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and spoke softly. Return to your seat now, and I may treat your previous actions leniently. If Lu Yongchang stood tall, casting a deep gaze at Guan Huoyang. The professor felt his pupils constrict slightly, as if the words he had been about to utter were lodged in his throat. He couldn't help but recall his time as a graduate student, when he perceived his own mentor as possessing a similar commanding presence. Yet, before him stood merely a sophomore student. His mentor had been one of the foremost scientists in Xia country at that time. At this moment, Not only was Guan Huayang affected, but even the students seated below were rendered speechless at IS. Is Lu Yongchang out of his mind? A frail boy wearing black-framed glasses gaped at the scene unfolding at the podium, murmuring, "Does he want to get expelled?" This boy, named Wu Qi, was Lu Yongchang's roommate, and he had just moments ago gently awakened Lu. He could hardly fathom that Lu Yongchang, usually engrossed in his studies, would engage in such audacious behavior in a university physics class. Lu Yongchang, however, paid no heed to the astonishment of Professor Guan and his classmates. He turned to face the blackboard, grasping the whiteboard marker with determination. A series of clear equations materialized on the board, the elegant handwriting causing Professor Guan to raise an eyebrow. Such skill could not be achieved without years of experience. Yet soon, his brow furrowed deeply. The equations were clearly beyond the knowledge of an undergraduate student. A flicker of curiosity crossed Guan Huayang's eyes, prompting him to halt his intention to dismiss Lu Yongchang and instead fold his arms, quietly observing the content being inscribed on the blackboard. As more equations and diagrams emerged, Guan Huayang's frown deepened. If he was not mistaken, this pertained to the subject of controllable nuclear fusion. But how did Lu Yongchang possess knowledge of such matters? However, upon witnessing this advanced understanding surpassing undergraduate level, the anger within Guan Huayang dissipated, replaced by a profound admiration for talent. This was a gem for the future of Xia country. Guan Huayang gazed at Lu Yongchang's upright figure, filled with delight. The earlier slight disrespect was cast aside. After all, geniuses are entitled to certain privileges. Not to mention, he had just offered an apology. At this point, the blackboard was densely filled with knowledge pertinent to controllable nuclear fusion, including diagrams of fusion devices. Guan Huayang nodded in satisfaction. The current research on controllable nuclear fusion in Xia country was nearing this level. Just as he prepared to interrupt Lu Yongchang, an unexpected event occurred. Suddenly, Lu Yongchang halted his writing abruptly. "There's no more space." He furrowed his brow slightly, directing his gaze towards the projection screen nearby. He stepped over and began to write a series of equations on the projection screen with a whiteboard marker. The marker was ill-suited for the screen, but Lu Yongchang seemed unconcerned with such trivialities. A pressing need compelled him to transcribe the whirlwind of thoughts racing through his mind onto the blank surface before him. Lu Yongchang wrote at an astonishing speed, and before Guan Huayang could intervene, a multitude of letters covered the pristine screen. Just as Guan Huayang was about to lament, he found his attention captivated by the content displayed. This was Guan Huayang's pupils dilated slightly. It represented a novel method of material synthesis. He instinctively searched his memory, but no recollection surfaced regarding this material. What on earth is this? Guan Huayang murmured to himself. In the next moment, a glint caught his eye. Following the reflection, he noticed several students recording the scene with their phones. Guan Huayang's expression darkened slightly. Although he was uncertain of the significance of Lu Yongchang's writings, his scientific instinct urged him that this information was immensely valuable and must not be leaked. He admonished softly, "Everyone, put down your phones and cease filming." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "No one is to leave the classroom without permission." Half an hour later, Lu Yongchang gradually ceased his writing. "What you have written is a method for synthesizing a new material." Guan Huayang's voice came from his side. Lu Yongchang turned his head, nodding with a calm smile. Indeed, he glanced at his classmates, who remained in stunned silence, and lowered his voice. "Professor, this material can resolve the challenges of controllable nuclear fusion." Guan Huayang's pupils contracted sharply. The greatest challenge plaguing controllable nuclear fusion was the extreme temperatures, reaching billions of degrees, generated during the fusion reactions. He turned his head again, regarding the projection screen, now filled with letters, his expression grave. "What utility does this material possess?" A tremor tinged Guan Huayang's voice, for he was a physics professor, not well-versed in material science. Yet, controllable nuclear fusion. This was a conundrum that had troubled countless scientists. Despite his lingering doubts, the meticulously detailed derivations before him dispelled any skepticism. Such rigorous reasoning and adept application of formulas made him suspect that the individual before him was a hidden luminary of the scientific realm. This material can endure the extreme temperatures of controllable nuclear fusion perfectly, and when paired with a stellarator, it can achieve controllable nuclear fusion flawlessly. Yongchang's eyes glimmered with an enigmatic light as he spoke softly. Professor, I need your assistance to validate my derivations. Chapter 3. The Technology Tree System. Faced with Yongchang's request, Guan Huayang swallowed hard. As the sole knowledgeable witness, the shock within him reached its zenith. Who could have anticipated that an undergraduate student would be able to derive the intricate details of controllable nuclear fusion technology on the spot? What? What do you want me to do? Perhaps startled, Professor Guan's voice came out somewhat hoarse. With unwavering resolve, Yongchang replied, Professor, I request a review of my derivation process. At Sandalka University, in the Material Science Department, a phone rang urgently within an office. Hello, Professor Guan? What? Are you serious? Wait for me. I will come right away. All right, I will go summon Dean Tian. This phone call utterly disrupted the previously tranquil atmosphere of the Materials Science Department at Sandalka University, that in the same setting. A scene unfolded once more. Within the nuclear physics laboratory at Sandalka University. Professor Guan, you cannot be serious, can you? A new material capable of sustaining nuclear fusion, conceived by a sophomore on the spot? Am I dreaming? Or is it you who is yet to awaken? All right. I shall come to see you. 20 minutes later, Guan Huayang and Yongchang sat quietly on classroom chairs. The remaining students, having deleted any recordings or photos, gradually exited the classroom. Professor, those students. Yongchang glanced anxiously at Professor Guan Huayang. Rest assured, there will be follow-up actions taken, Guan Huayang assured, pausing for a moment before confirming again. Yongchang, did you derive all this on your own? Despite having witnessed Yongchang independently complete the derivation steps, he was still somewhat incredulous that a mere sophomore could grasp such profound knowledge. Though this was Sandalka University, one of the nation's premier institutions, undergraduates were still just undergraduates with limited exposure to knowledge. Yongchang, seated opposite Guan Huayang, met his gaze with a resolute nod. Professor, all of this was my own research. He was not lying. In his previous life, he had made significant contributions to the research task of controllable nuclear fusion. This experience had considerably enhanced his credentials when he was selected as chief scientist. After all, those who mastered controllable nuclear fusion held the key to survival in the underground cities. Let us hope so. Guan Huayang regarded Yongchang with a deep gaze. Having regained his composure from the initial shock, he was now filled with a sense of curiosity. However, all would be revealed in the upcoming joint review by the professors. Whether it was deceit or innate genius would soon be crystal clear. Lost in thought, Guan Huayang closed his eyes to rest. As one ages, energy becomes a finite resource. Noticing Guan Huayang's meditation, Yongchang's expression shifted slightly as he too gently closed his eyes. A lingering question weighed on his mind. The moment of the helium flash, he had lost consciousness. Yet prior to his rebirth, what was that emerald green interface he had glimpsed? As Yongchang shut his eyes, darkness enveloped him. In the next instant, with a slight focus of his mind, a faint emerald glow gradually emerged from the depths of his consciousness. Before him, the peculiar tree diagram reappeared. This time, he finally had the opportunity to observe it closely. Similar to the last time he beheld the diagram, the highlighted white text at the bottom denoted controllable nuclear fission and controllable nuclear fusion technologies. The layer above bore somewhat dim letters. Nuclear energy control. Fusion reactor miniaturization technology. A flicker of astonishment crossed Yongchang's eyes. Fusion reactor miniaturization technology. This was precisely the technology he had researched at the critical moment in his previous life. It is no exaggeration to say that fusion reactor miniaturization technology could elevate human technology to an entirely new pinnacle. Yet, regrettably, due to time constraints, he had made no progress. Recalling his last experience in this space, Yongchang hastily concentrated his thoughts on the dim line of text. No miracles occurred, and knowledge pertaining to fusion reactor miniaturization appeared in his mind. As Yongchang pondered this, a faint line of text manifested between the controllable nuclear fission and fusion reactor miniaturization technologies, followed by a somewhat dim white line connecting them. Prerequisite. analyzing the acoustic luminous phenomenon. Recalling the moment when controllable nuclear fusion technology appeared in his mind, he began to form a hypothesis regarding the system within a consciousness. This technological tree system could only guide him toward the correct research direction. It could not grant knowledge out of thin air. However, that was sufficient. In research, the most grievous mistake is to head in the wrong direction. With the correct direction, Yongchang believed that, utilizing his abilities, he could resolve any so-called scientific challenges. In the next moment, he directed his gaze upward on the technological tree. Electric propulsion system, quantum communication technology. At the pinnacle of the technological tree was a highlighted line of text, Level 1 Civilization. Yongchang swallowed hard, his eyes filled with incredulity. This was merely a Level 1 civilization. What could a Level 2 civilization possibly master? As this thought crossed his mind, an increasingly dim line of text appeared at the top of the technological tree. Preliminary mastery of energy weapons. Upon seeing this line, Yongchang's pupils constricted sharply. Energy weapons. Then, what about Level 3 civilizations? A glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. As a scientist, the prospect of future technologies, even if only by name, held an irresistible allure for him. The system remained unresponsive. Yongchang's expression revealed a hint of disappointment. Just as he immersed himself in exploring the system, a gentle knock echoed from outside the classroom. Knock, knock, knock. Yongchang and Guan Huaoyang simultaneously opened their eyes, directing their gaze towards the classroom door. Come in, the door is unlocked, Guan Huaoyang said in a deep voice. In the next moment, the classroom door slowly creaked open. Several professors with graying hair entered the classroom, their expressions grave. The elder among them immediately focused his gaze on the blackboard behind the podium as he stepped inside. After a cursory glance at the blackboard and projector screen, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Then, he turned to look at Yongchang. Upon meeting Yongchang's unwavering gaze, the elder's expression of surprise intensified. Professor Guan, is this the genius student you mentioned? Guan Huaoyang nodded slightly. Dean Tian, allow me to introduce. This lad is a sophomore from the physics department, named Yongchang. He then turned to Yongchang. This is Dean Tian Jishuan of the Materials Institute at Sandaika University. If your new material is credible, he will know. Chapter 4. Stealing Talent? Dean Tian, greetings. Yongchang quickly stood to greet the elder. Dean Tian Jishuan smiled amiably and nodded, then shifted his gaze back to the blackboard behind the podium. Although the earlier part contained merely foundational knowledge of controllable nuclear fusion, the application of various diagrams and formulas briefly illuminated Tian Jishuan's understanding. Such standard and precise formula derivations, if self-taught, would indeed represent a perfect research candidate, especially when he beheld the subsequent steps of a new material derivation. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Regardless of the accuracy of the result, at the very least, the derivation process was clean, clear, and possessed a unique aesthetic. No further words were needed. He desired this student. With a slight shift in his gaze, Tian Jishuan turned to Yongchang with a smile. Yongchang, correct? Seeing Yongchang nod, Tian Jishuan continued. Would you be interested in studying my Materials Institute? I can guarantee you a direct admission for graduate studies. Yongchang was momentarily taken aback. Was this a sign of appreciation for talent? Hey. Old Tian, you cannot do this. Guan Huaoyang suddenly became agitated. What was going on here? Why was he poaching? Evidently, Tian Jishuan paid no heed to Guan Huaoyang's words and continued smilingly. I see you have a keen interest in material science. Did you self-study? Yongchang, with an instinctive glance at his companion, Guan Huaoyang, lightly nodded and said, Indeed, all of this is self-taught. Tian Jishuan raised his eyebrows in surprise. What a remarkable discovery. He quickly suppressed his excitement and calmly remarked, achieving this level through self-study is commendable. However, there are still some minor flaws. How about this? You should come to our Materials Institute for further study, and I will guarantee you a spot in the esteemed program. Yongchang looked at the elder in both amusement and irritation. If it were not for his reincarnation, he would have truly been deceived. Esteemed program? In his previous life, he was the chief scientist of the Alliance. Such an insignificant title held no allure for him. As for flaws, what a jest. This was the best material, validated through countless practical applications. Yet, as a second-year undergraduate, Lu Yongchang naturally could not voice this. He displayed just the right amount of hesitation in his gaze and said, "Director Tian, perhaps you should first take a look at the molecular formula of this material." Tian Jishuan was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed unexpected. Based on his usual experience, his coercive tactics would have left these young ones dazed. How could this young man still be concerned with the conclusion? "Old Tian, this is a student from my physics department." Guan Huayang's face flushed slightly as he reiterated. Tian Jishuan cast an exasperated glance at Guan Huayang. "Enough, enough. Whether from the physics or materials department, they are all students of Sandaoko University. Professor Guan, as the Dean of the Materials Institute, it is only fitting that I promise some benefits to talented individuals. Wouldn't you agree?" Guan Huayang's expression instantly stiffened. This was dire. Tian Jishuan was the dean, while Guan Huayang was not. Bang! Just as the atmosphere began to grow awkward, the classroom door was abruptly pushed open. "Old Tian, are you implying that there is no one in the physics department worthy of your attention?" A booming voice echoed from the entrance. It was Jiang Yongxing, the dean of the Nuclear Physics Institute. Guan Huayang's eyes brightened. In contrast, Tian Jishuan's face displayed a mix of embarrassment and frustration. Jiang Yongxing strode into the classroom and immediately directed his gaze to the blackboard. Upon seeing the notes, a myriad of colors sparkled in his eyes. No wonder that old fellow Tian was eager to recruit talent. If such a genius were to slip away, surely the professors in the department would chastise him. "Lu Yongchang, is it? I am Jiang Yongxing, Dean of the Nuclear Physics Institute." Regardless of what Tian Jishuan may have said, whatever benefits the materials department can offer, the physics department can match. Lu Yongchang blinked several times, his eyes revealing profound bewilderment and reluctance. How did the situation transform into this? Wasn't there supposed to be a joint review by the professors? Why had it turned into a contest for talent? In the final moments, it was Guan Huayang who first regained his composure, lightly clearing his throat to steer the conversation back. "Ahem, Directors Tian and Jiang. Let us first examine this conclusion." A faint smile graced Jiang Yongxing's lips as he slowly nodded. "Very well. Since Professor Guan has such confidence in Lu, let us investigate whether there are any flaws in your derivation process." Upon hearing this, Lu Yongchang felt a slight sense of relief. Finally, things were back on track. Numerous professors took their seats, retrieved paper and pens, and began to verify the calculations that Lu Yongchang had inscribed on the blackboard. Meanwhile, Lu Yongchang quietly sat in a chair nearby, awaiting the professor's inquiries. "Lu, could you demonstrate how you derived the calculation in the third line from the left?" A relatively young professor was the first to speak. Lu Yongchang nodded and approached the left side of the blackboard, locating the third line of calculations. "That it's quite simple. We merely need to perform a few straightforward transformations." As he spoke, Lu Yongchang picked up a nearby pen and paper, swiftly illustrating the specific evolution of the calculations. The young professor's confusion evaporated instantly. He stood and gently bowed to Lu Yongchang. "Thank you." Jiang Yongxing raised an eyebrow at this scene. He had not noticed before, but now he realized that Lu Yongchang's mathematical foundation likely surpassed that of most present. This further solidified his resolve to keep Lu Yongchang in the physics department. Physics and mathematics have always been inseparable, especially in modern physics. Without a solid mathematical foundation, one might struggle even to comprehend the problems. As time progressed, the inquiries from professors grew increasingly seasoned, targeting the crux of the matter. Lu Yongchang naturally navigated each question with precision, delivering impeccable responses. "Are there any further questions?" Lu Yongchang took a sip from the mineral water bottle he had brought to class, moistening his dry throat as he inquired. The classroom fell into silence. Lu Yongchang turned his gaze toward the authoritative figures, Tian Jishuan and Jiang Yongxing. However, it was evident that both were still engrossed in the derivation steps on the blackboard. Tian Jishuan's pupils dilated slightly, his expression one of disbelief, while Jiang Yongxing appeared utterly astounded and exhilarated. As for the other professors, their expressions were even more telling. "Ahem, Yongchang, you should return to your dormitory for now. We need to deliberate further," Guan Huayang said, sensing the gravity of the situation reflected in everyone's demeanor. "During these days, try not to wander too far. Remain within the university." Lu Yongchang nodded gently, turning to push open the classroom door and step outside. Chapter 5 Convening a meeting for the entire institute. Once Lu Yongchang departed, a profound silence enveloped the classroom. The esteemed professors gazed intently at the blackboard, their expressions grave. After a prolonged pause, Tian Jishuan gradually exhaled a heavy sigh. This young man is extraordinary. Beside him, Jiang Yongxing nodded in agreement. Indeed, I perceive no logical fallacies within the proposal. Guan Huaoyang's pupils constricted slightly as he turned to Jiang Yongxing with a look of astonishment. Director Jiang, are you implying that this plan is genuinely feasible? Jiang Yongxing hesitated momentarily. Perhaps it is due to my own limited capabilities. After all, I am not an expert in controlled nuclear fusion. While speaking, Jiang Yongxing turned his gaze towards Tian Jishuan. Director Tian, what is your perspective on the molecular formula of this new material? A hint of bitterness surfaced in Tian Jishuan's eyes as he slowly shook his head, expressing, I am not certain. What? How could this be? The professors exclaimed in unison. Even Jiang Yongxing was taken aback, exclaiming, Old Tian, do not jest. In the field of material science, you are one of the foremost authorities at Sandalco University. You cannot grasp this material? The bitterness in Tian Jishuan's gaze deepened, and he sighed heavily, rising to approach the blackboard. Standing before the projection screen, he gently brushed his fingers over the somewhat coarse surface, murmuring to himself, the more one understands about materials, the more one realizes their own ignorance. I can assert with certainty that this new material's molecular formula has never appeared anywhere before, although I am uncertain about the extent of its properties. It undeniably possesses remarkable resistance to high temperatures and high pressures. I have a premonition that this blackboard full of notes, the derivation process of this new material, is a most essential part. Upon hearing this, the assembly was visibly stirred. All present were engaged in scientific research and understood the significance of scientific intuition. In research endeavors, such intuition often plays a crucial role. While this notion may seem somewhat mystical, the reality is undeniable. The most eminent scientists possess increasingly accurate scientific intuitions. The discovery of the benzene ring structure by Kekulé and the establishment of the periodic table by Mendeleev are remarkable scientific achievements, each aided, to some extent, by scientific intuition. Often, the intuition of top scientists can navigate through a myriad of complex pathways and find the most efficient route. Jiang Yongxing, with a serious expression, scanned the assembly of professors and stated solemnly, given old Tian's assertion, I propose we convene an immediate meeting of the entire institute. All professors from the materials science and nuclear physics departments must be present. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yongxing added, furthermore, let the professors from the nuclear physics laboratory come forth to thoroughly discuss this proposal. If it is indeed feasible, perhaps the day of Xia Guo's rejuvenation is upon us. Sandalco University. The early September weather was oppressively hot. The scorching sun filtered through the dense foliage, casting countless speckles of light upon the asphalt road. No one could have anticipated that one day this very sun would drag human civilization into the abyss. Lu Yongchang strolled quietly down the asphalt path, his eyes reflecting a multitude of complex emotions. His mind was replaying scenes from the past life, where helium flashes occurred. Do you know why I do this? I am fond of you. Memories of Su Yutong, who served as his assistant in his previous life, flickered through his mind. Lu Yongchang clenched his fists slightly. In his previous life, he sacrificed all personal attachments for the sake of research. In the end, he not only failed to reciprocate the affections of those around him, but also indirectly contributed to the ruin of human civilization. In this life, he must rectify all his regrets. The brightest star in the night sky. Lu Yongchang was momentarily taken aback, a hint of nostalgia appearing in his eyes. This was the ringtone he had used for many years. He retrieved his phone from his pocket, gazing at the familiar yet antiquated device, his nostalgia intensifying. The screen illuminated. Upon seeing the caller ID, a spark of excitement flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. With trembling hands, he swiped the screen and answered the call. Mom? Lu Yongchang's voice trembled slightly. The next moment, a gentle female voice came through the receiver. Yongchang, what is wrong? Your voice sounds strange. Lu Yongchang quickly adjusted his emotions and forced a smile, saying, It's nothing. I just choked on some water a moment ago. Mom, is there something you need? Not really. I just wanted to ask what your plans are moving forward, after all. You are now in your second year. Yongchang paused for a moment before responding with determination. Mom, I am preparing to pursue a career in scientific research. What? Scientific research? A male voice on the other end of the line interjected. What is good about that? I opposed him studying physics precisely to avoid such matters. And now look where we are. Yongchang's eyes exhibited a hint of amusement. That was his father, Lu Guoqing's voice. In response to his father's complaints, his mother, Qiu Qingru, interjected sharply. Enough, enough. Let our son choose his own path. Yongchang, since you have decided to pursue scientific research, your mother supports you. Do not worry about your father. I will discuss it with him. Just like that, if you encounter any difficulties, call me back. Before Yongchang could respond, the call was abruptly disconnected. Listening to the busy signal, Yongchang shook his head with a wry smile. His father, Lu Guoqing, was a businessman, and as a result, he had grown accustomed to a life of privilege since childhood. Consequently, Lu Guoqing envisioned his son taking over the family business, living the life of a leisurely affluent gentleman. However, whether in his past life or this one, Yongchang had never adhered to his father's plans. Beijing, in a small villa. Qingru, you spoil him. What is he doing dabbling in that chaotic research? A middle-aged man dressed in casual home attire sat on the sofa, fuming. That endeavor is exhausting, and there is no guarantee of any achievements. Beside him sat a gentle woman with waist-length hair. Upon hearing her husband's complaints, the woman chuckled softly. Why are you in such a hurry? You know Yongchang's character well, do you not? The more you discourage him, the more he will want to wade into murky waters. Just let him be. If he encounters setbacks, he will naturally reconsider. Her words illuminated Lu Guoqing's mind. That makes sense. Naturally, Yongchang was oblivious to the happenings at home. At this moment, his thoughts were solely focused on controlled nuclear fusion. He could only wonder how the professors would evaluate that proposal. Chapter 6: The Fortune of Xiagua at Sandalco University. Within the conference room, over 100 professors and researchers took their seats. Esteemed colleagues, I have summoned you today primarily to validate a proposal from an undergraduate student. Yongchang, seated at the front, addressed the microphone with a serious demeanor. As soon as his words fell, the previously quiet conference room erupted into a cacophony. What has gotten into Director Jiang? An undergraduate's proposal? Does this warrant an institute-wide meeting? I still have an experiment unfinished. It seems I will have to work overtime today. The researchers collectively sighed in exasperation. Their grievances were understandable, as the heavy research workload was a common occurrence for researchers. Meetings during work hours naturally led to complaints, especially when the purpose was to assess a mere undergraduate's proposal. Yongchang cleared his throat forcefully to suppress the clamor in the conference room. This is a proposal concerning controlled nuclear fusion. Both Director Tianji Xuan and I have reviewed it. Regrettably, we lack the confidence to pursue it. Thus, we find ourselves compelled to convene this meeting, hoping for your understanding, dear professors and researchers. A flicker of astonishment passed across the faces of all the professors present. Unable to grasp it, this was, after all, Tianji Xuan and Yongchang. The two eminent figures could not comprehend the proposal. In the span of just 2 sentences, a hint of curiosity quietly emerged in the eyes of the gathered professors. Suddenly, the door to the conference room was thrust open. More than a dozen professors clad in white lab coats filed in. At the forefront was a middle-aged man with a standard square face, his eyes brimming with excitement. Lao Jiang, where is that controllable nuclear fusion proposal you just mentioned? Upon seeing the newcomer, the professors in the conference room collectively gasped. This esteemed individual had emerged. Wasn't he tasked with researching controllable nuclear fusion in the laboratory? Could it be that the proposal put forth by this undergraduate was indeed valid? Just as the professors began to whisper among themselves, Yongchang stood up with a smile and walked towards the middle-aged man. Fong Su, long time no see. Fong Su glanced at Yongchang with annoyance. I say, Director Jiang, don't play games with me. We were in the midst of an experiment in our laboratory. Hearing your words, we interrupted our experiment to rush over. If you can't provide a satisfactory outcome, I won't let you off the hook. Having known Fong Su for over a decade, Yongchang understood that his words were merely jesting. He chuckled and patted Fong Su's shoulder. All right, enough about the experiment. I'm telling you, if this proposal is indeed feasible, Our Xia country will likely be at the forefront of everyone. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Fong Su's eyes. In his memory, as the dean of the Nuclear Physics Institute, Yongchang had never expressed such high praise. "Oh, so you seem quite confident in that undergraduate?" Fong Su asked nonchalantly. Yongchang nodded slightly, his expression becoming a touch serious. "Not just me. Even that old rascal Tian Zhixiang cannot grasp this proposal." The moment these words were uttered, Fong Su's expression changed markedly. After all, Yongchang was not a specialist in controllable nuclear fusion, so there was still a possibility of oversight. But Tian Zhixiang was a true powerhouse from the Materials Science Department. He was an academician of the Xi'an National Academy of Sciences. Fong Su's spirits were instantly lifted. He nodded slightly. "In that case, let the meeting commence." Yongchang turned to scan the conference room, ensuring that everyone was present before activating the projector. In the next moment, several high-definition images appeared on the screen. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the proposal drafted by that student." The vast conference room was filled with the sounds of the wall clock and the scratching of pens. Each professor furrowed their brows, meticulously verifying the various calculations displayed on the projector. As the person in charge of the nuclear physics laboratory, Fong Su was filled with astonishment. "Old Fong, what do you think?" Yongchang, noticing Fong Su's expression, asked in a hushed tone. "Is this proposal feasible?" Fong Su's expression was complex as he withdrew his gaze, casting a peculiar glance at Yongchang. "Are you certain this is the work of an undergraduate?" Yongchang nodded with a smile. "Of course. This young man is a student in Professor Guan Huayang's class, caught daydreaming during lectures. He then dashed to the stage and wrote down this entire proposal." Seeing the increasingly peculiar expression on Fong Su's face, Yongchang became anxious. "Don't doubt it. I have the recording." Fong Su opened his mouth, but could not utter a word. The shock was simply too overwhelming. As the head of the nuclear physics laboratory, his understanding of controllable nuclear fusion was unparalleled in this room. "Old Jiang, do you realize that the notes written on that blackboard are more refined than the proposals we have in our laboratory? In comparison to his proposal, I have already identified 3 flaws in ours, and this is merely a cursory glance. Do you know what this implies?" The moment Fong Su spoke, even Yongchang stood frozen in place, his expression dazed. This meant that the level of this sophomore undergraduate might even surpass Fong Su's. How could this be possible? Fong Su was an academician of the Xi'an National Academy of Sciences. Yongchang swallowed hard, gently supporting his forehead, murmuring, "Wait, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Are you saying that his proposal not only contains no errors, but, in comparison, has pointed out several flaws in ours?" Seeing Fong Su nod, Yongchang felt as though his mind had exploded. He slammed his palm on the conference table with a resounding clap. The loud noise drew the attention of all the professors and researchers present. "Excellent. Truly excellent. This is a stroke of fortune for our Xia country," Yongchang exclaimed, his lips quivering with excitement. Controllable nuclear fusion. This was, indeed, a controllable nuclear fusion proposal. If it could succeed, not only would the academic standing of Sandow Co-University soar, but the national strength of Xia would also ascend to new heights in an instant. Perhaps influenced by Yongchang's fervent emotions, Fong Su's expression was also filled with exhilaration. "Director Jiang, I propose we immediately report this matter to the council. As for that new material, I request that we commence preparation experiments right away. If this succeeds, the revival of our Xia country is just around the corner." Just as the two were caught up in their excitement, an untimely voice interrupted. "No, I oppose this. Chapter 7, I oppose this. No, I oppose this." The jarring voice echoed through the conference room. Yongchang turned to look in the direction for which the voice came. Upon seeing the speaker, Yongchang's pupils constricted slightly. It was him. "Mao Jingquan, what do you mean by that?" Yongchang asked, his brow furrowed. Mao Jingquan scoffed. "What do I mean? Are you really unclear? This is nothing but a scam. An undergraduate in their second year can produce a proposal of this caliber? My dear Dean, could you kindly use your brain and think this through? Is this even plausible? In my view, this is merely a flashy young person seeking attention. What we need to do now is not to report this, but to expose this attention-seeking brat. We do not welcome such opportunistic students at Sandow Co-University." Yongchang's frown deepened. "Vice Dean Mao, I am not disputing the possibility of this matter. As researchers, We should adhere to the principle of seeking truth from facts. Tell me, have you identified any flaws in this proposal? Mao Jinchuan's expression shifted slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he replied, Flaws? Isn't it obvious? A sophomore student? Where could they possibly acquire this knowledge? Furthermore, I have reviewed the derivation process of that new material. With just a few scribbles, a new material appears. What a joke. Where are the experimental data? A proposal without experimental data is no different from a fairy tale. Mao Jinchuan's words stirred thoughts among many professors present. Indeed, while this proposal seemed flawless, its greatest flaw was the absence of any supporting experimental data. To put it bluntly, this proposal was mere conjecture. Yongchang let out a cold laugh, now feeling somewhat irate. To him, this was nothing short of obstinacy. Vice Dean Mao, tell me, where can a sophomore undergraduate conduct experiments to obtain data? As a researcher, you should not merely dismiss possibilities. Fang Su, unable to endure any longer, rose to his feet and retorted, Vice Dean Mao, did you just say that this proposal lacks experimental data? Mao Jinquan nodded in agreement. As the vice dean of the Nuclear Physics Institute, he believed he had the authority to question the proposal penned by this mere undergraduate. Fang Su let out a cold laugh. Do you have any idea that this proposal is even more refined than the one from my nuclear physics laboratory? Do you know how many experiments were conducted to arrive at the results in the physics lab? You know nothing, and all you can say is impossible. As the vice president, I see no trace of scientific spirit in you at all. Fang Su spared no mercy towards Mao Jinchuan. After all, as the head of the nuclear physics laboratory, Fang Su was not under Mao Jinchuan's jurisdiction. Mao Jinchuan's face darkened as he turned to Jiang Yongchang. Dean Jiang, you. Jiang Yongchang sighed softly, interrupting the words that Mao Jinchuan had yet to finish. All right, Vice Dean Mao, I see you are tired. Go home and rest for a while. You don't need to concern yourself with matters at the academy for the time being. Mao Jinchuan's pupils constricted sharply. He looked at Jiang Yongchang in disbelief. Anger bubbling within him. Dean Jiang, are you really going to take action against me, a vice dean for a second-year undergraduate student? Upon hearing this, disappointment grew even more evident in Jiang Yongchang's eyes. He slowly shook his head. Mao Jinchuan, I am not acting against you for the sake of a second-year undergraduate. I am doing it for the advancement of scientific research, for the future of Xiagua. Yes, this proposal lacks any data support, but tell me, if this proposal is indeed valid, how great would the losses be for Sandoqi University, or rather for Xiagua, if we follow your handling plan? Mao Jinchuan's expression grew increasingly grim. He nodded in frustration, turning to leave towards the meeting room's exit. Oof. I want to see if you can really resolve controllable nuclear fusion with this second-year student. After leaving this harsh remark, Mao Jinchuan pulled open the meeting room door and exited. The door slammed shut with a dull thud. Jiang Yongchang shook his head with a wry smile. Fang Su, I apologize for this spectacle. Fang Su pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Old Jiang, it seems your nuclear physics department needs a thorough restructuring. The vice dean isn't even focused on research anymore. This is hardly acceptable. Jiang Yongchang fell silent for a moment before nodding and directing his gaze towards the professors and researchers below. Noticing the profound look in Jiang Yongchang's eyes, all the professors and researchers lowered their heads, playing the role of ostriches. Some of the more seasoned professors felt a slight chill in their hearts. Clearly, the nuclear physics department was about to face considerable upheaval. All right, I trust everyone has reviewed this proposal. If you have any doubts, please feel free to voice them. A few minutes later, with no response, Jiang Yongchang chuckled lightly. Since everyone has no questions, we shall now proceed to vote. The matter at hand is whether we should submit this proposal to the council. An hour later, Jiang Yongchang brought Fang Su into his office. He walked straight to his desk, picked up the office phone, and pressed a special button. After a few seconds, a voice came through the receiver. Hello, Professor Jiang. How may I assist you? Please connect me to the Xiagua Council. I have a matter concerning controllable nuclear fusion to report, Jiang Yongchang instructed. Certainly, please hold. The wait was not long before a steady male voice emerged from the phone. Hello, Dean Jiang. I'm Hong Qiming, the Minister of the Ministry of Science and Technology. Jiang Yongchang's eyes flickered slightly. It was indeed the Minister of Science and Technology, Hong Qiming, on the line. Clearly, controllable nuclear fusion had become increasingly significant in the eyes of Xiagua's leadership. Minister Hong, I need to report a matter to you, Jiang Yongchang said, recounting the entire situation. Dean Jiang, are you serious? A second-year undergraduate has written down a highly feasible, controllable nuclear fusion proposal on the blackboard. Hong Qiming expressed disbelief. Yongchang let out a bitter smile, glancing at Fong Su beside him. He had anticipated such a reaction and had thus brought Fong Su along. Fong Su quickly stepped forward to take the phone from Yongchang. Minister Hong, this is Fong Su. Yes, the situation is accurate. I assure you. This proposal possesses a high degree of feasibility. Excellent. Fong Su returned the phone to its place, ending the call. What did he say? Yongchang asked, a look of urgency on his face. Fong Su's expression turned grave. Minister Hong said it is of great significance. He needs to report it to the chairman of the council. Chapter 8. The chairman of the council, the chairman. Yongchang gasped in shock. How did it escalate to the point of reaching Councilman Li? Fong Su's expression turned serious as he softly remarked, there is something you may not be aware of. It appears there has been an issue with the ITER project regarding Xiagua. Yongchang's complexion changed dramatically. What? The ITER project has encountered problems. ITER, or the International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor, is a superconducting tokamak device capable of producing large-scale nuclear fusion reactions. As a member state, Xiagua could obtain valuable, controllable nuclear fusion data from this apparatus. As for why they didn't construct their own, the answer was simple. It was expensive and complicated. The entire ITER project took 13 years and cost 50 billion yuan, although Xiagua had made significant advancements in recent years. Spending such an extravagant amount to build an experimental machine was still quite excessive. After all, whether the tokamak device could sustain controllable nuclear fusion remained uncertain. If money was spent and time wasted, only to produce a colossal machine of no utility, wouldn't that be a tremendous loss? In the capital city, within the first ring road, in a location unmarked on the map, Hong Qiming stood at the office door, his expression grave as he knocked. Come, a frail voice called from within. Hong Qiming slowly pushed the door open and stepped inside. An elderly man with graying hair sat behind the desk, gazing at him quietly. The old man's eyes radiated wisdom and confidence, as if he held dominion over all that transpired in the world. Guanxilman Li, Hong Qiming greeted with utmost respect. The elderly man set down his pen and spoke slowly. Minister Hong, I hear you have an important matter to report to me? Hong Qiming quickly nodded, truthfully recounting the events reported by Sandoka University to the old man. Councilman Li's expression gradually turned serious. Is this true? Hong Qiming hesitated for a moment before affirmatively nodding. It should be true. You should remember academician Fong Su, right? Councilman Li acknowledged, of course I remember. The latest advancements in controllable nuclear fusion in Xiagua were achieved by his team, correct? Is this matter related to him? Hong Qiming nodded again. Fong Su and the professors at Sandoka University conducted a preliminary evaluation of the proposal, and he is quite confident in its viability. Councilman Li fell silent for a moment. He reached for a document from a nearby pile and handed it to Hong Qiming. Let us set that aside for now. Take a look at this document. Hong Qiming accepted the document with a puzzled expression, and as he read the title, a visible anger surged within his eyes. This is impossible. Our scientists in Xiagua would never commit such a despicable act. Councilman Li sighed deeply, a hint of worry emerging in his gaze. He slowly shook his head. The distinction between possibility and impossibility is not ours to decide. The ITER project has long sought to expel us. So whether our scientists committed such acts is irrelevant. Hong Qiming hesitated, but this reputation is utterly unbearable. Hong Qiming gritted his teeth. Looking again at the document, which detailed how Xiagua personnel at the ITER project had engaged in theft of critical experimental data. What should we do? Are we to simply stand by and watch as ITER maligns us? Memberly spoke with an air of calmness, in addition to slandering us. They are demanding that we voluntarily withdraw from the ITER project. This news will likely be officially released tomorrow. Boom! Hong Qiming felt as if the blood vessels in his brain had exploded in an instant. How absurd! This is simply an egregious affront. Memberly slowly began. The reason I showed you this document is not for any other purpose, but to convey a singular truth. From now on, our nation, Xia, must rely solely on ourselves for research into controllable nuclear fusion. Therefore, I trust you understand what must be done. Under the weight of Member Li's significant gaze, Hong Qiming's expression shifted slightly. Yes, rest assured, Member Li, I shall make a trip to Sandoka University immediately. As evening fell, after a day of wandering the campus, Yongchang returned to his dormitory. "Oh, Ge, you're finally back." As soon as he pushed open the dorm door, his roommate Wu Qi's voice rang out. "Ge, what was with your antics in the physics class today?" Faced with his roommate's curious inquiry, Yongchang forced a smile, momentarily at a loss for words. Should he tell him that he had been reborn? After a moment's hesitation, a somewhat plausible excuse began to take shape in his mind. Ahem. Recently, I took some time to research something, and during class I had a sudden impulse to go up and write about it. Wu Qi's curiosity deepened. Research? What did you discover? By the way, why did Professor Wan keep you behind? He is not planning to expel you, is he? Yongchang. Expel me? Why would I be expelled? Far from that. I might be on the verge of advancing. Of course, he couldn't share this optimism with Wu Qi. The professor believes my research holds great value and has affirmed it, thus allowing me to return. Wu Qi. That is it. Wu Qi stared at Yongchang in disbelief. You can't be serious. They all say Professor Wan is quite stern. Yongchang quickly redirected the conversation. The event from the physics class this morning, the Haven tea spread, have they? Wu Qi shook his head, his expression turning slightly more serious. Don't worry, aside from the classmates in class, I doubt anyone else knows. Yongchang's eyes widened slightly, shock evident on his face as he gazed at Wu Qi. Are you serious? In this era of rampant gossip, he had even prepared himself for instant fame. Wu Qi remained silent, instead turning to fetch a sheet of A4 paper from his side, handing it to Yongchang. Confidentiality agreement. Upon seeing the bold black letters on the A4 paper, Yongchang could only shake his head with a bitter smile. He anticipated that Professor Wan was so thorough as to require all students to sign a confidentiality agreement. Nevertheless, this was for the best. Currently, the sun had not yet begun to change. For Xia to become a leader among Earthlings, it had to seize this final opportunity for a leap ahead. As a native of Xia, Yongchang naturally wished for everyone in his nation to survive the impending disaster. As for how to survive, he had long since devised a plan. Given that the sun's destruction was an inevitability, he must lead Xia and humanity to escape Earth within the next 20 years. Only the endless starlit sky above would provide the sole path to survival. Chapter 9. Sonoluminescence Phenomenon at dawn the following day, just as the first light broke. Yongchang rose and departed from his dormitory. This was a habit he had cultivated in his previous life. The September morning carried a hint of chill in the air. Observing the empty main thoroughfare of the university, Yongchang fell into deep contemplation. Where should he go? Perhaps due to habits from his former life. Without a research task in hand, he felt a sense of emptiness inside. He wondered how the review of his controllable nuclear fusion proposal was progressing. Surely, nothing would go awry. Although he had confidence in the proposal, he had little faith in his current status. He was merely an ordinary second-year undergraduate at Sandow Co-University. Reflecting upon it now, he felt somewhat reckless for taking such actions. Yet, considering he had only 2 decades left, Yongchang felt a sense of urgency. He had no time to waste. There were 8 billion humans living on Earth. To transport all 8 billion to space and onward to the next habitable planet would require an astonishing level of technological advancement. In his original plan, it would have been considered extremely fortunate if even 10 million could escape. However, upon discovering the existence of the technology tree system, his thoughts began to invigorate. Perhaps if he could ascend the technology tree swiftly enough, all of humanity could escape Earth. If a level 1 civilization was insufficient, then a level 2 civilization would suffice. If that too failed, he could hardly believe that a level 3 civilization would not be able to achieve this. As Yongchang pondered his plans for the next 20 years, he wandered aimlessly around the campus. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar building. A wholly white structure, the library of Sandow Co-University. A flicker of excitement crossed Yongchang's eyes as he turned towards the library. Upon entering, he instinctively followed muscle memory to his favorite seat from his previous life. No one had occupied it. A glimmer of joy appeared in his eyes. But what should he read? Yongchang's gaze flickered. He recalled the information prompt regarding the technology tree system. Prerequisite: analyze the phenomenon of sonoluminescence. It seemed he would need to find some books on sonoluminescence. Time flew by while reading. In the blink of an eye, over 2 hours passed swiftly. Yongchang closed the book before him, thoughtfully jotting down several key points on an A4 sheet. The mantis shrimp. The phenomenon of sonoluminescence was initially discovered in a creature known as the mantis shrimp found in nature. When attacking prey, the mantis shrimp can catapult the front end of its claw in 1/50th of a second, reaching speeds exceeding 80 kilometers per hour, with acceleration comparable to a bullet. During this process, sonoluminescence can occur. Numerous researchers have delved into the principles behind sonoluminescence. It is quite simple. When a mechanical wave acts upon a liquid, a phenomenon of cavitation occurs within the liquid. This means bubbles are formed, which then collapse to an exceedingly small volume. During the collapse, extremely high temperatures arise within the bubble, resulting in a momentary flash of light. Yongchang astutely grasped a crucial element. Extremely high temperatures arise within the bubble. It appeared that the miniaturization technology for fusion reactors could break through from this small bubble. After all, initiating nuclear fusion requires temperatures on the order of millions of degrees Celsius as a prerequisite. Excuse me, is anyone sitting here? Just as Yongchang was immersed in reviewing various research papers, a slightly cool female voice reached his ears. Why that voice sounds so familiar? He abruptly looked up to see who it was. The moment he laid eyes on her, his heart skipped a beat. It was her. Clearly, Yongchang's sudden reaction startled the girl beside him. She took a step back in fright, repeatedly apologizing. I'm so sorry. If someone is here, I can. There's no one here. Please take a seat. Yongchang interjected, forcing a stiff smile onto his face. I was just a bit startled. My reaction was a bit excessive. My apologies. The girl waved her hand with a smile, reassuring him. It's all right. It was I who asked too abruptly. With that, she confidently sat down in the seat next to Yongchang. As he gazed at the girl's profile, Yongchang's eyes reflected a hint of daze, as if he had been transported back to a previous life. In that era, Su Yutong similarly sat quietly beside him, assisting with various research tasks. It seemed she sensed his gaze, for she lifted her head to look at him. Hello, is there something on your mind? She inquired, a perplexed expression gracing her features. He abruptly returned to reality, biting down hard on his tongue to jolt himself out of the fragments of memory. It's nothing, just thought you looked a bit familiar, he replied, forcing himself to turn away and refocus on the paper before him. The girl regarded his profile with a strange look, instinctively shifting her body slightly away. She felt an odd discomfort under his gaze. Regretting her choice of seat, she was unaware that Yongchang was now captivated by a particular paper titled The Relationship Between Sonoluminescence and Cold Nuclear Fusion. Upon reading the title, Yongchang's breath caught in his throat. Could it be that someone had already developed technology for miniaturized fusion reactors? That seemed impossible. In his previous life, even controlled nuclear fusion had not been successfully developed until 2040, let alone miniaturized fusion reactor technology. This meant that, under normal circumstances, true controlled nuclear fusion technology would not emerge for another decade. Rapidly flipping through the documents in his hands, he exhaled a sigh of relief after a lengthy moment of contemplation. He had overthought the matter. The paper was merely a conjecture, lacking any substantial research, effectively rendering it a worthless draft. No wonder he had never encountered it in his past life. He glanced at the author's name, Tao Yuda. Perhaps he could seek him out for a discussion. Although the paper held little value, his research instincts were quite accurate. If he was indeed a promising talent, Yongchang would not hesitate to include him in his future research team. Just as Yongchang was lost in thought, the sound of a ballpoint pen's ratchet mechanism echoed from beside him. Chapter 10. The Lapidoless Rule, perhaps? Yongchang furrowed his brow slightly. He had a vague recollection of having lost his temper over this sound before. After all, during intense research tasks, the rhythmic clicking of a ballpoint pen could be utterly maddening. He turned in the direction of the noise. The girl beside him held a completely pink ballpoint pen. Frowning at the exercise book before her, her right hand unconsciously pressing the pen's button. A sense of helplessness washed over Yongchang. He remembered that in his previous life, it was this very habit of Su Yutong that had prompted him to rare outbursts of frustration during research. From that point onward, she had corrected this habit. Yet now, it was evident she had not yet remedied this troublesome behavior. Yongchang was acutely aware that if she did not swiftly resolve her current problem, that incessant clicking would accompany him throughout the day. Resigned, he took a deep breath, turned his head, and softly inquired, "Classmate, are you facing a difficult problem?" Startled, Su Yutong abruptly halted her pen's movement. Upon realizing it was Lu Yongchang speaking, a glimmer of wariness flashed in her eyes. Could it be that this boy had finally summoned the courage to strike up a conversation? In that moment, she had already concocted at least 3 possible ways to decline. "I meant to ask if you were encountering any difficulties," Lu Yongchang continued, noting the wariness in her gaze. With a resigned gesture, he pointed to her exercise book and then to her ballpoint pen. "That sound is rather distracting." They exchanged silent glances. Gradually, an awkward expression appeared on Su Yutong's face. A hint of shyness colored her cheeks as she nodded slightly. "I apologize for disturbing you. I will try to control this habit," Lu Yongchang, with an air of reluctance, said. "Let me take a look at the problem. Perhaps I can assist you." He was joking, of course. He did not wish to be disturbed while reviewing papers. "Really?" Su Yutong's eyes sparkled with surprise as she hurriedly placed the exercise book before him, gazing expectantly at Lu Yongchang. "Obving Su Utong's demeanor." A sudden image flickered in Lu Yongchang's mind. She resembled a large hamster, clutching a sunflower seed and staring intently at him. With a sigh, he redirected his focus to the exercise book. The problem was a fundamentally basic limit question. "You know the Lapidoless rule, right? This question can be solved easily." As he spoke, Lu Yongchang prepared to return the exercise book to Su Yutong. However, it was clear he had overestimated her current state. Noticing Su Yutong's bewildered expression as she held her pen, he sighed again. "Fine, I'll write out the steps for you." Taking up his fountain pen, he swiftly wrote the standard solution steps on a sheet of A4 paper and handed it, along with the exercise book, back to Su Yutong. Lu Yongchang preferred using a fountain pen. He relished the sound it made as it glided across the paper. "Thank you," Su Yutong said instinctively as she accepted the exercise book, her voice barely above a whisper. Glancing at the elegant script on the A4 paper, she subconsciously compared it to her own somewhat rounded handwriting on her draft paper, feeling a twinge of embarrassment and curiosity. "May I ask your name?" "I am Su Yutong from a department of applied physics." Lu Yongchang, not turning his head, impatiently replied with his name. Lu Yongchang. The time spent solving the problem and conversing had already cost him nearly 5 minutes. It was evident that women could only serve as stumbling blocks on his research path. While lamenting internally, he shifted his gaze to another paper titled A Brief Analysis of the Influencing Factors of Sonoluminescence. At that moment, he had completely forgotten the guilt he had felt towards Su Yutong just moments earlier. Of course, even if he were to recall it, he had ample justification to convince himself. Reasons aplenty related to the inappropriateness of romantic pursuits during humanity's existential crisis. Besides, the current Su Yutong was not the same as the one from his previous life. She bore no feelings for him whatsoever. As for Su Yutong, feeling embarrassed after her encounter with Lu Yongchang, she turned away and continued to delve into the exercise book. Ding dong. A notification sound from a nearby phone interrupted Lu Yongchang's perusal of the papers. He slightly raised his head to glance at the phone resting on the table. A news headline appeared on the lock screen. Xiaohua announces withdrawal from the ITER program. Shocking. The reason behind Xiaohua's withdrawal from the ITER program is moralica. How could researchers commit such acts? A jolt of realization struck Lu Yongchang. He recalled that at this time, Xiaohua had been targeted within the ITER program and, left with no choice, had to withdraw voluntarily. This would undoubtedly sow seeds of trouble for the future. The timeline for Xiaohua's successful development of controlled nuclear fusion technology would be delayed by over 2 years compared to Western nations. Consequently, Xiaohua would have little leverage in the final rounds of negotiations. It was only when Lu Yongchang eventually became the chief scientist of the Human Federation Academy that Xiaohua's status began to improve. Only then would he discover that the withdrawal of Xiaohua from the ITER program had been the result of a series of slanders and traps. Damn it. Lu Yongchang's gaze was as frosty as ice as he stared at the mobile phone on the desk. As a citizen of Xiaohua, he absolutely could not allow such an incident to transpire again. What if they withdrew from ITER? He intended to make it known to every nation that dared to challenge Xiaohua that in the future world, it would be Xiaohua that held the reins. Lu Yongchang swiftly tidied up the items on the desk and rose, ready to depart. He could hardly wait. He needed to proactively inquire about the results of Professor Guan Huayang's review. "Are you leaving?" The distinct, cool voice of Su Yutong floated from the side. Lu Yongchang nodded slightly, refraining from further conversation as he made his way out. So aloof. Su Yutong observed Lu Yongchang's retreating figure, curling her lip in disdain. No wonder he remained single for life. In the next moment, however, her attention was caught by the A4 paper left behind by Lu Yongchang. Gazing at the densely packed equations and symbols, she gasped, instinctively covering her slightly parted lips with her hand. She had presumed this boy was in her year, but it now seemed he was likely a graduate or even a doctoral candidate of considerable renown. A flicker of curiosity ignited within her, taking root in her heart. Chapter 11. I believe in Xiaogua's scientists at Sandao University, in a nuclear physics laboratory. A thunderous bang erupted from the innermost office. Several researchers paused their work, their hands trembling slightly as they glanced toward the furthest office. What is wrong with academician Fong? One researcher questioned, confusion evident in his eyes. The other researcher slowly shook his head, equally perplexed. I don't know. Our recent experiments have not failed. So why is academician Fong suddenly in a rage? Just then, the door to the innermost office was flung open. Fong Su emerged, his face flushed with anger. Damn it, how can a tear do this? The laboratory fell silent, Fong Su's muttering ringing clear. The researcher who had spoken earlier mustered his courage and quietly inquired, Academician Fong, what has happened with ITER? Upon hearing the query, Fong Su abruptly raised his head, glancing at the researcher, and then with a grim expression replied, ITER claims that our scientists from Xiaogua have unlawfully copied experimental data and removed it from the laboratory. A wave of astonishment swept through the nuclear physics laboratory. Academician Fong, is this true? As the probing question echoed, Fong Su's expression darkened further, and he shook his head vehemently. Of course, it is impossible. The scientists we dispatch from Xiaogua are all upright and honorable individuals. Not only are they exceptionally skilled in their research, but their character is also exemplary. They would never engage in such disgraceful conduct. But how does ITER intend to handle this matter? A researcher asked nervously. It was known that such actions were a fundamental taboo in every research institution, not to mention an international organization like ITER. Even a commonplace private laboratory would impose severe consequences on anyone caught stealing data. A flicker of pain crossed Fong Su's eyes. He then slowly closed his eyes and sighed deeply. Xiaogua will announce its withdrawal from the ITER program. As Fong Su uttered these words, the murmurs in the nuclear physics laboratory ceased instantaneously. Every researcher regarded Fong Su with incredulity. This news had only been announced that morning. Fong Su continued with difficulty. From now on, we must shoulder the banner of controllable nuclear fusion research ourselves. Suddenly, a glimmer of resolve flickered in Fong Su's gaze. Everyone, suspend your current research tasks and devote all efforts to the preparation of a new type of material. With that, Fong Su opened a computer in a laboratory and downloaded a photograph of Lu Yongchang's notes. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Sandao University, a black Audi A6 smoothly passed the security booth, making its way toward the nuclear physics laboratory without pause. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Yongchang anxiously stood at the office door, knocking urgently. The door is unlocked. Come in, Professor Guan Huayang's voice resonated from within. Lu Yongchang hastily turned the doorknob and entered. It's you. Professor Guan Huayang's expression momentarily startled, but he quickly set down his pen and rose to greet Lu Yongchang. What brings you here, Yongchang? Since the meeting yesterday, Guan Huayang had come to regard Lu Yongchang as his intellectual peer. This parity was in terms of academic standing. In fact, Guan Huayang believed that although Lu Yongchang was merely a sophomore, his scholarly stature far surpassed his own. After all, Guan Huayang considered himself an ordinary university professor, while Lu Yongchang was likely a rising star in the academic realm of controllable nuclear fusion. Lu Yongchang was oblivious to Guan Huayang's welcoming demeanor, his expression slightly troubled. He asked, Professor Guan, have you seen that news? Guan Huayang paused, his expression dimming. You mean the ITER incident? Lu Yongchang nodded gently. Taking a deep breath, Guan Huayang gestured for Lu Yongchang to sit. Once Lu Yongchang settled into a chair, he too sat down and said, Yongchang, I believe that the scientists from Xiaogua would never do such a thing. I am convinced there is an undisclosed truth behind this incident. Lu Yongchang's gaze flickered. As someone who had been reborn, he knew that Guan Huayang's conjecture was entirely correct. Yet, given his current identity, he could not reveal the truth of the matter. He could even envision the high-ranking officials of Xiaogua being unable to disclose the reality. All the humiliation would fall upon those scientists. To everyone, The scientists responsible for the data copying would be deemed the primary culprits. Their guilt would not be absolved until over a decade later. But by then, it would be too late. Contemplating this, Yongchang clenched his fists tightly. Professor, what was the outcome of yesterday's review? After a brief silence, Yongchang proactively shifted the topic. He feared he might inadvertently divulge the truth he knew. Upon hearing Yongchang's question, a faint smile graced Huayang's face. You're still so young. You couldn't resist coming to ask after this one night. He chuckled softly and continued. After you left yesterday, Dean Jiang and Dean Tian proposed convening a full faculty meeting. Yongchang maintained a composed demeanor. A faculty meeting? This was to be expected. He certainly did not believe that a mere handful of professors could fully grasp the intricacies of the proposal. You don't seem surprised at all, Huayang remarked, a glint of surprise in his eyes. Could it be that you anticipated this outcome? Yongchang nodded steadily. Of course I'm not surprised. After all, Dean Tian is not a scholar who specializes in controllable nuclear fusion, so it's normal for him to be uncertain. Huayang regarded Yongchang with a bemused expression. Although he recognized that Yongchang spoke the truth, the sight of a young man in his early 20s discussing the main focus of several professors was quite surreal. Yet this young man possessed the qualifications to engage in such discourse. Ahem. If I were to tell you that the faculty meeting approved your proposal and that it has been submitted to the Xiaoguo Parliament, would you be surprised? Yongchang's pupils constricted in shock. So soon, it had already been submitted to the Xiaoguo Parliament. Chapter 12. All in. A form of wisdom. Professor Huayang smiled with satisfaction, having gleaned the answer from the expression on Yongchang's face. He cheerfully remarked, after yesterday's meeting, Dean Tian and academician Feng jointly decided to submit your proposed controlled nuclear fusion plan to the Xi'an National Parliament, allowing the Parliament to determine whether to proceed with experiments based on your proposal. Academician Feng? Yongchang's gaze flickered slightly. Could it be academician Feng Su, the esteemed member of the Xi'an National Academy of Sciences, who had single-handedly advanced controlled nuclear fusion? It could be said that in his previous life, without the groundwork laid by academician Feng, Yongchang would not have smoothly taken over Xia's first controlled nuclear fusion experimental reactor. You are aware of the nuclear physics laboratory at Sandow Co-University, correct? Upon seeing Yongchang nod, Huayang lifted his teacup, took a sip of strong tea, and continued, academician Feng Su is the head of this nuclear physics laboratory. Yongchang's eyes widened slightly in astonishment. It truly was him. It seemed that his somewhat reckless actions had indeed borne fruit. The very next day after his rebirth, he had established a connection with Xia's foremost scientist. Academician Feng Su was indeed formidable. He had propelled Xia's controlled nuclear fusion technology to a level that stood against the collective monopoly of all Western powers for decades. This would be academician Feng's greatest achievement in the future. A sudden, urgent phone ring interrupted Professor Huayang's enthusiasm. He frowned slightly, clicked his tongue, and answered the call. Who is it? This is Huayang. But the next moment, a serious expression gradually settled on his face. What? Minister Hong is coming. All right, I understand. Yongchang is right here with me. I will bring him over immediately. Huayang hung up the phone with a somewhat peculiar expression. Yongchang, you don't have any other matters to attend to, do you? Without waiting for Yongchang's response, Huayang continued. Never mind. Even if the sky were to fall, you must come with me first. Yongchang was taken aback. Cough, cough. Professor, what has happened? Huayang's expression grew increasingly strange. My boy, have you ever conversed with a ministerial-level legislator? Yongchang's pupils constricted suddenly. Professor? Huayang exchanged a knowing glance with Yongchang and said softly, it seems that the ITER situation has irked the Xi'an National Parliament as well. I never anticipated that this matter could draw out the Minister of Science and Technology at Sandow Co-University in a nuclear physics laboratory. Minister Hong, Yongchang will be here shortly. Feng Su's expression grew serious as he addressed Minister Hong Qiming. Minister Hong, what has Li said regarding this matter? Hong Qiming gave Feng Su a meaningful glance. Which matter are you referring to? The ITER? Or Yongchang's controlled nuclear fusion plan? Feng Su clenched his teeth slightly and replied solemnly, both. After a moment of silence, Hong Qiming seemed to ponder his words carefully. Finally, he spoke slowly, academician Feng, You must believe that Xia will never act foolishly for such trivial gains, sacrificing the future for the present. Fang Su's pupils contracted slightly. He understood. Just as he suspected, there was more to the Iter matter than met the eye. But if we withdraw from Iter, wouldn't that mean? Hong Qiming raised a hand to interrupt Fang Su's unfinished thought. Academician Fang, I am confident that without Iter, our Xia can independently develop controlled nuclear fusion technology. Since the founding of our nation, we have never slowed our progress due to such minor issues, have we? Fang Su's expression shifted, and he nodded gently. Moreover, if Lu Yongchang's proposal could indeed achieve controlled nuclear fusion, I personally believe that withdrawing from Iter might be a beneficial move. Do you understand my point? Confronted with Hong Qiming's meaningful gaze, a spark of realization illuminated Fang Su's mind. He comprehended. Once Lu Yongchang's proposal was proven effective as a member state, Xia would naturally need to share its technology with other member nations. However, Xia had already withdrawn from Iter. This way, if the proposal proved effective, this controlled nuclear fusion technology could grant Xia several years of technological superiority. In turn, Xia's comprehensive national strength would ascend to new heights. Yet, this also meant that Xia was placing all its chips on this sophomore undergraduate. Of course, if Lu Yongchang were aware of the higher-up's thoughts, he would undoubtedly respond with a smile. All-in is a form of wisdom. In his previous life, he had relied on his acute scientific intuition, placing significant bets on research directions that others deemed unpromising. This had propelled the technological level to unprecedented heights in just a few short years. A vast underground city cluster capable of housing billions in interstellar spacecraft were under construction, all manifestations of the results of going all in. Unfortunately, in the most crucial gamble, Lu Yongchang had failed, leading humanity towards demise. The door to the nuclear physics laboratory slowly opened. A slightly stooped figure and a tall, upright silhouette appeared at the entrance. Hong Qiming's eyes flickered, quickly turning to gaze at the taller figure. With a single glance, he nodded affirmatively in his heart. Indeed, full of vitality, exuding an aura of integrity. Minister Hong, allow me to introduce this individual, Lu Yongchang, a sophomore undergraduate from the Department of Physics at Sandao University. This is Professor Guan Huayang. Fang Su's voice rang out. And this is our Minister of Science and Technology, Hong Qiming. Guan Huayang and Lu Yongchang hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. Observing Lu Yongchang's composed demeanor, Hong Qiming's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Lu Yongchang, is it? You seem rather unafraid of me? Lu Yongchang's lips curled into a slight smile, an air of confidence gracing his countenance. I have done nothing wrong. Why should I fear you? Taken aback by Lu Yongchang's retort, Hong Qiming burst into hearty laughter. Excellent, excellent. Lu Yongchang, we have already verified your proposal, and I must say, its feasibility is remarkably high. Regarding the Iter issue, I believe you are well aware. For this matter, Director Li has specifically tasked me with a mission. I wonder, are you willing to accept this task? Chapter 13. Chief Engineer Lu Yongchang fell into silence. Fang Su and Guan Huayang exchanged concerned glances with him. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he gently nodded. Of course. Ha ha ha. Splendid. On Qiming le terre reignited, lightly applauding. Just as I expected from the youth of Xia. You are responsible. In the next moment, Hong Qiming shifted the conversation's tone. From this point forward, you are no longer a sophomore student at Sandao University. You are now the chief engineer of Xia's controlled nuclear fusion project. Academician Fang Su will be your deputy. The laboratory fell into an astonished silence. Fang Su, Guan Huayang, and the researchers within the lab all cast incredulous gazes toward Hong Qiming and Lu Yongchang. Was Minister Hong serious with those words? Lu Yongchang felt a surge of excitement within him. He never anticipated that the Xi'an National Parliament would be so audacious. They would actually appoint a sophomore undergraduate to oversee such a colossal project. Now, he could expedite the fulfillment of his plans. Considering the age of Lu Yongchang, Hong Qiming's expression grew solemn as he added, Lu Yongchang, you must contemplate this carefully. The task assigned by Congressman Li Yuan is to achieve preliminary controllable nuclear fusion within a year. At the very least, we must reach an effect equivalent to that of Iter with our own controllable nuclear fusion in Xiagua. Upon hearing this, Fang Shu's pupils constricted sharply. It is worth noting that Xiaogua currently does not even possess a true, controllable nuclear fusion experimental reactor of its own. Is this task truly feasible? In stark contrast to the anxious expressions of those around him, Lu Yongchang bore a faint smile on his face. He nodded gently. I accept this task. Furthermore, I assure you that within a year, Xiaogua will completely master the technology of controllable nuclear fusion. What? Yongchang, what nonsense are you spouting? As soon as Lu Yongchang finished speaking, both Fang Xiu and Guan Huaoyang exclaimed in astonishment. Guan Huaoyang even reprimanded Lu Yongchang sternly. Lu Yongchang, such monumental scientific endeavors cannot be taken lightly. Apologize to Hongbu immediately. While saying this, Guan Huaoyang bowed his head to Hong Qiming, apologizing. Hongbu, this child Lu Yongchang is merely a sophomore. He sometimes speaks without thinking. Naturally, Hong Qiming did not take this minor matter to heart. He chuckled lightly, interrupting Guan Huaoyang, and then looked with keen interest at the somewhat naive Lu Yongchang before him. Do you understand the implications of what you just said? Lu Yongchang's expression remained unperturbed. Of course, Hongbu, I am fully aware of what I am saying. Guan Huaoyang covered his eyes with his hand and sighed deeply. This is a calamity. He even began to doubt whether he should have brought Lu Yongchang here. Lu Yongchang offered no further explanations. He merely retrieved a USB drive from his pocket and handed it to Hong Qiming. Hongbu, before you pass judgment on my words, please take a look at the contents of this USB drive. Hong Qiming raised an eyebrow and took the USB drive from Lu Yongchang's hand. I'm increasingly intrigued by you. You should be aware of the consequences of deceiving a ministerial-level congressman, right? While speaking, Hong Qiming directed his gaze towards Fang Xiu. Academician Fang, could you assist us by projecting the contents of this USB drive so we may see what kind of surprise he has brought us? Fang Xiu, looking resigned, stepped forward and took the USB drive from Hong Qiming's hand. As he passed by Lu Yongchang, he sighed deeply. He had a premonition that Xiaogua was about to lose a gamble. He even found it somewhat amusing. How could Xiaogua place such a crucial bet on a mere child? Meanwhile, Lu Yongchang appeared utterly composed. The contents of a USB drive were the results of his night spent typing away in his dormitory. It was not much, just detailed blueprints for a controllable nuclear fusion reactor. The workload was immense, but thanks to the potential he had been forced to tap into in his previous life, he managed to complete it just barely. A few minutes later, a projector was brought in. Once connected to the computer, Fang Xiu inserted the USB drive into the computer's port. Upon seeing the files within the USB drive, a flash of surprise crossed Fang Xiu's face. Simultaneously, he instinctively double-clicked the left mouse button to open the file. In the next moment, a meticulously detailed blueprint appeared on the pristine white wall. Hong Qiming's pupils constricted sharply as he gazed at the blueprint, murmuring to himself. Not only Hong Qiming, but Fang Xiu and all the researchers in the laboratory were frozen in place, staring dumbfounded at the blueprint before them. As the head of the nuclear physics laboratory, Fang Xiu immediately combined the blueprint before him with the schematic on the blackboard. He swallowed hard, his voice hoarse as he quietly asked Lu Yongchang, "Is this the detailed blueprint for the controllable nuclear fusion reactor?" Lu Yongchang smiled and nodded. Indeed, to be precise, this is the detailed blueprint for the reactor. Now, do you believe what I said? Hong Qiming, recovering from shock, looked at Lu Yongchang with eyes wide open. Did you really complete this all on your own? Although he already had an answer in his mind, he still found it hard to believe. To complete such a blueprint alone, while he was not an expert in scientific research, he understood the immense knowledge required to produce such a document. Normally, such blueprints would necessitate several individuals or even multiple teams collaborating together. Lu Yongchang nodded with a smile, affirming Hong Qiming's inquiry. Hong Qiming's gaze flickered slightly. Despite not understanding the intricacies of the blueprint or its authenticity and reliability, he could discern from Fang Xiu and the expressions of the other researchers just how astonishing this blueprint was. Fang Xiu exhaled a breath of frustration, casting a complex glance at Lu Yongchang. Just moments ago, he had thought that entrusting such a heavy responsibility to this young lad was a grave mistake. However, now, he resolved to retract his unspoken words. This was hardly a mere child. This was simply beyond human capability. Fang Xiu cursed inwardly. In the entire history of Xiaogua, he had never heard of anyone completing the blueprint for a large-scale piece of equipment single-handedly, although this was merely part of the blueprint for a controllable nuclear fusion reactor. It was still impressive enough. How much time did you take to complete this blueprint? Feng Shu asked, his voice somewhat trembling. Lu Yongchang discreetly glanced at Feng Shu's expression and chuckled awkwardly. Roughly a little over a year? That's acceptable. A little over a year? What nonsense! Feng Shu's expression twisted. You spent over a year on something so complex? Have the years they spent, nearly a decade, been wasted? Chapter 14. The imitation star device and the tokamak apparatus in the face of Feng Shu's skepticism. Lu Yongchang could only lightly curl his lips. He was actually exaggerating. If Feng Shu were to know that he had completed the blueprint in just one night, he would likely be dissecting him by now. It was merely a blueprint for a reactor, and it was still far from the entirety of the controllable nuclear fusion reactor. Upon hearing Lu Yongchang's remark, which dripped with a sense of superiority, Feng Shu's lips twitched. In his 45 years of life experience, Lu Yongchang was undoubtedly the most boastful individual he had ever encountered. But soon, he sensed something unusual. Wait, this reactor. Feng Shu's voice made everyone's hearts tighten. Hong Qiming could not help but look towards him as well. Could it be that the blueprint for the reactor was erroneous? This is not the tokamak apparatus. Feng Shu exclaimed in surprise. Lu Yongchang revealed a hint of amusement in his eyes. As expected of academician Feng, he was indeed insightful. This was certainly not the tokamak apparatus. This is the imitation star device. Lu Yongchang chuckled lightly. If my calculations are correct, the duration of controllable nuclear fusion in ITER should be under 30 minutes, right? Feng Shu's eyes flickered slightly as he nodded. Indeed, the latest experimental results showed that the fusion reaction lasted for approximately 26 minutes. Could it be that? Ha! Lu Yongchang chuckled softly. If all goes well, ITER will soon be reaching the ceiling of the tokamak apparatus. Feng Shu's pupils constricted sharply. Are you suggesting that the tokamak apparatus is not the optimal solution for achieving controllable nuclear fusion? Lu Yongchang nodded affirmatively to Feng Shu's assertion. How could that be? If this were true, humanity would have been progressing down the wrong path for decades. Feng Shu stood there in a daze, murmuring to himself. He found it difficult to accept Lu Yongchang's claims. Lu Yongchang naturally understood the complexity of Feng Shu's emotions at that moment. In a previous life, to dismantle the monopoly, all of Xiaogua's scientific resources were devoted to the development of the tokamak device. However, despite their relentless efforts, the time for maintaining controllable nuclear fusion could not exceed 30 minutes. This was a devastating blow to the confidence of all researchers at that time. If it were not for Feng Shu discovering the flaws of the tokamak device by chance, Xiaogua might have continued to falter on the path to achieving controllable nuclear fusion. How can I validate your claims? Feng Shu, the foremost scientist in Xiaogua, quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of distraction and gravely inquired of Lu Yongchang. With a casual shrug, Lu Yongchang replied, "It's quite simple. We only need to find a basic stellarator, construct a reactor using the materials I've deduced, and then ignite nuclear fusion to naturally obtain verification." Feng Shu's eyes flickered with interest. He recalled that in the laboratory, there was indeed an outdated stellarator device that had been purchased at great expense. Wait, Hong Qiming's resonant voice suddenly interjected from his side. Can someone explain to me what a stellarator and a tokamak device mean? As he spoke, he directed his gaze toward Lu Yongchang. Seeing this, Guan Huaoyang and Feng Shu both took a step back, yielding the stage to Lu Yongchang. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yongchang began, "Minister Hong, you should be aware that controllable nuclear fusion requires a powerful magnetic field to confine the fusion materials, correct?" Upon seeing Hong Qiming nod, Lu Yongchang breathed a sigh of relief. This made the explanation much easier. Otherwise, he would have needed to start from scratch to elucidate the principles of controllable nuclear fusion. In simple terms, the circular helical magnetic cage of the tokamak device generates a plasma current, while the stellarator does not require this. It can directly create a distorted circular magnetic cage through external coils. So what distinguishes the two? Aren't they both generating magnetic fields? Hong Qiming's eyes displayed a hint of confusion. Clap! Lu Yongchang lightly snapped his fingers. This is the crux of my point. In the tokamak device, the plasma current can reach tens of millions of amperes, and such a colossal current will inevitably lead to numerous issues, such as distortion modes, magnetic surface tearing, and the creation of magnetic islands. All of these factors will diminish the ability to confine the plasma. The consequences can range from a mere extinguishing of the reaction to, at worst, an explosion. As he spoke, Yongchang mimicked an explosion with his hands. Hong Chiming nodded, seemingly grasping the concept. Although he did not fully comprehend the various technical terms Yongchang had used, he understood the implication of the last statement. The tokamak device could explode. Hong Chiming cast a complex glance at the standing Fong Su. Faced with Hong Chiming's gaze, Fong Su could only nod helplessly, saying, "There's indeed a possibility. But up to now, the tokamak device has not experienced such a severe malfunction. And what about in the future?" Yongchang replied nonchalantly. "Once we extend the fusion maintenance time to 30 minutes, it is possible that severe consequences may arise." Fong Su's body suddenly stiffened, and he exclaimed, "Are you saying that the tokamak device will explode after 30 minutes of fusion?" With a complex expression, Yongchang nodded, "Indeed. This is the greatest pitfall of the tokamak device. Although the extreme magnetic field generated by the plasma current simplifies the composition of the magnetic cage, high temperatures and immense currents will ultimately lead to unforeseen incidents." Fong Su realized, "I see now. But what about the stellarator?" Hong Chiming swallowed hard and quietly asked. He suddenly felt that the seemingly youthful sophomore in front of him resembled a seasoned professor immersed in this field for decades. Even Fong Su seemed like a student in comparison. Responding to Hong Chiming's inquiry, Yongchang replied nonchalantly, "The stellarator is straightforward. It merely requires creating a closed, twisted ring-shaped magnetic cage via external coils." Hong Chiming was bewildered. Is it really that simple? Then why hasn't a stellarator been used before? Fong Su shot Yongchang an exasperated glance and began to explain again. The challenge with the stellarator lies in the fabrication of the external coils. Firstly, the shape of the external coils is irregular, posing a significant manufacturing challenge. Furthermore, to create a sufficiently strong magnetic field, the material for the coils should ideally be superconducting, which increases the difficulty. After all, we have not yet made breakthroughs in room temperature superconducting technology. Yongchang's voice drifted in from the side. What if I could resolve the issue of room temperature superconducting materials? Chapter 15, Carbon Nanomaterials Laboratory. What? As Yongchang's words fell, Fong Su's eyes widened slightly, and he gasped, "You can solve the problem of room temperature superconducting materials?" Fong Su's reaction caused Hong Chiming to furrow his brow. "I recall that our country should possess this technology for room temperature superconductivity. I even saw a report recently stating that a renowned academician from the Academy of Sciences has made breakthroughs in room temperature superconducting technology." Fong Su sighed and glanced at Hong Chiming, softly saying, "Minister Hong, you must be referring to the paper published by academician Hu Chongping in Nature a while back." Hong Chiming's eyes brightened, and he nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes. You have a good memory, academician Fong. I was indeed talking about academician Hu Chongping's paper." "What? Is that technology unusable?" A hint of bitterness crossed Fong Su's smile as he slowly shook his head. While academician Hu Chongping's superconducting material did achieve superconductivity at a temperature of 15 degrees Celsius, this was under a condition of 267 billion pascals of pressure, which is approximately 1 million times the standard tire pressure. Moreover, the material that exhibited superconductivity in the diamond anvil cell was extremely minuscule. It even requires the measurement unit of picoliters. Seeing the expression of confusion flicker in Hong Chiming's eyes, Fong Su hurriedly added, "A picoliter is a unit of measurement. 1 picoliter is about 1/1000th of a milliliter." Hong Chiming gasped sharply. Now he fully comprehended. With such stringent conditions and such a minuscule amount of material, attempting to apply this technology to controllable nuclear fusion was utterly preposterous. Fong Su swallowed hard, murmuring, "As of now, I have not heard of any country that has truly mastered this technology." Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, he resolutely stated, "True room temperature superconducting materials must achieve superconductivity under standard temperature and pressure. The difficulty is immense." Hong Chiming's brow furrowed tightly. Initially, when he heard Yongchang's statement, he had felt a surge of excitement. Yongchang's nonchalant and assured demeanor had created the illusion that room temperature superconductivity was a simple matter. But now, under Fong Su's cold splash of reality, Hong Chiming's heated thoughts began to cool. He turned to the composed Yongchang and asked with a furrowed brow, Are you certain you can resolve the issue of room temperature superconducting materials? Lu Yongchang smiled slightly, nodding slowly yet firmly. Yes, room temperature superconductivity is indeed challenging. However, in my previous life, this technology had already been conquered. Moreover, the scientist who resolved this issue for Xiaohua was none other than myself. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly continued, I will require a standard carbon nanomaterials laboratory and a few assistants. If all goes well, give me a few days, and I shall present the results before you. Fang Su's gaze subtly shifted, clearly having gleaned some concealed information from Lu Yongchang's words. With a look of astonishment, he stared at Lu Yongchang, his voice rising an octave. Are you certain that carbon nanomaterials can achieve room temperature superconductivity? Lu Yongchang fell silent for a moment, deciphering an unspoken message from Fang Su's curious expression. Would you like to watch me demonstrate? Fang Su replied, that would not be impossible. Perhaps realizing that he had unwittingly revealed his intentions, a hint of embarrassment flashed in Fang Su's eyes. Ahem, I'm not merely curious. I am primarily concerned that you may not be familiar with the operation of the experimental equipment. Lu Yongchang responded, Sandaeku University Carbon Nanomaterials Laboratory. Lu, take a look and see if this laboratory meets your requirements. As he spoke, Fang Su exhibited a hint of awkwardness. As an academician, it was his first time serving as a guide to a sophomore undergraduate. The thought that he might someday become this undergraduate's assistant made Fang Su feel even more uncomfortable. No, I must devise a plan. Perhaps I could persuade Lao Jiang to secure a professorship for this young man. That would certainly sound more respectable. At least no one would claim that a distinguished academician is working under an undergraduate. The more he contemplated, the more feasible this seemed, and he immediately accepted this proposal in his mind. Achoo! Suddenly, Lu Yongchang sneezed while walking ahead. He turned his head back to glance at Fang Su. Feeling a chill had just passed by. Surely, Fang Su was not cursing him? Faced with Lu Yongchang's meaningful gaze, Fang Su's expression stiffened. He quickly managed to force a strained smile. Lu, please check whether this laboratory is suitable. If it is not, we may need to venture further afield to find a better one. Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment before turning back to survey the instruments in the lab. After a thorough examination, a look of disdain crossed his face. Is this it? In my previous life, I wouldn't have even glanced at a laboratory with such a setup. However, he sighed, I suppose I must make do with it. Tony Stark managed to craft Mark I in a cave, so surely I can create room temperature superconductors in this rudimentary lab. It would suffice. He responded to Fang Su with an expression of indifference. Upon hearing Lu Yongchang's remark, Fang Su's eyes widened in disbelief. Sufficient. Do you realize this is the finest carbon nanomaterials laboratory at Sandaeku University? I'm not exaggerating. This lab ranks among the top 10 in the current Xia country. Lu Yongchang shot a bemused glance at the indignant Fang Su. Didn't you just say that if this one doesn't work, we should find a better laboratory? Fang Su stammered, I was being modest. Do you understand modesty? Lu Yongchang raised both hands and spoke in a tone as if soothing a child. All right. I take back my previous statement. This laboratory is indeed advanced and quite commendable. Is that satisfactory? Fang Su swore he had never been so speechless in his life. He followed silently behind Lu Yongchang, eager to ascertain just how capable this sophomore undergraduate was. Surely, he couldn't even recognize the names of the experimental instruments, could he? As this thought crossed his mind, a flicker of amusement appeared in Fang Su's eyes. It should be noted that many instruments in this Sandaeku lab had recently been upgraded, not to mention Lu Yongchang. Even he felt somewhat unfamiliar with their usage. Chapter 16. Is this also talent? This scanning electron microscope is quite impressive. Lu Yongchang's voice floated back from the front. It must be the latest model, right? Fang Su abruptly looked up at Lu Yongchang. Oh, this Fourier transform infrared spectrometer is also new, isn't it? And not bad, I must admit. I misspoke earlier. There are indeed some commendable pieces of equipment in this laboratory. A hint of surprise appeared in Fang Su's eyes. He correctly named each instrument. Even in newest machines, Lu Yongchang accurately identified their names. Do you recognize these instruments? Fang Su hesitated briefly before asking. Lu Yongchang shot him a peculiar look. Of course I recognize them. What would I be doing here if I didn't? Fang Su felt momentarily speechless. His argument was sound, yet it defied all logic. The equipment in this laboratory was such that not even most graduate students could fully recognize it. How could a mere sophomore undergraduate like Lu Yongchang possibly identify them? Sensing Fong Su's confusion, Lu Yongchang chuckled softly and explained, I have read quite a number of papers, so I naturally became familiar with these instruments. Fong Su's expression was somewhat peculiar. Nevertheless, it was a somewhat reasonable explanation. Yongchang, I must ask you an important question. Do you truly know how to operate these instruments? Or have you ever used them? Without hesitation, Lu Yongchang shook his head. Of course I haven't, Fong academician. I am merely a sophomore undergraduate. How could I have access to such advanced equipment? Fong Su grew anxious. Then why did you inform Minister Hong? Lu Yongchang interrupted Fong Su's word with a smile. However, I do know how to use these instruments. So you need not worry. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang turned to a nearby instrument and began detailing its operational procedures. Listening to Lu Yongchang's flawless description of the usage process, Fong Su stood there, dumbfounded. After a considerable time, he managed to ask, Did you learn this from reading papers? Lu Yongchang nodded, casting a quizzical look at Fong Su. Of course. What else would it be? Fong Su took a deep breath and rubbed his somewhat stiff face vigorously. All right, perhaps there truly are geniuses in this world. When do we begin? Fong Su chose to change the subject. Lu Yongchang glanced at a few researchers in lab coats waiting at the laboratory entrance, raising an eyebrow slightly. Right now, observing Lu Yongchang's fluid execution of procedures, Fong Su fell silent once more. Is this also something you learned from papers? Did you not say you had never touched experimental equipment? Fong Su looked at Lu Yongchang, feeling exasperated. In just half an hour, Lu Yongchang had successfully operated 3 instruments. In Fong Su's imagination, Lu Yongchang should have been a pure theoretical worker. This meant that Lu Yongchang would likely make numerous mistakes during practical operations, a common occurrence. After all, the divide between theory and practice is immensely vast. In material science, even a minor operational error could lead to significant discrepancies in the final results. Fong Su had even prepared himself to cover for Lu Yongchang. However, the events of the past half hour shattered Fong Su's worldview. Lu Yongchang's series of actions flowed as smoothly as if he were a seasoned veteran in the lab. Not only did he commit no errors, but he also noticed several key points that Fong Su overlooked. Indeed, I have never touched experimental equipment, Lu Yongchang said with a subtle smile, matter-of-factly. I did not misspeak. These so-called latest experimental instruments are merely remnants from my previous life. Fong Su's expression was one of utter disbelief. Then you, Fong academician, sometimes talent is indeed quite important. While speaking, Lu Yongchang gently patted Fong Su's shoulder. You understand, right? Fong Su, having finally overcome the initial shock within himself, curiously inquired of Lu Yongchang. What led you to choose carbon nanomaterials to achieve room temperature superconductivity? Upon hearing Fong Su's question, Lu Yongchang gradually paused his work and softly replied. When 2 layers of parallel graphene are stacked at an angle of approximately 11 degrees, a superconducting effect occurs. Fong Su's pupils contracted slightly. Is this truly the case? Lu Yongchang smiled and said, You may as well give it a try. After all, there are plenty of idle instruments nearby. A few hours later, Fong Su was utterly astonished as he gazed at the instrument screen. Yongchang, how did you discover this phenomenon? As Lu Yongchang leaned over to manipulate the equipment on the experimental table, he quietly remarked, I calculated it. I have not observed it in an actual scenario. Fong Su, somewhat speechless, replied, You dare to claim that without having seen it? What if you were wrong? Does that not imply a total loss? It will not be wrong. Lu Yongchang straightened up, his eyes sparkling with confidence. I have faith in myself. Fong Su thought to himself, for some unknown reason, ever since he met Lu Yongchang. The moments of his own speechlessness had significantly increased. 3 days later, Lu Yongchang and Fong Su stared intently at the display of the scanning electron microscope. The screen revealed a substance shaped like a cylinder. Yongchang, is this what you referred to as carbon nanotubes? Are you certain that these carbon nanotubes can achieve room temperature superconductivity? Skepticism was etched across Fong Su's face. It was no surprise he was doubtful. He had hardly accomplished anything over the past 3 days. Aside from assisting and running errands, the genuinely crucial operations were carried out solely by Lu Yongchang. As a seasoned academician accustomed to leading teams, he had to admit, this was an extraordinarily novel experience. In the face of Fong Su's skepticism, Lu Yongchang remained silent, his expression serious as he manipulated the microscope, changing observation angles multiple times. Only after observing the standard structure of the nanotubes on the screen did Lu Yongchang let out a slow sigh of relief. It is indeed this. He then glanced at the time, and a hint of regret flickered in his eyes. Unfortunately, at the current manufacturing pace, we will not see results until at least tomorrow. Fong Su cast a peculiar glance at Lu Yongchang's regretful profile. Is that truly unfortunate? To produce a room-temperature, superconducting experimental sample in 4 days. Doesn't that seem swift enough? One must remember, the emergence of any new material typically takes years. Chapter 17. The 10-centimeter black wire. The following morning, Fong Su entered the laboratory, his eyes resembling those of a panda. Observing the bustling researchers within the lab, a trace of confusion crossed his features. Where is Lu Yongchang? He hurriedly pulled a passing researcher aside and asked. The researcher, looking somewhat surprised, pointed toward the depths of the laboratory. Professor Lu has been here for quite some time. He was busy in the lab when we arrived. It was unclear when Lu Yongchang had become Professor Lu in the eyes of these researchers. Fong Su couldn't be bothered to correct their terminology. After witnessing Lu Yongchang's adept and confident scientific methods, it was no wonder even Fong Su felt a genuine admiration. Had he not known Lu Yongchang's true identity, he might have mistakenly assumed that Lu Yongchang was indeed a seasoned professor. Returning from his reverie, Fong Su swiftly glanced at the wall clock. 6:45. He marveled inwardly. Indeed, the success of every individual is no mere coincidence. As he reflected, he quickened his pace deeper into the laboratory. Perhaps sensing the approaching footsteps, Lu Yongchang shifted his gaze from the apparatus at the experimental table. Upon noticing the dark circles under Fong Su's eyes, he couldn't help but pause. What happened to you? Fong Su waved his hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly, Oh, it's nothing. I just had trouble sleeping last night. Why not take a short break? Lu Yongchang suggested with concern. There are no significant tasks today. We only need to test the superconducting properties of the carbon nanotubes. A spark of excitement flickered in Fong Su's eyes as he blurted out an expletive. Rest? Not a chance. I stayed up late because of this. You still want me to rest? Where's the wire? Let me see it. Observing Fong Su's fervent demeanor, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but chuckle. He stepped aside, revealing a glass chamber with a diameter of 30 centimeters. Fong Su hurriedly approached the glass enclosure. Through the transparent surface, he could clearly see a black wire, approximately 10 centimeters long, connected to 2 metal probes. The wire was exceedingly thin, appearing almost as fine as a strand of hair. Fong Su extended his hand, gently tapping on the glass chamber. Is it a vacuum inside? Lu Yongchang shook his head in denial. Of course not. It is merely a small dust-free chamber for now. I assume you wouldn't want dust to affect the experimental results, would you? He quickly added, to be precise. It is not yet a vacuum environment. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang pointed to a vacuum pump nearby. Fong Su raised an eyebrow slightly. The implications of that statement were profound. Did it mean that this material could achieve superconductivity even in a vacuum? Lu Yongchang retrieved an A4 sheet filled with calculations from the experimental table and handed it to Fong Su. According to my calculations, the superconducting wires made from carbon nanotubes exhibit remarkable stability, with a normal operating temperature range between -50 degrees Celsius and 80 degrees Celsius. Fong Su's eyes lit up, and he quickly inquired, what about the pressure? Within 2 standard atmospheres. Fong Su gasped sharply upon hearing Lu Yongchang's response. Goodness, if Lu Yongchang's calculations are accurate, these superconducting wires made from carbon nanotubes could be utilized in virtually any corner of the Earth, even in the high-pressure depths of the ocean. One would only need to install a pressure-resistant pipeline. This implies a monumental transformation for the electrical industry in Xiaohua. Yongchang, do you realize what you have accomplished? As he contemplated the series of changes that would unfold in the future, Fong Su stood in a daze, muttering to himself. A hint of a smile appeared at the corners of Lu Yongchang's eyes, yet he remained silent. He was well aware of what this wire represented. Although this technology might seem advanced for the present-day Xiaohua, it was still far from sufficient to confront the disasters of the future. After appreciating the carbon nanotube wire on the experimental table, Fong Su's expression turned serious. Let's commence the testing. Upon learning that the first test of the room temperature superconducting coil was about to begin, All researchers in the laboratory set aside their unfinished tasks and gathered around Lu Yongchang. This was a historic moment, and no one wished to miss such an opportunity. Lu Yongchang swallowed hard, carefully extending his hand to connect the metal probes at both ends of the wire to the testing equipment. Though he held great confidence in the materials he had created, one could never be too sure in material science. Perhaps an unexpected occurrence during the manufacturing process had altered the angle of the carbon nanotubes by even 1 degree. Or there could be some other reason. It could be said that any slight error would render the room temperature superconducting material a failure. As he pondered these thoughts, he pressed a switch on the testing device. Power on. A number appeared on the testing device's screen. Resistance value, 0. It worked. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. Let us increase the current further. A voice filled with excitement emerged from Fong Su's side. Lu Yongchang promptly adjusted the dial, gradually increasing the current. Upon observing that the resistance value on the instrument screen displayed not the slightest fluctuation, a gentle gasp of astonishment escaped the lips of all researchers in the laboratory. In stark contrast to his colleagues, Lu Yongchang's expression remained gravely serious. The test was far from over. He still needed to assess the material's performance under low-pressure conditions. Lu Yongchang exchanged a knowing glance with Fong Su, who nodded slightly and proceeded to activate the vacuum pump. As a low, resonant hum filled the air, the atmosphere within the glass chamber was gradually extracted. Watching the pressure gauge's values decline steadily, even Lu Yongchang felt a trickle of cold sweat. It is well known that superconducting materials react extremely sensitively to changes in their environment. Historically, any minor variation in temperature or pressure has led to the immediate cessation of the superconducting effect. Under the influence of such a powerful current, should the superconducting effect in the wire dissipate, even a minuscule resistance value could instantly generate an immense amount of heat. The inevitable consequence would be the melting of the world's only room temperature superconducting wire. After several tense seconds, upon witnessing the unperturbed resistance curve on the testing instrument screen, a radiant smile finally broke across Lu Yongchang's face. He gently wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, raised his right hand high, and exclaimed, "We did it. We have succeeded." Beside him, Fong Su, exhilarated, began shutting down various instruments and rushed to Lu Yongchang's side, giving his shoulder a hearty pat. "Well done." With the room temperature superconducting technology achieved, Academician Fong, we must commence preparation for the transformation of the imitation star device. Lu Yongchang swiftly pulled himself from the euphoria of success and solemnly replied. Fong Su, with an excited nod, declared, "I shall notify the laboratory staff immediately. We will begin the transformation work on the imitation star device this afternoon." Chapter 18. Transformation of the imitation star device half a month later. Within a nuclear physics laboratory of Sandalco University, Lu Yongchang sat quietly in an office assigned solely to him. He furrowed his brow slightly, his steel pen swiftly calculating formulas on an A4 sheet before him. A fortnight had elapsed, and the room temperature superconducting wire made from carbon nanotube material had been successfully produced. It must be said that the power of the national machinery is profoundly immense. The moment the breakthrough in room temperature superconducting material technology was announced, Minister Hong personally issued a manufacturing order. Although Lu Yongchang possessed a comprehensive carbon nanotube preparation plan, due to current manufacturing process constraints, only the Xiaosheng Group, a company dedicated to producing high-end equipment, could manufacture superconducting wires that met the requisite standards in bulk. As for foreign enterprises, Hong Qiming was no fool. Should he place orders with them, it wouldn't take long before several Western powers could grasp room temperature superconducting technology, stimulated by substantial funding and administrative directives. The production capacity of Xiaosheng Group's carbon nanotube wires expanded rapidly. Within just half a month, superconducting wires valued at over 100 million had been delivered to the nuclear physics laboratory of Sandalco University. At this moment, an older model imitation star device had already been installed in the laboratory. However, the outer spiral wires of the imitation star device had all been dismantled by the staff. The inner chamber of the device had been replaced days prior with a newly manufactured inner chamber. The material employed for this new inner chamber was, of course, the innovative material that Lu Yongchang had derived on the blackboard. Based on material testing, The inner chamber constructed from this new material could flawlessly withstand the extreme temperatures exceeding hundreds of millions of degrees generated during nuclear fusion reactions. Moreover, during the material testing, Fong Su was astonished to discover that this new material could also effectively resist radiation damage from nuclear fusion. While filled with delight, Fong Su's heart swelled with admiration for Lu Yongchang. Such a formidable material had been conceived by a mere second-year undergraduate student on paper. Fong Su couldn't help but feel a twinge of shame. At his age, he truly felt as though he had squandered his potential. Unbeknownst to Lu Yongchang, who remained oblivious to Fong Su's thoughts, he was currently engrossed in meticulously reviewing the dimensions and parameters of the imitation star device in his office. According to Fong Su, this imitation star device had originally been utilized by a research institute in Country D. As for the reasons it was no longer in use, that naturally brought us back to the fundamental issue. The manufacturing difficulty of the imitation star device is extraordinarily high. Unlike the orderly spiral shape of the tokamak, the imitation star device resembles a chaotic ball of yarn. Each wire's position requires meticulous calculations to ensure it generates a magnetic field at specific angles. At this moment, Lu Yongchang was diligently engaged in this task. He needed to calculate the precise placement of each superconducting wire based on the dimensions of the imitation star device, ensuring the formation of a closed, twisted magnetic cage within the inner chamber to contain the extremely high-temperature plasma. Lu Yongchang gently set down his steel pen and exhaled a long breath of relief. After days of calculations, he had finally achieved gratifying results. Based on his calculations, these superconducting coils could provide a magnetic field strength of up to 100 T. This would be the most powerful artificial magnetic field on Earth. This 100 T magnetic field could perfectly confine plasma at temperatures exceeding hundreds of millions of degrees within the center of the inner chamber of the reactor. Rising to his feet, he slowly approached the office door and gently turned the doorknob. The sound of the door opening caught Fong Su's attention. Have you completed the calculations? Upon seeing the relaxed expression on Lu Yongchang's face, a flicker of surprise crossed Fong Su's eyes as he inquired. Has it only been a few days? In total, it has been just over 3 days, hasn't it? To complete such a complex calculation task in that time, Fong Su found it hard to believe. Sensing the skepticism in Fong Su's gaze, Lu Yongchang chuckled softly and replied, "Of course I have completed it." As he spoke, he handed a stack of A4 paper to Fong Su. "Want to take a look?" Fong Su, astonished, accepted the A4 sheets Lu Yongchang offered. Upon seeing the dense array of calculations, he swallowed hard. Though he was reluctant to admit it, he found himself struggling to comprehend the calculations presented. "Ahem, I trust your results," Fong Su said, returning the stack of A4 paper to Lu Yongchang with a serious demeanor. "Shall we let Tianhe-1 verify your calculations?" Lu Yongchang paused momentarily, then nodded in agreement with Fong Su's suggestion. Given the significance of controlled nuclear fusion, all research resources were prioritized for the Sandow Co-Nuclear Physics Laboratory. As soon as the application was submitted, time for Tianhe-1 was promptly allocated. Fong Su meticulously entered each of Lu Yongchang's calculated results into the computer, which then performed the computations. At that moment, the power of the supercomputer became fully evident. In just half an hour, the results appeared before Fong Su and Lu Yongchang. Success! The emergence of the superconducting wire layout plan signified that the transformation project for the imitation star device had reached its final stage. Specific angle coil supports were installed on the exterior of the imitation star device. These supports were designed to secure the coils in place. After all, for the imitation star device, even the slightest positional shift of the external superconducting coils could herald disaster. If the internal magnetic cage were to be compromised, the plasma at hundreds of millions of degrees would directly contact the inner surface. Surely, no one would wish to witness such an outcome. Therefore, as they completed the final modifications to the imitation star device, both Lu Yongchang and Fong Su remained utterly focused, fearful of any minor oversight. 3 days later, the renovation of the antiquated imitation star device has been thoroughly completed. "Yongchang, when shall we commence the inaugural ignition experiment?" Fong Su's voice resonated from the side. Unbeknownst to him, Fong Su had already regarded Lu Yongchang as his superior, seeking his opinion prior to every research decision. "We can commence now." A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes as he diverted his gaze from the calculation-laden A4 paper on his desk and spoke in a deep tone. Academician Fong, please report it. This afternoon, we shall initiate the first ignition experiment. As Fong Su submitted the request for the inaugural ignition experiment to Hong Chiming, noticeable changes began to unfold within Sandow Co-University. Dozens of soldiers in civilian attire infiltrated the campus, and the main access routes to the nuclear physics laboratory were entirely sealed off. Furthermore, snipers had already set up their rifles and observation equipment on some high-rise buildings nearby. It is no exaggeration to state that, at this moment, the nuclear physics laboratory was akin to a bird, unable to fly safely overhead. All of this was to ensure that the controllable nuclear fusion experiment proceeded without interference from any external, unknown factors. Chapter 19. Ignition. The transformations occurring within Sandow Co-University could not escape the notice of the observant. What is happening? Why have all these roads been blocked? Several male students strolled through the campus, their faces etched with confusion. Could it be that a significant figure has arrived? One speculated while gazing at the barricaded pathways. Another student shook his head slowly and responded gravely. It seems unlikely to be a prominent individual. I just checked the forum, and it appears that all routes leading to the nuclear physics laboratory have been sealed off. What? The nuclear physics laboratory? Are they conducting some sort of nuclear experiment? The first student nodded gravely. Have you heard the news? The nuclear physics laboratory at Sandow Co-University has been engaged in research related to controllable nuclear fusion. Considering the recent news from ITER, is it possible that they are conducting controllable nuclear fusion experiments? This conjecture was evidently more credible than the previous one. If that is indeed the case, does that mean our summer nation is on the verge of mastering controllable nuclear fusion? Upon hearing his classmates' words, the student who had proposed the theory rolled his eyes in exasperation. How could that be? This is controllable nuclear fusion. I suspect this is merely a test. My advisor mentioned that it would take several more years for controllable nuclear fusion to truly mature. Meanwhile, within the nuclear physics laboratory at Sandow Co-University, everyone was on high alert. They were checking the operational status of all components of the imitation star device, preparing to power it up for the first fusion test if everything was in order. With Yongchang's command, the researchers promptly took their positions, initiating the inspection process. Cooling system is normal. Laser generator is functioning properly. Superconducting coil is in good condition. As the reports came in one after another, the expressions on Yongchang and Fong Su's faces gradually turned serious. Upon completion of the final inspection, a flicker of excitement ignited in Yongchang's eyes as he firmly issued the order, "Begin powering up." An adjacent researcher pulled the electrical switch, and a low, resonant hum gradually filled the air as an immensely powerful current surged through the superconducting coils outside the imitation star device. Magnetic field strength? Yongchang inquired loudly. A researcher monitoring the magnetic field strength responded, "The current magnetic field strength is 50 T." Yongchang nodded slightly. "A magnetic field strength of 50 T is sufficient for our purposes. After all, this is merely a test, not the actual initiation of controllable nuclear fusion. Thus, the first ignition experiment for controllable nuclear fusion commences now." As he spoke, Yongchang pressed several keys on the computer before him. A small amount of deuterium-tritium mixed gas was injected into the reactor. In the next instant, the heating apparatus began to activate. Under the operation of the heating device, the deuterium-tritium mixed gas would be heated to extremely high temperatures until it transformed entirely into a plasma state. The plasma state of the deuterium-tritium mixture would then be firmly confined within the operational trajectory by the powerful magnetic field inside the imitation star device. The computer screen before him flickered with countless parameters. Vibrant curves and numbers danced before Yongchang's eyes, coalescing into a breathtaking tableau. "All right, prepare for ignition," Yongchang commanded in a firm tone. Fong Su swallowed nervously, pressing a button on the control panel before him. In the next moment, an intensely powerful laser beam struck directly at the plasma state of the deuterium-tritium mixture. Boom! The curve on the temperature sensor instantaneously traced an elegant ascent, climbing sharply towards a near 90-degree slope. Within mere seconds, the temperature of the plasma state deuterium-tritium mixture soared to over 100 million degrees Celsius. The flame of fusion had been ignited. Nuclear fusion had commenced. At these extreme temperatures, a deuterium atom and a tritium atom reacted, producing a helium atom and a neutron. In this process, a tremendous amount of energy was released. The temperature reached the critical threshold. A substantial number of neutrons were detected. A researcher, visibly exhilarated, urgently shouted. The eyes of everyone present subtly shifted. As professionals, they understood the implications of this announcement. The nuclear fusion reaction had already occurred within the chamber of the imitation star device. Gazing at the exceptionally stable data on the computer screen, Fang Su's eyes gleamed with excitement. We have succeeded. Perhaps due to overwhelming elation, Fang Su's face flushed and his lips quivered slightly. In contrast, Lu Yongchang's reaction was markedly more composed. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile. After all, this was merely an ignition experiment. Since this was just an ignition trial, the quantity of deuterium-tritium gas was not substantial. Minutes later, the fusion fuel was nearly depleted, and the fusion reaction within the reactor gradually ceased. Lu Yongchang's gaze flickered, and he promptly commanded, "Quick, check the status of the imitation star device. Now is not the time for celebration." Several researchers promptly lowered their heads to examine the computer screens before them. Cooling system status is good. The external temperature of the imitation star device is stable. The first report emanated from afar. Lu Yongchang inquired solemnly, "What is the external temperature?" 25 degrees Celsius. Lu Yongchang nodded in satisfaction, clearly pleased with the performance of the cooling equipment. The next moment, he turned to another researcher and asked loudly, "What is the condition of the reactor?" "The reactor is functioning well. No radiation damage has been detected." It was only then that a radiant smile broke across Lu Yongchang's face. The first phase of controllable nuclear fusion had achieved resounding success. The subsequent considerations revolved around the control system for controllable nuclear fusion and the selection of power generation apparatus. Should humanity continue its glorious tradition of boiling water, or opt for a more advanced alternative? These questions swirled in Lu Yongchang's mind. A hand suddenly clapped firmly on his shoulder. Lu Yongchang jolted slightly, roused from his reverie. Turning to look, he saw Fang Su beaming at him. "I say, the ignition was successful, and you are still lost in thought? Come on, tonight I will treat you. Let us go out and celebrate." That evening, the official website of Sandow Co-University quietly released a piece of news. Warm congratulations to the Sandow Co-Nuclear Physics Laboratory for the successful operation of controllable nuclear fusion. Simultaneously, the trending topics on Weibo also shifted. Xi'an Nation's first controllable nuclear fusion experiment has achieved resounding success. In a fleeting moment, countless netizens indulging in midnight gossip flocked to the comment section. What? Is this for real? Has it succeeded? I recall that Xiaohua had only just withdrawn from the ITER project. Could it be that the rumor is true, and Xiaohua has indeed pilfered relevant data? Those above can spare me the nonsense. Isn't this akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs? I refuse to believe that Xiaohua would commit such a foolish act. Setting aside these ominous matters, I am confident that even without ITER, we can develop our own controllable nuclear fusion device. Chapter 20 Across the ocean, in the United States, within the presidential office of the White House. A Chinese newspaper lay quietly on the president's desk. The bold red characters stood out vibrantly against the monochrome background. Exciting news! Sandow University's Nuclear Physics Laboratory successfully achieves ignition of controllable nuclear fusion. Bang! The sound of a hand slamming on the desk echoed. The mahogany presidential desk trembled violently. "Damn it!" exclaimed a plump middle-aged man with golden hair. His face flushed as he barked. "Anthony, can you explain this matter to me?" Upon hearing the furious reprimand from the middle-aged man before him, Anthony stepped forward, shrugging nonchalantly as he replied, "Your Excellency Albert, I believe there is nothing to explain." "What? Nothing to explain? Is it your response as the Secretary of Defense?" The blond middle-aged man's facial muscles twitched slightly, causing his golden bangs to quiver. "Tell me, Anthony, what did you say to me back then? You claimed that as long as we expel Xiaohua from the ITER program, we would maintain our lead in controllable nuclear fusion." Albert mimicked Anthony's tone precisely. "If I recall correctly, those were your exact words, right?" Anthony's expression darkened as he observed the scene. "And now, Anthony, tell me, what does this newspaper say?" Albert furiously picked up the newspaper from the desk and threw it onto the floor in front of Anthony. Anthony's lips twitched slightly. He lowered his head to scrutinize the newspaper. Subsequently, he spoke in a somber tone. "Your Excellency, I cannot read Chinese. Evidently, Anthony's response took Albert completely by surprise. Albert's mouth fell slightly open, staring incredulously at Anthony. Anthony, you are something else. You cannot read Chinese? Let me enlighten you on what it states. The newspaper reported that Xiaogua had successfully conducted a controllable nuclear fusion ignition experiment. Do you understand? Anthony maintained a stoic expression, nodding slightly yes. So what? Is this your reply to me? Albert scoffed coldly. Anthony drew a deep breath. Your Excellency, I hope you will take a moment to read this article before speaking, rather than venting your complaints directly at me. As one of the ITER member states, Xiaogua naturally possesses a portion of controllable nuclear fusion technology. In my view, this so-called ignition experiment is hardly a cause for concern. They're still far from truly mastering controllable nuclear fusion. Albert's expression softened somewhat as he regained his composure. A hint of confusion flickered in his eyes, prompting him to inquire once more. Are you suggesting that? Anthony gestured towards the individuals behind him. Your Excellency, it would be prudent to have a specialist explain these technicalities to you. With that, Anthony turned to address the back. Professor Collins, it is your time to speak. An elderly man with graying hair approached slowly, leaning on a cane, and respectfully bowed to Albert. Good day, Your Excellency. Albert furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before softly asking, if I recall correctly, you were the lead professor sent to ITER a few years ago, correct? Professor Collins' eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes. Your Excellency, I am surprised you still remember me. Albert nodded lightly, his demeanor slightly haughty as he remarked. So, are you about to explain something to me? Professor Collins quickly nodded, his expression becoming somewhat urgent. Your Excellency, I believe you need not worry about this news from Xiaogua. Albert's eyes slightly shifted, gesturing for him to continue while he adjusted to a more comfortable sitting position. I have reviewed the reports from Xiaogua. The controllable nuclear fusion device they employed is a stellarator, not the traditional tokamak design. Upon hearing this, Albert's brow furrowed deeply. He had some recollection of the tokamak, particularly since a substantial portion of its funding came from the United States. However, he was puzzled about what a stellarator was. He gazed at Professor Collins with intrigue. Professor, could you elaborate on this stellarator you mentioned? Seeing the confusion in Albert's eyes, Professor Collins suddenly realized, Your Excellency, there's no need for you to know what a stellarator is. You only need to grasp one point. The stellarator is an obsolete device we have long discarded. The reasoning for its obsolescence is straightforward. Its production cost is exorbitant, and the manufacturing process is exceedingly complex, often resulting in failures in nuclear fusion. The stellarator used by Sandauki University in Xiaogua likely originated from a nearly decommissioned stellarator from D country a few years ago. Albert stared at Professor Collins in disbelief. Are you certain? A decommissioned stellarator can successfully ignite nuclear fusion. Clearly, Albert was skeptical of Professor Collins' assertions. Professor Collins nodded emphatically. Your Excellency, you should be aware that products from D country have always maintained a good standard. I suspect this is the reason behind Xiaogua's success. However, this outdated contraption is inherently unreliable. Thus, you can see that the duration of Xiaogua's controllable nuclear fusion is merely 2 minutes. Perhaps you are unaware, but the ITER tokamak can currently sustain controllable nuclear fusion for up to 26 minutes. Professor Collins' remarks significantly alleviated the rigidity in Albert's expression. Then, in your opinion, what does this mean for Xiaogua's research into controllable nuclear fusion? Impossible. Xiaogua cannot possibly achieve controllable nuclear fusion using a stellarator. Professor Collins asserted with unwavering conviction. The stellarator has long been proven to be a futile path. Upon hearing this, a smile finally graced Albert's face. As long as Xiaogua cannot master controllable nuclear fusion, the position of the United States remains unshaken. However, Your Excellency, there is something I wish to discuss with you, Professor Collins said, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Speak. Perhaps due to the recent good news, a subtle smile lingered on Albert's lips as he nodded gently. Your Excellency, the United States should also commence the construction of our own controllable nuclear fusion device, Professor Collins said anxiously. We cannot continue to share experimental results with ITER indefinitely. In the next experiment, ITER plans to extend the duration of controllable nuclear fusion to over 30 minutes. If successful, the era of humanity mastering controllable nuclear fusion may well be upon us, and we in the United States should prepare in advance. Chapter 21 Meeting with Congressman Lee. Professor Collins' words caused President Albert's expression to stiffen. He remained silent for a long while before slowly stating, "This indeed poses a dilemma. Like Xiaohua, the United States currently lacks a true, controllable nuclear fusion device." Albert's murmuring sparked a sudden realization in Professor Collins. He quickly concurred, "You're absolutely right. Your Excellency, we need a true fusion reactor of our own." Albert pondered for a moment. "Give me some time, Professor." In Congress, without a specific timeline, approval cannot be granted. Confronted by Albert's profound gaze, Professor Collins hesitated for a moment. Perhaps around 10 years? Albert's brow furrowed instantly. 10 years? Professor, are you jesting? Not only would I not agree, but Congress would absolutely reject this plan. Professor Collins chuckled awkwardly and quickly responded, 5 years. I believe that within 5 years, a fusion reactor belonging to the citizens of the United States will emerge. Albert nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, within the first ring of the capital city of Xia, in a building that cannot be found on maps, Hong Chiming, with a serious expression, knocked on the office door once again. "Enter." Hong Chiming took a deep breath to steady his agitated heart, and then pushed open the slightly heavy wooden door. "Member Lee." Hong Chiming lowered his head slightly and bowed to the elder behind the desk. Upon seeing Hong Chiming, the elder's face broke into a smile as he slowly stood up, walked to Hong Chiming's side, and nodded. Well done, well done. You've handled this beautifully." A hint of a smile emerged on Hong Chiming's somewhat serious face as he gently nodded and whispered, "I did not expect that Lu Yongchang would be so remarkable." A flicker of emotion passed through Member Lee's eyes. "Indeed, I have read the report you sent a couple of days ago." In the next moment, Member Lee's tone shifted to one of seriousness as he asked, "Chiming, what do you think of Lu Yongchang?" Hong Chiming's pupille constricted sharply. Member Lee's question sparked a vague suspicion in his mind. Could it be that Member Lee was preparing? He dared not conceal anything and immediately recounted everything he had observed. After listening to Hong Chiming's words, Member Lee nodded thoughtfully. "It seems this young man suits your taste. I intend to cultivate him as a new generation leader." "What do you think?" Hong Chiming inhaled deeply and responded solemnly. "Member Lee, I believe Lu Yongchang is capable of shouldering this responsibility." A satisfied smile appeared on Member Lee's face. "In that case, in a couple of days, bring him to see me. I want to meet him personally." "What? Member Lee wants to see me?" Even though Lu Yongchang had encountered numerous prominent figures in his previous life, he couldn't help but feel astonished. He had not anticipated that Member Lee would notice him so swiftly. But what could be the reason? A mere controlled nuclear fusion ignition experiment was hardly sufficient to warrant Member Lee's attention. After pondering for a long time without finding an answer, a flattering smile emerged on Lu Yongchang's face as he leaned closer to Hong Chiming. "Minister Hong, do you know why Member Lee wants to see me?" Hong Chiming glanced at the grinning Lu Yongchang with some exasperation. He genuinely wondered why this young man was not intimidated by him at all. After all, he was a member of the ministerial level. Though puzzled, he still conveyed all that he knew to Lu Yongchang. "Member Lee intends to cultivate you as a leader of the younger generation. You must be prepared." As soon as the words fell, not only Lu Yongchang, but even Fong Su beside him had their pupils dilate. Lu Yongchang suppressed a hint of his smile and asked solemnly, "Minister Hong, did Member Lee truly say that?" "Absolutely." Upon hearing Hong Chiming's decisive response, a flicker of excitement flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. If this were true, he would possess a greater assurance against the impending disaster. Originally, in his plans, he needed approximately 3 years to achieve the current outcome. However, now, in less than a month, he had completed all the preliminary planning. "Minister Hong, when shall we set off?" Hong Chiming smiled as he glanced at the eager young man. "Tomorrow, I will personally take you to meet Member Lee." The next day, at the entrance of the mysterious building within the first ring of the capital, a black Audi A6 slowly came to a halt. As the door opened, a middle-aged man stepped out first, followed by a university student still bearing a hint of youthful naivety. "Yongchang, when you meet Member Lee, be sure to speak carefully and maintain a serious demeanor, understand?" Hong Chiming's eyes revealed a trace of anxiety. As Lu Yongchang's guarantor, if anything went awry, he feared he would face grave consequences. Lu Yongchang nodded lightly, remaining silent. Observing this, Hong Chiming's expression softened with a smile. He expected this young man to experience nervousness. He had never seen him display such a demeanor in his presence. Hong Qiming's teasing voice brought Lu Yongchang back to reality. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Nervous? He was not nervous. He was merely contemplating how to emphasize the importance of aerospace technology development to Member Li. However, since Minister Hong had said so, he chose to remain silent and accept the statement. After all, he could not contradict him at such a moment. As a former chief scientist, he was not lacking in emotional intelligence. Rest assured, Member Li is quite approachable. Noticing Lu Yongchang's continued silence, Minister Hong's smile broadened as he gently patted Lu Yongchang's shoulder. Let us not keep Member Li waiting. Knock, knock, knock. The brisk sound of knocking echoed in the tranquil corridor. Enter. An elder's voice came from within. The heavy wooden door slowly opened, revealing the familiar and unpretentious office to Lu Yongchang's view. A hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. In his previous life, he had been a frequent visitor to this office. Lu Yongchang, right? The moment he saw Lu Yongchang, a smile spread across the elder's face as he gradually rose from his chair and approached him. Member Li scrutinized Lu Yongchang from head to toe, repeatedly exclaiming, "Not bad. Not bad. Quite the impressive young man." He extended his hand to pat Lu Yongchang's shoulder. "On behalf of Xia, I thank you." As he spoke, Member Li even bent slightly toward Lu Yongchang. Member Li, Hong Qiming, witnessing this, revealed a hint of urgency in his eyes, repeatedly exclaiming, "Member Li, you absolutely must not." Lu Yongchang also quickly reacted, preparing to step aside and assist Member Li, but his left hand was firmly held in place by Member Li, enduring this gesture of respect. "Member Li, I merely did what a researcher ought to do," Lu Yongchang said with a wry smile. Upon standing straight, Member Li was moved by this response. "What you ought to do is indeed commendable. Excellent. A few days prior, I inquired about your capabilities from Minister Hong. Initially, I thought he might harbor some bias towards you, but it seems he's been quite truthful." As he spoke, Member Li cast a sidelong glance at the grinning Hong Qiming, affirming once again, "You are truly impressive. If all the youth of Xia were like you, how could Xia not prosper?" In the face of Member Li's affirmation, a faint smile graced Lu Yongchang's face. Observing Lu Yongchang's somewhat subdued expression, Member Li displayed a hint of astonishment. In his experience, few could maintain such composure in the face of his praise. After a moment of contemplation, Member Li slowly inquired, "Yongchang, how do you perceive the future direction of Xia's technological development?" As soon as the words left his lips, a spark of excitement flickered in Hong Qiming's eyes. Here it comes. Based on Member Li's demeanor, he could confidently assert that as long as Lu Yongchang answered this question appropriately, the mantle of leadership for the new generation would undoubtedly fall upon him. Lu Yongchang's gaze shifted slightly. Like Hong Qiming, he sensed the underlying significance of Member Li's question. Before entering the office, Hong Qiming's admonitions echoed in his mind. Although he understood the underlying implications of Hong Qiming's words, he found himself unable to respond conventionally to the inquiry. The imagery of helium flashes occurring within the sun lingered vividly in his mind, and how could he dare to slow his pace? Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and slowly articulated, "Mr. Li, I believe that Xiagua should set its sights upon the cosmos." Hong Qiming momentarily froze, his eyes betraying a hint of urgency. This young man, he had explicitly cautioned him against speaking recklessly. Lu Yongchang continued unabated at present. "We have successfully ignited the spark of nuclear fusion. One might say that Xiagua is merely half a step away from mastering controllable nuclear fusion." He added, "As a researcher and scholar, it is my duty to remind you that the technology of controllable nuclear fusion is of paramount importance, as it pertains to the nation's destiny. Xiagua now stands at a crucial turning point in history. The gateway to a new world lies before us, and whether we push forward or retreat hinges entirely on our forthcoming actions." Mr. Li furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating Lu Yongchang's eloquent assertions. "Yongchang," Hong Qiming interjected, a hint of impatience creeping into his voice, attempting to interrupt. Mr. Li abruptly raised his left hand, gesturing to halt Hong Qiming's interruption. He cast a meaningful glance at Hong Qiming and slowly declared, "Let him finish." Then, turning back to Lu Yongchang, he inquired thoughtfully, "Are you suggesting that Xiagua must expedite the development of controllable nuclear fusion?" Lu Yongchang nodded gently. "Not only that, but Xiagua must also direct its gaze beyond the confines of Earth." "Beyond Earth?" Indeed. Lu Yongchang's expression remained resolute, unperturbed by the perplexed looks exchanged between Mr. Li and Hong Chiming. The moon, Mars, or even beyond the solar system. Ahem. Yongchang. Hong Chiming coughed softly, offering a reminder that the discussion had drifted too far. Mr. Li slowly shook his head, a smile beginning to form in his eyes. No matter. It's only natural for the youth to harbor grand dreams. Upon hearing Mr. Li's assessment, Hong Chiming exhaled a sigh of relief and shot a discreet glare at Lu Yongchang. This impudent lad. He dares to speak so freely before Mr. Li. Once we return, I shall have to give him a thorough lesson. Meanwhile, Lu Yongchang's eyes reflected a hint of regret. Indeed, it was still too early to voice such ambitions. Only when the sun begins to show signs of aging a year, hence, could he formally present his plans. For now, he must accumulate the necessary technologies for the Starry Ocean project slated for the upcoming year. After a moment of silence, Mr. Li spoke once more. Yongchang, rest assured, the controllable nuclear fusion project will be the focal point of Xiaogui's development in the coming years. Your task now is to refine the controllable nuclear fusion technology within a laboratory. When the time is ripe, Xiaogua will naturally establish a controllable nuclear fusion demonstration reactor. Lu Yongchang nodded silently in acknowledgement. Very well, you may leave now. Minister Hong and I have some matters to discuss. As the office door closed behind him, Hong Chiming, with an anxious expression, remarked, Mr. Li, that young man Lu Yongchang is simply too inexperienced. Enough, Mr. Li replied, his face beaming with a smile. I understand your sentiment. I am well aware that Lu Yongchang is a prodigious talent. I retained you for another matter. With that, Mr. Li handed a document to Hong Chiming. Upon seeing the document, Hong Chiming's brows furrowed tightly. This is the investigation result from the Second Bureau of National Security. Mr. Li stated casually. Hong Chiming's pupils dilated, and his hands trembled slightly as he grasped the document. It was indeed intelligence from the Second Bureau of National Security. This agency is comparable to the CIA of the United States, MI5 of the United Kingdom, and the KGB of the Soviet Union. Mr. Li's gaze deepened as he whispered. According to the investigation, while Lu Yongchang has displayed excellent results in the past, he does not seem to have revealed any extraordinary traits. Hong Chiming swallowed hard. Are you implying that there is something wrong with Lu Yongchang? Mr. Li shook his head slowly. There is no problem, Peresi. I have reviewed his parents' records. They are quite clean. Otherwise, he would not have been able to enter this office. Mr. Li's tone was exceedingly calm, yet a chill crept down Hong Chiming's spine. He hastily inquired, then what do you mean? Mr. Li did not respond immediately, but pressed a button on the side of his desk. Has the result come in? He asked in a subdued tone. Moments later, a steady male voice resonated through the office, from the moment he entered the office until he left. A total of 11 minutes and 25 seconds elapsed. During this time, Lu Yongchang's heartbeat exhibited two fluctuations, accompanied by pupil dilation and a series of other symptoms. When did this occur? The first instance was during your questioning, and the second occurred just before he exited the office. Mr. Li nodded thoughtfully and inquired further. What did the psychological assessment reveal? According to the evaluation, Lu Yongchang harbors no malicious intent. Everything he stated appears to be heartfelt truth. However, he has concealed certain matters. Mr. Li nodded slowly. That aligns perfectly. Ever since I met Lu Yongchang, I have sensed that he holds a tremendous secret within. Hong Chiming gulped nervously and asked in a low voice, Mr. Li, should we revoke Lu Yongchang's title as Chief Engineer of Controllable Nuclear Fusion? A subtle smile curled at the corners of Mr. Li's mouth, a knowing grin gracing his weathered features. There is no hurry. Having secrets is not an issue. Everyone possesses secrets, including you and me. As he spoke, Mr. Li's gaze lingered momentarily on Hong Chiming's face. Hong Chiming's heart skipped a beat. After a brief pause, Mr. Li continued, what I need to ascertain is whether he harbors any ill intentions toward Xiaogua. Furthermore, given his significant contributions to controllable nuclear fusion, Xiaogua is certainly not a nation that discards its labors after use. Hong Chiming gazed at Mr. Li in confusion. Then, Mr. Li pondered for a moment before replying. Let him continue as chief engineer. Moreover, we must expedite the initiation of the second experiment. I hope that within a year, the light of fusion may illuminate the lands of Xiaogua. Chapter 23. The rise of public opinion the following day, while most remained oblivious. A news piece quietly graced the front page of the newspaper. The Controllable Nuclear Fusion Experimental Reactor Project of Xiaohua officially commences today. Unsurprisingly, the news swiftly ascended to the trending topics on Weibo, igniting a flurry of comments from netizens. What? The Controllable Nuclear Fusion Experimental Reactor Project is officially starting now? I recall it was only a couple of days ago that ignition was successfully achieved. This progress seems rather swift, doesn't it? Can someone elaborate on what this news truly signifies? An explanation soon followed. The successful ignition merely indicates that Xiaohua can ignite fusion within the controllable nuclear fusion apparatus. True mastery of controllable nuclear fusion remains a distant prospect. In contrast, the current experimental reactor marks the genuine commencement of research into controllable nuclear fusion. Now makes sense? Nonetheless, this is indeed quite rapid. I hope Xiaohua can outpace ITER and be the first to achieve controllable nuclear fusion. I have my doubts. I hear that ITER's controllable nuclear fusion technology is nearing maturity, and it would be understood if Xiaohua were to be cast aside at this juncture. Meanwhile, an article emerged on a popular QA platform, Futile Endeavor. The stellar simulator can never achieve controllable nuclear fusion. As time progressed, the influence of this article began to spiral and gain traction. The power of the internet is exceedingly immense. Within just a few hours, this article surged to the top of the trending list on Weibo. After returning from meeting with Congressman Liu Yongchang wasted no time and immediately entered the nuclear physics laboratory at Sandow University. He needed to swiftly initiate the second controllable nuclear fusion experiment. Only by achieving sustained controllable nuclear fusion in the imitation star device could he propose to Congressman Li the construction of a fusion demonstration reactor. What nonsense is this? It infuriates me. Just as Liu Yongchang was engrossed in analyzing the data collected from the first ignition, the door to his office was abruptly flung open, and Fong Su's irate voice echoed from the entrance. Observing Fong Su's flushed face, Liu Yongchang paused, setting down his pen to inquire. What is happening? Which researcher has miscalculated the data this time? Hearing Liu Yongchang's question, Fong Su shook his head repeatedly, then pulled out his phone, unlocked it, and placed it before Liu Yongchang. Look at what people are saying online. It's utterly infuriating. Even the most ridiculous clowns are able to voice their opinions. A hint of confusion flickered in Liu Yongchang's eyes as he curiously glanced at the screen of the phone on the desk. Upon recognizing the familiar interface, he couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, academician Fong, you still browse that platform? Fong Su shot a displeased glance at Liu Yongchang. What nonsense. I don't browse that site. This is a link sent by a friend. Liu Yongchang shook his head with a smile and scrolled through the screen. Futile. The imitation star device can never achieve controllable nuclear fusion. The moment he read the headline, his brows furrowed slightly, and his expression turned serious. The article was not lengthy, merely a few hundred words, yet its content was rather glaring. The first half of the article objectively depicted the differences between the imitation star device and the tokamak device, emphasizing that the imitation star device is an outdated apparatus discarded by Western nations. Upon reading this, Liu Yongchang raised his head in astonishment to look at Fong Su. What is this? Isn't it well written? These are indeed the facts. Fong Su sighed deeply. Keep reading. Liu Yongchang cast a doubtful glance at Fong Su before scrolling down the screen once more. Gradually, he sensed that something was amiss. The first half of the article appeared to be a legitimate popular science piece. However, the latter half veered off course. Firstly, the article stated that the ITER tokamak device could sustain a fusion reaction for up to 26 minutes, thereby highlighting the shortcomings of the imitation star device. After all, in the first ignition experiment, the imitation star device had only achieved about 2 minutes of fusion reaction. Secondly, the article explicitly stated that Sandow University had secured a staggering $10 billion in research funding due to this imitation star project. At the article's conclusion, the author vehemently criticized the nuclear physics laboratory at Sandow University, accusing it of money-grabbing, seeking fame, and wasting public resources of Xia country, rendering Sandow University and its nuclear physics laboratory utterly worthless. Do you see this? I don't even know who the author is, but if I find out, I will. Fong Su's voice seethed with anger from the side. In stark contrast to Fong Su's reaction, Liu Yongchang nonchalantly closed the webpage and returned the phone to Fong Su. Observing Liu Yongchang's demeanor, Fong Su's emotions became disjointed. He looked perplexed as he took back his phone. Yongchang, aren't you angry? To him, this article was tantamount to an outright insult directed at them. As an academician, Fong Su pondered deeply. He could hardly swallow this insult. He thought Lu Yongchang, as the chief engineer of the controllable nuclear fusion project, would be even more incensed. Yet the reality was a slap in the face for Fong Su. Lu Yongchang chuckled softly and shook his head. It's merely the opinions of a prominent internet figure attempting to confuse public perception. There's no need to be upset. Should we abandon our work to write a rebuttal online? Fong Su was momentarily at a loss for words. As Lu Yongchang lowered his gaze to the data laid out on the desk, he casually remarked, "We are scientists. Fleeting accolades or slights are trivial matters. I firmly believe that as long as we successfully achieve controllable nuclear fusion in the imitation star device, these so-called rumors will dissipate naturally. Let us not forget what controllable nuclear fusion means for Xia country." With that, Lu Yongchang focused entirely on the data before him. Meanwhile, Fong Su remained rooted in place, his mind swirling with complex thoughts. He never anticipated that after living for over 40 years, he would be outshone by a young man in his 20s. Controllable nuclear fusion is not merely a matter of personal pride. It represents a national endeavor of unprecedented significance. Although Lu Yongchang dismissed the incident, the dean of the nuclear physics department at Sandow University, Jiang Yongxing, could not let it go. After all, it was a slander against Sandow University. He promptly reported the entire matter to Minister Hong Chiming. Understood. I will ensure that this matter is thoroughly investigated. Minister Hong Chiming's solemn voice resonated through the receiver. Chapter 24. The second nuclear fusion experiment begins. Xia country, the capital city. Within a small villa, a man clad in high-end branded clothing and wearing a pair of plain glasses was intently fixated on the computer screen before him. The display showcased an Author's backend interface. On the homepage of the Author's backend, an article had garnered countless likes and comments. As the camera zoomed in, the title of the article gradually became clear. It was the piece criticizing Sandow University published on a certain platform. As he observed the ever-increasing number of likes and comments, a cold smile crept across the man's lips. This article should bring him considerable profit. As he contemplated, he pressed F5 on his keyboard to refresh the page. The article that should have appeared on the homepage had turned gray. What is going on? The man leapt to his feet, his expression shifting between anger and confusion. A dreadful suspicion gradually materialized in his mind. He maneuvered the mouse, hovering the cursor over the now gray title of the article, and clicked the left mouse button gently. "Hello, Deng Haochu. Your article has been flagged for, in simpler terms, it was a 404 error." As he gazed at the line of deep red Chinese characters before him, Deng Haochu's complexion turned pale. Damn it. He hastily moved the mouse to switch to the revenue interface. A large zero greeted his eyes. Bang! Deng Haochu slammed his hand against the computer desk, causing the screen to shake. Damn Sandow University. Deng Haochu knew in his heart that this incident was undoubtedly orchestrated by someone from Sandow University. This matter is far from over. A glint of cold determination flashed in Deng Haochu's eyes. Remembering the hundreds of thousands in income that had mysteriously vanished, a pained expression crossed his face. A week later, as the article was deleted and banned across the internet, the negative public sentiment gradually dissipated. Meanwhile, Sandow University had once again entered a state of lockdown. The reason was simple. The second controllable nuclear fusion experiment was about to commence within the nuclear physics laboratory at Sandow University. Inside the library of Sandow University, Su Yutong furrowed her brows as she lifted her head from the exercise book in front of her, instinctively glancing toward the seat beside her. As usual, it was empty. She closed her eyes slightly and let out a deep sigh. Ever since she had met Lu Yongchang, she had become almost enchanted, returning to the library at the same time every day in hopes of another chance encounter. However, after encountering obstacles for more than 10 consecutive days, her slightly restless heart gradually calmed down. Perhaps that graduate senior only visited the library occasionally. Yutong. Just as Su Yutong fell into contemplation, a crisp voice called out from the side. Su Yutong's body trembled slightly as she turned around abruptly. Upon seeing the newcomer, her tense body relaxed a little. Chunyan, what brings you here? Chunyan shot a sideways glance at Su Yutong, speaking with a hint of annoyance. What? Can't I come here? I don't know what has gotten into you, sitting in a little corner of the library every day. Are you waiting for someone? Su Yutong's eyes flashed with panic as her thoughts were exposed. You, don't say such things. This is the library. Keep your voice down. Yin cast another sideways glance at her. Keep it down. Perhaps you should look around to see if there is anyone else here. Su Yutong was slightly taken aback and hurriedly stood up to glance around. The vast library was completely empty. What was going on? Yin sighed deeply, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. My dear lady, have you not seen yesterday's announcement on campus? Su Yutong shook her head in confusion. Yin stepped forward and took Su Yutong's right hand. Come on, let us hurry back to the dormitory. The school issued an announcement last night, requiring all students to remain in their dorms unless absolutely necessary. I had no idea how you managed to come out today. If I hadn't known you come to the library every day, I wouldn't have known where to find you. Su Yutong's eyes filled with even more confusion. Why is that? Yin pulled Su Yutong toward the dormitory. Why? Are you pretending to be ignorant? Or do you genuinely not know? Our school's nuclear physics laboratory is conducting the second controlled nuclear fusion experiment today. Inside the nuclear physics laboratory, Yongchang looked grave as he observed the chaotic assembly of the simulated star device before him. Let's get started. Without further ado, Yongchang addressed Fong Su nearby. Fong Su nodded slightly and turned to give instructions to the researchers beside him. The familiar process began again. As the power switch was turned on, a loud humming sound filled the air as a tremendous current flowed through the superconducting coils, forming a closed, distorted ring of magnetic confinement within the cavity of the simulated star device. During the brief interval while the heating apparatus began its preheating phase, Fong Su, filled with trepidation, asked Yongchang, Yongchang, how long do you think we can maintain this controlled nuclear fusion in this experiment? Hearing this, Yongchang shot a peculiar glance at Fong Su. What do you mean by how long can we extend it? In Yongchang's view, the current simulated star device, aside from not being connected to a power generator, was fundamentally no different from the large fusion reactors of the future. At the very least, all the necessary components were already present. Brother Su, I believe the duration depends on how long you wish to maintain it. Fong Su's pupils contracted sharply. Before he could ponder the implications of this statement, a researcher shouted, Professor Liu, the preheating is complete. With no time to elaborate to Fong Su, Yongchang spoke firmly. Inject the deuterium-tritium gas. Prepare to ignite. At the moment the deuterium-tritium gas transformed into high-temperature plasma within the cavity of the simulated star device, a laser instantaneously illuminated the surface of the deuterium-tritium plasma. In just a few seconds, the flames of fusion reignited. Reports of a significant number of neutrons being detected flooded in. The nuclear fusion reaction was occurring as expected. Yongchang's expression grew serious. Monitor the deuterium-tritium material levels closely. If they run low, add more immediately. Unlike the last experiment, this time Yongchang's objective was to maintain controlled nuclear fusion for an extended period. Therefore, it was imperative not to allow the fuel to run out as it had in the previous experiment after a brief reaction. How is the heat dissipation? Yongchang asked gravely. The researcher in charge of monitoring the temperature responded promptly. The heat dissipation system is functioning well. The surface temperature of the simulated star device is 25 degrees Celsius. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 27 minutes. As the duration of the nuclear fusion reaction surpassed the previous ITER record of 26 minutes, Fong Su's face was a mix of excitement and anxiety. The excitement stemmed from the fact that they had set a new record, while the anxiety arose from recalling Yongchang's earlier mention of the 30-minute threshold for the tokamak device. Time ticked away. The 30-minute threshold passed under Yongchang's unremarkable expression. He glanced at the time, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. 35 minutes now. That's enough. Prepare to stop. Under the orderly operations of the researchers, the heating system gradually ceased and the current through the superconducting coils weakened. Finally, the flames of nuclear fusion slowly extinguished within the simulated star device. Chapter 25. Unveiling the Dark Secrets? In the capital city, within an inconspicuous small house, Deng Haochu sat on a somewhat worn sofa, his expression somewhat sullen. This was a small program studio, one so minor that it could only be viewed on extremely obscure channels. Yet, it was his only means of retaliation at the moment. With a snap, the studio lights illuminated. Deng Haochu surveyed his surroundings, his mouth twitching slightly. To be frank, this studio was rather shabby. Aside from a green screen behind him, There were only two slightly worn sofas. Directly in front stood a camera, surrounded by a group of extras seated on small stools, playing the role of the audience. Observing the expressionless faces of the extras, Deng Haochu let out a deep sigh. The only thing that brought him a modicum of solace was that the beautiful host was somewhat pleasing to the eye. Mr. Deng, the program is about to begin. Since this is a live broadcast, there are some points you need to be mindful of, the female host said with a sweet smile, speaking softly to Deng Haochu. He nodded repeatedly, though a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. A studio like this is going live? What a joke. Which television station would allow such a program to be broadcast live? The host naturally noticed the disdain in Deng Haochu's eyes. A flash of displeasure crossed her face. What is the big deal about being a certain platform's influencer? Being invited to this program is already a favor to you. How dare you criticize the production team? With a silent scoff, she thought to herself that she would see what this so-called influencer had to say. As these thoughts crossed her mind, her smile became even more radiant. The next moment, she turned to face the camera, and once the red light illuminated, she spoke in a lively tone, clearly enunciating, "Hello, dear audience friends. I'm the host. The theme of today's program is the much-discussed controlled nuclear fusion project. Our production team has specially invited an expert in the field of nuclear fusion, Mr. Deng Haochu. Mr. Deng, could you share with us some insights on the subject of controlled nuclear fusion?" As she spoke, the female host turned to Deng Haochu. Perhaps due to being on television for the first time, Deng Haochu's face appeared somewhat stiff, and he awkwardly greeted the camera. "Hello everyone, I am Deng Haochu. Recently, the Xia country announced its withdrawal from the ITER project, and this news took me by surprise. So what exactly is the ITER project?" The host inquired aptly. Deng Haochu hastily explained the details of the ITER project, then continued, "I estimate that withdrawing from the ITER project will significantly impact Xia country's controlled nuclear fusion endeavors. If nothing unexpected occurs, we will fall behind the Western powers once again." The host looked at Deng Haochu with a face full of astonishment. But just recently, Sandauka University announced the successful ignition of the controlled nuclear fusion project. How do you explain this? A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Deng Haochu's eyes. Finally, this was the question he had been yearning to hear. The corners of his mouth twitched, and a cold smirk appeared on his somewhat rigid face. As a dedicated researcher in the field of controllable nuclear fusion, I can unequivocally inform you that the news of Sandauka University achieving successful fusion ignition is laden with embellishments. First and foremost, the controllable nuclear fusion device utilized by Sandauka University is a retrofitted imitation from D country, which has long been discarded by major Western nations. Furthermore, the duration of controllable nuclear fusion maintained by Sandauka University is a mere 2 minutes. The host nodded thoughtfully, indicating her understanding. Are you implying that 2 minutes of controllable nuclear fusion holds little significance? A hint of derision flickered in Deng Haochu's eyes. For even Ultraman requires 3 minutes to defeat small monsters, does he not? As his words fell, laughter erupted from the audience. Witnessing the once dull crowd, now animated, Deng Haochu felt a surge of exhilaration. I can further share another statistic. The controllable nuclear fusion duration achieved by ITER has reached 26 minutes. The disparity between the two is, without a doubt, monumental. The host interrupted Deng Haochu once more. So, Mr. Deng, you are asserting that the controllable nuclear fusion duration at Sandauka University cannot surpass the current record held by ITER, correct? Deng Haochu shot a displeased glance at the host for her repeated interruptions. No wonder she remains merely a host for a small program. Acknowledging the ongoing recording, he suppressed his frustration. Indeed, if my memory serves me right, Sandauka University is set to conduct its second controllable nuclear fusion experiment today. If all goes as anticipated, they will soon encounter the pitfalls of the imitation device during this trial. Deng Haochu said, casting a meaningful glance at the host. "Oh, are you suggesting that the design of the imitation device harbors fatal flaws?" Upon hearing the host's inquiry, Deng Haochu nodded with a knowing smile. Certainly, controllable nuclear fusion necessitates extraordinarily high temperatures. The plasma temperature within the fusion reactor must reach at least hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius. The primary issue with the imitation device lies in its intricate mechanisms. Should any errors occur, the plasma at such extreme temperatures would come into direct contact with the interior of the device. What a terrifying image to contemplate. As he spoke, Deng Haochu's expression became increasingly audacious. I can also divulge a secret. Sandaoka University has secured a staggering $1 billion in research funding from the Xiaoguo Parliament using this antiquated imitation device. In my view, this is nothing short of absurd. This is not research. It is merely a scheme to siphon funds. In an instant, murmurs arose from the audience below. Feeling the eager gazes of the crowd upon him, Deng Haochu experienced immense satisfaction. Meanwhile, the host's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Ahem, Mr. Deng. Please be mindful of your language, as our program is live. Seemingly caught up in the fervor, Deng Haochu disregarded the host's caution and continued vociferously. Why? What being live? Recently, I exposed the dark underbelly of Sandaoka University on a certain platform, only for the post to be deleted, which clearly indicates the extent of their clandestine dealings. Today, I shall unveil the truth about Sandaoka University before the vast audience. The host gazed at the seemingly frenzied Deng Haochu, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. After all, she was merely a small-time host, completely unprepared for such an unexpected situation. Just as chaos enveloped the stage, a staff member suddenly rushed on, leaning close to whisper a few words in the host's ear. What? The host's expression shifted to one of shock as she looked at the staff member. Are you serious? Upon receiving a nod from the staff member, she instinctively glanced at Deng Haochu, her eyes reflecting a newfound determination. Chapter 26, Xiaoguo News Ahem. The female host, gently cleared her throat, interrupting Deng Haochu's fervent speech. Mr. Deng, there is a news item I believe you should hear. Once again interrupted, Deng Haochu resembled a sorcerer thwarted mid-spell. His face flushed with anger as he glared at the host. Can you not allow me to finish my statement? The host offered an apologetic smile before softly stating, according to reports, Sandaoka University's second nuclear fusion experiment has achieved resounding success. The modified imitation device successfully maintained controllable nuclear fusion for 35 minutes, thereby surpassing the previous record of 26 minutes set by ITER. Deng Haochu's pupils widened slightly as he stood frozen in disbelief. Mr. Deng? The host, her eyes glinting with mischief, quietly reminded him. Mr. Deng, did you catch what I just said? Deng Haochu snapped back to reality, his complexion paling dramatically as he muttered. No, this cannot be true. It is absolutely impossible. Mr. Deng, this is an announcement released by Sandaoka University, the host kindly pointed out. Deng Haochu's mouth twitched as he bellowed. Impossible. This is undoubtedly a cover-up. The imitation device cannot possibly operate stably for 35 minutes. Bang! Just as Deng Haochu was shouting in the studio, a loud noise erupted from the entrance. All eyes turned toward the studio door, where several stern-looking men in police uniforms entered, striding directly toward Deng Haochu. Are you Deng Haochu? Please come with us. As he spoke, the leading officer flashed his badge in front of Deng Haochu, in a villa within the capital city. As usual, after dinner, Lu Guoqing settled onto the sofa, reached for the remote control nearby, switched on the television, and tuned into the news channel, awaiting the daily news program. As the wall clock struck 7, a familiar melody emanated from the television. Good evening, dear viewers, and welcome to today's Xiaoguo News. Our latest report reveals that the Nuclear Physics Laboratory at Sandaoka University conducted its second controllable nuclear fusion experiment this afternoon. The experiment was a resounding success, extending the controllable nuclear fusion duration to 35 minutes, thus breaking the previous record of 26 minutes set by ITER. Hearing this, Lu Guoqing's pupils dilated slightly, and he clapped his hands in admiration. Impressive. The nuclear physics program at Sandaoka University truly deserves its esteemed reputation. From the kitchen, a slightly disdainful voice belonging to Zhou Qingru could be heard. What are you shouting about? You won't even help me with the dishes. Upon hearing his wife's complaints, Lu Guoqing chuckled awkwardly and promptly fell silent. Our latest report reveals that the chief engineer of the controllable nuclear fusion project is a sophomore undergraduate from Sandaoka University. Before Lu Guoqing could fully process this information, the television screen shifted. A young man dressed in a white t-shirt appeared on screen, holding a marker and writing the final line of letters on a blackboard. Under the leadership of Yongchang, the Nuclear Physics Laboratory at Sandaoka University has successfully overcome multiple technical hurdles, achieving controllable nuclear fusion technology within the laboratory. Simultaneously, The television showcased various clips of Lu Yongchang conducting research in the laboratory. At this moment, Lu Guoqing could hardly comprehend the situation. He slowly rose to his feet, staring incredulously at the television, and shouted, "Qingru, come quickly and take a look." Zhou Qingru's impatient voice came from the kitchen. "What is it? Don't you know I'm still washing the dishes? Our son has made the news." As soon as the words left his lips, a cacophony of clattering sounds erupted from the kitchen. In the next moment, Zhou Qingru, donning an apron, rushed into the living room with an expression of mild panic. What? What happened? What is wrong with our son? Lu Guoqing opened his mouth, but no words emerged. He felt that, at this moment, no language could adequately convey the tumult within his heart. He could only weakly point to the television screen before him. Is that our son? Zhou Qingru stared blankly at the television, a look of shock gradually appearing in her eyes, perhaps due to the significance of the controllable nuclear fusion project. The news from Xiag dedicated a full 5 minutes to this story. During that time, 2 full minutes were spent introducing Lu Yongchang. The screen flickered slightly, returning to the news anchor. Neither Lu Guoqing nor Zhou Qingru absorbed a single word of the following news segment. At that moment, they stood before the television, dazed, their gazes fixated on the screen. After a long pause, Lu Guoqing swallowed hard, regaining his composure. This rascal has accomplished such a monumental feat without a word. I must call him and give him a proper talking to. With that, Lu Guoqing turned to grab the phone from the coffee table. In the next instant, Zhou Qingru shot a fierce glare at her husband. "What are you planning to do?" Lu Guoqing's hand froze mid-action, and with a sheepish smile, he said to his wife, I just want to call our son and ask him what is going on." Zhou Qingru rolled her eyes and replied sharply, "Can you just ask about something like this? What if it involves some confidentiality issue? Are you trying to put Yongchang in danger?" Lu Guoqing's expression stiffened, and he slowly withdrew his hand. "So what should we do? Just wait here?" Just then, a phone rang. It was Zhou Qingru's mobile phone. Her expression shifted slightly as she hurriedly bent down to grab her phone from the coffee table. Upon seeing the caller ID, a smile of excitement spread across her face. "It's Yongchang calling." Lu Guoqing's eyes lit up, and he immediately urged in a low voice, "Answer it. Hurry up and pick up the call." Zhou Qingru nodded repeatedly and quickly answered the phone. "Mom?" As soon as she switched to speaker mode, Lu Yongchang's voice came through. "Yongchang, what was that news on Xiagua? What are you doing with nuclear fusion?" Before Zhou Qingru could speak, Lu Guoqing, unable to contain himself, interrupted with a barrage of questions. Lu Yongchang's voice carried a hint of hesitation. Zhou Qingru shot a glare at Lu Guoqing and quickly added, "Yongchang, don't listen to your dad. If it involves any confidentiality regulations, you don't have to tell us." A light chuckle came from the other end of the line. "It's not about confidentiality. I just didn't expect this matter to make it to Xiagua News. Yes, I am indeed researching controllable nuclear fusion technology." "So, you're the chief engineer of Xiagua's controllable nuclear fusion project now?" Lu Guoqing's question momentarily stunned Lu Yongchang. He anticipated that the news would expose this information. However, it was not something to be ashamed of, and Lu Yongchang readily acknowledged it. Lu Guoqing and Zhou Qingru exchanged glances, and after a long silence, Zhou Qingru slowly spoke. "Yongchang, remember to take care of yourself." Upon hearing these words, Lu Yongchang felt a lump in his throat, emotions welling up unexpectedly. Chapter 27. When do you plan to graduate? As Xiagua's news aired, the trending topics on Weibo rapidly updated. Shocking. A sophomore from Sandao University has become the chief engineer of the controllable nuclear fusion project. By 8 or 9 in the evening, the time when most ordinary people are surfing the internet, such eye-catching headlines naturally attracted considerable attention. Within minutes of the news breaking, the comments section was inundated. Wait, did I read that correctly? A sophomore, the chief engineer of the controllable nuclear fusion project? Is today April Fool's Day? The person above. This is what Xiagua News reported. It must be true. Oh my gosh. What on earth? Unfortunately, lacking education, all I can say is oh my gosh. Just look at other sophomores, and then look at my sophomore year. Is that not my classmate? The person above. Tell us your story. At this moment, the Sandao Nuclear Physics Laboratory was ablaze with light. Inside the office, Lu Yongchang set down his phone, a complex expression crossing his face. He had just finished a call with his parents. Remembering his mother's final words of caution, he felt an indescribable sensation in his heart. Although in his previous life, His parents lived well under the protection of the Xiagua and Ren Alliance. As the chief scientist, he was destined to have little time to spend with them. Should he take some time to visit them? A thought slowly emerged in his mind. But in the next moment, he shook his head, dismissing the notion. The sword of Damocles still loomed over humanity. He could not afford a pause. A rhythmic knocking at the door interrupted his thoughts. Lu Yongchang composed himself and softly said, "Come in, the door is unlocked." The office door slowly opened, and Fong Su appeared at the entrance. A broad smile on his face. "Congratulations, Chief Engineer Lu. You've achieved fame in one fell swoop." Lu Yongchang rolled his eyes in exasperation. Closing the cap of his pen, "Su Ge, you're not here to pester me about this trivial matter, are you?" Fong Su quickly shook his head, denying, "Of course not. Dean Jiang asked me to pass on a message to you." Dean Jiang? Lu Yongchang suddenly became intrigued. "What does Dean Jiang want with me?" Fong Su looked at Lu Yongchang with a somewhat peculiar expression and said softly, "Dean Jiang wants to know when you plan to graduate." Lu Yongchang. "Huh? Graduate?" Lu Yongchang's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Thinking about it, he realized he was still merely a sophomore in undergraduate studies. Can I even graduate like this? Speaking of which, I haven't even written my thesis yet. Lu Yongchang nervously rubbed his nose. Not to mention the thesis. How long has it been since he last attended class? He guessed that the professors in his major must have almost forgotten about him by now. Fong Su looked at Lu Yongchang with a similarly strange expression. To be honest, he had never encountered an undergraduate quite like him. Clearly, he hadn't even completed his undergraduate thesis, yet he was able to lead the research and development of controllable nuclear fusion technology. Fong Su furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, "Dean Jiang didn't mention anything about that either." Lu Yongchang, covered in sweat, looked at Fong Su. "What should I do? Am I supposed to go back to class now? Can I still make up my GPA?" Fong Su shook his head repeatedly. No, that won't do. Go back to class? Are you joking? The controllable nuclear fusion project is just one step away from completion, and the chief engineer is going back to take sophomore classes? Just listen to yourself. Does that make any sense? After a moment of contemplation, Fong Su suddenly had a bright idea and said, "I have a solution. You don't need to worry about your GPA. I believe the leadership in the Institute won't impede your graduation process over this matter. The priority now is your thesis." With that, a hint of apprehension appeared in Fong Su's eyes. He felt that the leadership in the Institute should not, and could not, hold up Lu Yongchang's graduation due to his thesis. After all, he was the chief engineer of the controllable nuclear fusion project. If word got out that a scientist of academician level hadn't even graduated from university, the leadership's expressions would surely be rather unpleasant. However, Fong Su also considered another issue. The absence of a formal graduation thesis is, after all, a blemish on one's resume. Why not consolidate the data from our laboratory and publish an article in Science? Let that serve as your graduation thesis. What do you think? Lu Yongchang's lips twitched slightly, and with a resigned expression, he nodded. That seems to be the only option. Indeed, a bachelor's thesis as an article in Science. Wouldn't he be submitting to extraterrestrial beings when it comes time to elect academicians? Lu Yongchang silently mocked. Shall I begin organizing the data now? Fong Su shook his head repeatedly. No rush, no rush. Such a simple task doesn't require your involvement. How about this? I'll have one of my doctoral students assist you with the thesis. You can continue your work as usual. Lu Yongchang's lips quivered again. Goodness. Having a doctoral student help him with his undergraduate thesis. Wasn't that a bit of an overqualified use of resources? By the way, Fong Su casually mentioned, the Ministry of Science might be reaching out to you in a couple of days. Lu Yongchang's expression tightened slightly. The matter of the thesis momentarily forgotten. The ministry? What's the matter? After a brief pause, Fong Su continued, I suspect they want to take you to meet Memberly. After all, our laboratory has achieved long-duration, controllable nuclear fusion. It's about time Xiagua began preparations for constructing a demonstration reactor. Isn't it? Lu Yongchang felt a subtle stir within. A demonstration reactor. This was no mere small-scale simulator in the lab. This would be a large apparatus meant for the Xiagua power grid. However, this raised a significant issue. A demonstration reactor isn't merely about igniting nuclear fusion. It must generate electricity, right? We can't possibly expend a hefty sum only to create a device that ignites nuclear fusion without producing electricity. So, should we consider the choice of generator? Upon hearing Lu Yongchang's inquiry, Fong Su paused for a moment, instinctively responding. A generator? What else can we choose besides boiling water? Lu Yongchang smiled bitterly and shook his head. This was indeed the case. Throughout human history, from the steam age to the information age, it seems we have never escaped the fate of boiling water. Even the most advanced controllable nuclear fission power plants rely on boiling water for electricity generation. Even in my previous life, all nuclear fusion power plants on Earth employed this straightforward method of boiling water for power. As he reflected, a memory flickered in his mind. Perhaps we could explore magnetic fluid generators? Chapter 28. Magnetic fluid generator. The concept of magnetic fluid generators has actually existed for quite some time. It generates electricity based on the Hall effect, using conductive fluids, such as air or liquids, moving relative to a magnetic field, by omitting the mechanical energy conversion step. Its efficiency has significantly improved. In my previous life, I had considered using this technology for power generation. However, due to time constraints, I was unable to conduct in-depth research and had to settle for the relatively simple method of boiling water for power generation. But this time, I have ample time. Lu Yongchang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he grabbed a blank sheet of paper and laid it flat on his desk. Suge, take a look at this proposal. With that, Lu Yongchang picked up a nearby pen, removed its cap, and began to sketch on the paper. Observing Lu Yongchang's actions, Fong Su's expression turned slightly puzzled. Was there really a need for a proposal for such a straightforward method of boiling water for power generation? With so many controllable nuclear fission power plants in Xiaogua, wouldn't it suffice to simply replicate an existing plan? As he thought this, Fong Su stepped closer to examine the white A4 paper before Lu Yongchang. Upon seeing the straight and orderly lines on the paper, a look of astonishment crossed Fong Su's face. Your drawing skills are impressive. Lu Yongchang paused abruptly, then smiled and explained, Oh, I taught myself, otherwise. How would I have sketched those simple diagrams on the blackboard back then? Fong Su nodded in admiration. This is not something that can be learned so easily. At least, I cannot. Not to mention, even among the academicians in the Academy of Sciences, few possess drawing skills at this level. The office gradually fell into silence. Aside from their breathing, the only sound was the scratching of Lu Yongchang's pen against the paper. Suddenly, Fong Su raised his eyebrows sharply. As the lines on the drawing became more refined, he realized what Lu Yongchang was illustrating. A magnetic fluid generator? Without pausing his drawing, Lu Yongchang chuckled and nodded. Correct. It's indeed a magnetic fluid generator. In my opinion, this is the most suitable device for controllable nuclear fusion, without a doubt. Fong Su's brows furrowed instantly. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke with a grave tone. Yongchang, I understand that the efficiency of magnetic fluid generators is quite high. However, this technology has several critical flaws and is not yet sufficiently mature. Wouldn't it be overly reckless to use it in controllable nuclear fusion? Lu Yongchang halted his pen abruptly. He slowly raised his gaze to Fong Su and shook his head with a smile. Challenges? The current limitations of magnetic fluid generator technology boil down to two main issues. First, it requires inert gases containing trace alkali metals like potassium and cesium as working fluids. Second, it operates under high-temperature conditions. I'm not mistaken, am I? Fong Su's gaze sharpened slightly, and he nodded gently. You are correct about the first point, but resolving it remains somewhat challenging. The technology for large-scale production of inert gases is still beyond our capabilities. Based on current technological means, even if the working fluid can be recycled, the cost would far exceed our expectations if we were to adopt magnetic fluid generators. Lu Yongchang gazed meaningfully at Fong Su, a faint smile appearing in his eyes. Suge, are you certain that we lack the technology to manufacture inert gases? Fong Su furrowed his brow slightly, carefully recalling before slowly shaking his head. I'm certain, at least until last week, I have not seen any relevant technology in Xiaogua or even in international journals. Lu Yongchang remained silent, merely casting a deep glance at Fong Su before picking up the pen once more to continue his sketches. Observing this, Fong Su's frown deepened, an inexplicable sense of frustration rising from within. He had an inkling that he was overlooking something extremely important, but what exactly that was, he could not discern. Yongchang? Fong Su's eyes displayed a hint of urgency as he quietly asked Lu Yongchang. What technology are you referring to? Please do tell. Lu Yongchang remained silent, instead tapping the tip of his pen gently on the desk. Fong Su, drawn to Lu Yongchang's actions, glanced down at the white paper before him. A line of elegant penmanship appeared on the page. 12H13H2 4E01N176 MeV. This is the reaction formula for deuterium-tritium fusion. Staring at the familiar equation, Fong Su stood frozen in place. His lips trembled slightly, and a smile gradually spread across his cheeks. So that's it. No wonder I felt like I was overlooking something crucial. After considering all external factors, I had neglected the most vital internal aspect. Unlike conventional thermal power generation and nuclear fission plants, deuterium-tritium fusion inherently produces helium as a byproduct. Under high-temperature conditions, the fusion reaction between hydrogen-2 and hydrogen-3 occurs, yielding helium-4 and neutrons. Such knowledge is fundamental to high school physics. However, this esteemed academic has overlooked it. Fong Su could only manage a wry smile and shake his head, acknowledging that this initial challenge had been surmounted. The mirth in Lu Yongchang's eyes became increasingly pronounced. Is the second challenge still a challenge for us now? Fong Su was momentarily taken aback, then abruptly slapped his forehead. Oh dear, what is wrong with my mind lately? The new materials in the stellar reactor can withstand the high temperatures of controlled nuclear fusion. Could it be that they cannot withstand the low temperatures of 2,000 to 3,000 degrees during the operation of a magnetohydrodynamic generator? The more Fong Su pondered, the more exhilarated he became, pacing back and forth in Lu Yongchang's office. Yes. The deuterium-tritium fusion reactor inherently produces helium gas at temperatures exceeding millions of degrees Celsius. We don't even need to expend energy to heat it. This is simply the perfect power generation scheme. Lu Yongchang chuckled lightly, handing a schematic on the desk to Fong Su. Brother Su, check if Sandalco University has any talents in this field. If so, let us expedite the creation of a prototype. Let us strive to complete the first controlled nuclear fusion demonstration reactor within 6 months. Fong Su, filled with enthusiasm, took the sketch from Lu Yongchang and nodded vigorously. Great. Rest assured, I will handle this. I guarantee that within 2 months, you will witness the prototype of the magnetohydrodynamic generator. Chapter 29. Approval of the project 2 days later. In the capital's first ring, observing the somewhat antiquated architecture before him, Lu Yongchang exhibited a hint of nostalgia. Let us proceed. Counselor Li awaits you. Noticing Lu Yongchang had come to a halt, Hong Qiming hastily urged him. By the way, have you prepared what I asked for? Lu Yongchang smiled and nodded, shaking the briefcase he held. It's just a budget sheet. I have had it ready for a long time. Hearing this, Hong Qiming let out a small sigh of relief. That's good. I want to accompany you inside this time. You must handle everything yourself. Remember, be composed. And do not utter impractical statements like last time. Lu Yongchang nodded in resignation. Knock, knock, knock. Standing before the heavy wooden door, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and gently knocked on the door. Gumin, a short and forceful voice responded from within. As he opened the door, Lu Yongchang saw Counselor Li seated behind the desk, smiling warmly at him. Yongchang, you have truly surprised me, Counselor Li exclaimed with a grin. Rising to his feet and approaching Lu Yongchang. Please have a seat. Counselor Li settled on the adjacent sofa first. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yongchang did not hesitate and confidently took a seat opposite Counselor Li. What is your plan going forward? Without any pleasantries, Counselor Li inquired directly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yongchang spoke without hesitation. I propose we immediately commence the controlled nuclear fusion demonstration reactor project. Counselor Li's brow furrowed slightly. A demonstration reactor? So soon? Lu Yongchang nodded gently. We currently possess a relatively mature technology for controlled nuclear fusion. I believe this is an opportunity. An opportunity? Counselor Li raised an eyebrow, observing Lu Yongchang with keen interest. Indeed, an opportunity to surpass the United States. A chance for Xiagua to soar once again. Lu Yongchang's gaze sparkled as he articulated each word with conviction. Consulis pupils constricta sharply. He scrutinized Lu Yongchang meaningfully and murmured, You mentioned similar sentiments during our last meeting. Did not Minister Hong remind you to be more composed? It will be best to refrain from making impractical remarks. Lu Yongchang's expression grew serious as he slowly shook his head. Minister Hong did remind me. However, in my perspective, if we do not dare to entertain such thoughts, Xiagua will never surpass the United States. Perhaps to you. Controlled nuclear fusion is merely a superior power generation device that could provide Siagwa with an inexhaustible supply of low-cost energy. Am I correct? Counselor Lee fell silent. After a considerable pause, he countered, "Is that not the case?" "Certainly not." Lu Yongchang's emotions surged. Controlled nuclear fusion signifies the key to a new era. This new era refers to the interstellar age. With controlled nuclear fusion as our energy source, we can set our sights further. The Moon, Mars, and even the entire solar system. With nuclear fusion as an energy source, Siagwa can lead the charge into space. Observing Councilo lis impasiva damiano. Lu Yongchang steeled himself and delivered a bold assertion. "I have already developed some ideas regarding the miniaturization of the fusion reactor project. If successful, Counselor Lee, just imagine our aircraft carriers, submarines, or fighter jets powered by nuclear fusion." At this point, even Counselor Lee could not maintain his composure. He sprang from the sofa, gazing intently at Lu Yongchang. "Are you saying this is all true?" Confronted by Counselor Lee's penetrating gaze, Lu Yongchang's heart raced. Initially, these words had not been part of his plan. After all, in this lifetime, Siagwa has accelerated its progress by several years compared to the last. Logically, with the current pace of development, Siagwa should be able to escape the solar system in 20 years. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt a lingering anxiety. Perhaps it was due to having genuinely experienced the helplessness during the helium flash explosion. In this moment, Lu Yongchang felt akin to a soldier suffering from a fear of insufficient firepower. However, what he experienced was a fear of technological inadequacy. Especially after witnessing the cutting-edge technologies in the mental image of the technology tree system, he deeply recognized one truth. In the grand scheme of the universe, humanity is truly insignificant. Of course, Lu Yongchang nodded affirmatively, his expression resolute. Counselor Lee exhaled deeply. "How confident are you?" The moment he uttered this question, an unprecedented light sparkled in Counselor Lee's eyes. He could not deny that he was moved by Lu Yongchang's words. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Lu Yongchang's face. He realized he had made the right gamble. 90%. Lu Yongchang's gaze remained steadfast as he addressed Counselor Lee. "I can pledge with military certainty that within 6 months, the miniaturized fusion reactor plan will certainly break through." "Excellent." A glimmer of excitement flickered in Counselor Lee's eyes. "If that is the case, then I shall trust you this once." Presently, Siagwa can still afford this gamble. Seizing the moment, Lu Yongchang swiftly opened the briefcase placed aside, retrieving a document and handing it to Counselor Lee. "Counselor Lee, this is the budget sheet discussed in the laboratory regarding the fusion demonstration reactor." Councilo lis brat isha abruptly. The next moment, he cast a meaningful glance at Lu Yongchang. "Have you been preparing to persuade me all along? What would you do if I disagreed?" Lu Yongchang's expression faltered, and he managed a wry smile. "Counselor Lee, you wouldn't do such a thing, would you? Don't you want to see Siagwa thrive?" Counselor Lee paused momentarily, then burst into hearty laughter. "You are right. I never expected that at my age, I would still be outsmarted by a young lad like you." As he spoke, Counselor Lee took the document from Lu Yongchang's hands and began to scrutinize it carefully. Upon seeing the final figures on the budget sheet, Counselor Lee's expression shifted dramatically. "Ahem, Counselor Lee, given that this is a nuclear fusion power station, it is normal for the expenses to be somewhat high." Seeing Counselor Lee's sudden change in demeanor, Lu Yongchang hurriedly added, "However, I assure you, once the nuclear fusion power station is completed, the returns it will yield will be extraordinarily substantial." Li Yuan looked at LV Yongchang with a helpless expression and reassured him, "Rest assured, I will not go back on my word. 500 billion, Siagwa can still come up with it." Upon hearing this, LV Yongchang let out a sigh of relief. "That is good." Li Yuan returned to his desk with the budget sheet, picked up the pen on the table, and elegantly inscribed 4 grand characters. Approval of project. Chapter 30 in the United States, at the Science Editorial Office, Adam sat in his chair, yawning as he glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 5 in the evening. Time to clock out. He stretched lazily, moved the mouse, and closed the files on his desktop. As an editor for Science, he was tasked with reviewing a multitude of manuscripts submitted from around the globe every day. Among these submissions, it was conservatively estimated that only 10% held any real value. The reason for this was simple. Science is a premier journal, and countless researchers aspire to have their papers published within its pages. This is not merely an affirmation of their work, but also a symbol of prestige. This has led to a rather unfortunate situation. In addition to legitimate researchers, a plethora of amateur scientists also submit their work to science. These amateur scientists are collectively referred to by a term of their own, Minjian Kexwagia, abbreviated as Min-Ku. It is no exaggeration to say that at least half of the emails Adam received daily were from these Min-Ku, each containing increasingly ridiculous conclusions. From water-mill, cutting-edge atomic technology to anti-gravity devices and perpetual motion machines, Adam's inbox contained a veritable treasure trove of the unimaginable. As he dragged yet another file to the trash bin, Adam sighed deeply. This paper was a quintessential example of Min-Ku work. The author claimed to have solved the Goldbach conjecture. However, upon opening the file for a closer examination, he was horrified to discover that the author did not even comprehend what the Goldbach conjecture entailed. Goodness, Michelle, you really should see this paper. Adam muttered to himself as he deleted the submission. As Adam spoke, a beautiful blonde editor sitting beside him smiled faintly and turned to him. What happened? Have you come across another peculiar paper? Adam paused his actions, rotated his chair to face Michelle, and lamented, the author believes that the Goldbach conjecture proves 112. Michelle was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Oh my God, Adam, I truly cannot fathom why you always end up with these bizarre papers. Adam shook helplessly. Who knows? Just then, as he was about to rise from his seat, a crisp notification sounded from his computer. Damn, another submission. Adam glared at the idle Michelle in frustration. This is so unfair. I reviewed 15 papers today, and 14 of them were complete trash. Michelle chuckled as she closed her laptop and shrugged. Is that so? I feel the same way every payday. How about we switch? Adam replied, let's not go there. He awkwardly returned to his position. The moment he glanced at the title of the paper, his eyebrows shot up in surprise. Wow, it's a paper on controllable nuclear fusion. Michelle, let us make a bet. I bet this paper is garbage. Upon hearing Adam's words, Michelle raised her eyebrows and rolled her chair closer to him. What's the wager? A dinner? Adam stated while clicking to open the file. If it's Michelin, I'm in. Michelle scanned the email title and pondered for a moment. Adam hesitated slightly. Michelin might cost quite a bit. However, recalling his experience with 14 subpar papers that day, he felt a surge of inexplicable confidence. All right, Michelin it is. I refuse to believe that I won't come across a single decent paper before closing time. As he spoke, the file opened in his inbox. Adam swiftly navigated to the authorship section. Gasp! Upon seeing the name of the second author, he gasped sharply. The second author was actually from the Xiaogua San Daoka University's nuclear physics laboratory. Adam's lips twitched slightly. You owe me a Michelin dinner. Don't forget. The joy in Michelle's eyes nearly overflowed. With a resigned shake of his head, Adam said, Michelin it is. However, what concerns me more is the first author of this paper. I don't recall ever hearing the name L.V. Yongchang in the realm of nuclear physics. Michelle's expression grew serious as she furrowed her brow and thought for a moment before slowly shaking her head. I haven't heard of that name either. Could it be a newcomer? Adam's expression darkened as he shook his head. He jotted down the name in his notebook. That seems unlikely. Do you think a newcomer could secure the first authorship on such a paper? The second author is from the Xiaogua San Daoka University's nuclear physics laboratory. Michelle shook her head slowly. I'm not sure. Let us examine the content of the paper first. Adam nodded grave. Upon learning that the paper originated from Xiaogua's San Daoka University, his expression grew more somber. According to the experiment, the Fengxingqi apparatus can effectively extend the maintenance time of controllable nuclear fusion 35 minutes. What the hell? Adam quickly scrolled down to the experimental data section. As he gazed at the dense experimental data, his pupils dilated. He murmured, goodness, Xiaogua was just expelled from ITER, right? I can only imagine the expressions on the faces of those involved in ITER once this paper is published in Science. Wait, Michelle suddenly exclaimed in a low voice. Adam, did you notice something? Adam looked at Michelle, puzzled. What is it? Michelle, with an incredulous expression, pointed to the last page of the paper. Adam, don't you find the format of this paper somewhat familiar? Adam furrowed his brow and scrutinized the last page of the manuscript. At the completion of this undergraduate thesis, I must first express my gratitude to Adam's pupils constricted sharply. This is an undergraduate thesis? The following day, in the United States at Stanford University, Professor Collins arrived at the office as early as usual. Knock, knock, knock. A series of hurried knocks echoed. As he was just settling into his chair, Professor Collins frowned slightly. "Who is it?" he called out gruffly toward the door. "Professor, it's me." A somewhat flustered male voice responded from outside. It was a student, Eden. Professor Collins furrowed his brow and quietly replied, "Come in." The next moment, the office door swung open. A young man in his 30s rushed into the office, visibly anxious. "What's going on?" Professor Collins said irritably. "Eden, I need an explanation." Eden, looking tense, approached Collins and placed a document on the desk in front of him. "Professor, this is a paper newly published in Science. I think you should take a look." Collins's brow furrowed even deeper. He cast a disgruntled glance at Eden. "Didn't I tell you not to disturb me before 9 in the morning?" Upon hearing those words, Eden's eyes immediately revealed a hint of urgency. "Professor, this time is different. Xiagua may soon master controllable nuclear fusion technology." Collins's expression transformed drastically. "What did you say?" He swiftly grasped the paper on the desk and began to scrutinize it. "Professor, is this true?" Eden asked anxiously. Collins's face darkened as he hesitated to respond to his student's inquiry. How could a stellar simulator achieve controllable nuclear fusion in just 35 minutes? This is impossible. He was aware that the United States had discarded the proposal for stellar simulators, which he had initiated, although he was reluctant to admit it. The detailed data presented in the paper struck him like a series of resounding slaps. Chapter 31. The Technological Race, Unsurprisingly. This issue of Science stirred quite a commotion within the academic circles of the United States, and indeed the entire world. The uproar intensified particularly when it was revealed that the paper published in the prestigious journal Science was merely an undergraduate thesis. This revelation ignited fervent discussions among countless individuals. The paper even gained traction beyond academic circles. On Twitter, numerous netizens expressed their astonishment. "Goodness, how can there be such a disparity between people? What the heck? An undergraduate thesis published in Science? What will happen next? Are undergraduates in Xiagua that impressive now? By the way, why are your points of concern so strange? Shouldn't we focus on the content of the paper?" Ever since being expelled from ITER, Xiagua's controllable nuclear fusion technology has surpassed that of the United States. How curious. I recall that during the ITER incident, it was said Xiagua had stolen experimental data. Did Xiagua truly covet ITER's data? Albert, Mr. President, please explain. Is the United States about to be surpassed by Xiagua? Albert, tell me, where's our taxpayers' money going? In stark contrast to the online spectators reveling in the drama, the atmosphere within the office of the President of the United States was thick with tension. Bang! With his golden hair, Albert slammed his palm on the desk, casting a shadowy gaze at the man before him. "Anthony, I need an explanation. Why has Xiagua suddenly acquired such advanced controllable nuclear fusion technology? And what on earth is ITER doing? How can so many top scientists be outdone by a mere undergraduate from Xiagua? Are you joking with me? Do you have any idea how my followers are speaking about me on Twitter?" Anthony's expression darkened, and he opened his mouth but uttered no words. Professor Collins, with his head of white hair, stepped forward and hoarsely spoke, "Your Excellency, this was my oversight. The pace at which Xiagua is advancing in controllable nuclear fusion research has exceeded my expectations." Upon hearing Professor Collins speak, Albert's expression softened slightly. "What do you think the United States should do next, Professor?" Upon hearing the President's question, Collins's eyes flickered. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly replied, "Your Excellency, the United States must accelerate its efforts. In controllable nuclear fusion, we cannot afford to lag behind Xiagua." Albert nodded thoughtfully. Then his gaze shifted as he picked up a document from the desk and handed it to Professor Collins. "Professor, Congress has approved your proposal and even allocated an additional 10 in funding." Collins's eyes brightened with joy, extending his hand to receive the document. "However," Albert's voice interrupted once more. "However, there is one condition. Congress demands that the first controllable nuclear fusion experimental device be completed within 3 years. Collins's face changed dramatically. "Mr. President, this is impossible. 3 years is far too short." Collins shook his head vigorously. "Are you joking? Building a large tokamak device in 3 years? It took ITER over a decade to be completed. 3 years? We probably wouldn't even have laid the foundation by then. I don't care about that. Congress has made its demands." Albert shrugged nonchalantly. "If you cannot deliver, someone else will take your place." Professor Collins's expression grew grim. There was undeniable truth in those words. This was a lucrative opportunity. Countless individuals in the academic community were eagerly eyeing this chance. With that thought, a bittersweet smile crept onto Collins's face. In that case, I will do my utmost. Albert nodded in satisfaction, reiterating with gravitas, "Remember, you have only 3 years." Collins nodded, albeit with a heavy heart. That evening, Albert's Twitter account uploaded a video. In the video, he sat sternly behind the presidential desk, stating earnestly, "First, on behalf of the United States, I congratulate Xiagua on successfully achieving controllable nuclear fusion in the laboratory. I have seen many questions on Twitter asking whether the United States is about to be surpassed by Xiagua or about the status of our controllable nuclear fusion technology. Here, I will address these inquiries. The United States has been committed to the research of controllable nuclear fusion technology. Effective immediately, ITER will restart its controllable nuclear fusion experiments, and the United States will construct a large controllable nuclear fusion experimental device within 3 years. Trust me, in 3 years, you will be able to utilize electricity generated from nuclear fusion." Simultaneously, as Albert released his Twitter announcement, Xiagua's official news account published a message. Xiagua News. Effective immediately, the Xiagua Controllable Nuclear Fusion Demonstration Project is officially established. Due to the time difference, it was currently 6 a.m. in Beijing. Nevertheless, within just a few minutes, countless curious netizens flocked to Xiagua News' Twitter account. Goodness, I can hardly believe it. This is the demonstration project? Does this mean controllable nuclear fusion technology is mature? How did the world change overnight? This is interesting. At the same time, the United States also released a message, with Albert uploading a video about controllable nuclear fusion. If interested, go take a look. I beg the big shots to share it. Please share it. 10,086. It must be said, the efficiency of netizens is astonishing, especially in the realm of gossip, where they consistently unleash unprecedented potential. Within 10 minutes, a high-definition subtitle video was uploaded to Twitter. Some even condensed the video's content into text and compared it to the information released by Xiagua News. When the contents of the two were juxtaposed by discerning individuals, public opinion erupted. What? It feels like Xiagua is going head-to-head with the United States. It truly has that flavor. I recall the arms race instigated by the United States in the past. With the ongoing discussions, a new term surged to the top of Twitter's trending topics, technological race. Under the directives of Xiagua's high-ranking officials, the Xiagua News Twitter account quietly updated with another post. "We will never forget the humiliation suffered by Xiagua's researchers in the ITER program. Controllable nuclear fusion technology is the key to unlocking the door to the interstellar age. Xiagua will never relinquish controllable nuclear fusion technology." In just a few sentences, the already heated atmosphere on Twitter was ignited. Countless netizens were moved to tears. After so many years, Xiagua has finally stood firm. "In this life, I have no regrets in joining Xiagua. In the next life, I wish to return to the land of flower cultivation." A flurry of neatly organized comments flashed beneath Xiagua News' Twitter post. Chapter 32. Site selection at Shanghai Bay after the establishment of the demonstration project. Chief Engineer LV Yongchang once again experienced a long-lost sense of busyness. The first issue that requires resolution is the site selection for the demonstration fusion reactor. Similar to the construction environment of a nuclear fission reactor, the site for a nuclear fusion reactor also necessitates thorough consideration. The first and foremost criterion is the availability of abundant water resources, whether fresh or seawater. After all, the process of electricity generation in a fusion reactor produces substantial heat, and the most economical and practical cooling method is to utilize nearby water resources. The second criterion is that the terrain must be flat. A fusion reactor necessitates the construction of numerous auxiliary facilities, and it would be impractical to have these facilities located in a ravine. The third and perhaps most challenging aspect of the site selection process is ensuring geological stability. While nuclear fusion reactors are not as perilous as their fission counterparts, the process of deuterium-tritium fusion can still pose a minor radiation hazard in the event of a leak. Considering safety factors, it is imperative that controlled fusion reactors be established in geologically stable locations, meaning that they must not be situated near earthquake-prone zones. After careful consideration, Liu Yongchang set his sights on a prime location, Shanghai 1. The initial decision to refrain from constructing a fission power station in Shanghai was primarily due to geographical concerns. Should an accident occur at a fission power station in this bay, radioactive wastewater would accumulate for an extended period, posing a significant safety risk to Xiaogua. However, the risk associated with a fusion power station is vastly diminished. In the event of an emergency, if the magnetic confinement system of the reactor ceases to operate, the fusion reaction will terminate swiftly. The distinction between fusion and fission lies in the radiological hazards. While fission involves materials and products with potent radioactivity, fusion, specifically deuterium-tritium fusion, results in only trace amounts of radioactivity from tritium, which is manageable. Moreover, in Yongchang's plan, deuterium-tritium fusion is merely a temporary solution, with the ultimate goal being the implementation of helium-3 fusion, hailed as a clean energy source. With the site selected, the specific construction plan for the controlled nuclear fusion demonstration reactor was unveiled, and a document titled Construction Plan for the Controlled Nuclear Fusion Demonstration Reactor quietly emerged. The most striking highlight of this document was the total man-hours required for construction, 3 months. From the completion of site selection to the finishing of the reactor, everything in Xiaogui's framework is projected to take just 3 months. When this document was unearthed by astute observers, the entire nation of Xiaogua erupted in excitement. On the trending topics list, Wang Feng, who was preparing to embark on 16 concerts, was abruptly displaced from the top spot. The hashtags total man-hours, 3 months, and infrastructure juggernaut returns ignited a fervor among the populace. This series of trending topics not only startled Wang Feng, but also astonished netizens engrossed in the discussions. 3 months? Is there a typo? It took me 3 months just to lay the foundation for my house, remarked one user, to which another responded. Do you really think the government would make a mistake on such a crucial document? Ha ha ha. Clearly, you don't understand Xiaogui's reputation on the international stage. Do you know what an infrastructure juggernaut is? In response to the astonishment, some netizens from Western Europe expressed skepticism. WTF? 3 months? Jesus, Xiaogua is insane. Is it even possible to complete such a colossal project in 3 months? In our country, 3 months isn't even enough time for workers to mix a mint. These comments, naturally, found their way back to Xiaogui's discussions, filling the platform with laughter and incredulity. Amidst the jubilations of countless citizens, there remained a faction questioning the feasibility of the claims. Impossible. I don't believe it. Are we to take the document at face value? What if they just snap a photo to placate us after 3 months and then proceed at a leisurely pace? Such things have happened before. The official accounts responded robustly to these doubts. To address the skepticism, the Xiaogua News official account announced that starting the next day, they would activate a live streaming function. The construction site of the Shanghai controlled nuclear fusion demonstration reactor would be broadcasted live, inviting netizens to monitor the progress. Once the announcement was made, the comments section exploded. Wow, the officials are really stepping up. They're not backing down against critics, exclaimed one user. Forget that. I'm setting my alarm for tomorrow to celebrate the carnival. On the following day, at precisely 8 a.m., countless netizens flocked to the Xiaogua News official Douyin livestream. As the dark screen lit up, a flurry of comments surged. Where's everyone? Open the door. If you can livestream, you can surely open the door, right? It's 8 a.m. Open up. Suddenly, the previously dark screen illuminated, revealing the construction site of the Shanghai fusion reactor. Thousands of excavators were neatly arranged on the left side of the frame, while on the right, numerous construction vehicles busied themselves with various tasks. In the center stood several massive pile drivers. As the brief moment of silence passed, the barrage of comments in the live stream multiplied exponentially. Wow, is this what a great powers heavy industry looks like? I'm in love. A sweet voice then echoed, greeting the audience. Hello, dear viewers. This is the construction site of the Shanghai fusion demonstration reactor. Today marks the first day of construction, and before you is the first construction team. To ensure swift progress, there will be a total of 3 construction teams working 24 hours a day in shifts over the next 3 months. As the announcement concluded, the volume of comments surged once more. 3 construction teams. Show your face, lady. Don't just talk. Under the watchful eyes of netizens, the first pile driver descended, marking the commencement of the Fusion Demonstration Reactor Project. Chapter 33. Recruitment. With the initiation of the Fusion Demonstration Reactor Project, Yongchang faced the pressing task of recruiting personnel. After all, the nuclear physics laboratory at Sandako University comprised only a handful of researchers to accomplish the research objectives for the fusion demonstration reactor. This limited number of researchers would undoubtedly be insufficient. Every technology transitioning from the laboratory to commercial application entails numerous challenges, and controlled nuclear fusion, being a complex and large-scale technology, is no exception. Although Yongchang had resolved the most critical issues regarding the maintenance of controlled nuclear fusion, countless other challenges remain to be addressed for its commercialization. For instance, the main control program for the fusion demonstration reactor must be developed. It would be impractical to rely on a few researchers to monitor various data from the reactor continuously. Additionally, the installed capacity of the fusion demonstration reactor had yet to be concretely defined, despite Yongchang having determined the method of electricity generation for the fusion reactor. To genuinely achieve controllable nuclear fusion, Yongchang must at least multiply the number of researchers under his command. At the Yongchang University of Science and Technology, Liu Hajing returned to his office, his face clouded with dejection. As a professor in the Department of Nuclear Physics, he had primarily been responsible for research on the tokamak device. After all, just 2 months prior, the tokamak was the mainstream apparatus for realizing controllable nuclear fusion. However, everything changed after Yongchang wrote those notes on the board, especially following the successful operation of controllable nuclear fusion at the Sandako University's Nuclear Physics Laboratory. Nearly every lab in the country researching controllable nuclear fusion halted their projects. Consequently, layoffs ensued. Unfortunately, Liu Hajing was among those dismissed. This led to an exceedingly awkward situation. Presently, Liu Hajing found himself devoid of any research tasks. It was almost laughable to admit that a professor at Yongchang University of Science and Technology had no scientific endeavors. Reflecting on the responses he received from various nuclear physics laboratories across the country days ago, Liu Hajing let out a deep sigh. With the commencement of the Kangwon Controllable Nuclear Fusion Demonstration Project, most nuclear physics laboratories in the country were essentially at a standstill. Sighing again, Liu Hajing gazed at the monotonous scenery outside his window. Suddenly, a shrill phone ring pierced the silence. Startled, Liu Hajing turned sharply towards the desk phone, a flicker of suspicion crossing his features. Who could possibly be calling him at such a time? Aside from some teaching responsibilities, he had become a complete idle individual. Furrowing his brows, Liu Hajing approached the desk phone, leaning over to examine the LCD screen. A series of unfamiliar numbers greeted him. His frown deepened. Could it be a telemarketing call? No, telemarketing calls could not reach this number. Lost in thought, Liu Hajing reached out and answered the call. Hello? A composed male voice responded from the other end. Good day. Is this Professor Liu Hajing from Yongchang University of Science and Technology? Liu Hajing was momentarily taken aback, quickly nodding as he replied, Yes, that's me. Who is this? Hello, Professor Liu. I am Liu Yongchang from the Nuclear Physics Laboratory at Sandako University. May I inquire if you were recently a researcher at the Nuclear Physics Laboratory at Yongchang University of Science and Technology? Upon hearing this question, Liu Hajing's heart skipped a beat. How could he not recognize the significance of Liu Yongchang's name? He was the chief engineer of the Controllable Nuclear Fusion Demonstration Project. Liu Hajing swallowed hard, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Yes, indeed, I was a researcher there recently. Before he could finish his sentence, the voice on the other end continued with another inquiry. Professor Liu, we are in need of additional researchers for the Kangwon Fusion Demonstration Project. Are you interested? A surge of enthusiasm ignited in Liu Hajing's eyes. He nodded vigorously, yes. I'm very interested. How could I not be? This is a chance to work on the Controllable Nuclear Fusion Demonstration Project. Very well, Professor Liu. Please arrive at Yongchang train station by 9:30 tomorrow morning. Your high-speed train ticket to Kanga City has already been purchased for you. Once you arrive in Kanga City, someone will escort you to the temporary research facility. Liu Hajing hastily asked, Do you need my identity information for the ticket purchase? A silence fell over the line. After a moment, a calm voice replied, Rest assured. Professor Liu, your ticket has been secured. Please check your phone for the confirmation message. Before Liu Hajing could respond, the call was abruptly ended. Ding! A message notification chimed. Liu Hajing quickly pulled out his phone from his pocket, unlocking the screen to check. Dear Mr. Liu Hajing, your high-speed train from Yongchang to Kanga City is scheduled to depart tomorrow morning at 9:30. Please bring the necessary identification and arrive early at the waiting hall. The following afternoon, Liu Hajing emerged from the train station in Kanga City, dragging his suitcase behind him. As he surveyed the bustling station filled with people, he found himself momentarily lost. Where was he supposed to go to find someone? Just then, a man in military uniform approached him. "Hello, Professor Liu." The man saluted him with a perfectly executed military greeting. "I am Du Zhan, sent to escort you to the temporary research facility." In that instant, Liu Hajing felt countless astonished gazes directed at him. "Cough, cough. No need for formalities. Let us just get going," Liu Hajing said, somewhat embarrassed. Du Zhen shook lightly, taking the suitcase from Liu Hajing and stepping forward. During the brief journey of just over an hour, Liu Hajing passed through 3 security checkpoints. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Are the security measures here this stringent for the demonstration project?" Du Zhan smiled and nodded. "Professor Liu, this is just the beginning. Kangwon is currently under strict martial law. I estimate that there is at least 1 brigade stationed here." Moreover, as he spoke, a mysterious smile appeared on Du Zhan's face. "I've heard that the aircraft carrier fleet has even been stationed near Kangwon." Liu Hajing's pupils constricted suddenly, and he gasped, "An aircraft carrier fleet? Is that really necessary?" Du Zhan shrugged while driving. "I'm not sure. But my orders are to ensure your safe arrival at the temporary research facility at all costs. Of course, it's not just you. We are tasked with escorting over 100 researchers in total." Chapter 34. Completion of the demonstration project. The screech of brakes interrupted Liu Hajing's thoughts. "Professor Liu, we've arrived," came Du Zhan's voice from the driver's seat. Coming back to his senses, Liu Hajing looked out the window to see a series of makeshift buildings emerging before him, set upon a ground strewn with gravel. "Is this the temporary research facility?" Liu Hajing's eyes widened in disbelief. This was undoubtedly the most rudimentary laboratory he had ever seen. Du Zhan scratched the back of his head sheepishly, saying, "Professor Liu, time was tight, and this is the best we could manage for a lab. Let us not dwell on this. I'll take you to meet Professor Liu." Following Du Zhan, Liu Hajing arrived at the entrance of a temporary metal structure. "Professor Liu is inside. I want to be joining you," Du Zhan said with a smile before turning to leave. Liu Hajing inhaled deeply, steeling himself as he stepped into the bare metal building. Upon entering, he spotted a serious-looking young man in his 20s seated at a desk, pen in hand, engrossed in writing something. Although the young man's features were somewhat youthful, Liu Hajing felt an inexplicable aura of authority radiating from him. This presence was akin to that which he had only observed in those revered as top-tier scientists. Though he had never met Liu Yongchang in person, in this moment, Liu Hajing was unequivocally certain that the young man before him was indeed the esteemed Professor Liu Yongchang, who had propelled the advancement of nuclear fusion through sheer determination. Perhaps sensing some commotion, Liu Yongchang slowly lifted his head. Upon seeing Liu Hajing, his eyes brightened, and he eagerly set down his pen, rising to greet him. "Professor Liu, please take a seat." Liu Hajing was momentarily taken aback. "Professor Liu, you know me?" Liu Yongchang chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "No need for such formalities. I haven't graduated yet." Observing Liu Hajing's bewildered expression, Liu Yongchang's smile widened further. "Just a little jest. Professor Liu, I have perused your credentials, and I believe your responsibility at Yongchang Kejidashua pertains to the temperature control issues of the tokamak device. Correct?" A glimmer of surprise flickered in Liu Hajing's eyes. He did not anticipate that Liu Yongchang, as the chief engineer of the nuclear fusion demonstration pile, would remember his information with such clarity. Noticing the gaze directed at him by Liu Yongchang, Liu Hajing promptly nodded and replied, "Indeed. As for the demonstration pile, are you also responsible for research in this area?" Upon hearing Liu Yongchang's suggestion, a flicker of hesitation crossed Liu Hajing's face. "Professor Liu, I have primarily researched the tokamak device, and my understanding of stellarators is rather superficial. Is that truly acceptable?" Throughout the journey, Liu Hajing had genuinely grasped the significance that Xia Guo placed on the fusion demonstration pile, which led to a tinge of apprehension in his heart. If his personal oversight were to result in severe issues with the fusion demonstration pile, the consequences would be dire. Liu Yongchang chuckled softly and shook his head, his tones softening once more. "Professor Liu, I believe you need not worry about this matter. The temperature control module on the stellarator is undoubtedly less complex than that of the tokamak device. Moreover, aside from yourself, 95 of the researchers at the Temporary Research Institute have previously focused on the tokamak. Liu Yongchang's words alleviated Liu Hejing's concerns considerably. After all, if everyone was accustomed to the tokamak, then the differences would not be substantial. Let us proceed with this arrangement. We can offer you the highest standard of remuneration. However, there is one condition. At this point, Liu Yongchang's expression grew notably serious. Liu Hejing, feeling somewhat anxious, gazed at Liu Yongchang and queried softly, "What is the requirement? As long as it is not too excessive, I can accept it." In the face of the formidable individual driving nuclear fusion development, Liu Hejing adopted a humble stance. Liu Yongchang paused for a moment, then smiled and waved his hand. It is not an unreasonable demand. During the research period, all communication with the outside world must cease, continuing until the demonstration pile is fully completed. Liu Hejing exhaled softly in relief. It was merely this requirement. Ever since witnessing the numerous patrolling troops along the way, he had mentally prepared himself for this aspect. He nodded repeatedly, saying, of course, Professor Liu, rest assured, I will definitely cooperate." Liu Yongchang nodded in satisfaction. "In that case, you may take your rest. Starting tomorrow, we shall embark on the research tasks." Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed quietly. As the enthusiasm waned, the number of viewers in Xiagua, a news official Douyin live broadcast room, plummeted by 90. Just when everyone had seemingly forgotten about the matter, Xiagua, a News Weibo account, discreetly pushed out a news item. "Warm congratulations on the completion of the Shanghai Wan Fusion Demonstration Pile project." Boom! With the release of this news, the entire Xiagua erupted in chaos. What? I had completely forgotten about this. Can someone check the timeline and see if it has indeed been 3 months? I just calculated, and it's precisely 90 days. If we account for the 2 months with 31 days, it was even completed 2 days early. How can I believe it? Such a colossal task. Actually finished in 90 days? Surely there won't be any quality issues? I don't know what the person above is fussing about. Xiagua News has been live streaming the construction process 24/7 for the past 3 months. Don't you believe it? This comment instantly reminded the onlookers on Weibo. Within just a few minutes, the Douyin live broadcast room of Xiagua News was flooded with hundreds of thousands of viewers. In the live stream, 4 colossal hemispherical structures glistened under the sunlight with a silvery sheen. After a brief silence, countless comments flooded the screen. "Wow, so impressive. What can you even see from this distance? Can you zoom in a bit? I suggest a thorough investigation of that brother above. I suspect he is one of the hidden 500,000. By the way, is this fusion pile named Shanghai 1? Shouldn't it have a name with more significance? That's right. I strongly demand a name for the fusion pile to be decided online. Naming one. In an instant, the rhythm of the comments in the live stream was diverted. Observing the plethora of name suggestions for the fusion demonstration pile, the official account of Xiagua News, after consulting with higher authorities, released a Weibo post. Naming activity for the Shanghai 1 fusion demonstration pile, perhaps due to underestimating the fervor of the Xiagua populace. The Weibo account experienced a brief outage within a few minutes. Once the servers resumed normal operation, a multitude of bizarre names appeared in the comment section of the naming Weibo post. Names like Ho, E, and Phoenix were relatively normal. SpongeBob and Patrick unsurprisingly garnered the highest praise. Chapter 35. Panga number 1, the 3-day public naming event concluded, and the results were laid before Project Chief Engineer Liu Yongchang on his desk. As he glanced at the name before him, Liu Yongchang's lips twitched slightly. He looked at the perspiring staff member in front of him with a bemused expression. Can this name be changed? Patrick number 1? Do you really think this is suitable as a name for a nuclear fusion demonstration pile? By the way, can I suggest a name? The staff member's face flushed crimson, hurriedly nodding, of course, changes can be made. You are the chief engineer. You certainly have the right to name it. Liu Yongchang surveyed the A4 sheet filled with peculiar names, stroking his chin, lost in thought. The staff member looked at Liu Yongchang anxiously, fearful that he too might propose an outlandish name. After all, he was well aware of Liu Yongchang's age. Let's call it Pangu. Liu Yongchang's eyes flickered slightly as he decisively stated, Panga number 1 fusion pile. What does that sound? Pangu, who opened up the heavens and the earth, perfectly corresponds with Xiagua's mastery of controllable nuclear fusion. The staff member's eyes lit up, revealing a trace of excitement. This name is excellent. Let it be. At this moment, within the Panga number 1 fusion pile, all hardware facilities have been fully installed. In addition to the 4 reactors, it was equipped with 20 large magnetic fluid generator sets. Each set contained 10 magnetic fluid generators, with each generator boasting a rated power output of 2,000 megawatts. Thus, the Panga number 1 fusion pile achieved a staggering rated power output of 400,000 megawatts. To put this into perspective, the Three Gorges Dam has a power output of merely 25 million megawatts. This is a remarkable disparity of 17 times, such as the power of nuclear fusion. However, at present, no reactions were occurring within the Panga number 1 fusion pile. The reason lay within the main control program. Late at night, a heavy sigh echoed in the internal control room of Pangu number 1. What are we to do? The camera zoomed in. An elderly man, his hair graying and around 60 years of age, furrowed his brow as he gazed intently at the green code displayed on the computer screen, occasionally shaking his head and letting out a deep sigh. The elder, named Yuan Hongwei, was an academician at the Xiaogua Academy of Sciences. In his youth, he had led a team to develop the control program for controllable nuclear fission, subsequently earning a place as an academician at the Xiaogua Academy of Sciences. As one of the few individuals with relevant experience in Xiaogua, he was naturally invited to take on the primary responsibility for the development task of the controllable nuclear fusion main control program. Beside Yuan Hongwei stood a young man in his 30s, his prized disciple, who had absorbed most of Yuan Hongwei's knowledge. Yet at this moment, both were gazing despondently at the computer screen. Old Yuan, this matter cannot be rushed. The main control program for nuclear fission took over a year to develop. And this is nuclear fusion. The young man spoke softly to offer comfort. Upon hearing this, old Yuan's expression stiffened, and the white whiskers at the corners of his mouth trembled slightly. How can this not be urgent? The Pangu 1 fusion reactor is currently stalled right here. Now, everyone in the entire research institute is anxiously watching us. Old Yuan's words plunged the young man into silence. After a moment, the young man sighed deeply. Old Yuan, I do not wish to speak negatively, but to control the high-temperature plasma within the stellarator reactor, we must unravel the turbulence problem that has plagued the field of physics for countless years. In my view, this is nearly impossible. A hint of bitterness surfaced in old Yuan's eyes. He understood this principle all too well, yet he was acutely aware of the importance that Xiaogua placed on controllable nuclear fusion technology at this moment. As a member of the Xiaogua Academy of Sciences, he was unwilling to give up. Knock, knock, knock. A rhythmic knocking sound echoed. Old Yuan was momentarily taken aback before hastily rising to walk towards the control room door. Who could be here at such a late hour? A trace of confusion crossed old Yuan's face as he cleared his throat and called out loudly, Ahem, who is it? Old Yuan, it is I, Lu Yongchang. Old Yuan was momentarily stunned, then quickly regained his composure and eagerly opened the door. Outside, Lu Yongchang appeared somewhat fatigued, yet a subtle smile adorned his face. Professor Lu, what brings you here at such a late hour? Old Yuan quickly stepped aside to welcome Lu Yongchang inside. Once in the control room, Lu Yongchang surveyed the surroundings. Upon noticing the several computers on the desk glowing with a soft green light, he let out a deep sigh. Old Yuan, is the main control program for the fusion reactor still incomplete? Hearing Lu Yongchang sigh, a hint of bitterness emerged in old Yuan's eyes as he slowly shook his head. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yongchang inquired again, Have you encountered any difficulties? Certainly, there are difficulties. Before old Yuan could respond, a young man in his 30s, who had been standing nearby, spoke up. Old Yuan frowned slightly and gently reprimanded. Su Cheng, what are you saying? He then composed himself and turned to Lu Yongchang. Professor Lu, please grant us some more time. The fusion reactor is different from the fission reactor. There are complexities to consider. Lu Yongchang raised an eyebrow and glanced at the young man beside old Yuan. Old Yuan, is this your student? Old Yuan nodded and introduced. Su Cheng, he possesses considerable talent. Lu Yongchang smiled kindly at Su Cheng and asked, The difficulties you mentioned earlier, could you elaborate? Perhaps I might be able to assist you. Su Cheng instinctively glanced at old Yuan. Upon seeing old Yuan frowning without objection, Su Cheng swallowed hard and began to explain. Professor Lu, I need not elaborate on the differences between fusion and fission reactors, as you surely understand this better than I do. Lu Yongchang nodded slightly. Su Cheng continued. In a fission reactor, We merely need to manipulate the control rods to compensate for fuel consumption and adjust the reaction rate. However, the fusion reactor is different. The motion of the high-temperature plasma within the reactor is exceedingly complex. This leads us to a problem that has troubled the physics community for decades, the turbulence problem. To put it differently, we are referring to the Navier-Stokes equations, NS equations. To achieve perfect control over the high-temperature plasma in the reactor, we must thoroughly master the NS equations. This is the reason why the main control program for nuclear fusion has yet to be completed. Chapter 36. The Existence and Smoothness of the NS Equations. After listening to Su Cheng's explanation, Lu Yongchang suddenly understood. No wonder the main control program has not been completed. He distinctly remembered that in his previous life, while tackling controllable nuclear fusion, the research team had not encountered difficulties with the main control program at all. Thus, he had never delved deeply into the specifics of the nuclear fusion main control program. Only now did he fully comprehend. If all goes according to plan, the existence and smoothness of the NS equations would likely be resolved by an American mathematician in 5 years. And at present, without theoretical support, the main control program would naturally be challenging to develop. Fortunately, Lu Yongchang had conducted some research on the NS equations at that time, and he retained some memory of the proof process. Lu Yongchang chuckled lightly and nodded. I see. Is there any paper here? This sudden turn of events left both Yuan Hongwei and Su Cheng momentarily speechless. Huh? What? Su Cheng looked at Lu Yongchang in confusion. Why does he suddenly need paper? As for Yuan Hongwei, after a brief hesitation, he gently pointed to the napkins on the desk. Is that what Professor Lu needs? Lu Yongchang replied. Ahem. I mean, writing paper, a 4-blank printer paper will suffice. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang pulled out a pen from his pocket. Observing Lu Yongchang's actions, old Yuan frowned and looked at him with an odd expression. Professor Lu, you do not intend to solve the NS equations here, do you? Lu Yongchang chuckled lightly and took a seat beside. Of course. So, is there any A4 paper? Old Yuan cast a knowing glance at Su Cheng while hesitating. Professor Lu, the NS equations are no ordinary matter. They are one of the 7 Millennium Prize problems. Lu Yongchang extended his hand to receive the stack of blank A4 paper that Su Cheng offered, nonchalantly nodding. I am fully aware. With that, Lu Yongchang lowered his head, his pen swiftly dancing across the A4 paper, inscribing a series of equations. What shall we do now, old Yuan? Su Cheng approached old Yuan and quietly inquired. Yuan Hongwei did not respond, but merely frowned as he watched Lu Yongchang write line after line of equations. Time passed steadily. The pile of blank A4 paper in front of Lu Yongchang diminished, replaced by a dense array of intricate equations. The skepticism in Yuan Hongwei's eyes gradually faded. When he saw Lu Yongchang write down a significant equation, a glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. Remarkable. Fearing to disturb Lu Yongchang, Yuan Hongwei lowered his voice and whispered. So this step can be derived in this manner. As for Su Cheng, he was utterly bewildered, unable to keep pace with Lu Yongchang's writing speed. 2 hours swiftly elapsed. The sound of the pen scratching against paper in the control room abruptly ceased. Lu Yongchang let out a deep breath, then stood to stretch his limbs. Did you arrive at a conclusion? A quavering voice from Yuan Hongwei inquired. Lu Yongchang smiled as he organized the A4 paper filled with equations and handed it to Yuan Hongwei. Certainly. What is the result? Upon hearing Yuan Hongwei's question, Lu Yongchang replied with a smile. Existence, and it is smooth. Yuan Hongwei's face instantly flushed. Professor Lu, you truly. In an instant, Yuan Hongwei found himself at a loss for words to describe Lu Yongchang's brilliance before him. Now, the main control program for nuclear fusion should be solvable, correct? Lu Yongchang inquired with a smile. Yuan Hongwei nodded vigorously, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Of course. Rest assured, Professor Lu, within half a month, if I cannot resolve the main control program for controllable nuclear fusion, you can hold me accountable. In the White House of the United States, a roar echoed from the president's office. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Fake news. Albert's face turned crimson as he pounded forcefully on his desk, his golden hair tousled. Shagwa could never complete such a colossal project within 3 months. Everything is false. Fake news. Ho, perhaps due to the earlier surge of emotions. Aboitis' aged face flushed like a monkey's posterior as he gasped for breath. Mr. President, I regret to inform you that this is indeed true. William Blair, The director of the Central Intelligence Agency shrugged and stepped forward, opening his laptop and placing it before Ibuata. What is this? A flicker of confusion crossed Ibuata's eyes as he gazed at the evidently accelerated construction video on the screen. This is a 3-month live broadcast from Xiaogui's official sources, William Blair explained impassively. The video revealed that within a mere 3 months, Xiaogua had erected a complete nuclear fusion demonstration reactor on a barren plot of land strewn with gravel. After watching the entire video, Ibuata's complexion turned a shade of green. Where did this video come from? William Blair paused for a moment before responding, Mr. President. This video appeared on Twitter this morning. After verification, it contains no false elements. Upon hearing that the source was Twitter, Ibuata's face grew even greener. Where's my phone? Let me see what Twitter is saying. As he spoke, Ibuata hastily grabbed his phone, his large fingers struggling to tap the screen. My God, Xiaogua is truly insane. They completed such a construction task in 3 months. Jesus, now I believe the moniker of Xiaogua as the infrastructure behemoth. And what about our fusion reactor here in Megua? Megua's fusion reactor? It's probably still on the drawing board. Ibuata, Mr. President. We need an explanation. Ibuata's expression darkened as he read the comments on Twitter. Professor Collins. Has Professor Collins arrived? As Ibuata's call faded, an elderly man with graying hair hobbled forward, leaning on a cane, and spoke to Ibuata with a fearful demeanor. Your Excellency, I am here. Ibuata snorted coldly. Tell me, how far along is our fusion reactor construction plan? The old man's eyes betrayed a hint of anxiety. Currently, we have not yet begun construction. Ibuata erupted, spewing his drink in surprise, and after a fit of coughing, glared at Professor Collins. Professor, are you joking with me? It's been over 3 months, and our fusion reactor is still just a concept. Listen, from this moment on, commence the construction of the fusion demonstration reactor. Professor Collins' expression shifted slightly. Mr. President, our plan was for a nuclear fusion experimental device. The plan has changed. Ibuata shouted decisively. What Xiaogua can do, we can do as well. From now on, build me that demonstration reactor. Chapter 37. Unexpected Situations 1 month later. In Shanghai Bay, Xiaogua, the sea was calm, with an aircraft carrier quietly anchored over 10 kilometers from the shore, undergoing maintenance. As the camera zoomed in, the ship's deck revealed its artillery and missile ports, all in an open state. Inside the carrier, round-the-clock radar operated at maximum power. To outsiders, this war fortress seemed to be merely docked for repairs, yet it was fully prepared to launch an attack at a moment's notice. On the shore, countless stationed soldiers patrolled diligently within designated areas. Each soldier had their weapons safely disengaged. For the past 2 days, the area around Shanghai Bay had been placed under military control. It is no exaggeration to say that at this moment, Shanghai Bay was a place where even a dog would be met with 2 slaps. The reason for all this was the imminent ignition test of the Panga 1 fusion reactor located on the shoreline. In the main control center of the Panga 1 fusion demonstration reactor, Yongchang stood solemnly at the central console, intently observing the data displayed on the large screen before him. Prepared to initiate the first ignition, Yongchang exhaled a heavy breath and instructed, all departments, please check the operational status of the equipment. Following his command, all researchers in the main control center began to work with grave expressions. In the preceding days, each researcher had been reviewing the ignition procedures for the fusion reactor, all to ensure that no mistakes occurred at the moment of ignition. Heat dissipation system operating normally. Reactor in operational status. Yongchang inhaled deeply and declared, commence power supply. As his words fell, a low humming sound gradually emanated from outside the control room. Current has reached critical value. Confirm magnetic field strength is within standards. A researcher, eyes glued to the computer screen, reported loudly. Activate heating equipment and inject fuel. With this command issued, a flicker of nostalgia crossed Yongchang's face. Finally, we are at the last step. With a serious demeanor, he resolutely pressed the red button before him. Ignition initiated. Within the reactor, a high-energy laser instantaneously heated the deuterium-tritium plasma to over 100 million degrees Celsius. Yongchang's gaze remained fixed on the large screen, monitoring all reactor data. Neutron dose significantly increasing. The fusion reaction has been successfully initiated. A glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. In less than half a year, Would the light of fusion soon blaze upon the land of Xiaogua? In a corner of the Panga 1 reactor's central control room, Lu He anxiously observed the fluctuating temperature curve on the screen. He gently rubbed his right eye, feeling an inexplicable twitch since the ignition procedure began. As a native of Xiaogua, Lu He couldn't help but recall an old saying: left eye twitches signify wealth, right eye twitches signify disaster. While he didn't inherently believe in such superstitions, he felt a growing unease. Suddenly, he noticed the temperature curve on the screen sharply spike upward. Though it lasted but a moment, it sent a shiver down Lu He's spine. He quickly adjusted his glasses and scrutinized the temperature curve. At that moment, the curve appeared stable, returning to its normal fluctuation range, as if the alarming spike had been a mere illusion. Lu He swallowed hard, his hands trembling slightly as he grabbed a ballpoint pen and a sheet of paper. Lines of hasty calculations appeared on the paper. No, no, no. A hint of red seeped into Lu He's eyes. The previous temperature anomaly could not have been merely a coincidence. In such precise instruments, any data fluctuation beyond normal ranges should warrant serious concern. But where exactly was the issue? Lu He substituted the momentary data into his calculations. Upon seeing the results, his pupils contracted to pinprick size. Quick, halt the fusion reaction. Something's gone wrong. Lu He suddenly sprang to his feet, shouting at the top of his lungs. In the tranquil central control room, his cries echoed ominously. Yongchang's smile vanished instantly. Without a moment to ponder, upon hearing Lu He's voice, he pressed the emergency shutdown button before him. A low hum resonated through the air. The current flowing through the superconducting coils gradually diminished, and the magnetic field within the reactor began to dissipate. The fusion reaction weakened and ultimately ceased. As they watched the neutron dose plummet on the large screen, a murmur swept through the central control room. What is happening? Isn't that Lu He responsible for the temperature module? What occurred? The temperature seems normal now. At this moment, Yongchang fixated intently on the large screen before him, only turning around after confirming that the fusion reaction had completely ceased. Frowning, he gazed at Lu He. The instant he laid eyes on Lu He, a jolt of alarm surged through him. Lu He appeared ghostly pale, his hands trembling slightly, and his pupils had constricted to the size of pinpoints, clearly exhibiting signs of extreme fright. Silence, Yongchang commanded in a deep voice. The cacophony of discussions in the central control room gradually faded away. Professor Lu, what on earth is happening? Yongchang inquired, his brow furrowed. Upon hearing Yongchang's question, Lu He trembled slightly and hurriedly grabbed several sheets of hastily scrawled notes from the table, swiftly approaching Yongchang. Professor, please look at this. As he spoke, Lu He handed the papers filled with illegible handwriting to Yongchang. This is the abnormal temperature data we observed earlier, and this is my calculation for the temperature 10 minutes from now. Yongchang scrutinized the hastily written notes. It was evident that Lu He had been both rushed and flustered while calculating the data. As he carefully deciphered the figures, his expression abruptly shifted when he saw the projected data for 10 minutes later. How is this possible? Yongchang's exclamation deepened the oppressive atmosphere in the central control room. Countless researchers exchanged bewildered glances, and even Fong Su, standing nearby, could no longer contain himself. Swiftly approaching Yongchang with a furrowed brow. Yongchang, what is happening? Is there an issue with the temperature module? Yongchang's face darkened as he handed the notes to Fong Su. Take a look at this data. Everyone, cease your work and prepare for a comprehensive fault inspection. Chapter 38. The sudden surge of temperature curves. All the researchers in the central control room felt a jolt of apprehension. A fault had emerged. Just as confusion enveloped the researchers, Yongchang operated the computer before him. In the next moment, a temperature curve appeared on the central control room's large screen. Upon witnessing that brief, yet alarming curve, every researcher gasped in shock. Yongchang's expression grew somber as he entered the curve data into the computer. Within seconds, the verification results appeared on the screen. Observing the temperature curve indicating a 90-degree upward slope 10 minutes later, everyone present fell into silence. Had it not been for Lu He's early detection of this temperature rise, the Panga No. 1 fusion reactor would likely have been compromised. Professor Lu, if I am not mistaken, this temperature curve should represent the temperature of the magnetohydrodynamic generator, correct? Yongchang inquired, his brow knitted tightly. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Hajing's heartbeat gradually returned to normal. Gazing at the temperature curve on the large screen, a flicker of dread crossed his eyes. Upon hearing Lu Yongchang's question, Lu Hajing snapped back to reality, nodding vigorously. Indeed, it is the temperature of the magneto-hydrodynamic generator. Lu Yongchang's frown deepened. What could be causing the anomaly in the temperature of the magneto-hydrodynamic generator? Yongchang, come take a look. There was something amiss with the generator's power. Just as Lu Yongchang was lost in thought, Fang Su's voice broke through. Lu Yongchang's expression shifted as he hurried over to Fang Su's position. At that moment, Fang Su had already pulled up the power variation curve of the generator during the fusion reaction. The power curve appeared remarkably stable, consistently hovering around 10. It seemed there was no issue. After all, this was merely a test ignition, and the amount of fusion fuel used was minimal. Based on estimates, the generator's operational power should have been around 10 to 15% of its rated capacity. Yet, it was precisely this seemingly normal curve that concealed a vast problem. The moment Lu Yongchang glimpsed the stable curve, he comprehended Fang Su's implication. I understand now. The generator is malfunctioning. The researcher responsible for monitoring the generator's power stared blankly at the stable curve on the computer screen. But, Professor Lu, this curve appears quite stable. There shouldn't be any issues, right? Lu Yongchang's expression grew grave as he began to explain. On the contrary, such a stable curve indicates the presence of a problem. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang dragged the mouse, shifting the curve graph to the leftmost side. Observe, this segment of the curve is normal. At 9:18 a.m., the fusion reaction commenced, and the reactor began to output energy. Concurrently, the magneto-hydrodynamic generator started operating, with the power slowly increasing. Next, Lu Yongchang dragged the mouse again, advancing the time to 9:23 a.m. From 9:23 onward, for a full 5 minutes, the generator's power remained at the rated level of 10. During this time, the fusion reaction within the reactor was at its peak. Based on calculations, the generator's power should have reached 15, yet it remained stable at 10. Upon hearing this, the researcher finally grasped the implications. His complexion turned ashen as he trembled slightly, glancing at Lu Yongchang and stammering, "Professor, I didn't notice." Lu Yongchang's lips curled into a faint smile of reassurance as he patted the researcher on the shoulder. "It's all right, take it easy. It's normal for such large apparatus to encounter some issues. You should be grateful to Professor Lu. Had it not been for him, we would likely have faced dire consequences in another 10 minutes. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang smiled at Lu Hajing, who was momentarily taken aback and repeatedly waved his hands. No, this is merely my duty." Lu Yongchang gestured dismissively, his demeanor earnest. "Professor Lu, please do not say that. Your ability to promptly identify the issue is deserving of our gratitude. After all, it takes courage to halt the fusion reactor at such a crucial moment." In the magneto-hydrodynamic generator room of Panga No. 1, Lu Yongchang and the researchers were furrowing their brows tightly. After days of inspections, they had reached a singular conclusion. The magneto-hydrodynamic generator was functioning perfectly. At least, in terms of physical integrity, all magneto-hydrodynamic generators displayed no faults. "This is troublesome," Lu Yongchang murmured, his brow knitted tightly. The worst-case scenario had manifested. In such a large-scale apparatus, encountering faults is not terrifying. Indeed, it could be said that every large machine experiences some issues. However, the inability to identify the fault is truly alarming. At that moment, an atmosphere of low pressure enveloped the research team. Each researcher wore a grim expression. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a mobile phone shattered the generator room's tense silence. Lu Yongchang hastily retrieved his phone from his pocket. It was an encrypted number. His gaze flickered as he answered the call. "Hello, may I ask if this is?" Before Lu Yongchang could finish his sentence, an elderly voice resonated through the receiver. "Cough, cough. Yongchang, this is Counselor Li." Lu Yongchang's demeanor instantly became serious as he exclaimed, "Counselor Li?" In an instant, all the researchers turned their attention toward Lu Yongchang. Fang Su, standing beside him, looked at him in astonishment, a mix of surprise and envy flickering in his eyes. It was a call from Counselor Li. "Yongchang, I heard there's been a minor issue at the Panga No. 1 fusion reactor." Upon hearing Counselor Li's words, a wry smile flickered in Lu Yongchang's eyes. "Well, this generator issue has escalated to Counselor Li's attention. We've encountered a bit of trouble, but rest assured, I will resolve it promptly." A moment of silence lingered on the line. Suddenly, the voice of Member Li resonated again. Yongchang, this matter cannot be rushed. We must proceed with caution. The Xiaogua is not in immediate haste. It is imperative to conduct the investigation while ensuring the safety of everyone involved. Do you understand? Although Member Li's tone was stern, it warmed LV Yongchang's heart. Rest assured, Member Li. Upon hearing LV Yongchang's words, Member Li let out a slight sigh. The progress of Panga number 1 may be slow, but the lives of you and your fellow researchers are of utmost importance. I understand that every nuclear project carries certain risks. However, I implore you to remember, the future of Xiaogua relies on scientists like you to uphold it. So please prioritize your safety. LV Yongchang was deeply moved. He had never anticipated that his standing in Member Li's eyes would be so significant. You can rest assured, should any danger arise, I will ensure the immediate evacuation of everyone. He declared earnestly, I assure you, there will be no unforeseen incidents with the Pangano. 1 fusion reactor. Chapter 39. Control program. Error. Minutes later, the call ended. LV Yongchang set down his phone with a complex expression, exhaling deeply. What did Member Li say? Fong Su leaned closer, his face a mixture of apprehension as he inquired. Did Member Li learn about the situation with Panga number 1? LV Yongchang nodded gently and turned to the assembled researchers, raising his voice. The call was from Member Li. I believe you all have guessed that he is now aware of the situation with Panga number 1. As for what he said, I can share it in full. Listening to LV Yongchang's words, every researcher present felt a wave of emotion wash over them. They were astonished that Member Li did not blame them. Instead, he urged them to prioritize safety. Observing the murmuring researchers, LV Yongchang took a deep breath. Everyone, at this moment in the entire research and development process, we are facing an unprecedented challenge. However, I firmly believe we will uncover the underlying cause. The light of fusion will surely flourish upon the lands of Xiaogua. Now, let us start from the beginning and review everything once more to see if we can find any clues. In just a few short minutes, the atmosphere in the magnetic fluid generator room underwent a complete transformation. Seeing the excitement and eagerness in the eyes of the researchers, LV Yongchang felt a sense of relief. It must be said, Member Li's call was remarkably timely. Yongchang, do you think the control program might be the issue? Just as LV Yongchang and the researchers were fervently discussing possible causes for the malfunction, Fong Su's voice suddenly interjected from his side. LV Yongchang's expression froze momentarily. The next moment, he sprang from his chair, gazing intently at the pensive Fong Su. What did you just say? His reaction startled Fong Su, who hesitantly repeated, I was wondering if it could be a problem with the main control system. LV Yongchang clapped his hands excitedly and exclaimed, yes, that is possible. To this point, the only area we have not investigated is the main control system of the fusion reactor. Old Yuan, where is Old Yuan? A researcher quietly reminded. Old Yuan is quite elderly and is resting in the central control room. LV Yongchang nodded gently. All right, I'll go find Old Yuan. Professor LV. Old Yuan is quite frail. Please wait. Fong Su expressed concern, grabbing LV Yongchang's arm. Hearing this, LV Yongchang's eyes flickered with understanding. He realized Fong Su's concerns were twofold. On one hand, Old Yuan was an elder. On the other, given his age, he could not withstand too much stimulation. Thus, when speaking to him, one must be cautious with their words. After contemplating, he nodded lightly and smiled. Rest assured, Su-Ge, I will be mindful. Upon hearing this, Fong Su felt somewhat reassured. In the central control room of Panga number 1, LV Yongchang quietly approached Old Yuan, who was resting with his head down on the desk. Perhaps due to his age and light sleep. As soon as LV Yongchang sat down, Old Yuan lifted his head. Yongchang, what brings you here? Have there been any results from the inspections? Even upon just waking, Old Yuan's first concern was the status of Panga number 1. LV Yongchang pondered momentarily before slowly shaking his head. Witnessing this, Old Yuan's eyes dimmed slightly, and he sighed deeply. LV Yongchang inhaled deeply and spoke as gently as possible. Old Yuan, after conducting various inspections, no issues were found with the Panga number 1 fusion reactor. However, I suspect there may have been an unexpected occurrence with the main control system. Upon hearing this, Old Yuan's expression changed abruptly. What? Noticing Old Yuan's sudden alarm, LV Yongchang hastily added, Old Yuan, this is merely a hypothesis. It could be, yes. Why didn't I think of that? Old Yuan exclaimed, leaping from his chair, his face alight with excitement. LV Yongchang was perplexed. Yongchang, you are correct. If there are no external issues, then the problem must lie within the control program. Wait a moment. I will check the source code of the control program. As he spoke, Old Yuan hurriedly returned to his chair, opening his computer to investigate the source code. Observing Old Yuan's reaction, LV Yongchang was left with 3 large question marks hovering above his head. Old Yuan, aren't you angry? Old Yuan paused, instinctively responding, angry? Why would I be angry? LV Yongchang, with a slightly odd expression, remarked, isn't that tantamount to questioning your abilities? Hearing this, Old Yuan's expression also grew peculiar. Yongchang, why would you think that? Discovering the problem makes me happy. I could not be more pleased. Have you mistaken me for an obstinate old fool? A hint of embarrassment crossed LV Yongchang's face as he quickly changed the subject. Ahem. Old Yuan, please check the source code promptly. Seeing LV Yongchang's awkward demeanor, Old Yuan chuckled and shook his head, patting his shoulder before turning back to focus on the computer. Half an hour passed in a flash. Found it. Old Yuan's voice conveyed excitement. So that is how it is. I wondered why this malfunction occurred. It turns out that the code from that rascal, Su Cheng, was flawed. I had checked thoroughly at the time and didn't notice this minor oversight. Old Yuan sighed with a sense of reflection. Indeed, age changes everything. My energy is nowhere near what it used to be. LV Yongchang quickly rose and leaned towards the computer, his expression serious as he asked, Old Yuan, what exactly is the issue? Is it severe? Old Yuan waved his hand dismissively, a look of resignation on his face. Not severe at all. It's merely a minor issue. Minor issue? Then, seeing the bewildered expression on LV Yongchang's face, Old Yuan smiled wryly, explaining, the reason for the generator's inefficiency is due to the existence of this bug. When the generator's efficiency is low, considerable heat accumulates within the magnetic fluid generator's pipes. Thus, after a certain period, the temperature of the generator will begin to rise sharply. LV Yongchang suddenly understood. Is it troublesome to fix? A flicker of anxiety crossed his eyes. If it were troublesome, the official launch of Pangano, one would have to be postponed for several more days. Not troublesome at all. Old Yuan's expression brightened even more, now that we know where the problem lies. Fixing it will be straightforward. Give me 2 days, and I guarantee the magnetic fluid generator will operate normally. Chapter 40 Witnessing History, it must be said that Old Yuan is quite reliable. When he mentioned a 2-day modification period, he would never extend it to a 3rd day. Just the following evening, Lu Yongchang received the news that the main control program had been successfully modified. In the ensuing days, Pangano, one underwent several ignition tests to ensure that everything was in order. After confirming there were no unforeseen circumstances, Lu Yongchang submitted an application to the Speaker of the Assembly, who was far away in the capital. In the capital, within the office of Member Li, knock, knock, knock. The sound of the office door echoed. Member Li, with his head bowed over documents on his desk, did not look up but simply said, enter. Creak. The office door swung open. Upon hearing the door open, Member Li instinctively lifted his gaze. He was momentarily taken aback when he recognized the visitor. Minister Hong? What brings you here? Hong Chiming chuckled lightly, his tone respectful. Speaker, I bring you good news. Member Li raised an eyebrow, hastily setting down his pen and directing his keen gaze toward Hong Chiming. Oh, I'm keen to hear what this good news entails. Could it be that the issues with Panga No. 1's fusion reactor have been resolved? Hong Chiming paused for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. As expected of the speaker, such matters cannot remain hidden from you. The corners of Member Li's mouth curved upward, a hint of surprise illuminating his expression. Is it truly so? Hong Chiming nodded vigorously. Not only that, but I also bring an application from that rascal Lu Yongchang. An application? Member Li's brow furrowed slightly as he instinctively queried. Hong Chiming smiled, retrieving a letter from his pocket and placing it on the speaker's desk. This letter is something Lu Yongchang insisted I deliver personally to you. Observing Hong Chiming est Ernest demi-annor. Member Li's interest was piqued. This rascal, he chuckled softly, shaking his head slowly. He then reached for the envelope, which was meticulously sealed. Upon opening it, he extracted a sheet of letterhead. As he read the elegant penmanship, astonishment grew in his eyes. After numerous tests, we can confirm that Pangano 1 is fully prepared for ignition. Speaker, I hereby request that we officially commence the activation of Panga No. 1's fusion reactor at noon tomorrow, completing the grid connection task. Member Li's complexion flushed with excitement. A spark of enthusiasm flickered in his eyes, and in the next moment, his right hand slammed onto the desk with vigor. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Lu Yongchang is indeed the hope of our Xia nation's new generation. Qiming, tomorrow, accompany me to Panga No. 1's fusion reactor, and let us witness history with our own eyes. At precisely 7 p.m. that evening, the host of Xia Nation's news channel announced gravely, "This is a report from our station. Xia Nation's first commercially viable controllable nuclear fusion reactor, Panga No. 1, will officially commence at noon tomorrow. The entire activation process will be broadcast live by Xia Nation News." Following the news report, within mere minutes, Xia Nation's internet became inundated with excitement. The social media platform, once filled with celebrity gossip, was instantly overtaken by this announcement. Panga No. 1 completed. Tomorrow at noon, the activation of Panga No. 1's fusion reactor, the world's first commercially viable controllable nuclear fusion reactor. Countless netizens expressed their exhilaration in the comments section. Xia Nation is incredible. Wow, is it done already? I remember that the United States and ITER haven't even begun their second ignition test yet. Haha, not only that, but the fusion reactor in the United States is still just a blueprint. Darn, why didn't anyone mention this a day earlier? How am I supposed to sleep tonight? Haha, maybe I should just stay up all night to watch the live stream? Help, I feel like I'm going to pass out. That night, the number of sleepless individuals in Xia Nation surged dramatically. Thus, amidst the anticipation of the masses, time gradually approached 10 a.m. the next day. Accompanied by a convoy of military vehicles, a red flag sedan with a license plate 0000 slowly entered Songhai Bay. Before Panga No. 1's demonstration reactor, the red flag sedan came to a gentle halt. Gazing at the entirely silver-white, four-domed structure, the speaker's eyes glimmered with awe. Qiming, I never imagined that controllable nuclear fusion would materialize on the soil of Xia Nation in such a short span of months. Hong Qiming nodded in agreement. Indeed, I too did not foresee this. When I first saw the ITER news, I felt a chill in my heart, genuinely fearing that Xia Nation would once again lag behind Western countries. The speaker, his eyes filled with mirth, replied, "Indeed. It seems that ITER must be regretting their decisions now. Absolutely. If they hadn't pushed us away, we would have had to share this technology with them for free as per the agreement." Onkiming looked at Tidi. I reckon that in a few hours, some will be filled with regret. Upon hearing Hong Qiming's words, the speaker joined in hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, truly exhilarating. Let us hurry inside and see how that rascal Lu Yongchang is preparing. With that, Memberly took the lead, striding towards the interior of Panga No. 1. As they entered the central control room of Panga No. 1's demonstration reactor, Member Li and Hong Qiming beheld a scene of bustling activity. Xu Yi, have the checks on the reactor been completed? Lu Yongchang called out from the command platform, addressing Fang Su beside him. Fang Su note that Vigo Dusin, Z Ponding Vumti Li. The reactor status is all normal. And the superconducting coils? Has the Xia Nation power grid made the necessary preparations? Member Li, with a gentle smile, stood at the entrance of the control room, quietly observing the scene. Immersed in his work, Lu Yongchang had not noticed the presence of Hong Qiming and the speaker. However, Fang Su was the first to recognize them. "Aspicorli, what brings you here?" Fang Su exclaimed in surprise. His voice drew the attention of all the researchers. Upon seeing Member Li, every researcher set aside their tasks and promptly offered their greetings. Lu Yongchang quickly descended from the command platform and hurried over to the speaker. "Is there a problem with my presence?" Member Li smiled, glancing at Fang Su and Lu Yongchang, gently querying. Fang Su's mouth twitched slightly. You can come. But this involves nuclear fusion, and what if there are dangers?" "I trust you," Member Li declared resolutely, without a hint of hesitation. "Yongchang, tell me, can I place my faith in you?" Without any hesitation, Lu Yongchang replied loudly, "Rest assured, speaker." Chapter 41. The light of fusion shines upon Xia Nation's soil. Time passed steadily. In the blink of an eye, the clock on the wall indicated 11 o'clock. Zhao Zijia, sporting dark circles under his eyes, had long since turned on the television in the living room. He reached for the remote control on the sofa, tuning the television to Xia Nation News. Watching the incessant advertisements on the screen, a flicker of anxiety crossed Zhao Zijia's eyes. Why hasn't the live broadcast of the controllable nuclear fusion ignition started yet? Zhao Zijia's gaze repeatedly darted towards the clock in the living room. It was already 11 o'clock. They promised to activate the fusion reactor at noon, and only an hour remained. Why hasn't the broadcast begun? Instinctively, Zhao Zijia pulled out his phone and opened the chat group. What is going on? Where's the promised live broadcast? I don't know, has anyone seen it? Upon seeing everyone having the same reaction, Zhao Zijia's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. He tapped out a message on his phone. Do not utter another word. I have been waiting since last night, and if this live broadcast does not commence soon, I fear I shall succumb to despair. In the next moment, several replies materialized before his eyes. Haha, I said, Lao Zhao, you can't possibly have gone an entire night without sleep, can you? To be honest, it is quite likely. Lao Zhao truly is that kind of person. A hint of bitter amusement flickered in Zhao Zijia's eyes. Just as he was about to respond to those messages once more, a highlighted pinned message appeared in the Chiekun. Stop flooding the group. Quickly turn on the television. The live broadcast has begun. The once lively Chiekun fell silent in an instant. Zhao Zijia hastily set his phone aside and turned his gaze toward the television. At that moment, the grand visage of the Panga number 1 demonstration pile filled the screen. Zhao Zijia's eyes revealed a trace of confusion as he murmured, Is this merely an exterior view? What significance does that hold? As he spoke, a visible expression of disappointment crossed his face. Although he could comprehend the rationale behind Xiaoguo's news presentation, the monotony of merely viewing the exterior was, to be frank, disheartening. Zhao Zijia reached for the remote and switched off the television. He let out a deep sigh, listlessly tapping his phone screen, and sent a sighing emoji in the Chiekun. Let us disperse. It seems the exterior view is all we can glean from this. Lao Zhao, why not take another look? The television screen has switched. Upon reading this line of text, Zhao Zijia's pupils dilated, and he quickly seized the remote to turn the television back on. Indeed, the image of the central control room appeared before Zhao Zijia. He beheld a young man in his 20s, clad in a white lab coat, standing gravely at the center of the command platform. This must be the chief engineer of controllable nuclear fusion, Yongchang, right? Yet, in the next moment, a figure behind the command platform captured Zhao Zijia's attention. It was the chairman of the committee. Due to the angle, the chairman stood in the far corner of the frame. Zhao Zijia rubbed his eyes vigorously, confirming once more, and he picked up his phone, trembling hands sending a message in the Chiekun. Everyone, look at the bottom right corner of the television. The chairman is also present. Zhao Zijia's message evidently jolted every lurking group member into action. Oh my goodness, it's true. I see it. Where is it? I can't find it. Ha ha ha, Daily Interstellar. If you don't need your eyes, donate them to those in need. Inside the Panga number 1 demonstration pile, Yongchang gazed solemnly at the large screen, recording various data. The wall clock's hour hand slowly pointed to 12. He took a deep breath, his serious gaze sweeping over the surrounding crowd. Then he spoke softly, Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to witness this moment together. Each one of us has poured countless efforts into the Panga number 1 project. Regardless of success or failure, I believe our names will forever remain etched in human history. With that, Yongchang reached out and pressed the ignition button on the control panel. A familiarum resonatif. In a remarkably brief moment, the deuterium tritium plasma was heated to over 100 million degrees Celsius. Boundless energy surged forth from the reactor within Panga number 1. At this very moment, within the Panga number 1 demonstration pile, an unparalleled energy, the mightiest within the stellar system, was born. Observing the neutron dosage meter's values soar, every face was illuminated with excitement. Yet, not a single cheer escaped anyone's lips. This was merely the beginning. The cooling system is functioning normally. Fusion reaction intensity is stable. The magneto-hydrodynamic generator has commenced operation. Currently, the power output is at 35 of the rated capacity. As the reports echoed, Yongchang dared not relent for an instant. The next step was crucial. Prepare to connect to the grid. The electricity generated by the magneto-hydrodynamic system would only count as a true success once integrated into Xiaoguo's power grid. Minutes later, a researcher exclaimed excitedly, Connection to the grid is successful. Current power output is 200,000 megawatts. A flicker of exhilaration flashed in Yongchang's eyes. At this juncture, it could be said that the Panga number 1 fusion pile had achieved a 90% success rate. What remained was to continue adding fuel to maximize output. Upon hearing Lu Yongchang's command, every researcher stiffened in resolve. This signified that the Panga No. 1 fusion pile was about to enter full load operation. For the next few minutes, every researcher focused intently on the large screen in the central control room, fearful of any unforeseen mishaps. 80, 90, 99. As the deuterium-tritium fuel was gradually added, the fusion reaction within the reactor intensified dramatically. Even within the control room, the slight tremors beneath their feet were palpable. Professor Liu, the generator's current output is 400,000 megawatts. The reactor shows no abnormalities, and the generator is operating normally. A faint smile gradually graced Lu Yongchang's lips. He appeared momentarily entranced, then solemnly declared, "Everyone, we have succeeded." In the next instant, an overwhelming wave of applause erupted. Every researcher rose from their seats. Gazing reverently at the young man upon the command platform, they understood that the greatest contributor to Panga No. 1 was this 21-year-old youth. "We have succeeded." Upon hearing the triumphant utterance from the television, Zhao Zijia's eyes brimmed with tears. Without a moment's hesitation, he snatched up his phone, opened the Chiekun, and excitedly typed a phrase. The light of fusion shines upon the land of Xiagua. In the next moment, all members in the Chiekun instinctively formed a queue. Gazing at the screen filled with echoes, Zhao Zijia inhaled deeply. At last, Xiagua had finally succeeded in standing at the forefront of the world. Chapter 42. The task of miniaturizing the fusion pile commences. The moon waxes and wanes, and people experience joy and sorrow in their lives. The sorrows and joys of individuals do not intertwine. While Xiagua rejoiced as a nation, far across the ocean in the United States, a wave of panic and regret engulfed the land. On the streets of Huadun, countless citizens marched toward the White House, banners and flags raised high, the spectacle overwhelming. The chaotic scenes outside drew the attention of many Americans within their homes. As more citizens joined the procession, the parade grew increasingly lengthy. Gradually, the area outside the White House became densely packed with people. "We demand an explanation. Why was Xiagua expelled from the ITER project? We need nuclear fusion." Bold letters emblazoned the vibrant banners. The security personnel at the White House appeared utterly insignificant in the face of this throng of hundreds of thousands. Meanwhile, inside the White House, President Albert, with his tousled golden hair, gazed pensively out the window at the unfolding chaos. He sighed deeply, withdrawing his gaze from the window. "There is no need to concern yourself with these foolish people. Silence, Anthony." Albert shot a fierce glare at Defense Minister Anthony, reprimanding him sharply. "If it weren't for you, Xiagua would be sharing nuclear fusion technology with us for free right now. Just look at the good you've done." Hearing Albert's rebuke, Anthony's expression grew slightly grim as he replied, "Mr. President, with all due respect, even if Xiagua had not withdrawn from the ITER project, they would not share their nuclear fusion technology with us." Albert scoffed. "How do you know Xiagua would not do so?" "I tell you, Anthony, no one understands Xiagua better than I do. I believe Xiagua will honor this contract." As he spoke, Albert suddenly turned to Professor Collins nearby. "Professor, how is our controllable nuclear fusion demonstration pile project progressing? Do not tell me it has been so many days and it still remains on the drawing board." Suddenly thrust into the flames of war, Professor Collins's expression stiffened as he anxiously said, "Your Excellency, the construction has already commenced." Albert's expression relaxed. "Finally, some good news." "Oh, to what stage have we progressed?" A slight twitch appeared at the corners of Professor Collins's mouth as he lowered his head and murmured, "The foundation." "WTF? Professor, are you joking with me?" Albert's face reddened at a visible pace. "Your Excellency, the construction team has been pressing for updates repeatedly." Professor Collins sighed deeply. "I am powerless in this situation." Albert's eyes twitched violently. "I do not care about that. Tell those damn construction teams that I want to see the demonstration pile within a month. I do not care what methods you use. I am giving you just 1 month. Do you understand, Professor Collins?" On the third day after the successful operation of Panga No. 1, although the controlled nuclear fusion project had achieved success, the research team was not disbanded. At the request of Lu Yongchang, all researchers gathered in a secret nuclear laboratory in Xiagua. At the entrance of the Xiagua Bay Nuclear Physics Laboratory, hundreds of researchers looked at Lu Yongchang with puzzled expressions. "Yongchang?" Fang Su pondered for a moment and decided to inquire directly, "What are you planning to do?" Lu Yongchang chuckled lightly. his gaze sweeping over the assembled researchers. You all must be quite curious, right? Seeing the nods of the researchers, his smile grew more pronounced. Everyone, we have completed the research and development task of controlled nuclear fusion. But don't you want to take a step further? Fong Su furrowed his brow. As someone who had spent the most time with Lu Yongchang, a vague thought began to form in his mind. He had an inkling of what Lu Yongchang wanted to pursue. Everyone, I have submitted a project application to the council leader. Lu Yongchang continued with a smile. The project is about the miniaturization of fusion reactors. I wonder if any of you are interested? Of course, if anyone does not wish to participate in this research project, I will not insist. After signing a confidentiality agreement, there will naturally be personnel to escort you away. As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of exclamations erupted. What? Miniaturization of fusion reactor technology? Isn't this a bit too advanced? Is this really achievable? Unlike the astonishment of others, Fong Su calmly asked, Yongchang, how confident are you in this technology? Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment and replied slowly, compared to controlled nuclear fusion. I only have a rough idea about the miniaturization technology. The difficulty will certainly be greater. I estimate an 80% chance of success. Fong Su's pupils constricted sharply. Even he, despite his composure, could not help but exclaim, 80? Are you sure you did not misspeak? In research, let alone 80, a success rate of 20 is considered quite good. Fong Su even wondered if Lu Yongchang had mistakenly swapped the success and failure rates. After all, in Fong Su's view, as long as the project's success rate was 20, it would be worth a try. In response to Fong Su's astonishment, Lu Yongchang shot him a bemused glance and murmured, what a fuss. An 80 success rate is already quite low. When we were working on Pang number 1, I had a 99 confidence. Fong Su. He shook his head with a wry smile. He truly did not know whether Lu Yongchang was overly confident or if he simply lacked a full understanding of Lu Yongchang's capabilities. I want to participate. I want to join as well. How could I miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? I want to participate. Just think about it. I will be a researcher involved in 2 world-class scientific endeavors. As Fong Su continued to ponder his life choices, the surrounding researchers began to voice their intentions to participate. Suga, what do you think? Lu Yongchang smiled at Fong Su. Have you made your decision? Fong Su's expression sharpened, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Of course. How could I miss out on such good fortune? Just as Lu Yongchang prepared to lead everyone into the Xiaogu Bay Nuclear Physics Laboratory, a paper quietly published in the latest issue of Nature on the sun's abnormal behavior over the past month. With the publication of this paper, the Hubble Space Telescope in space slowly adjusted its direction towards the sun. 3 days later, Yongchang, have you seen the latest issue of Nature? Just as Lu Yongchang sat in his office, contemplating the significance behind the phenomenon of sound emission, Fong Su's voice came from nearby. He paused and looked up at Fong Su. I haven't seen it. What's wrong? Noticing Fong Su's mysterious demeanor, a flicker of curiosity crossed Lu Yongchang's mind. Nature should not have had any major events in the academic world recently. You really should take a look. I've never seen anything so fantastical in my life. A hint of unease flashed through Lu Yongchang's heart as he furrowed his brow and asked softly, Su-gu, what exactly is going on? Fong Su smiled and shook his head. You are just too impatient. All right, I won't tease you. An astronomical laboratory in the United States published a paper in Nature. According to their observations, the sun exhibited numerous abnormal data over the past month. Based on this data, they have drawn a conclusion. Ha ha ha, Yongchang. You absolutely cannot guess what their conclusion is. Just as Fong Su was halfway through his words, Lu Yongchang's expression suddenly changed. Hearing Fong Su's query, Lu Yongchang murmured to himself, the sun has entered its aging phase. Just as Fong Su was about to voice this absurd conclusion, he paused slightly, looking at Lu Yongchang with a strange expression. Didn't you say you hadn't seen the latest issue of Nature? Lu Yongchang disregarded Fong Su's words. At this moment, he was already in a state of turmoil. How could it have happened so quickly? He recalled that in his previous life. This paper appeared 2 months later. Could it be that the sun's changes have accelerated? The terrifying scenes of helium flashes reappeared in his mind. Yongchang? Yongchang? What is wrong with you? Perhaps because Lu Yongchang's expression was too ghastly, Fong Su became a bit flustered. He called out Lu Yongchang's name loudly while turning to the nearby researchers, shouting, What are you all standing there for? Hurry and call for medical personnel. Lu Yongchang slowly waved his hand, stopping the actions of the researcher. I am fine. There is no need to call for medical personnel. Fong Su furrowed his brow tightly and said in a low voice, how can this be fine? Do you not realize what your complexion has become? Lu Yongchang swallowed hard and said softly, Suga, I need a telescope. Fong Su, Hiu? Lu Yongchang suddenly reached out and grasped Fong Su's arm tightly. Suga, trust me. No matter the reason, I need an astronomical laboratory capable of analyzing solar data. Looking into the depths of Lu Yongchang's eyes, where a profound fear resided, Fong Su swallowed hard. Although he did not know what was happening, he gently nodded and replied solemnly, all right, I understand. Also, let me see the latest issue of Nature. Lu Yongchang gritted his teeth and added softly. As he gazed at the eerily familiar data in the Nature magazine, the last shred of hope in Lu Yongchang's heart was completely extinguished. The sun's changes had indeed come early. This defied all logic. Could it be that the fluctuations of the sun in a previous life are not merely a natural phenomenon? A chilling thought arose unbidden in Lu Yongchang's mind, prompting him to hastily shake his head, casting aside the despairing notion. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed through the room. Without lifting his gaze, Lu Yongchang stared blankly at the Nature magazine on his desk. Come in, the door is unlocked. With a click, the spring lock released and the door swung open. Yongchang, I have spoken with Minister Hong. Fong Su's voice resonated. At the sound of this news, a glimmer of hope sparked in Lu Yongchang's eyes. He raised his head to look at Fong Su standing at the doorway. Have you been able to reach a reliable astronomical laboratory? Fong Su not that can Li. Minister Hong values your input greatly and has directly contacted the Xiaohua Astronomical Observatory. It is now up to you. When do you plan to depart? Lu Yongchang suddenly sprang from his chair, his gaze intense as he fixed it on Fong Su. Immediately, we must act swiftly. We may not have time to waste. As he spoke, a hint of bitterness flickered in his eyes. Observing this, Fong Su's expression grew increasingly perplexed, yet he nodded in understanding. I understand. There is a helicopter waiting outside the laboratory. Before Fong Su could finish his sentence, Lu Yongchang seized the pen from his desk and resolutely exited the office. 2 hours later, an armed helicopter descended slowly onto the helipad in front of the Xiaohua Astronomical Observatory. Before the helicopter had fully landed, Lu Yongchang leaped out. The whirring of the rotor blades above evoked a sense of nostalgia within him. Professor Lu, welcome. Once the helicopter's blades gradually ceased their motion, an elderly man with graying temples approached Lu Yongchang. You are Lu Yongchang's eyes narrowed in confusion. Ah, my apologies for not introducing myself. I'm Yongchang, the director of the Xiaohua Astronomical Observatory, the elder said with a warm smile. Lu Yongchang was taken aback and hurriedly bowed respectfully. Director Yi, I apologize for my ignorance. Yongchang waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. Please do not say that. Compared to controllable nuclear fusion, my position as an observatory director pales in significance. Suddenly, Yongchang's tone shifted. By the way, I heard from Minister Hong that you are here to study solar data? Lu Yongchang nodded earnestly. Indeed. And the reason? Yongchang's bro furoit. Is it related to that paper in Nature? Upon seeing the change in Lu Yongchang's expression, Yongchang instantly realized he had guessed correctly. As they walked toward the observatory, Yongchang continued, frowning. Professor Lu, I must say, the claims in that Nature paper are highly exaggerated. It is an undeniable conclusion that the sun is currently in its prime. Listening to Yongchang's words, Lu Yongchang felt a pang of bitterness. In his previous life, everyone believed the minor fluctuations in the sun's data were mere coincidences. Consequently, humanity lost 2 precious years to escape. Chapter 44. Are you a graduate of the astronomy department? Lu Yongchang, filled with bitterness, slowly shook his head. Director Yi, I have reviewed the data presented in the paper. I'm not particularly optimistic about the sun's future. We must seriously consider the survival of human civilization. Yongchang halted abruptly, turning to Lu Yongchang with a furrowed brow. Professor Lu, could this statement be too? He did not finish his thought, but Lu Yongchang understood the implication. It was merely an unfounded worry, an exaggeration of reality. He felt neither anger nor frustration. Rather, a sense of sorrow and helplessness washed over him. The technological level of humanity was woefully inadequate. However, at that moment, Lu Yongchang refrained from engaging in a debate with Yongchang. Without concrete evidence, no one would believe his assertions. Thus, he replied in a calm tone, Director, let us wait until I obtain the observational data and conduct my calculations. I sincerely hope that I am mistaken. Yi Nanking's brow furrowed deeply as he regarded Lu Yongchang with a meaningful glance. Very well. I shall take you to the observation platform at the Xiaohua Astronomical Observatory. A massive telescope stood prominently in the center of the observation platform. Director Yi. As they entered, a researcher greeted Yi Nanking with utmost respect. Xiao Wang, please align the telescope with the sun and show Professor Lu the observational data from the past few days. The researcher, referred to as Xiao Wang, was momentarily taken aback and turned to Lu Yongchang, his eyes widening in astonishment. Why, you are Professor Lu Yongchang? Professor Lu, I am your admirer. No, I mean, I am your fan. Xiao Wang exclaimed excitedly, stammering. Professor Lu, could you please give me your autograph? Lu Yongchang. Yi Nanking. Clearly, even Yi Nanking had not anticipated this turn of events, and he shot an awkward glare at the researcher. Ahem, Xiao Wang, we can discuss autographs later. Let us complete our research tasks first. Xiao Wang's face bore a look of mild disappointment as he trudged toward the control panel. Witnessing the scene, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but chuckle. Do not worry, I will not forget about the autograph. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement shone in Xiao Wang's eyes, and his steps became noticeably lighter. Yi Nanking observed the cheerful Lu Yongchang with a hint of envy. Professor Lu, your popularity is impressive. Look at Xiao Wang. He behaves as if he were one of your research assistants. I even suspect that if you asked him, he would switch teams on the spot. In response to Yi Nanking's jealousy, Lu Yongchang could only smile and shrug, expressing his helplessness. Before long, Xiao Wang returned with a stack of documents. Professor Lu, these are the solar observation data from the past month. Do you need anything further? Retrieving data older than a month may take some time. But Xiao Wang's enthusiasm exceeded Lu Yongchang's expectations. He smiled wryly and waved his hand. That will not be necessary. A month's worth of data is sufficient. Xiao Wang's eyes dimmed with apparent disappointment. All right then, Professor Lu, just call me if you need anything. Lu Yongchang nodded with a wry smile. He never anticipated enjoying such celebrity treatment. Once Xiao Wang departed, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath, his expression grave as he examined the documents before him. Noticing this, Yi Nanking raised an eyebrow, somewhat doubtful of Lu Yongchang's ability to comprehend such highly specialized data. There are issues with this data, Lu Yongchang stated solemnly. Oh, what kind of issues? Yi Nanking inwided, lianing collusive. Look, the magnetic field strength has significantly increased since half a month ago. Furthermore, several other data points exhibit anomalies. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang pointed to specific sections within the documents. If I am not mistaken, solar flare activity during this period should be more frequent, correct? A flicker of astonishment crossed Yi Nanking's eyes. Within mere minutes, amidst a plethora of data, Lu Yongchang not only identified the problematic data points, but also accurately assessed the current condition of the sun. Professor Lu, are you a graduate of the astronomy department? Yi Nanking gazed incredulously at Lu Yongchang before instinctively inquiring. Lu Yongchang was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled and shook his head. Old Yi, I'm still a student in the physics department of Sandow Co-University. I haven't officially graduated yet, as my diploma hasn't been issued. This statement was indeed true. Recently, he had been preoccupied with matters concerning Panga No. 1 and had entirely neglected to collect his diploma from Sandow Co-University. Old Yi swallowed hard, looking at Lu Yongchang with disbelief. So you taught yourself everything? Lu Yongchang chuckled to deflect the conversation. Incredible. Yi Nanging's eyes widened like copper bells as he murmured, I have never encountered anyone like you. Coughing lightly to prevent old Yi from continuing his astonishment, Lu Yongchang asked, Is there any draft paper around? I need to verify some calculations. Old Yi, still in awe, nodded and retrieved several blank A4 sheets. Is this enough? Lu Yongchang took the A4 paper, nodding as he pulled out his fountain pen from his pocket. That's plenty. He then sat down and swiftly wrote a line of equations on the A4 paper. Yi Nanking leaned closer, fixated on Lu Yongchang's handwriting. Initially, Yi Nanking could keep pace with Lu Yongchang's thoughts. However, after a few minutes, he raised his head in confusion, glancing uncertainly at Lu Yongchang, who was fervently scribbling away. Was it his own inadequacy? It shouldn't be. He had some confidence in his mathematical skills. Though he could not tackle the historical mathematical conundrums, he could easily resolve issues within astronomy. Yet at this moment, He found himself utterly baffled by the transformation of Lu Yongchang's series of equations. This instant brought to mind his own university days, the dread of being dominated by advanced mathematics. Half an hour later, Lu Yongchang sighed deeply, his expression grave as he set down his fountain pen. What's the outcome? Unbeknownst to him, Old Ye's attitude towards Lu Yongchang had shifted dramatically. Is there a result? Chapter 45, Prophecy. Global Aurora. Upon hearing the question beside him, Lu Yongchang sighed heavily. The worst outcome had materialized. The sun's anomalous activity had indeed accelerated by 2 months. Moreover, the sun was aging at a noticeably faster rate than in the previous life. According to Lu Yongchang's calculations, in approximately another 15 years, the sun would once again experience a helium flash. Lu Yongchang felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. The timeline had been shortened by a whole 5 years. Professor Lu? Came Yi Nangying's urging voice from the side. Lu Yongchang strained to pull a smile that looked more like a grimace. The sun is in trouble. Half an hour later, Yi Nangying stared blankly at Lu Yongchang. Impossible. How can this be? To date, the sun had existed for 6 billion years, according to models. It could last at least 10 billion years. How could it possibly enter the aging phase so soon? Yi Nangying's face flushed red, his gray beard quivering slightly as he shouted, "This is absolutely impossible. Your calculations must be wrong. The sun cannot transition into the red giant phase in just over a decade." Facing the agitated Yi Nangying, a glimmer of pity flickered in Lu Yongchang's eyes. In the previous life, countless scientists had succumbed to despair upon learning this unfathomable news. Every educated individual had deemed this conclusion unbelievable. Yet, the truth lay starkly before humanity. The celestial mechanics edifice that humankind had painstakingly constructed had been effortlessly overturned. "Oldie, please calm down," Lu Yongchang gently urged. "The calculations are all here. I have provided detailed explanations for every step you might not understand. Do you believe there are any flaws?" Old Ye's expression faltered. It was precisely because he knew that Lu Yongchang's calculations bore no flaws that he found it so difficult to accept. Mathematics does not deceive. Within the mathematical model, the sun was aging at a visible pace. In fact, in the near future, the sun would enter the red giant phase. Trembling, he raised his wrinkled hand and plucked at his beard. Hiss! Oldie inhaled sharply, murmuring to himself, this is real. In the next moment, Oldie abruptly turned to Lu Yongchang, gripping his arm with his frail right hand. "Professor Lu, what should we do now?" Lu Yongchang's expression turned serious as he articulated each word carefully. "We must consult the counselor. In the capital, within the counselor's office." Yongchang? Upon seeing Lu Yongchang, Counselor Li's face broke into a faint smile. "What brings you here instead of focusing on your task of miniaturizing the fusion reactor?" Lu Yongchang wore a bitter expression, slowly shaking his head, and replied solemnly, "Counselor, I have something of utmost importance to report." Noting the seriousness etched on Lu Yongchang's face, Counselor Li's demeanor gradually shifted to match. He set down his pen and spoke gravely to Lu Yongchang. "Go ahead." Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and began. "Counselor, the sun has entered a phase of rapid aging. According to predictions, it will reach the red giant stage within 10 years and will experience a helium flash within 15 years. At that point, human civilization will cease to exist." As Lu Yongchang's words hung in the air, the counselor's office fell into silence. After a long pause, Counselor Li inhaled deeply. Hiss! His brow furrowed tightly, his right knuckles unconsciously tapping lightly on the wooden desk. "Yongchang, are you certain about everything you just said?" Observing the profound skepticism in the counselor's eyes, Lu Yongchang could only nod helplessly. "Counselor, if you do not believe me, you may consult some astronomy experts to validate my predictions." Counselor Li forced a smile and shook his head. "Yongchang, it's not that I don't believe you. It's just that this seems rather far-fetched." Lu Yongchang fell silent. The counselor was not wrong. To be frank, had he not been reborn and witnessed the scene of the helium flash himself, he would not believe his own words. A sun in its prime, entering the red giant phase within 10 years and experiencing a helium flash within 15 years. To be candid, the counselor's restraint in not throwing him out was already a kindness. "Counselor, Elder Yi from the Summer National Observatory is just outside. Shall I call him in for his opinion?" Seeing the counselor nod, Lu Yongchang quickly opened the door and ushered Yi Nangying in. The counselor furrowed his brow as he looked at Yi Nangying standing beside Lu Yongchang. Elder Yi, do you think Yongchang's predictions are plausible? Facing the counselor's inquiry, Yi Nangying nodded with a pained expression. Counselor, I have found no flaws. Although I anticipated this response from Yi Nangying, the counselor's pupils still constricted momentarily upon hearing it. The sound of knuckles tapping against the solid wood desk resonated throughout the office. Despite Lu Yongchang's internal anxiety, he waited patiently for the counselor to make a decision. After all, in the face of such a catastrophic scale, he could not hope to turn the tide without the support of the Summer Nation. Since you both say so, I will place my trust in you this once, the counselor said gravely. I will convene a meeting immediately to verify this situation. If it proves true, we may need to start considering contingency plans. With that, the counselor leaned back in his chair and sighed once more. Lu Yongchang's gaze subtly shifted. Chairman, based on my conjecture, this evening, an extraordinarily intense aurora will erupt across the skies worldwide. This marks a definitive sign of the sun entering its senescence. The chairman's gaze subtly shifted. As the chairman, he was well aware of certain fundamental truths. Auroras typically manifest only above the Antarctic or Arctic regions. The last instance of a global aurora occurred in 1958, coinciding with a period of intense solar activity. The current solar activity is clearly insufficient to support such a grand spectacle. Thus, he nodded slightly, affirming, very well, I understand. Should a global aurora indeed occur, I believe your hypothesis will carry greater weight. With this, the chairman cast a meaningful glance at Lu Yongchang. That evening, within the Grand Hall of Xiaogua, an urgent meeting convened, attended by the majority of the nation's leading astronomers and physicists. Chapter 46. Is the foundation of the astronomical edifice shaken? In the Grand Hall, the foremost physicists and astronomers of Xiaogua took their seats. The chairman, with a grave expression, occupied the foremost position. Beneath his facade lay a profound concern. Clearing his throat, the chairman adjusted the microphone and, noting the attention of the audience, began, Esteemed professors and academicians, I have summoned you here in haste due to a recent revelation. As he spoke, he activated the projector in the Grand Hall, displaying a paper on the large screen. Upon seeing this document, the assembled professors and academicians furrowed their brows in unison, a murmur of discussion rippling through the crowd. Is this the paper from Nature a few days ago? Indeed, I recall this paper quite vividly. What is the chairman's intent in presenting it now? Could it be that the sun has truly entered its twilight phase? Nonsense. How could that be possible? Observing the growing chatter, the chairman's expression turned more serious. Silence. According to the data in the paper and the recent observations from the Xiaogua Astronomical Observatory, Professor Lu Yongchang has calculated a conclusion. The sun is aging at an unprecedented rate. Models predict it will become a red giant within 10 years and will experience a helium flash within 15 years. The chairman paused momentarily before adding, This data has been verified by Yi Nangying of the Xiaogua Astronomical Observatory. Following his statement, an eerie silence enveloped the Grand Hall, as all attendees felt their pupils constrict as if pierced by needles. Moments later, an uproar ensued. What? How is that possible? Professor Lu Yongchang? Isn't he a researcher in controllable nuclear fusion? How suddenly has he ventured into astronomy? I heard he is merely a sophomore. This cannot be serious. Yet, if Elder Yi acknowledges Professor Lu's calculations, does that not imply? Let us refrain from wild speculation and await the chairman's explanation. Minutes later, the noise gradually subsided. The chairman scanned the room before speaking again. To be candid, I share your skepticism regarding this conclusion. The purpose of gathering you all is to conduct a verification. With that, the visuals on the screen shifted, displaying meticulously arranged calculations, causing every professor's brow to furrow deeper. This is Professor Lu Yongchang's latest solar model. Let us see if we can uncover any flaws. Additionally, according to this model, around 10:50 p.m. this evening, an extraordinarily intense aurora phenomenon will occur globally. At that moment, all heads turned towards the windows. The sky outside was pitch black, devoid of any signs of an impending aurora. The chairman raised his wrist to check his watch. It read 21:56, leaving less than an hour until the predicted time. Acha Demitian Yang Jianchuan. What is your perspective on this claim? The chairman inquired calmly. Yang Jianchuan's brow furrowed, murmuring, it is impossible. While an extremely intense aurora did occur in 1958, it was during a period of heightened solar activity. According to recent observational data, solar activity does not approach that threshold. The chairman nodded gently. So, you are suggesting that the likelihood of a global aurora occurring at present is exceedingly low, correct? Upon Yang Jianchuan's nod, the chairman inhaled deeply. This implies that should a global aurora indeed manifest in an hour, he trailed off, as the assembled individuals were not fools. They grasped the implications of his words. After a moment of silence, the chairman, with a serious demeanor, continued, "Esteemed professors, we still have time. Let us first validate Professor Liu's model." At 22:35, all professors and academicians scrutinized the projection screen displaying the calculations. "Elder Yang, have you identified any issues?" One academician inquired, a hint of worry in his eyes as he turned to Yang Jianchuan. Yang Jianchuan slowly shook his head. "I cannot discern any problems. In fact, after reviewing this model, I suspect that our previous stellar models may have flaws." "What?" the academician exclaimed in astonishment. "Elder Yang, this is no jest." As a stalwart of Xiaogua's astronomical community, Elder Yang's judgments were seldom erroneous, and thus, his opinions could significantly sway the perceptions of many. Elder Yang, his expression serious, sighed deeply. "I wish that were not the case. Human history is too brief, and our technological advancement is too rudimentary. The only star we can truly study is the sun, so if our models are incorrect, it is not unexpected." Observing the incredulous expressions of the surrounding professors, Elder Yang softened his tone slightly. "Of course, it is also possible that our models are accurate, but the sun may be exhibiting phenomena that we do not yet understand, leading to these strange occurrences." Upon hearing this, the professor's expressions eased somewhat. After all, if the foundational model of stars were flawed, it would signify that the edifice of human astronomy was fundamentally shaken. This is a reality no researcher could endure. Coughing to clear his throat, the chairman addressed the assembly. "Have any flaws been identified? Or does anyone contest the results of this projection?" Time passed slowly, and the vast grand hall of Xiaogua fell into silence. Hundreds of professors and academicians lowered their heads, unwilling to meet the chairman's gaze. Several senior academicians sighed in resignation, shaking their heads helplessly. Witnessing this scene, the chairman's eyes glimmered with disappointment. He slowly closed his eyes and sighed deeply. Just then, before he could finish his thought, a startled cry erupted from the audience. "Aurora! The aurora is indeed occurring." The chairman's eyes widened as he turned to gaze out the window. A magnificent red light illuminated the sky above the Capitol. The crimson glow gradually spread across the heavens. Under the aurora's radiance, the once pure moon took on a blood-red hue, as if foretelling humanity's future. Chapter 47, an accurate prophecy. Gazing at the resplendent red aurora outside, the chairman swallowed hard. The breathtaking spectacle evoked a profound sense of suffocation within him. Yongchang's predicted aurora had materialized, as well as the foreboding of the red giant phase in 10 years and the helium flash in 15 years. The chairman shook his head, unwilling to contemplate the future any further. Xiaogua, Modu, Zhao Zijia sat on the balcony, quietly gazing at the resplendent moon in the sky. The early summer evening breeze brushed against him, bringing a hint of coolness. He retrieved his phone from his pocket, opened the Penguin group, and deftly navigated to the chat group where his friends were engaging in lighthearted banter. How boring, he thought, as his fingers trembled slightly while typing a message. Subsequently, he raised his phone and recorded a video of his surroundings. "It's so lonely up here on the open balcony." His somewhat pretentious words immediately drew the disdain of his friends. "What the heck? If I remember correctly, old Zhao should be in the bustling metropolis. I'm so envious of this spacious balcony." I can almost picture the smug expression on old Zhao's face while saying this. How infuriating. Is this the world of the wealthy? I don't envy it at all. "Hey, big shot, what do you think of my trinket?" As the screen flooded with sarcastic comments, a faint smile appeared on Zhao Zijia's face, just as he was about to type a response to his friends. A particular comment caught his attention. "Old Zhao, there's something wrong with the video you recorded." Zhao Zijia's expression stiffened slightly, and a chill ran down his spine. He quickly typed back, "Don't scare me like that at this late hour." This comment seemed to unleash a torrent of responses from the group, each person eager to contribute to the chaos. "Old Zhao, check your front camera. I think I just saw a face behind you." "What do you mean a face? It's clearly a white figure." Zhao Zijia swallowed hard. Although he considered himself an atheist, reading such comments at 10 o'clock at night sent a shiver down his spine. Just as he was about to leave the balcony and retreat to his room, the person who had commented earlier spoke again. "What are you all talking about? I just watched the video closely. At 28 seconds in, the moon you filmed has a hint of red light. Don't believe me? Just take a look for yourself." The Penguin group fell silent for a few seconds, and the next moment, countless messages flooded the screen. "The blood moon has descended. Chaos reigns. This is it. I'm off to stock up on years' worth of supplies." Amidst the uproar, some people, driven by curiosity, reopened the video. "Wait, the moon in the video does indeed appear slightly red. I saw it too." Zhao Zijie frowned as he looked at his phone, instinctively clicking on the video he had just recorded. As the playback reached the 28-second mark, his pupils dilated slightly. He saw it too. The surface of the moon seemed to glow with a faint red light. In the next moment, he abruptly raised his gaze to the sky. No, the moon isn't glowing red. The entire sky is emitting a soft, red light. Trembling, he took up his phone again and recorded another video. "Look outside. Why is the sky over the bustling metropolis starting to glow red?" Mere seconds after sending the message, responses poured in. "What the heck? It's the same here. I'm in Hangzhou. It's happening in the mountain city too. The sky in Sakura country is glowing red as well." As time passed, the red light in the sky grew increasingly bright. Gradually, an exceptionally brilliant red ribbon appeared before Zhao Zijie's eyes. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. The brightly lit metropolis was instantly plunged into darkness. Simultaneously, screams echoed from all around. In a panic, Zhao Zijie fumbled for his phone. 2250. No signal. That night, Zhao Zijie fell asleep amidst fear and unease. The following morning, as soon as he opened his eyes, he snatched up his phone from the bedside. Thank heavens! There's a signal. Tentatively, he pressed the switch for the bedside lamp. It turned on. As he switched on the television, he sought to uncover what had transpired the previous night. According to the latest reports from the Summer Kingdom Astronomical Observatory, around 10:42 p.m. the previous evening, a solar flare had erupted unexpectedly, unleashing an extraordinarily powerful solar wind. Consequently, at 10:50 p.m., auroras of varying intensities were observed across the globe. The solar flare caused significant damage to the Summer Kingdom, primarily to the power grid. The voice of the host echoed in Zhao Zijie's ears. Instinctively, he opened the Penguin Group. 999 unread messages. What the heck? It's actually auroras. This is unscientific. Aren't auroras supposed to only occur in the polar regions? Look, you were told to study, but you insisted on herding cattle. Now you realize your mistake, don't you? There was a massive red aurora event back in 1958, but according to descriptions, it wasn't as exaggerated as this. Logically, this year shouldn't be a period of solar activity. How could this happen? How should I know? You ought to ask the scientists at the observatory. Reading through the chat records, Zhao Zijie's anxiety lessened slightly. So, it was merely a solar storm. However, watching the expert on television seriously explain the reasons behind the auroras, a sense of worry began to blossom within him. Is it truly just a solar storm? Compared to the Summer Kingdom, the losses suffered by the United States were undoubtedly far greater. At that time, the United States was in the daytime, directly facing the sun. The powerful solar wind not only devastated a significant portion of the U.S. power grid, but also caused several aircraft to go missing. Additionally, most civilian satellites in the U.S. were obliterated by the solar wind. Without electricity and communication devices, the United States felt as though it had been thrust back into the steam age. Within the first ring of the capital city, in the office of the senior counselor, the scenes from yesterday's meeting replayed repeatedly in Counselor Li's mind. Following the appearance of the auroras, Counselor Li initiated a vote. The subject of the vote was, of course, the prophecy regarding the sun put forth by Yongchang. Unsurprisingly, all the astronomy and physics professors present voted in favor. Counselor Li furrowed his brow, lightly tapping his fingers against the solid wood desk. What must he do to ensure the survival of the Summer Kingdom amidst this catastrophe? Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed at the door. Consilor li paused momentarily, softly uttering, "Come." The office door slowly opened, and Yongchang's figure appeared at the entrance. Chapter 48. The Space Administration. Counselor. Yongchang greeted Counselor Li with utmost respect. "Yongchang, you finally arrived." Upon seeing Yongchang, Counselor Li let out a small sigh of relief. You must be aware of the results from yesterday's meeting, correct? Hearing Counselor Li's question, Yongchang nodded gently. It passed unanimously. To be honest, he was not the least bit surprised by this outcome. Given the rigorous steps of deduction and that precise prophecy, Yongchang had no doubt that no one would question his words. What should we do next in the Summer Kingdom? After a moment of silence, Counselor Li slowly inquired. Yongchang's eyes sparkled with determination as he responded. In my view, only the cosmos holds the true path forward. Only by leaving the solar system can we truly safeguard the Summer Kingdom. Counselor Li fell silent. Leaving the solar system? Can humanity's technology truly achieve that? Counselor Li's voice grew hoarse. Isn't colonizing Mars an option? The proposal to colonize Mars had been suggested to him in person by academician Yang Jianchuan after the meeting concluded the previous night. Yongchang slowly shook his head, rejecting Counselor Li's proposal. That may not be viable. At the moment of the solar helium flash, even Mars would not be safe. The only secure zone may be beyond the solar system. Counselor Li painfully closed his eyes. After a long pause, he spoke again, his voice increasingly hoarse. According to your plan, how many people in the Summer Kingdom can survive? Upon hearing the inquiry from the esteemed chairman of the assembly, Yongchang was momentarily taken aback. How many souls have survived? Indeed, this is a pressing question, and Yongchang fell into a deep contemplation. Considering the current population growth rate of Xiagua, the chairman's bitter smile surfaced as he observed Yongchang's silence. Could it be that there are merely 10,000? Yongchang. Truly, is it possible that not even 10,000 remain? Witnessing the peculiar expression on Yongchang's face, the chairman's countenance grew increasingly pained. Out of a staggering 15 billion citizens of Xiagua, is it conceivable that not even 10,000 can be preserved? Coughing slightly, the chairman remarked, You may have misunderstood. Yongchang, with an odd demeanor, replied, According to my calculations, after excluding the elderly and ill who are unfit for interstellar travel, and factoring in the projected natural growth over the next 15 years, Xiagua should have about 1 billion individuals capable of successfully escaping. The office was enveloped in silence. Yongchang, do you comprehend the magnitude of your statement? The chairman gazed at Yongchang with a bewildered expression. 1 billion embarking on interstellar journeys? Are you recounting a science fiction tale? Yongchang met the chairman's gaze with seriousness, asserting, Chairman, in the realm of controlled nuclear fusion research, you must be aware that I have accomplished everything I claimed. The chairman's expression softened, and after a brief moment, he nodded in acknowledgement of Yongchang's words. Chairman, perhaps my plans seem audacious, but for the future of the people of Xiagua, I implore you to place your unwavering trust in me. The chairman's profound gaze was fixed firmly upon Yongchang's eyes. After a prolonged silence, he inhaled deeply. Very well. I believe in you. According to our sources, effective immediately, Xiagua will establish a space administration with the illustrious father of controlled nuclear fusion, Yongchang, appointed as its inaugural director. The primary mission of the space administration is, as dusk fell, a momentous announcement echoed from the Xiagua news channel. Within a mere half hour, the 4 characters Space Administration surged to the top of the trending topics on Weibo. What the? Space Administration? Is Xiagua venturing into space? I believe now is an opportune moment for such an endeavor, especially given that the United States is currently grappling with the devastation of solar storms and cannot attend to its own affairs. That makes sense. Am I the only one noticing that the first director is Yongchang? If I recall correctly, he should only be 20 years old, right? If we count his age traditionally, he should be 21 now. Goodness, how terrifying. At 21, he is the director of the Space Administration, while I'm 21 and barely managing college dropout status. So, can anyone clarify what powers this Space Administration possesses? Surely it cannot be merely a figurehead. Let us not say that. If the news from Xiagua is accurate, the authority of this Space Administration can be summed up in 8 words, beneath one person. Above 10,000. The following day, at noon, the Xiagua Grand Assembly was filled to capacity. Every attendee was among the nation's most distinguished scientists in physics, chemistry, material science, and biology. At this moment, the Grand Assembly was a confluence of Xiagua's finest intellects. Dressed impeccably in a high-end suit, Yongchang composed himself and ascended the stage. Esteemed colleagues, I am Yongchang, the first director of the Space Administration. I will now outline our plans for the next 3 years. As he spoke, Yongchang gently clicked his mouse, projecting a PowerPoint presentation on the screen before everyone. The Moon Palace Project. In an instant, murmurs filled the Grand Assembly. Ignoring the discussions below, Yongchang cleared his throat and elaborated. The Moon Palace Project, formerly known as the Lunar Surface Automated Mining Initiative, is expected to commence production by the end of this year, primarily aimed at extracting the abundant helium-3 resources on the moon. Furthermore, we will also harvest substantial quantities of titanium, iron ore, and various rare earth minerals. Before the audience could fully process this information, Yongchang clicked the mouse again. The slide changed. The Southgate Project. The Southgate Project is slated for completion by the end of next year. Its primary components include the Xiannu series of aerospace fighters and the Luanyao series of aerospace carrier platforms. The project's main objective is to counter threats from extraterrestrial and silicon-based life forms, marking Xiaogua's first step into the realm of cosmic civilization. Boom! As Yongchang concluded, chaos erupted within the Grand Assembly. The flash of cameras from the back row exploded in a frenzy. Every distinguished academic turned to discuss the unfolding scene with their companions. This is utterly absurd. How could Chairman Li assign such a monumental responsibility to a mere child? An elderly academic with a head of white hair rose in indignation, muttering, "What merit is there in attending such a farcical conference?" "Old Xiao, please be patient." Yang Jianchuan, standing nearby, offered a wry smile and gently patted the frail elder's back. "I understand these projects seem implausible. The crowd is large and diverse, and Professor Liu is not yet finished. Once these reporters depart, trust me, the truth will eventually surface. Xiaogua has reached a dead end." Yang Jianchuan's somber words struck old Xiao's ears. The elder shuddered slightly, casting a complex glance at Yang Jianchuan before slowly reclaiming his seat. "In that case, I shall observe closely what Yongchang is truly orchestrating. How has Xiaogua descended into such a dire predicament?" Such scenes unfolded in every corner of the Xiaogua Grand Assembly, to prevent the leakage of information that could incite social unrest. The news of the sun entering its twilight phase was known only to those scientists present at the initial meeting, with little awareness beyond that circle. Silence. Yongchang gently tapped the table and opened the next PowerPoint. The Heavenly Court Project. Chapter 49. The Human Deep Space Exploration Fleet Plan. The projection screen gleamed with 4 golden characters, causing every pupil to constrict. Heavenly Court. In Xiaogua's mythology, the Heavenly Court is the supreme governing center of the divine realm. In the hearts of every Xiaogua citizen, the Heavenly Court holds irreplaceable significance. The Heavenly Court Project, formerly known as the Human Deep Space Exploration Fleet Plan, aims to complete its preliminary construction within 15 years. The first target planet of the Heavenly Court Project is Proxima Centauri, located 422 light-years away from us. Yongchang's calm voice resonated throughout the Grand Assembly. Simultaneously, the PowerPoint slides continued to shift, revealing the main contents of the Heavenly Court Project before the astonished audience. The assembly of academics and professors below were rendered speechless by shock. Each person's mind involuntarily echoed a singular thought. How audacious is Yongchang? Colonizing exoplanets within 15 years? Surely, such science fiction is beyond the realm of possibility. At the back of the Grand Assembly, the frequency of flashing lights escalated, coalescing into a blinding white glow. The shutter buttons of the reporters' cameras were nearly worn out from incessant clicking. After a span of over 10 minutes, Yongchang stood on stage, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. He had succinctly introduced the 3 major plans. He scanned the faces of the audience, and indeed, almost every academic and professor bore expressions of disdain and skepticism. He forced a smile, revealing a hint of amusement, and then addressed the microphone once more. "This concludes our meeting. I kindly ask all reporters to vacate the premises." Yongchang's words incited a mild stir within the Grand Assembly. The reporters are leaving first? Such a protocol was not previously established. Confusion deepened in the eyes of every individual present. Yongchang clearly had no intention of offering any explanations, standing stoically at the forefront, his serious gaze fixed upon the last row of reporters in the Grand Assembly. However, at such a meeting, no one dared to provoke Yongchang's misfortune. After all, As the inaugural director of the Space Administration, he wielded substantial power. 5 minutes later, when all the journalists had vacated the Xiaohua Grand Hall, Lu Yongchang exchanged a significant glance with the soldiers stationed at the entrance. With a resounding thud, the 4 grand doors of the hall were closed simultaneously, producing a synchronized, muffled sound. Witnessing this scene, the eyes of all the academicians and professors widened in alarm. Was something grave about to unfold? Ladies and gentlemen, what I am about to disclose pertains to national security, Lu Yongchang stated meaningfully. Thus, I kindly ask each of you to sign a confidentiality agreement. As he spoke, several soldiers began distributing the agreements to the gathered academicians and professors. What? We are required to sign a confidentiality agreement. What could possibly relate to national security? Upon hearing Lu Yongchang's words, the young professors could hardly contain their anxiety, murmuring amongst themselves. Meanwhile, some of the senior academicians in the front row exchanged knowing glances. Academician Yang, this must be the truth you just mentioned, Elder Caillou remarked, signing his name on the confidentiality agreement while casting a meaningful glance at Yang Jinchuan. With a grave expression, Yang Jinchuan signed his name as well, softly stating, Elder Caillou, I can now speak candidly. If I were to tell you that humanity has less than 15 years left to survive, would you believe me? The white-haired academician Qiu Tianzhong's pupils constricted in shock, unable to suppress his astonishment. He whispered, What did you just say? Noticing the attention of those around him, Qiu Tianzhong quickly forced a smile and waved his hand dismissively. Once the others turned away, he grasped Yang Jinchuan's sleeve and inquired in a hushed tone, What do you mean by that? What do you mean humanity has 15 years left? Just as Yang Jinchuan was about to respond, Lu Yongchang interrupted him. Now that everyone has signed the confidentiality agreement, I shall speak plainly. Humanity has only 15 years left to escape. More precisely, all life on Earth has a mere 15 years remaining. Lu Yongchang's words detonated in the previously tranquil hall like an atomic bomb. In an instant, the once serene Xiaohua Grand Hall erupted into chaos, akin to a bustling marketplace. Standing on the stage, Lu Yongchang observed the tumultuous crowd below, choosing to remain silent. He understood that such a shocking revelation required time for digestion. Gradually, the din of chatter subsided, and all eyes fixated on him. At that moment, he gently clicked the mouse, transitioning to the next slide of the presentation. I trust that everyone is aware of a recent paper published in Nature. The recent activities of the sun have caused considerable concern, particularly the global auroras witnessed last night, which defied all previously established patterns. Through rigorous calculations and projections, we have discovered that the sun has prematurely entered its aging phase, and its deterioration is occurring at an unprecedented rate. According to our models, the sun will enter the red giant phase within 10 years, during which it will engulf Mercury and Venus. Within 15 years, a helium flash will occur. At that time, Earth, being the closest planet to the sun, will be entirely incinerated by the brilliance of the helium flash. A profound silence enveloped the Xiaohua Grand Hall. Academician Qiu Tianzhong sat in stunned disbelief, his frail hands gripping the armrests of his chair tightly. How can this be possible? This defies logic, he exclaimed, his voice a frantic whisper. As a prominent figure in Xiaohua's physics community, he struggled to comprehend such a reality. In just over a decade, the sun would exhaust the majority of its energy reserves. By conventional wisdom, this energy should sustain the sun's combustion for billions of years. Where had all that energy gone? This contravened the law of energy conservation. In a fervor, Qiu Tianzhong sprang to his feet, his trembling hands raised in protest. If such a calamity were to occur, it would spell disaster, not only for Earth civilization, but for the entirety of human knowledge. Observing the elderly man swaying unsteadily in his seat, Lu Yongchang felt a flicker of compassion. He had witnessed such scenes too many times in his previous life. The greater one's knowledge, the harder it became to accept such a cataclysmic change in the sun, as it contradicted the very principles of human understanding. Lu Yongchang slowly shook his head. If the sun has been affected by an unknown force, then it would align with all established laws. Qiu Tianzhong paused, standing there in a daze, his hollow gaze fixed on Lu Yongchang. What could possibly influence the sun? Lu Yongchang shook his head once more. I do not know. He spoke the truth. Even in his previous life, humanity had failed to uncover the cause of the sun's aberration. Of course, This was also related to the limited time humanity had to study the anomaly. In his former existence, there had been little opportunity to explore the sun's alterations. All resources have been allocated to the underground cities and starship projects. Even now, with the timeline of the sun's changes altered, Yongchang harbored a vague suspicion. Perhaps the sun's transformation was indeed of human origin. However, lacking evidence, he could not voice his conjecture. Perhaps Yongchang's words offered some glimmer of hope to academician Xiao Tianzhong, as his expression gradually softened. What should we do now? Xiao Tianzhong was not a fool. Since this matter was being openly discussed in the Xiaogua Grand Hall, it indicated its credibility. The leaders of Xiaogua would not make such a grave error. His question also served as a wake-up call for those present. Given that the situation was irreversible, the focus must now shift to viable solutions. Noticing the renewed attention of the audience upon him, Yongchang allowed a slight relaxation of his tense demeanor. He clicked the mouse to reveal another slide. As I previously mentioned, the foremost task for Xiaogua is the Lunar Palace project. Naturally, given our current technological capabilities, achieving the Lunar Palace project is unattainable. He shrugged helplessly. The academicians and professors in attendance exchanged glances, their expressions growing solemn. He was not mistaken. To date, only a handful of astronauts from decades past, part of the American Apollo program, had actually set foot on the moon. Although Xiaogua had initiated its lunar exploration program, it remained far from achieving manned lunar landings. Therefore, the pressing task at hand was to ascend the technological ladder. As Yongchang spoke, he clicked the mouse again, and the projector flickered to life, displaying the names of 3 technologies on the screen. 1. Fusion reactor miniaturization technology. 2. Electric propulsion technology. 3. Aerospace plane technology. After the meeting concluded, Yongchang wasted no time and headed directly to the Daxian Nuclear Physics Laboratory. At that moment, construction had already commenced around the Daxian Nuclear Physics Laboratory. According to the plans laid out by Congressman Li, the laboratory would be expanded to 10 times its original size. Upon completion, it would be renamed the first laboratory of Xiaogua, with its primary mission to lead all Xiaogua citizens into space. In the Daxiabei Nuclear Physics Laboratory, the foremost laboratory of Xiaogua, Yongchang gazed solemnly at the transparent container filled with water, situated prominently on the experimental platform. This vessel had been meticulously crafted over the course of several days to conduct experiments on sonoluminescence. Yongchang, are you certain that the phenomenon of sonoluminescence is related to nuclear fusion? Fang Su asked nervously, glancing at Yongchang. To be frank, he found the concept rather dubious. Yongchang nodded affirmatively. I am certain. Fang Su's eyes brightened slightly. Oh, what gives you such certainty? Have you seen any pertinent papers? Yongchang cast a sidelong glance at Fang Su and remarked, by my intuition, let us commence the experiment. Yongchang instructed the researcher responsible for operations without further elaboration. In the next moment, the ultrasonic generator beneath the transparent container sprang to life. The water's surface within the container rippled delicately. Yongchang's gaze remained fixed on the monitoring data. When he observed the ultrasonic oscillation frequency on the computer screen reached the target value, a spark of excitement ignited in his eyes. Quick, inject the gas. The researcher beside him swallowed nervously and hurriedly pressed the buttons on the control panel. A flurry of fine bubbles emerged at the bottom of the transparent container. Under the influence of buoyancy, the bubbles began to ascend gradually. A wondrous phenomenon unfolded. Under the action of the ultrasound, the bubbles oscillated back and forth within the liquid. In the next instant, as the bubbles collapsed to their minimal volume, a faint glow was emitted from within. We succeeded. A glimmer of exhilaration flashed in Yongchang's eyes. He abruptly turned to the researcher beside him and demanded, have all the data been recorded? The researcher rapidly typed on the keyboard and then breathed a sigh of relief. Professor, all data has been successfully recorded. Excellent. Yongchang's eyes sparkled with joy. Transfer all the experimental data to my computer. I will need to enter a period of seclusion, so do not disturb me. Oh, Sugu, continue experimenting with different solutions and varying frequencies of ultrasound. I require more data. With that, Yongchang strode purposefully toward his office. Inside the office, Yongchang stared at the intricate data displayed on his computer, his brow furrowing tightly. The temperature during the previous sonoluminescence event was not particularly high, hovering around 100,000 degrees Celsius. For controlled nuclear fusion, which often reaches temperatures in the hundreds of millions of degrees, 100,000 degrees was hardly sufficient. To leverage sonoluminescence for controlled nuclear fusion, he first needed to address the upper limit of the bubble collapse temperature. It was imperative to elevate the temperature within the bubbles to the threshold necessary for initiating nuclear fusion. The most straightforward method to tackle this issue was to establish a mathematical model. As for the factors influencing bubble collapse temperature, it was not an exaggeration to say that Yongchang could derive the most basic inferences with ease. These factors included the frequency of the ultrasound, the type of solution, and the shape of the container. This was precisely why he had explicitly instructed Feng Su before entering seclusion. Any mathematical model necessitated substantial experimental data for validation. Observing the continuous influx of diverse data on his computer, Yongchang inhaled deeply. He then reached for the pen resting nearby. The sharp sound of the pen cap being removed resonated through the quiet office. In the next moment, his expression transformed. The time for intense focus had commenced. The tranquil office was soon filled with the rhythmic scratching of the pen against the drafting paper. That evening, as various media outlets finalized their news articles, the social media platforms of Xiagua erupted instantaneously. The trending topics on Weibo were dominated by 10 striking headlines. The headlines included Wielding Plan, Nanchaman Plan, Tianning Plan, and Professor Liu is incredible. These 10 trending topics caused the Weibo servers to crash. Countless spectators flocked to the comments section, expressing their exhilaration. Whoa, what has happened? What has happened? What has happened? Accepting one's own weakness makes one invincible. Ahem, sorry, wrong set. The editors are getting increasingly absurd. Are they really publishing such sci-fi content as news? Those upstairs, pay attention. This is from the recent meeting held by Xiagua's Space Administration. And all these initiatives were proposed by the first director, Professor Liu. Can someone tell me what year it is? I suspect I have traveled through time. I can smell the competition between the US and the Soviet Union. Naturally, a prominent military forum in Xiagua was no exception and was set ablaze by this news. After dinner, Zhao Zijia, as usual, sat in front of his computer and opened his browser. He skillfully typed a domain name into the address bar and pressed the enter key. The web page swiftly redirected him to a military forum. Unlike before, the homepage of the military forum displayed a line of bold red text. Major disclosure of Space Administration meeting content. Zhao Zijia's brow furrowed slightly. The name of the Space Administration had echoed throughout the nation in recent times. It was no exaggeration to say that wherever there was internet and signal, nearly everyone was aware of this newly established department. However, what connection did the Space Administration's meeting have with a military forum? A hint of confusion flickered in Zhao Zijia's eyes as he instinctively clicked on the highlighted title. The Wielding Plan, Lunar Automated Mining Initiative? Production to commence by the end of this year. What the? Zhao Zijia released the mouse and rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he had misread the information. How could Xiagua suddenly propose a lunar mining project? Not to mention that Xiagua had yet to accomplish manned lunar landings. Was it not a fantasy to initiate lunar mining by the end of the year? Has Professor Liu lost his mind? Zhao Zijia muttered to himself, then opened a chat group and shared a screenshot of the news. Has everyone seen this news? Today is not April Fool's Day, right? Ding, ding, ding. Soon, a flurry of urgent message notifications chimed. Zhao Zijia hurriedly opened the chat group to check. Old Zhao, you can't be serious. You just found out? Friendly reminder. The Wielding Plan is the easiest of the 3 major plans to implement. Old Zhao, you should read the entire news before speaking. As he read the messages in the chat group, Zhao Zijia's pupils constricted slightly. 3 major plans? The simplest one? Quickly, he closed the chat group interface and scrolled the mouse to examine the details. Gradually, a peculiar expression crossed Zhao Zijia's face. The Nanchaman Plan, equipped with the Xian NV series of aerospace fighters and the Luan Bird series of aerospace platforms, aims to resist alien invasion. What the? Completed by the end of next year. As he scrolled down, details of the Nanchaman Plan emerged before his eyes. Xian NV series aerospace fighter. Body length, 3,050 meters. Maximum takeoff weight, 100 tons. Cruising speed within the atmosphere, 112 kilometers per second, second cosmic velocity. Maximum speed beyond the atmosphere, 167 kilometers per second, third cosmic velocity. Utilizing dual fusion engines, powered by an electric propulsion system. equipped with a small laser rapid-fire cannon and ultra-fast medium to long-range air-to-air missiles, capable of carrying nuclear warheads. The subsequent Wanbird series was even more outrageous. The fuselage measures a total length of 500 meters, with a wingspan of 1,300 meters and a maximum takeoff weight of 300,000 tons. Its cruising speed within the atmosphere reaches Mach 2, while outside the atmosphere. It can achieve speeds approaching the third cosmic velocity. Regarding the weapon systems, it is equipped with high-energy pulse laser cannons, high-power particle dispersion cannons, and large missile silos. Upon reading this, Zhao Zijie swallowed hard. Is this truly technology that could be possessed by next year? Considering this is merely the second plan, Zhao Zijie hurriedly scrolled down the page. Oh, the Tianning plan? Good heavens! Just from a name, Zhao Zijie could envision how absurd this endeavor must be. First, he glanced at the projected completion time for the project, within 15 years. He suddenly exhaled in relief. After the excitement from the first two projects, he found the 15-year timeline for the Tianning plan to be the most plausible. However, he quickly resolved to retract his youthful naivety. The human deep space exploration fleet plan comprises a total of 1,000 survival-class starships, 500 supply-class starships, and 1,000 combat-class starships. Among these, the 1,000 survival-class starships can accommodate nearly 1 billion citizens of Xiaogua, with an average capacity of 1 million per starship. The entire Tianting fleet is expected to achieve a maximum flight speed of 1/10 the speed of light, with its destination set for Proxima Centauri, located 422 light-years away. Zhao Zijie took a deep breath. Trembling, he reopened the QQ group and typed 3 exclamation marks in the chat box. Ha ha ha! Another child has been rendered speechless. Observing the responses from his groupmates, Zhao Zijie smiled wryly and began typing. What on earth is this? This is clearly something out of science fiction. How could this possibly be presented in the Grand Hall of Xiaogua? Just as Zhao Zijie's words were sent, someone replied, Old Zhao, you are still too young. Do you remember the Star Wars initiative proposed by the United States years ago? Zhao Zijie's pupils contracted sharply, and his fingers quickened their dance upon the keyboard. Are you suggesting this is something concocted by the Strategic Disinformation Bureau? The next moment, a screenshot was shared in the QQ group. The screenshot displayed the trending topics on Weibo. Congratulations to Professor Liu Yongchang on his appointment as the head of the Strategic Disinformation Bureau. Zhao Zijie shook his head with a bitter smile. Indeed, anyone with a modicum of intelligence should not believe such nonsense. Yet, a vivid image of the dazzling auroras from a few days prior flashed through his mind. Considering the proximity of the two events, he felt a twinge of unease. Could there be a connection? But soon, he shook his head, dismissing his errant thoughts. It must be impossible. It is likely, just as the netizens have suggested, merely a fabrication of the Strategic Disinformation Bureau. Chapter 52. The United States responds. The Pathfinder Initiative. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the United States, within the presidential office of the White House, Albert's face turned crimson as he fixated on Defense Secretary Anthony and CIA Director William Blair. William Blair, do you no longer wish to wear the hat of CIA Director? Albert's furious shout sent shivers down the spines of both men. A slight twitch crossed William Blair's eye as he responded, Mr. President, silence. Albert interrupted, seizing a document from his desk and flinging it before William. I do not wish to hear any of your excuses. Just tell me what our CIA is doing. Damn it. Xiaogua is preparing to break out of the solar system. And what are we doing? We are still repairing power equipment across the nation. FXX. William Blair lowered his gaze to the document lying at his feet. The words Moon Palace Plan pierced his eyes. After a moment of silence, he slowly replied, Mr. President, our informants in Xiaogua did not acquire any intelligence regarding this plan prior to the meeting. I suspect this is merely a smokescreen thrown by Xiaogua. Do you recall the Star Wars initiative we proposed decades ago? As soon as William finished speaking, Anthony chimed in, Sir, I share the same view as Director William. In my opinion, these 3 plans from Xiaogua are entirely unachievable. Their words slightly eased Albert's expression. Are you suggesting that these 3 so-called space plans from Xiaogua are mere bluffs? What about the newly established space agency? Is it also a fabrication? According to intelligence, Professor Liu Yongchang wields considerable power. William chuckled softly and countered, Mr. President, would you appoint a 21-year-old to lead NASA? Without a second thought, Albert shook his head. What a joke. A 21-year-old should be busy dating in college. William shrugged, palms open, looking at the president with a smirk. Albert paused, then realized the implications, nodding slowly. I think I understand your point. How do you suggest we respond to the smokescreens released by Xiaohua? The reactions on Twitter have not been favorable. We must devise a strategy promptly. A bittersweet smile flickered in William's eyes. Twitter. Once again, it is Twitter. How did the United States end up with such a president? He sighed inwardly and turned a pleading gaze toward Anthony. This matter has no bearing on the CIA. After a moment of contemplation, Anthony's eyes sparkled with determination as he stated, Mr. President, I believe it is necessary for us to initiate the Mars landing program. Albert's pupils constricted slightly, and his expression grew serious. Landing au Mars. Are you certain? Anthony nodded slowly, yet resolutely. While the veracity of these three plans from Xiaohua may be low, we can draw a simple conclusion. Xiaohua's emphasis on space has been intensifying. To secure the future position of the United States, we must first gain dominance in space. That afternoon, the White House held an urgent press conference. Albert stood at the podium, clearing his throat. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the White House press conference. In a recent solar storm, the United States suffered severe losses. However, thanks to our formidable national strength, we have swiftly transitioned from the steam age back to the modern era. As he spoke, Albert made a comical gesture, eliciting laughter from the audience. All right, let us return to the matter at hand, or my secretary will give me the death glare again. The laughter grew louder, and after receiving the anticipated eye roll from his secretary, Albert straightened his expression and continued. Everyone, in seeking the path to humanity's future, the United States has never slowed its pace. I announced that, effective immediately, we will commence the manned Mars landing program. Project codename Pathfinder. As Albert's words echoed through the hall, a profound silence enveloped the press conference. Moments later, a cacophony of discussions erupted. Mr. President, is this decision by the United States a reaction to the three plans recently released by Xiaohua? Mr. President, does this decision indicate a renewed arms race? Looking at the excited reporters below, Albert furrowed his brow slightly. He raised his hand, gesturing for calm. The discussions gradually subsided, and soon, the press conference fell silent once more. However, the expressions on the faces of the journalists had transformed dramatically from just a few moments prior. Each reporter, like a shark sensing the scent of blood, was filled with an exhilarating gleam in their eyes. Abot cast his gaze over the crowd gathered below and solemnly declared, the purpose of initiating the Pathfinder program is to seek a second Earth for humanity. Everything undertaken by the United States is for the future of mankind. As for Xiaohua's Lunar Palace Initiative and the Southgate Project, I sincerely wish them success in transforming the fantastical into reality. With that, Abot made no pause, offering the reporters no chance for questions as he turned and departed the press conference. As the president exited, a slight commotion erupted in the room. Editor-in-Chief, we have a sensational news story. Trust me, this will undoubtedly headline our newspaper. Just as the journalists were still grappling with confusion, a voice resonated from a corner. A man in a suit, visibly excited, brandished his phone while enthusiastically exclaiming and swiftly making his way toward the exit. This was a reporter from the Huadong Post. Many journalists recognized his identity. His actions served as a wake-up call, prompting the rest to grab their phones and report the press conference developments to their editor. Within a mere 2 to 3 hours, the Huadong Post was the first to release its latest edition. Moon versus Mars. Who will prevail in this cosmic contest? Following Huadong Post's lead, other newspapers soon followed suit, with headlines growing increasingly sensational. Second arms race. Cosmic rivalry. Xiaohua's ambitions laid bare. Chapter 53. Solution selection. Liquid lithium in the information age, the speed at which news spreads is remarkably swift. Within just a few hours, all events occurring in the United States had made their way online. Even Xiaohua's official news Weibo account joined in, posting a message. Similar to the United States, everything undertaken by Xiaohua was also for the advancement of humanity. This Weibo post garnered countless likes and comments within mere minutes. Goodness, I must say, they have a point. Everything we do is in preparation for extraterrestrial encounters. As for who the extraterrestrials are, well, those in the know understand. Wow, what a genius upstairs. To be frank, this situation should be deemed an arms race, right? Let us be bold and drop the should be. To be precise, it is an outright space race. Enough said. I bet on Xiaoguo winning. Why? Because we have Professor Liu, and they do not. In the capital, within the confines of the First Ring Road, Congressman Li sat quietly in his office, a document laid out before him. The contents of the document detailed the specifics of the United States Pathfinder program. With a light chuckle, Congressman Li tossed aside the file containing the particulars of the United States initiative. Minister He, it is time to gradually scale down non-essential industries. All resources of Xiaoguo will be prioritized for the space administration. Minister of Finance He Jie's pupils dilated in shock, exclaiming, Congressman, this could severely impact Xiaoguo's economy. Congressman Li, with an indifferent glance at He Jie, calmly replied, this is an order. Besides reducing the scale of unrelated industries, from today onward, all resource exports are prohibited. Furthermore, we will spare no expense to import steel and various mineral resources from abroad. Remember, this is an order. He Jie was taken aback. He could scarcely imagine the ramifications these directives would have on contemporary Xiaoguo. These measures should be executed gradually, ensuring the public remains unaware of any anomalies. Congressman Li added thoughtfully, Xiaoguo cannot withstand significant upheaval at this time. Understood. I will ensure the task is completed. He Jie swallowed hard, his expression resolute as he declared loudly. Unbeknownst to Yongchang, who had been secluded in his office for several days, external events were unfolding. Even if he were aware, he would likely scoff at the notion. In these times, who has the luxury to engage in competition? At that moment, his mind was wholly consumed by a myriad of intricate formulas. His expansive desk was teeming with various sheets of draft paper filled with his calculations. With a sigh of relief, Yongchang slammed his pen down onto the solid wood desk. I did it, he murmured, staring blankly at the draft paper before him. The page bore a series of aesthetically pleasing equations. Rubbing his slightly reddened eyes, he inhaled deeply, reflecting on the past 3 days. During this time, aside from the essential meals and sleep, his pen had not paused. Hard work has its rewards. He had ultimately succeeded in establishing a mathematical model for the phenomenon of sonoluminescence. Gazing at the mathematical model he had painstakingly crafted, Yongchang anxiously filled in the parameters. Soon, the calculations were completed. As he examined the data on the draft paper, his pupils dilated in shock. He had never anticipated that achieving controlled nuclear fusion would necessitate such a material. Metallic lithium. The various properties of lithium flooded his mind. Lithium, a metallic element, is a soft, silver-white metal and the least dense metal known. With a melting point of 54 degrees Celsius, it indeed could serve as a solution. After all, it merely requires heating above 54 degrees to transform into a liquid state. Yongchang contemplated the viability of using liquid lithium as a reaction solution and rose from his chair, making his way toward the office door. The sound of the office door opening immediately captured the attention of everyone in the laboratory. Yongchang, you finally figured out. Fang Suet Helium. His eyes brightening as he rushed toward Yongchang. So did you solve it? Yongchang lifted his head, waving the draft paper in his hand, and nodded slightly. Wow, those dark circles under your eyes. Upon seeing Yongchang's face, Fang Su gasped. Have you not slept at all in the past 3 days? Yongchang was visibly startled by Fang Su's reaction. He instinctively paused, raising a hand to touch his under-eye area. It can't be that exaggerated. I managed to sleep a total of 10 hours. Fang Su's expression turned strange. 10 hours? All right, you should go take a nap. If you collapse from exhaustion, Congressman Li will surely have my head. With a nonchalant wave of his hand, Yongchang replied, no worries, I'm fine. Let's proceed with the experiment. We cannot afford to waste any time. Seeing Yongchang's demeanor, Fang Su could only helplessly exchange glances with a nearby researcher before letting out a gentle sigh. All right, you're the head of the laboratory. You call the shots. What do you want us to do? Upon hearing Fang Su's inquiry, Yongchang instinctively turned his gaze toward the reaction vessel set aside. He furrowed his brow and slowly shook his head. No, we need to change the vessel. Contact the factory. We require a custom-made container. Fang Su's brow furrowed at this. Custom-making a container? That will take considerable time. What solution are you planning to use? I should give the factory a heads up. As he spoke, Fang Su picked up paper and pen to record Yongchang's requirements for the container. Liquid lithium. Yongchang's calm words reverberated through the laboratory. Fang Su's movements came to an abrupt halt. In the next moment, he abruptly raised his head. his face awash with astonishment as he gazed at Lu Yongchang and exclaimed, "What? Liquid lithium? This is exceedingly dangerous. You must understand, lithium is the most reactive metal among known elements. Consequently, the hazards associated with elemental lithium are profound. A single misstep could ignite a fire and subsequently trigger an explosion." Chapter 54. The emergence of the experimental machine. Fong Su regarded Lu Yongchang with a complex expression, his pen trembling slightly in hand. Solid lithium is perilous enough, let alone liquid lithium heated to over 18,054 degrees. Now, Lu Yongchang was suggesting the use of liquid lithium as a reaction solution for controlled nuclear fusion. This was nuclear fusion, one of the most violent reactions in the entire stellar system. Not only Fong Su, but all the researchers and professors around them wore peculiar expressions upon hearing the proposal of using liquid lithium as a solution. "Ahem, Professor Lu, perhaps we should reconsider?" suggested Lu He, clearing his throat and speaking in a gentle tone. Lu Yongchang scanned the room and, upon observing the collective apprehension, revealed a wry smile. "All right, to be frank, I too find this proposal lacks a degree of safety. However, when it comes to experiments related to nuclear physics, is there truly any that can be deemed entirely safe?" After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yongchang stepped toward the demonstration whiteboard at the side of the laboratory. He grasped a black marker and inscribed a complex yet aesthetically pleasing equation upon it. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the mathematical model of the sonoluminescence phenomenon. To ignite nuclear fusion within a solution, we must achieve temperatures exceeding hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius during bubble collapse. This is something only liquid lithium can accomplish." As he spoke, Lu Yongchang swiftly detailed the calculation process upon the whiteboard. Fong Su pondered over the equations displayed, nodding thoughtfully. As one of the foremost academicians, he rapidly grasped Lu Yongchang's line of reasoning and derived the conclusion. With a gentle sigh, he remarked, "If the mathematical model holds true, then liquid lithium may indeed be our sole option." Lu Yongchang chuckled lightly. "In my view, liquid lithium is not merely a last resort. Quite the opposite. It stands as the optimal choice for a small-scale fusion reactor." As he spoke, he emphatically inscribed a symbol on the whiteboard, Li6. At the sight of this symbol, Fong Su's pupils contracted sharply. He comprehended everything. "Yongchang, you intend to utilize the physical properties of lithium-6, correct?" A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes as he instinctively rubbed his nose vigorously. Yes, you are absolutely right. Liquid lithium is indeed the best choice for a small-scale fusion reactor." Seeing Fong Su's face alight with enthusiasm, Lu Yongchang's eyes twinkled with amusement. Truly, Fong Su was remarkable for grasping the crux of the matter so swiftly. In contrast, the surrounding researchers and professors appeared utterly perplexed as they gazed at Lu Yongchang. Lu Yongchang, sensing their confusion, promptly elucidated, "The lithium-6 atom possesses a physical property that is easily overlooked. When bombarded by neutrons, it releases tritium atoms." Upon hearing this explanation, the countenances of the crowd froze in realization. Thus, when a deuterium-tritium fusion reaction is initiated, it will naturally release a substantial quantity of neutrons. These neutrons, in turn, will bombard the surrounding liquid Li6, which will then release even more tritium atoms. Consequently, compared to the Pangu 1 fusion reactor, the small-scale fusion reactor may not require supplemental tritium gas. It can operate for extended periods with only the most economical deuterium gas. "Yongchang, I will contact the factory immediately." Fong Su et Helium silat. I hadn't realized it before, but now it seems this is the optimal solution for miniaturizing the fusion reactor. 3 days later, a vast iron structure spontaneously arose in an open space 1,000 meters away from the first laboratory of Xiaogua. At the center of this facility stood a deep black cylindrical container, approximately 2 meters in height and 1 meter in diameter. At the base of the container was a massive ultrasonic generator. This seemingly simple container was the experimental machine for the small-scale fusion reactor. Lu Yongchang gazed at the device before him, a tinge of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. It was undeniable that pooling the majority of Xiaogua's resources had accelerated the experimental progress significantly. Just 3 days prior, Fong Su had finalized contact with the factory, and within a mere hour, The blueprints for the small-scale fusion reactor's experimental machine were presented before Lu Yongchang. Subsequently, not only did Xiaogua complete the construction of the experimental machine within 3 days, but for safety considerations, they even erected an iron structure in the open space to serve as a temporary testing facility. Yongchang, when shall we commence the experiment? Fang Su turned to the experimental machine at the heart of the facility, his eyes gleaming with fervor. This was a small-scale fusion reactor. As a leading academician in the field of nuclear fusion, Fang Su understood better than anyone the immense potential this represented. Unlike large-scale fusion reactors, this small-scale reactor would not be utilized in civilian applications. Its glory would shine in military domains. Imagining future Xiaogua aircraft carriers, submarines, or fighter jets powered by nuclear fusion sent Fang Su's heart racing. Patience, we must wait for others, Lu Yongchang replied calmly from his side. Wait for whom? Fang Su instinctively queried, momentarily taken aback. Lu Yongchang's gaze shifted past Fang Su towards the distance. Oh, they have arrived. Fang Su quickly turned to follow Lu Yongchang's line of sight. A black Hongqi sedan was slowly approaching the iron structure. The license plate bore that familiar series of numbers. The head of the committee is coming. Fang Su gasped in astonishment, whispering in surprise. Let's proceed to greet them. Lu Yongchang adjusted his attire, preparing for the encounter. So small. The head of the committee, upon seeing the experimental machine, immediately questioned Lu Yongchang's assertions. In response to the skepticism, Lu Yongchang smiled and replied, Esteemed committee head, size does not determine capability. This is merely an experimental machine. If successful, its size can be further minimized. In the future, it could even be housed within your vehicle. The committee head raised an eyebrow, evidently unconvinced by Lu Yongchang's words. The power output of this machine should not surpass that of Pangawon, correct? Lu Yongchang's expression faltered momentarily. Wasn't that a given? What was Pangawon? It occupied an area of 20 square kilometers. How small was this small-scale fusion reactor? Noticing Lu Yongchang's discomfort, Fang Su couldn't help but smile knowingly. However, despite the amusement, it was his duty to assist his superior in justifying the claims. Ahem, esteemed committee head, differences in size naturally lead to differences in power output, Fang Su interjected. Based on estimates, the small-scale fusion reactor before you should achieve a power output of around 1,000 megawatts. The committee head's eyebrows shot up. 1,000 megawatts. That is a considerable power output. Chapter 55. Initial mastery of small-scale fusion reactor technology. Such a diminutive device can produce such high power. The committee head expressed astonishment as he glanced at the small-scale fusion reactor situated at the center of the facility. 1,000 megawatts is an extraordinarily formidable power output. It is worth noting that a household diesel generator typically operates at about 310 kilowatts. Even the United States' illustrious Nimitz-class aircraft carrier generates a total power output of merely around 280 megawatts. In other words, the imposing black cylindrical apparatus before them, towering at approximately 1.5 meters in height, possesses the capability to effortlessly propel an aircraft carrier. At this thought, a fervent gleam flickered in the eyes of the assembly leader. Should this technology reach maturity, in due time, the Xi'an nation shall wield undeniable authority upon Earth. When shall the experiments commence? The assembly leader inquired with a hint of urgency. Beside him, Fang Su exhibited a trace of hesitation in his gaze. After all, this pertains to nuclear testing. After a moment of internal conflict, he gently suggested, Assembly leader, perhaps you should maintain a distance. Do not underestimate this black cylinder. It is filled with liquid lithium. Should any mishap occur, a flicker of alarm crossed the assembly leader's eyes. Liquid lithium combined with nuclear fusion. Even a layperson like him understood the peril it entailed. Yet he slowly shook his head. No need. The assembly leader. Fang Su grew anxious. Assembly leader. Your safety. The assembly leader cast a calm glance at Fang Su, his undeniable demeanor promptly interrupting Fang Su's unfinished words. Do not worry about me. Since Professor Lu Yongchang has not flinched, how could I, as the assembly leader, shy away? Yongchang, let the experiment commence. Professor Lu Yongchang nodded slightly and then turned to the researchers in charge of the operation, calling out loudly, Begin the experiment. Activate the heating device. As Lu Yongchang's words fell, a researcher hurriedly bent down to press several buttons on the control panel before him. A low, resonant hum began to resonate. This elicited a moment of confusion in the assembly leader's eyes. Yongchang quickly explained, the melting point of metallic lithium is 154 degrees Celsius. Therefore, a preheating period is necessary before the fusion reactor can be activated. The assembly leader nodded lightly. Approximately how long will it take? Around 10 minutes. Once the technology is fully developed, we should be able to expedite the process. Quite good. Quite good. The assembly leader nodded repeatedly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. A 10-minute preheating time is entirely acceptable. After all, under normal circumstances, such fusion reactors are typically mounted on aircraft carriers or submarines. For aircraft carriers and submarines, a startup time of just over 10 minutes is remarkably brief. Professor, the metallic lithium has completely melted. A researcher's voice came from the side. Upon hearing this, Yongchang's expression grew noticeably serious. Activate the ultrasonic generating device. Inject the deuterium-tritium mixed gas. Following Yongchang's commands, a series of fine bubbles began to rise slowly from the bottom of the black container. Under the oscillation of the ultrasound, the bubbles began to contract rhythmically. At the moment the bubbles reached their zenith, a blinding light emanated from the core of the bubbles. In that instant, the temperature within the bubbles surged to 1.5 billion degrees Celsius. The deuterium-tritium fusion reaction has ignited, a researcher exclaimed excitedly, detecting a substantial quantity of neutrons. Simultaneously, the neutron dosage detector began emitting a series of alarm signals. Observing the stable curve displayed on the computer screen, Yongchang exhaled slowly. Is this a success? The assembly leader leaned in closer to the computer screen, scrutinizing the dense array of curves and numbers, swallowing lightly as he asked in a hushed tone. It is successful. A hint of joy appeared on Yongchang's face as he asserted firmly. Meanwhile, a faint green glow began to materialize in the depths of his consciousness. In the next moment, his awareness was once again transported to that mysterious, luminous green space. On the tree-like structure, a point of crystalline white light gradually illuminated. Miniaturization technology of fusion reactors. Preliminary mastery. The first experiment lasted approximately 1 minute. Due to the absence of a compatible generator, the energy released dissipated into the surrounding air through the cooling apparatus. As the experiment neared its conclusion, Yongchang pondered for a moment before turning to Assembly Leader Li. Assembly Leader, I have something to discuss with you. Assembly Leader Li raised an eyebrow slightly and nodded gently. Speak. Observing this, Fong Su prepared to leave, only to be grasped by Yongchang's arm. Brother Su, you should also hear this. Witnessing this scene, Assembly Leader Li's expression grew increasingly perplexed. Assembly Leader, I need to convene all research personnel in the aerospace field of Xia Nation. Assembly Leader Li's pupils contracted sharply. All aerospace research personnel? This is a significant undertaking. What do you intend to do? After a moment of silence, Assembly Leader Li inquired softly. Without any hesitation, Yongchang replied, a spaceplane. The transportation efficiency of traditional rockets is far too low. Xia Nation requires a more advanced means of transport. After a brief pause, he added, Assembly Leader, if possible. I need the engineers responsible for the J-30's manufacturing. Additionally, those who constructed the Changzheng 10 launch vehicle. As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Su abruptly turned to Yongchang, urgently whispering, Yongchang, these engineers are national treasures. We cannot take such liberties. Afterward, Fong Su hurriedly apologized to the Assembly Leader. Assembly Leader, Yongchang is not familiar with the protocols. The Assembly Leader gently raised his hand, interrupting Fong Su's words. In the next moment, he cast a meaningful glance at the resolute Yongchang, chuckling softly as he nodded. Very well, since you require these engineers, I shall allocate them to you. Fong Su stood frozen in place. Insanity. This is madness. These engineers are invaluable assets to Xia Nation. Are they truly so easily loaned out? What shall happen to the J-30 and Changzheng 10 research? Fong Su gazed incredulously at Assembly Leader Li. As an academician of the Xia Academy of Sciences, Fong Su was undoubtedly aware of secrets unknown to the average person. Xia Nation had embarked on the J-30 and Changzheng 10 research projects 5 years prior. After 5 years, Fong Su estimated that these two critical projects must have reached a pivotal phase. Assembly Leader Li chuckled lightly, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Halt. Halt! What did we cease? Fong Su's eyes widened in disbelief. Can such research tasks truly be paused? Surely Assembly Leader Li is not jesting with him? Observing Fong Su's astonished expression, the Assembly Leader's face bore a faint smile, and then, with unwavering resolve, he declared, "It has stopped now. That is my decree." Chapter 56. The Emperor of Jingpu is intrigued. Setting aside the immense shock Assembly Leader Li's words brought to Fong Su, Liu Yongchang genuinely witnessed the formidable resolve of the current Xi'an National Assembly Leader. Decisions are made promptly. At worst, we can start afresh. Professor Liu, I am entrusting the fate of the nation into your hands. The Assembly Leader gazed meaningfully at Liu Yongchang and slowly said, "Do not disappoint me." Liu Yongchang's expression turned serious as he nodded firmly. When do you plan to commence research on the spaceplane project? Upon hearing the Assembly Leader's inquiry, Liu Yongchang's brow furrowed slightly. Although several engineering teams are currently working near the nuclear physics laboratory to completely finish constructing these laboratories, a conservative estimate suggests it will take at least another month. A month-long gap was something Liu Yongchang could not accept. After pondering for a moment, Liu Yongchang replied, "Assembly Leader, the highest standard aerospace laboratory in Xi'an Nation." Before Liu Yongchang could finish his sentence, the Assembly Leader raised an eyebrow and interrupted him. The National Aerospace Research Institute of Xi'an Nation is where the Changzheng 10 launch vehicle mission is being conducted. Is that sufficient? Liu Yongchang momentarily paused. Then a spark of delight crossed his eyes as he nodded vigorously. That will suffice. Then, Assembly Leader, I shall report there tomorrow. Upon hearing Liu Yongchang's declaration, Fong Su immediately grew anxious. Disregarding the fact that Liu Yongchang was still conversing with the head of the council, he abruptly seized Liu's arm and whispered, "Have you lost your mind? The miniaturization of the fusion reactor has yet to be fully accomplished." Liu Yongchang momentarily froze, turning to glance at the experimental machine in the center of the venue that was extinguishing its flames. The next moment, he inhaled deeply, his gaze becoming solemn as he looked towards Fong Su. "Brother Su, this arduous task is now entrusted to you." Fong Su exclaimed, "What? Aren't you the chief engineer?" He felt as if 1,000 alpacas were stampeding through his mind. How had this monumental task suddenly fallen upon him? However, it was evident that Liu Yongchang paid no heed to Fong Su's words. He waved dismissively and followed the head of the council out. Faintly, Fong Su caught snippets of their conversation. "Yongchang, why not complete the miniaturization of the fusion reactor first?" The head of the council's voice was tinged with anxiety. "Is everything all right on Fong Su's side?" It's fine. Rest assured, head of the council." Liu Yongchang replied nonchalantly. "I am well aware of Fong Su's capabilities. The most crucial components of the fusion reactor are complete. The rest is merely about encasing it. Quite simple, really. I have faith in Brother Su." Fong Su slowly turned his gaze back to the experimental machine. The matching generator had yet to be designed, and the cooling system was far from adequate. "This is what you call encasing it." He couldn't help but mutter a curse in his heart. In the Su Nation, Emperor Jingpu sat behind his desk, contemplating the documents before him, a pensive expression crossing his face. The events that had transpired internationally over the past 6 months were overwhelming. First, the neighboring Xi'an nation was framed and withdrew from the ITER program. Then, in a mere few months, Xi'an nation astonishingly achieved a remarkable leap, mastering controllable nuclear fusion technology ahead of all other countries. Observing the data of the Pangu 1 fusion reactor released by the Xi'an nation, Emperor Jingpu was unable to remain seated. Unlike Xi'an nation, while the Su nation boasted a robust heavy industry, it lacked a large population. He estimated that possessing just 2 fusion reactors of the Pangu 1 scale would completely satisfy all of Su nation's energy demands. This presented a tremendous opportunity for Su nation. Beyond the petroleum resources required for industrial production, a Su nation endowed with controllable nuclear fusion could entirely abandon inferior energy sources, such as oil and natural gas. Given the already poor economic conditions, Su nation could save a considerable amount of expenditure. Mean, the more Emperor Jingpu considered, the more enthralled he became, and he called out loudly to the office door. In the next moment, the door swung open, revealing a burly figure who gazed at Emperor Jingpu with utmost respect. "Your Excellency, what is your command?" "Inform the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that I need to visit Xi'an nation in a couple of days," Emperor Jingpu declared in an authoritative tone. That very evening, in Xia Nation's first laboratory, a knock echoed at Lu Yongchang's office door. Engrossed in preparations for the aerospace aircraft project, Lu Yongchang was momentarily startled by the sound. He instinctively glanced at the wall clock, noting it was 9:50 p.m. So late, who could possibly be visiting? The door is unlocked. Please come in. With a creak, the office door opened. Seeing the figure standing outside, Lu Yongchang promptly rose to greet him. Minister Hong, what brings you here in person? Hong Qiming waved his hand with an expression of resignation, entering the office with a wry smile. No need for pleasantries. Ever since that solar incident, I haven't been to bed before midnight. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Lu Yongchang's eyes. Are you here to vent your frustrations? As he spoke, he stood up to prepare a cup of tea for Hong Qiming. This is authentic Shihulong Jing, brought to me by the researchers below. I usually wouldn't indulge. Hong Qiming picked up the teacup and inhaled gently. Ah, it's quite fragrant. You young rascal, why are you suddenly showing such gratitude? He regarded Lu Yongchang with a bemused expression. Though I'm the Minister of Science and Technology, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to say such things in front of me? Lu Yongchang, slightly embarrassed, scratched his nose. Minister Hong, one mustn't say that. I purchased this at market price. If you want drink it, please don't waste my tea. Hong Qiming chuckled softly, taking a gentle sip before speaking earnestly. Enough with the small talk. I'm here to inquire about something on behalf of the head of the council. Lu Yongchang quickly set down his teacup, adjusting his demeanor. What is it, Minister Hong? The Emperor of Su Nation, Jingpu, will be visiting Xia Nation in 2 weeks. Hong Qiming said meaningfully. The news has not yet spread. Can you guess why? Lu Yongchang's brow furrowed instantly. The Emperor of Su Nation? Why on earth is he suddenly coming to Xia Nation? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Lu Yongchang. Controllable nuclear fusion? He queried softly. Indeed, Hong Qiming remarked, snapping his fingers in approval. According to intelligence from Xia Nation Security Bureau 2, the Emperor of Su is highly intrigued by the Pangu fusion reactor. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yongchang comprehended the gravity of the situation. Indeed, for Su Nation, controllable nuclear fusion held an unparalleled allure. After all, since the last century, Su Nation had been constructing numerous nuclear fission power stations. What did the head of the council ask you on my behalf? Upon hearing Lu Yongchang's question, a mysterious glimmer flickered in Hong Qiming's eyes as he replied softly. The head of the council asked how Xia Nation should handle this matter. Lu Yongchang's expression shifted slightly. Instinctively responding, Minister Hong, I do not wish to involve myself in such political affairs. Hong Qiming was momentarily taken aback before chuckling softly and waving his hand. I misspoke. The head of the council means, how should Xia Nation approach controllable nuclear fusion technology? Lu Yongchang realized the true nature of the inquiry. Without hesitation, he replied, we should certainly share it. Hong Qiming's brow furrowed immediately. Share it? What is the rationale behind that? It is known that the head of the council and numerous council members spent several hours in discussion over this matter. Almost every council member advocates for Xia Nation to retain controllable nuclear fusion technology. The inquiry directed at Lu Yongchang was merely procedural. After all, as the inaugural director of the Space Administration, Lu Yongchang wielded considerable influence in such matters. Initially, Hong Qiming thought Lu Yongchang would be the last person to agree to the external transfer of fusion technology. After all, this was the culmination of his hard work. Perhaps due to the dim lighting, Lu Yongchang failed to notice the expression on Hong Qiming's face. He continued, Minister Hong, in the face of the impending calamity, it is impossible for Xia Nation to survive alone. We must secure reliable allies. From any perspective, Su Nation is a target we must strive to win over. Hong Qiming's expression softened slightly. Lu Yongchang's perspective had also been mentioned by some council members during the meeting. However, but why not wait a few more years? Hong Qiming murmured, Yongchang, Xia Nation is currently in a phase of rapid development. If we hold on to nuclear fusion technology for just 3 more years, Xia Nation could completely turn its fortunes around. Lu Yongchang slowly shook his head. There is no time. In another year or 2, the changes in the sun will be known to all. Hong Qiming's pupils dilated in shock. So soon? Lu Yongchang gently nodded, reminding, let us not forget that the anomaly with the sun was first discovered by a laboratory in the United States. This statement instantly awakened Hong Qiming, whose face reflected a hint of bitterness. It seems that Xiaogu's current measures are rather conservative. As he spoke, Hong Chiming briefly summarized several resource restrictions released by the chairman for Lu Yongchang. Upon hearing this, Lu Yongchang fell into deep contemplation. After a considerable pause, he slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. Minister Hong, I have an idea. The following day, at the entrance of the Xiaguo National Aerospace Research Institute, 3 military-green armed helicopters gradually descended. As the inaugural director of the Xiaguo Space Administration and a beacon of hope for the nation's future, Lu Yongchang's personal safety was now of paramount importance. While this might not be felt within the laboratory, once outside, Lu Yongchang truly sensed the chairman's concern for his well-being. The presence of 3 fully armed helicopters was merely a modest display, according to Hong Chiming, had it not been for the slow speed of helicopters. The chairman would have preferred to dispatch several J-20 fighters for escort. This was still within the borders of Xiaguo. Lu Yongchang had no doubt that should he ever need to travel abroad, the nation would go so far as to send an entire aircraft carrier fleet to safeguard him. Once the helicopters landed, Lu Yongchang leaped from the deck of the central helicopter, gazing at the open doors of the National Aerospace Research Institute before him. A flicker of excitement passed through his eyes. Here, he would lead Xiaguo in taking its first step toward the vast cosmos. Upon entering the laboratory, Lu Yongchang immediately sensed the distinction between the National Aerospace Laboratory and others. Inside, numerous researchers donned white lab coats, each face etched with tension and seriousness. This was markedly different from the atmosphere at Sandow Co-University. However, Lu Yongchang quickly rationalized this. After all, this was the site dedicated to the research of the Yongchang 10 heavy-lift rocket. Professor Lu, greetings. Just as Lu Yongchang stood at the entrance observing the busy researchers, a somewhat hoarse voice came from his side. He swiftly turned and saw a middle-aged man with graying temples and thick golden-rimmed glasses, looking at him apologetically. Professor Lu, I apologize. We received orders from above yesterday, and we were still organizing experimental equipment, so we couldn't find the time to welcome you. Lu Yongchang's lips curled into a gentle smile. No problem, no problem. If I remember correctly, you must be academician Chao Yongkai. The man's eyes glimmered with surprise as he nodded. Professor Lu, you know me? A hint of embarrassment flickered across Lu Yongchang's face as he sheepishly replied. I have seen your name in my university textbooks. Chao Yongkai suddenly realized that, in terms of rank, this young man before him, despite being a second-year student, was several levels above him. Wiping the sweat from his forehead in embarrassment, Chao Yongkai silently lamented the inefficiency of Sandow Co-University. I must call Jiang Yongxing to inquire about this. Is it truly so difficult to issue a diploma? Clearing his throat, Chao Yongkai attempted to shift the conversation to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chao Yongkai, an academician of the Xiaguo Academy of Sciences and currently the director of the National Aerospace Research Institute. As he spoke, he extended his right hand towards Lu Yongchang. In response, Lu Yongchang quickly reached out, firmly grasping Chao Yongkai's calloused hand. Academician Chao, could you kindly gather the research personnel in the institute? Lu Yongchang stated solemnly. I need to convene a meeting to outline the upcoming tasks. Chao Yongkai readily agreed, knowing he had no choice but to comply. Just last night, he had received a straightforward order to unconditionally obey any arrangements made by Professor Lu Yongchang. 30 minutes later, within the conference room of the Xiaguo National Aerospace Research Institute, all researchers promptly took their seats under Chao Yongkai's urging. Standing before the conference table, Lu Yongchang surveyed the room with a serious expression before activating the projector. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you have all received notification from upper management. The Yongchang 10 heavy-lift rocket project will cease development from this moment onward. Although the attendees had learned of this news the previous night, a sense of sorrow and reluctance still lingered on their faces. After 5 years of research, it was no exaggeration to say that the Yongchang 10 project was like a cherished child to these researchers. I, too, am a researcher, and I can empathize with the discomfort you are feeling. Lu Yongchang took a deep breath, sensing the heavy atmosphere in the room. However, the current situation of Xiaguo is undoubtedly clear to all of you. With the solemnity thickening, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and clicked the left mouse button. Xiaguo requires a more effective propulsion method. The lights from the projector shifted, capturing everyone's attention. Electric propulsion technology. Electric propulsion. This is impossible. Instantly, the conference room erupted into chaos, with voices of skepticism reaching Lu Yongchang's ears. Chao Yongkai, as the institute's director felt his expression change, casting a puzzled glance at the seemingly unfazed Yongchang. Coughing lightly, as the noise in the conference room grew, Yongchang felt compelled to rise and clear his throat. Professor Liu, are you referring to the hall thruster? Yongchang gently nodded, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. What? Does academician Chao have research in this area? It was indeed the hall thruster. He forced a smile and shook his head. Professor Liu, if you intend to replace chemical fuel rockets with hall thrusters, I advise you to reconsider. Yongchang's expression reflected a trace of confusion. What do you mean by that? Yongchang sighed softly. Professor Liu, you must have been attracted by the specific impulse of the hall thruster, right? Yongchang's expression tightened slightly before he nodded. Observing this, Yongchang's expression grew even more pained. The hall thruster project was one we researched long ago at our institute. Initially, we were filled with confidence. Many academicians believed it to be the perfect propulsion system. Unfortunately, reality is always far crueler than imagination. In the laboratory, the maximum thrust of a hall thruster is approximately 200 millinewtons. At this point, Yongchang sighed deeply once more. Professor Liu, what can 200 millinewtons achieve? It can barely push a few A4 sheets within the atmosphere. With that in mind, do you truly believe the hall thruster can replace traditional chemical rockets? In the face of Yongchang's skepticism, Yongchang chuckled softly, his demeanor calm. Academician Chao, do not be hasty. Allow me to finish before you make a judgment. As he spoke, Yongchang pressed the mouse again. Academician Chao, may I inquire what the power of the original hall thruster in the Research Institute was? Yongchang gazed at the image of a completely black cylindrical object projected on the screen, momentarily taken aback. What was that? To his astonishment, he could not recognize the object in the picture. Reacting instinctively to Yongchang's question, he replied, approximately 20 kilowatts. Yongchang nodded in understanding. In the next moment, a mysterious smile spread across his face. What if I told you I could elevate the power to over 1,000 megawatts? Gao Liangga got pet in shock. Even he, who had weathered countless storms, could not contain the astonishment that surged within him, leaping abruptly from his chair beside the conference table. What did you say? 1,000 megawatts? A faint smile appeared at the corner of Yongchang's mouth as he gently nodded. Yongchang's pupils quivered slightly. He swallowed hard and hoarsely inquired, Professor Liu, do you comprehend what a concept of 1,000 megawatts entails? Surely, you do not intend for Panga No. 1 to supply it? At this point, a flicker of thought stirred within Yongchang's mind, a wild notion gradually emerging. Could it be? He abruptly turned to gaze at the projection screen beside him. Panga No. 1 is not the issue, Yongchang chuckled, nodding again, and continued, however, a miniaturized fusion reactor indeed exists. What? No way. A chorus of gasps erupted in the conference room. Ignoring the clamor, Yongchang composed himself and gestured toward the projection screen. Allow me to introduce you all to the latest achievement of Summer Nation's premier laboratory, the miniaturization technology for fusion reactors. What you see before you is the core component of a small fusion reactor, equivalent to the reactor of Panga No. 1. Standing at 2 meters tall and 1 meter in diameter, it currently boasts a rated power of 1,000 megawatts. As his words hung in the air, the conference room fell into a profound silence. Yongchang stood beside the conference table, his hands trembling slightly from excitement. Professor Liu, are you serious? It was not a lack of faith in Yongchang's words. Rather, everything felt too surreal. Just a short while ago, Panga No. 1's fusion reactor had just been unveiled. Now, merely a month later, the technology for miniaturized fusion reactors was laid before him. Yongchang even pinched his thigh fiercely. Ouch. That hurts. Of course it's true. Yongchang's expression grew serious. Yesterday, in the presence of Congressman Li, the first ignition test of the miniaturized fusion reactor was a resounding success. Although the accompanying power generation apparatus is yet to be designed, I can assure you that within a month, the miniaturized fusion reactor technology will be fully matured. Gao Liangga Yinan deeply. He could not deny that he was intrigued. A power output of 1,000 megawatts. Even with the most rudimentary calculations, the thrust of a hall thruster utilizing a miniaturized fusion reactor could achieve a force of a full ton. But what about the heat and loss issues? A significant concern flickered in Yongchang's mind. Ordinary wires could not withstand the immense current from a miniaturized fusion reactor. Yongchang chuckled softly and clicked the mouse again. How about room temperature, superconducting coils? What? Chao Yansai's eyes widened in disbelief. Has Summer Nation already developed room temperature superconductors? Otherwise, do you think we could have constructed Panga number 1? Yongchang responded with a grin. Due to confidentiality agreements, most researchers were unaware of the advanced technologies encapsulated within Panga number 1. Chapter 59, Su Nation. I am willing to pay any price, Chao Yansai's breath quickened. Room temperature superconductors combined with a 1,000 megawatt miniaturized fusion reactor. This synergy was undoubtedly more than just a simple sum. He swallowed hard and turned his gaze towards the young man, standing nearby. It was unfathomable. All of this had been achieved by this mere 21-year-old. Half a month later, a flight from Su Nation gently descended onto the straight runway of the capital airport. As the aircraft's door opened, the figure of the Emperor Jingpu appeared on the plane's steps. Your Excellency, welcome to Summer Nation. Upon the Emperor's descent, a staff member from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs hurriedly approached to greet him. The Emperor, seeking favor, was amiable, wearing a benevolent smile as he nodded at the staff member. Hello, hello. Feeling a chill run down his spine at that kind smile, the staff member quickly gestured aside, saying, Mr. Jingpu, Congressman Li is waiting for you at the Diaoyutai State Guest House. The Emperor's smile deepened as he nodded and followed the staff member into a black Hongqi sedan. At the Diaoyutai State Guest House in Summer Nation, the Emperor Jingpu sat to the left of Congressman Li. Congressman Li, congratulations on Summer Nation mastering controllable nuclear fusion technology. In response to the Emperor's compliment, a faint smile graced Congressman Li's face. He nodded gently, saying, thank you. After that, Congressman Li lifted the teacup from the table and took a delicate sip of the tea within. Emperor Jingpu thought, thank you? Is that all? He glanced at Congressman Li's relaxed demeanor, a hint of helplessness flickering in his eyes. Congressman Li, I have come to Summer Nation primarily to discuss a collaborative project. Oh, what project? A glint of amusement sparkled in Congressman Li's eyes as he replied, Mr. Jingpu, feel free to speak boldly. Given the friendship between our two nations, I believe most projects should not pose any issues. The helplessness in Emperor Jingpu's eyes deepened. Faced with Congressman Li's feigned ignorance, he could only let out a deep sigh. Congressman Li, let me be direct. How much for Summer Nation's controllable nuclear fusion technology? As the Emperor's words fell, the reception room was enveloped in silence. He anxiously gazed at Congressman Li, who, despite maintaining a calm expression, had a perceptive eye that caught the flicker of anxiety in the Emperor's gaze. Minutes passed. Sigh. Congressman Li gently sighed. Mr. Jingpu, controllable nuclear fusion is a technology newly developed by Summer Nation. In principle, we are not prepared. A glimmer of disappointment flashed in Emperor Jingpu's eyes. To be honest, he had anticipated this outcome. Yet, he still reluctantly expressed, what if I said Su Nation could pay any price? Congressman Li hesitated slightly, his expression unchanged. However, considering the friendly relations between your country and ours, we can share this technology with your nation. Emperor Jingpu, observing Congressman Li's composed demeanor, sighed deeply in his heart. It seemed that Congressman Li had long set his sights on this lucrative opportunity. Name your price, Congressman. Leaning back against his chair, the Emperor asked despondently, How much do you want? Congressman Li chuckled softly, recalling a conversation he had with Hong Chiming not long ago. Congressman, Professor Liu suggested that we exchange nuclear fusion technology for some essential resources. Congressman Li slowly shook his head. No, I do not require money. A hint of confusion crossed Emperor Jingpu's face, soon followed by a note of wariness. Congressman, territorial integrity is a non-negotiable bottom line for Su Nation. Congressman Li's lips twitched slightly. Rest assured, I do not seek land. Summer Nation requires resources, substantial resources. After a friendly negotiation, Emperor Jingpu and Congressman Li signed a cooperation agreement. Over the next year, Su Nation would supply Summer Nation with large quantities of iron ore, copper ore, and nickel ore. Additionally, Su Nation would also provide a significant quantity of rare earth resources to Summer Nation. In exchange, Su Nation would obtain controllable nuclear fusion technology as desired. A few days later, Summer Nation's news channel broadcast this announcement. Recently, Emperor Jingpu of Su Nation visited Summer Nation, where Congressman Li engaged in friendly discussions. reaching a consensus on controllable nuclear fusion. As the news aired, it sent shockwaves throughout Summer Nation. The trending topics on Weibo rapidly updated. Is Summer Nation selling controllable nuclear fusion technology? In pursuit of controllable nuclear fusion, just how much has the Sioux country truly sacrificed? Underneath the official Weibo account of the Sioux Country News, countless comments have surfaced. What is this? Are they actually selling controllable nuclear fusion technology? What on earth is the higher-ups in Sioux thinking? This is controllable nuclear fusion. Currently, we are the only ones in the world who possess it. Is it really just for a mere mineral resource that they would sell controllable nuclear fusion? Are they out of their minds? Those above me. This is not merely a trivial mineral resource. According to the data that has emerged, the resources that the Sioux country has expended this time amount to over 20 billion US dollars. Even more so, it doesn't make sense. Sioux country has finally taken the lead, and now they are willing to relinquish their advantage. Amidst the cacophony of comments, one stood out, garnering the most likes. Is it possible that Sioux country has already mastered more advanced fusion technology, hence selling their relatively outdated technology to others? Incredible. You make a compelling point. It is well known that the technology of the rabbit country typically comes in 3 generations. The first generation is sold, the second generation is utilized, and the third generation is tested. Not only domestically, but even abroad, the cooperation agreement between the Sioux and Sioux countries has taken many by surprise. There has been a flurry of debate on Twitter. Now Sioux country is selling controllable nuclear fusion technology? If Sioux country can purchase it, can our nation buy it too? Dream on. Do you not understand the relationship between Sioux and Sioux countries? I think it's worth a try. Albert, Mr. President, since we cannot develop controllable nuclear fusion, why not simply buy a ready-made one? I doubt Albert would heed you. Surprisingly, President Albert was the first to like this tweet, subsequently responding, I am considering this matter. Believe me, no one understands Sioux country better than I do. Chapter 60. The package sale of controllable nuclear fusion technology, just as the world erupted in uproar over this issue. The Ministry of Science and Technology of Sioux country quietly released a draft. The document titled Draft concerning the package sale of controllable nuclear fusion technology contained a simple declaration, consisting of merely a few lines. Controllable nuclear fusion reactor technology, 10 billion US dollars. Controllable nuclear fusion magneto-hydrodynamic generator technology, 10 billion US dollars. Room temperature superconducting technology, 10 billion US dollars. Routine maintenance and installation work, 5 billion US dollars. Complete package sale of controllable nuclear fusion technology, 28 billion US dollars. Note, Sioux country only accepts equivalent mineral resources in exchange, not any form of cash or other assets. This was the entirety of a draft. Rather than a draft, it resembled a price list. In Modu, Zhao Zijia stared in astonishment at the news on his phone. What on earth? A package sale of controllable nuclear fusion technology? Can these words even be uttered together? Could it be a prank? He hurriedly glanced at the source of the news, the Ministry of Science and Technology of Sioux country. Zhao Zijia fell into silence, feeling an overwhelming urge to voice his disbelief but unsure where to begin. He gently tapped his finger, sharing the news in the Penguin Group. Could it be? Am I seeing things? A package sale of controllable nuclear fusion. Wow, there's even an 80% discount for bulk purchases. Truly astonishing. Observing his friend's reactions, Zhao Zijia typed a line of text. For some reason, I am increasingly convinced that Sioux country has mastered second-generation nuclear fusion technology. His words immediately drew a chorus of agreement. That makes sense. Just a traditional skill of the rabbit country. Nothing to fuss about. Make way, make way. Our company specializes in refurbishing nuclear submarine warheads, polishing and recycling second-hand aircraft carriers, repairing leaks in aircraft carriers and submarines, overhauling nuclear reactors, and maintaining and refurbishing space shuttles, as well as cleaning satellite surfaces at high altitudes. Amidst the banter, one reply caught Zhao Zijia's attention. Am I the only one who noticed the last point? Sioux country only accepts equivalent mineral resources in exchange. Zhao Zijia's gaze sharpened, and he quickly opened the news interface to scrutinize. The notice indeed specified this detail. How curious. Logically speaking, Sioux country lacks mineral resources. In fact, it is a major exporter of minerals. Why then has it suddenly begun to use nuclear fusion technology to acquire mineral resources? Zhao Zijia instinctively opened his computer, browsing the recent year's mineral export statistics of Sioux country. This search was startling. Within just 6 months, the mineral export volume of Xia country had plummeted to an all-time low. Zhao Zijia licked his dry lips, a glint of excitement in his eyes. He quickly retrieved the import and export data for Xia country over the past 2 years. Gazing at the comparative data on his computer screen, he gasped in shock. In a mere 6 months, the export volume of mineral resources from Xia country had decreased by 90. In contrast, the import volume of mineral resources had surged by 50. Is something monumental about to unfold? Zhao Zijia murmured to himself. With the release of this draft, the international landscape was thrown into disarray. In the White House of the Mi country, President Albert was fuming. What on earth is Xia country up to? He stared at the documents in front of him, his eye twitching violently. Professor Collins, standing nearby, spoke in a hushed, anxious voice. Mr. President, I believe we should consider purchasing this technology from Xia country. Collins, what are you saying? Albert shot his head up, staring incredulously at Professor Collins. When did the Mi country start purchasing technology from Xia country? Professor Collins' eyes were filled with bitterness. Mr. President, I understand this is hard to accept, but we have no other choice. If other countries purchase controllable nuclear fusion technology from Xia country, we will find ourselves at a disadvantage. Albert's face gradually flushed red as he slammed his palm on the solid wooden desk in front of him. Damn Xia country, where is our controllable nuclear fusion technology? Collins, answer me. How far along are we in our nuclear fusion technology? Professor Collins remained silent for a moment before slowly replying. We have currently completed 1/4 of the construction plan. Slap. Albert smacked his forehead with his hand, muttering, my God, does that mean all of our previous investments have gone to waste? Facing Albert's questioning, Collins solemnly nodded. I fear so, Mr. President. According to intelligence, Xia country's fusion reactor employs a stellarator structure, which is entirely different from the experimental reactor we are constructing, hence. Albert sighed deeply, wearily waving his right hand, interrupting Collins' explanation. Just moments ago, he had an ominous premonition. It seemed that the Mi country was heading towards decline under his watch. Unlike the Mi country at this moment, the countries of Western Europe were in a state of frenzy. Controllable nuclear fusion technology. This is indeed controllable nuclear fusion technology. The Geely country was the first to make a decision and dialed Xia country's phone. Hello, I wish to purchase the complete set of controllable nuclear fusion technology. 28 billion in mineral resources, give me some time, and Geely country will procure it. The staff member who answered the call wore a smile. May I ask if you require any additional services? For instance, outsource construction projects? I believe Xia country's construction speed will meet your satisfaction. The Prime Minister of Geely country displayed a flicker of temptation in his eyes. What about the cost? It would only require an additional $500 million in mineral resources. The Prime Minister of Geely country felt a pang of bitterness. Forget it. He was already worried about gathering the 28 billion in mineral resources. An extra 500 million? Is that not asking for his life? It seems that the staff has sensed the difficulties faced by the Prime Minister of Geely and cheerfully remarked, in fact, it is not necessarily mineral resources that we require. The technology of lithography machines or other advanced technologies could also be exchanged. The Prime Minister of Geely momentarily gasped. Struggling to reply, I need to discuss this. Please expedite. After all, information has also been received from Gaolugua. The staff kindly reminded him. All right, I will provide you with a response as soon as possible. The Prime Minister of Geely wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and hurriedly ended the call. Gazing at the quotation before him, a thought flickered through his mind. Perhaps the Xiagua, which had been suppressed for decades, was on the verge of a complete resurgence. Chapter 61. Ingwagua, apologies, but it is not for sale. The uproar surrounding Xiagua's offering of controllable nuclear fusion technology has escalated dramatically. Following the acquisition of nuclear fusion technology by various Western European nations, the United States across the ocean could no longer remain passive. Albert, ultimately unable to withstand the mounting pressure from various quarters, dialed the dedicated line of Xiagua. Ahem, Congressman Lee, long time no see. In the Oval Office of the White House, Albert furrowed his brow and insincerely stated, Mr. Congressman, it is a pleasure to engage in this conversation with you. Upon hearing the voice on the transoceanic call, Congressman Lee's eyes instantly reflected a hint of amusement. President Albert, greetings. How have you been lately? Across the ocean, Albert's mouth twitched slightly as he listened to the voice on the phone. How have I been? Is that really a question suited for a dedicated national line? However, considering the purpose of the call, Albert could only pinch his nose and respond, "Thank you for your concern. I've been quite well lately." Haha, that is wonderful. Good health is of utmost importance. Mr. Albert, at your age, you must take good care of yourself. The insinuating tone from the phone left Albert with a furrowed brow. What did that mean? What is wrong with my age? Were it not for the fact that he needed something from this person, he would have been tempted to lash out directly at the phone. Ahem, Congressman, let us return to the matter at hand, Albert said with a stiff expression. I have heard that your country is selling controllable nuclear fusion technology. The smile in Congressman Lee's eyes deepened, of course. What? Is President Albert interested in this technology? Hasn't the United States developed this technology yet? Albert's face darkened instantly. Damn it, he had naturally picked up on the sarcasm in Congressman Lee's words. Although he was tempted to hang up immediately, he was forced to acquiesce. Well, the United States certainly possesses controllable nuclear fusion technology. Albert's eyes darted as he fabricated an excuse. It's just that the technology is still in a laboratory and not yet fully matured. You know how those researchers can be so sluggish. Congressman Lee chuckled lightly, effortlessly diverting the topic. Oh, so, Mr. Albert, your purpose in calling me today is not to complain about the inefficiency of your country's researchers? Albert cleared his throat forcefully and awkwardly replied. That is not the reason for my call. After a friendly negotiation, the United States ultimately acquired the complete set of controllable nuclear fusion technology. When Xiaoguo announced that the United States had purchased the entire set of controllable nuclear fusion technology, every citizen of Xiaoguo, nay, every nation, was left utterly astonished. Ha ha! Goodness, I must exclaim, what a turn of events. I thought the United States would stand firm, yet they could not resist the allure of controllable nuclear fusion. Is there anyone able to tally how many sets of controllable nuclear fusion technology Xiaoguo has sold thus far? The officials did not provide specific reports, but I suspect that many of those Western powers have made purchases. It is worth mentioning our affluent Saudi friends, who reportedly not only acquired the complete technology, but also paid handsomely for Xiaoguo's construction team. What affluent friends? There are good brothers. Unlike the Western developed nations, the neighboring Yongchang is not faring particularly well. Please, our country truly needs this technology. In the reception hall of the Jiaoyu Thai State Guest House, the Prime Minister of Yongchang wore a grave expression as he bowed deeply to Congressman Lee. Unlike other countries, Yongchang is surrounded by the sea on all sides. As an island nation, Yongchang is extremely resource poor. Nuclear power plants provide the majority of their electricity, while nuclear fission power plants could barely meet Yongchang's demands. The series of earthquakes and tsunamis in recent years have sounded alarm bells for the nation's leaders. Nuclear fission power plants are too dangerous. Yet, Yongchang cannot do without them. Consequently, when they learned of Xiaoguo's sale of controllable nuclear fusion technology, the higher-ups in Yongchang were the first to become restless. To demonstrate their sincerity, Yongchang specially dispatched their prime minister to negotiate in Xiaoguo. However, sincerity aside, the outcome seemed rather bleak. Observing the prime minister of Yongchang bowing before him, Congressman Lee gently lifted a teacup from the table and sipped the clear tea within. I am sorry, but we cannot sell this technology. At the instant those words were spoken, the prime minister of Yongchang's complexion turned ashen. He hurriedly straightened up and bowed once more, this time bending far deeper than before, to the extent that his forehead nearly touched his knee. Please, you must sell it to Yongchang. The terms are negotiable. Yongchang is willing to pay any price. Congressman Lee set down the teacup in his hand, his expression growing solemn. He slowly rose from his seat, fixing a stern gaze upon the prime minister of Yongchang. Xiaoguo's technology will never be sold to a nation that does not even dare to acknowledge its own history. Not now, nor in the future. Do you understand? The prime minister of Yongchang's face flushed crimson as he straightened up, his lips trembling as if he wished to say something more. However, Congressman Lee abruptly waved his hand, cutting off his motion. Someone, escort our guest out. Within a matter of hours, the news of Yongchang's failed attempt to acquire controllable nuclear fusion technology stirred discussions on social media. Haha, well done. We must not sell this technology to those who are living comfortably in Yongchang. Don't they have nuclear fission power plants? Let them cling to their nuclear power plants. Is it only I who thinks this is inappropriate? What Xiaoguo's higher-ups are doing is detrimental to the nation's credibility. Credibility? What credibility? Have you ever seen the former United States uphold credibility? In the past, Siagwa would say, "Hello everyone, I am Siagwa. I am civilized and reasonable. Feel free to come to me with anything." Now, Siagwa declares, "Hello everyone, I am Siagwa. I am the very embodiment of reason." Congressman Lee sat in his office, observing the domestic reactions to this incident, a flicker of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. After so many years, Siagwa has finally held its head high on the international stage. What a refreshing experience. The Minister of Finance, Hejia, stood beside him, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Congressman, now our mineral resources should be more than sufficient. Although a complete set of nuclear fusion technology requires 28 billion worth of mineral resources, the quantity is substantial." Congressman Lee nodded gently, pondering for a moment before saying, "No rush. Let these minerals be sent to the factory for smelting first. Once the smelting is complete, they should be stored properly. We will decide on the specifics once we hear from Liu Yongchang." Chapter 62. Hard-hitting refutation. Knock, knock, knock. As soon as Congressman Lee finished speaking, a rapid knocking sound echoed through the door. "Come." Congressman Lee furrowed his brow slightly, speaking in a terse yet authoritative tone. The next moment, the office door was thrust open. Outside, Hong Chiming's face was slightly flushed, his eyes shimmering with excitement. "Minister Hong? What has happened?" Upon observing Hong Chiming's demeanor, the head of the assembly revealed a hint of perplexity in his eyes. In his recollection, Hong Chiming had never displayed such a loss of composure before. Head of the assembly. "Excellent news. Excellent news," Hong Chiming exclaimed with fervor. "Just now, we received word from Fang Xiu that the small-scale fusion reactor project has been successfully accomplished." The head of the assembly was taken aback, barely processing the information before Hong Chiming continued. "Moreover, Professor Liu has successfully developed the first generation of the Hall thruster." At this revelation, even the head of the assembly could no longer contain his excitement. "What? So soon?" Li Yun sprang from his chair, his eyes brimming with enthusiasm as he gazed at Hong Chiming. "When will the experiments commence?" Hong Chiming swallowed nervously. "Currently, the military is transporting the small-scale fusion reactor to the Aerospace Research Institute. It is anticipated that in approximately 2 hours, Professor Liu will initiate the first experiment." Meanwhile, at an entrance to a highway in Xiagwa, a man in a half-a-car frowned as he gazed ahead, perplexed by the sudden closure of the highway. Could there have been an accident? He pondered. Beside him sat a gentle woman with shoulder-length hair. She lowered the window and peered ahead. "It doesn't appear to be an accident. The highway is completely clear. They must have just closed the entrance." Hearing this, the man's eyes flickered with urgency. He unfastened his seatbelt and flung open the car door. "Hey, what are you doing?" The woman's expression shifted slightly, prompting her to call out, "This is a highway. Don't act recklessly." The man hesitated momentarily, then turned to the woman with a look of resignation. "I'll go ask at the toll booth for more information. I'll be right back." A few minutes later, the man approached the toll booth. After contemplating for a moment, he addressed the attendant. "What is going on with this highway?" The attendant glanced up at him, then shook his head in resignation. "I'm not sure. I was simply instructed by my superiors to close this section of the highway for half an hour." The man nodded thoughtfully. "A directive from above? Could it be that important materials are being transported?" Just then, a series of sirens and roaring sounds drew his attention. He swiftly turned towards the source of the noise, and his pupils dilated in shock. In the sky, 5 armed helicopters soared past. He could even see the air-to-ground missiles hanging beneath them. Simultaneously, 3 police cars with sirens blaring entered his line of sight. The 3 police cars formed a V-shape ahead, followed closely by 6 military green-painted vehicles. Mounted atop the military trucks were several gleaming heavy machine guns. In the center of this convoy was a heavy cargo truck. Utilizing his 50-20 vision, the man strained to discern the object loaded onto the truck, a cylindrical object entirely jet black. Seizing the moment when the toll booth attendant was distracted, he swiftly captured a photograph of the truck with his phone. "What is going on?" The woman, noticing the man's hurried demeanor, furrowed her brow and softly inquired. "Did the attendant mention any reasons?" The man's eyes sparkled with excitement as he placed a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet. The woman immediately fell silent, though she was unaware of the situation. The man quickly jumped back into the car, closed the door, and exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. After calming his nerves, he spoke mysteriously to the woman. You would never guess what's happening. What on earth is going on? The woman's brow furrowed deeper. The state is transporting military supplies, the man declared, pulling out his phone to show her the photo he had taken. Look at this, police escorting military vehicles. This is definitely a military operation. Observing the man's fervent conviction, the woman leaned in skeptically to gaze at the photo on his phone, a cylindrical object glimmering black. What is this? She asked, perplexed. The man frowned slightly, shaking his head. I'm not sure. Perhaps it's some new kind of weapon? As he spoke, he opened his social media app. Hey, don't spread that photo around. The woman's expression changed, her voice rising in pitch. The man ignored her, staring intently at his phone screen. No need for me to upload it. The authorities have already issued a statement. He held the phone up for her to see. The woman instinctively glanced at the screen. The official account of Xiaohua News posted an urgent clarification. Today, multiple sections of highways in Xiaohua have been closed, with online rumors suggesting the transport of military supplies. Xiaohua News hereby clarifies that this is not military material. The cylindrical object depicted in the photos circulating online is a prototype of the latest small-scale fusion reactor developed by Xiaohua, and it is not military supplies. The woman instinctively took the phone, scrolling to the comments section below the post. Wow, I would call this the most hardcore clarification in history. Seriously, is this not just a military supply? Is this how you clarify? What did I say? The traditional skills of the rabbit have indeed resurfaced. Ha ha ha. I sympathize with the Western nations for a moment. They just acquired the first-generation technology, and now Xiaohua has unveiled a prototype of the second generation. Are you sure it's a prototype? It looks like a finished product to me. Don't believe the rumors. If the official statement says it's a prototype, it is. Rabbit, guess if I have a third-generation product in hand? At the Xiaohua National Aerospace Research Institute, the foundational principles and structure of the Hall thruster are relatively uncomplicated, even quite straightforward. The primary factors limiting its functionality are power and loss issues. Consequently, once Yongchang resolved these two major challenges, the research progress of the Hall thruster advanced significantly, with the collaboration of Cao Yongcai and a team of elite engineers. The prototype of the first-generation Hall thruster emerged in just over 10 days. In the testing facility of the Research Institute, a deep black circular engine radiated an aura of mystery. This was the culmination of the team's research efforts over the past 10 days. The improved Hall thruster, more accurately termed the Hall thruster unit. Beside it stood a cylindrical, small-scale nuclear fusion device. At this moment, the small-scale nuclear fusion device had expanded in size due to the addition of various components, yet it remained the slimmest among all large generators. The nozzle of the Hall thruster unit faced a concrete wall constructed from special materials, designed to contain the thruster's exhaust flow. The working fluid employed by the Hall thruster unit was a high-temperature helium ion flow generated by nuclear fusion, resulting in an exhaust temperature that could reach hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius. Professor Liu, all checks have been completed. The Hall thruster unit is ready for trial operation. Upon hearing the report, Yongchang's expression grew serious. He nodded solemnly. Prepare to commence trial operation. Yes, with Yongchang's command. The researchers within the institute became instantly invigorated. Although this was not the first Hall thruster in human history, it was undeniably the first Hall thruster to achieve thrust in the N-level range. As the small-scale fusion reactor gradually powered up, a deep, resonant hum filled the air. The small fusion reactor is functioning optimally. The electrical output power is stable. We are prepared to activate the Hall thruster unit. Beside him, academician Cao Yongcai swallowed nervously, his right hand trembling slightly as he pressed the button on the control panel before him. In the next moment, a bluish plasma stream emerged from the nozzle of the Hall thruster unit. As the operational power of the Hall thruster unit continued to rise, the brilliance of the plasma also intensified. The thrust data displayed on the screen before everyone gradually increased. En, dien, cinquantaine, cent. The thrust data stabilized. Cao Yongcai stared blankly at the thrust figures, and in the next moment, a spark of excitement ignited in his eyes. We have succeeded. Cent. That is an astounding 10 tons of thrust. His lips quivered slightly as he gazed entranced at the ethereal blue glow before him. Beautiful, truly magnificent. This ethereal blue flame symbolizes the dawn of a new era in human aerospace technology. Chemical fuels have, at this moment, become a relic of the past. After a brief moment of elation, Yongchang was the first to regain his composure. All right, let us pause the Hall thruster unit for now. Pause. Why stop? Yongchang instinctively furrowed his brow, eager to capitalize on the moment and thoroughly test the various data from the Hall thruster unit. Yongchang shook his head with a wry smile. Academician Chow, perhaps you should take a look at that concrete wall over there? Yongchang was taken aback, turning to glance at the distant concrete wall. To his dismay, he saw that a deep pit had already been burned into the center of the 1-meter-thick concrete wall. Realizing that the wall was on the verge of being breached, he hurriedly pressed the stop button. Faced with Yongchang's teasing gaze, Yongchang felt his face flush with embarrassment and anger, exclaiming, "Who is responsible for this wall? What kind of inferior materials were used? It barely held up for a few minutes. Did someone cut corners on me? Director Chow, that would be me." A researcher stepped forward with a wry smile, explaining that the materials had been approved by him and were indeed the best quality available. An hour after the test run concluded, Hong Chiming finally arrived at the Aerospace Research Institute from Beijing. Originally, Li Yuan had intended to come personally, but due to some trivial matters, the task ultimately fell to Hong Chiming. "Minister Hong, what brings you here?" Seeing Hong Chiming, Yongchang was filled with surprise. "Didn't you just return to Beijing this morning?" Hong Chiming shot Yongchang a resentful glance. "What do you think? As a Minister of Science and Technology, I've become your errand boy." Upon reflection, it seemed to be true. Ever since Yongchang appeared, his role as minister had gradually transformed into a messenger between the congressman and Yongchang. Aware of his own shortcomings, Yongchang chuckled awkwardly and remained silent. Hong Chiming did not pursue the topic further and adjusted his expression, asking, "So, what is the situation? Is the experiment about to begin?" Yongchang replied, "The experiment has already concluded." Hong Chiming, "What do you mean? It's over? So, I've come for nothing?" Hong Chiming wore a look of utter disbelief. "Ahem, but I can tell you the results." Observing the change in Hong Chiming's expression, Yongchang hurriedly continued. The test run was a resounding success, with a thrust of 100 N per Hall thruster unit. Hong Chiming paused, muttering to himself, 100 N, well, 1 kilogram is approximately 98 newtons. Yongchang, roughly 10 tons of thrust. 10 tons? That seems rather low, doesn't it? Hong Chiming's brow furrowed immediately. "I recall that the CF-6 engines of the Boeing 747 can achieve a maximum takeoff thrust of around 105 tons, right? Wouldn't 10 tons be on the low side for a spaceplane?" Yongchang chuckled lightly. "Minister Hong, you still haven't grasped what I'm saying. The thrust of a single Hall thruster unit is indeed 10 tons. I never stated that a spaceplane could only be equipped with 1 Hall thruster unit." Hong Chiming's pupille constricted sharply. He gulped nervously and hesitantly asked, "Are you suggesting that we can install multiple Hall thruster units on a single spaceplane?" Yongchang nodded slowly, then quickly shook his head. "Huh." A flicker of confusion crossed Hong Chiming's eyes. "Yongchang, what does your nodding and shaking of the head mean?" Yongchang pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. "Theoretically, we could install an unlimited number of Hall thruster units, but the reality is more complex. We need to consider the size and purpose of the spaceplane to calculate a reasonable thrust capacity." Hong Chiming nodded, appearing to grasp the concept, and then waved his hand dismissively. "Why are you telling me all this technical jargon? Just tell me how many Hall thruster units you plan to install on the first spaceplane, as I need to report back to the congressman." Yongchang chuckled softly, shaking his head. 10. Upon hearing Yongchang's words, Hong Chiming had yet to react, but Yongchang could no longer contain his astonishment. 10 Hall thruster units? Didn't we previously agree that 5 would be sufficient? Huh? Hong Chiming squinted slightly, casting a strange look at Yongchang. "Yongchang, you must not speak carelessly about this. If the congressman takes issue with it, I want to be able to shoulder the blame." Yongchang shook his head with a wry smile, eager to clarify. "Initially, our plan was indeed to install 5 Hall thruster units. While 50 tons of thrust may not rival that of large aircraft like the Boeing 747, it would be more than adequate for a smaller spaceplane. In fact, it could even be considered ample." Hong Chiming's expression grew increasingly puzzled. "Then why?" Yongchang pondered for a moment before continuing. "In the original design, the first-generation spaceplane was intended to operate within a maximum altitude of 2,000 kilometers, essentially within Earth's low orbit. Later, I reconsidered. Since we were building a spaceplane, why not aim for the best? Let S double the number of Hall thruster units and enlarge the aircraft as framework. While the manufacturing difficulty may increase slightly, the performance of the first-generation spaceplane will see a significant enhancement. According to calculations, this spaceplane will be capable of taking off directly from the ground to the moon. It will carry enough fuel to support 2 round trips to and from the moon. Hong Qiming gasped in astonishment. What on earth did he just hear? Directly taking off to the moon and capable of returning twice. Glancing at academician Chao Liangkai's wide-eyed expression, Hong Qiming suddenly felt that he was losing control of the situation. Wait a minute. Professor Liu, are you certain that all this data has been validated? Upon seeing Liu Yongchang nod in affirmation, Hong Qiming's pupils constricted slightly, and he promptly pulled out his phone. Just a moment. I need to report this situation to the congressman. A few minutes later, Hong Qiming hung up the phone with a complex expression. What did the congressman say? Liu Yongchang inquired with curiosity. Facing Liu Yongchang's question, Hong Qiming shot him a strange glance and slowly shook his head. I truly don't know what kind of spell you've cast on the congressman. He instructed me to fully support your research plans and to communicate any needs you might have. Liu Yongchang's expression shifted slightly as if he had thought of something. His eyes sparkled with intent as he directly spoke. Minister Hong, in that case, I do have one challenge that requires your assistance. Hong Qiming's voice suddenly faltered, and his expression grew increasingly peculiar. You may speak your mind, but I must emphasize that we shall not engage in any actions that contravene our principles. Liu Yongchang, with a wry smile, reached up to touch the tip of his nose and replied with a hint of annoyance, Director Hong, you hold me in too high regard. I would never dare to partake in actions that defy our principles. Returning to the main topic, Liu Yongchang's expression grew serious. The first generation of the spaceplane requires 3 pilots. Pilots? Hong Qiming waved his hand dismissively. That is a trivial matter. I can take you directly to the Air Force unit to select personnel. To Hong Qiming's surprise, Liu Yongchang shook his head, rejecting the suggestion. Director Hong, that may not be feasible. The requirements for spaceplane pilots are significantly higher. I fear the Air Force unit may not meet those standards. Upon hearing Liu Yongchang's words, a look of astonishment flickered across Hong Qiming's face. What do you mean? Are the pilots in the Air Force not up to par? Surely. If ordinary pilots do not meet the criteria, you can select from the top aces, the Golden Hell pilots. Rest assured, their skills are undoubtedly exceptional. Liu Yongchang sighed with a bitter smile and shook his head. It's not merely a matter of flying skills. Hong Qiming's confusion deepened. According to my expectations, this spaceplane will need to undertake numerous missions to the moon. In my view, flying skills are a secondary concern. Liu Yongchang said meaningfully, what is truly essential for spaceplane pilots is ample experience in space travel. Unlike conventional aircraft within the atmosphere, a spaceplane possesses sufficient power to effortlessly handle most unexpected situations in the atmosphere. After all, as the saying goes, with great strength, even a brick can fly. Aerodynamics becomes irrelevant. As long as the power is sufficient, even a brick could propel you out of the solar system. Moreover, during missions, the spaceplane spends the majority of its time beyond Earth's synchronous orbit. Therefore, abundant experience in space travel is one of the indispensable qualifications for a spaceplane pilot. After listening to Liu Yongchang's explanation, Hong Qiming nodded lightly. I see. In that case, I will assist you by visiting the Xiagua Astronaut Research Training Center to find 3 astronauts who have been to space. That should suffice, right? Upon hearing Hong Qiming's words, Liu Yongchang pondered for a moment and slowly shook his head. That might not work either. Director Hong, do not forget that this spaceplane is not a rocket. The pilots must also manage atmospheric flight tasks. Hong Qiming clicked his tongue softly. This complicates matters. They must be proficient in atmospheric flight techniques, possess ample experience in space travel, and meet a series of age and physical requirements. Although I have not conducted a survey, I can still assert that Xiagua is unlikely to find individuals who meet such standards. Not only Xiagua, but it will be difficult to find such talents anywhere on Earth. Hong Qiming's gaze shifted slightly as he whispered, what if I select 3 astronauts and send them to the Air Force Base for training for a while? Liu Yongchang's eyes suddenly brightened. That is indeed a good idea. Yet, a concern quickly surged in his mind. How long would the training at the Air Force Base take? Hong Qiming furrowed his brow and slowly shook his head. I'm not entirely certain, but I estimate it would take at least 6 months to a year. That is too slow. Lu Yongchang frowned as he glanced at the calendar nearby. April 3rd. They can have a maximum of 1 month for training. Lu Yongchang declared resolutely. I anticipate that within a month, the first spaceplane from Xiaohua will also be ready for manufacture. Chapter 65. Cancellation of the space station project? At the Xiaohua Astronaut Research Training Base, Bai Yishuan stepped unsteadily out of the centrifuge cabin. As an astronaut from Xiaohua, the training for gravitational adaptation was a daily routine. Despite countless days and nights of training, the torment inflicted by the centrifuge had not diminished in the slightest. He exhaled a deep breath and turned to glance back at the centrifuge. He wondered when the Xiaohua space station project would be completed. As he contemplated this, a shadow fell over Bai Yishuan's eyes. Recently, he had heard rumors suggesting that the upper echelons were contemplating the cancellation of the space station project. Even some planned manned space missions were at risk of being canceled at any moment. What would become of the future for astronauts like them? Bai Yishuan sighed deeply. Just as he was gathering his scattered thoughts to head to the next training facility, an announcement echoed from the loudspeaker nearby. Bai Yishuan, Hong Fan Xiaowani. Today's training mission is canceled. Please proceed to the first floor hall immediately after hearing this announcement. Bai Yishuan's eyes flickered with interest. Hong Fan Xiaowani. He not only recognized them, but was also quite familiar with them. To be precise, the three of them were all reserve members of the Xiaohua Space Station project. Could it be that there was some progress with the space station project? As this thought crossed his mind, a spark of excitement ignited in Bai Yishuan's eyes. At the elevator entrance, Shuanga, a melodious voice called out from behind Bai Yishuan. He turned slightly, and upon seeing the person approaching, a gentle smile appeared on his face. Wani, how has training been lately? It seems we haven't seen each other for several days. Xiao Wani smiled and nodded. I took a few days off, so it is natural that you haven't seen me, Shuanga. Days off. Bai Yishuan's eyes widened slightly as he hurriedly inquired. What happened? Xiao Wani fell silent. After a long pause, she gently sighed and said in a low voice, I may have to withdraw. What? Withdraw. Bai Yishuan's pupils constricted sharply as he exclaimed in shock. Simultaneously, a slightly hoarse male voice echoed from a distance. Wani, what did you say? You want to withdraw? Upon recognizing that distinctive voice, Bai Yishuan quickly turned to greet the source of the voice. Shuanga, what is going on? Why is Wani suddenly wanting to withdraw? Hong Fan hurriedly rushed to them, lowering his voice to inquire. Bai Yishuan shrugged and cast a puzzled glance at the downcast Xiao Wani beside him. Please, enlighten us. What is happening? Why the sudden decision to withdraw? Have you forgotten that the three of us are a team? Xiao Wani gently bit her lip, her eyes flickering with a hint of distress. Shuanga, I am truly sorry. Recently, I received confirmed information from my family elders. The Xiaohua Space Station project has been officially canceled. As soon as Xiao Wani's words fell, both Bai Yishuan and Hong Fan felt their breaths hitch in their throats. Although they had somewhat anticipated this outcome, the moment they heard the confirmed news, Bai Yishuan could hardly contain his emotions. He extended his hand and struck the nearby wall with force. Damn it! What is happening with Xiaohua? Why has the space station program suddenly been canceled? Xiao Wani slowly shook her head. I'm not clear on the specifics, but I have heard that it was a direct order from the senior officials. This statement completely shattered any lingering hopes in the hearts of the two men. Hong Fan's expression dimmed immediately, and after a long silence, he asked in a hoarse voice, What should we do now? The three astronauts fell into silence. Bai Yishuan sighed deeply. Indeed, what were they to do? They had spent years preparing for the space station project. Not only had they undergone extensive training on the ground, but they had also completed several space missions together. As an astronaut who has undertaken multiple space missions, he is perpetually consumed by the dream of one day returning to the vastness of space after experiencing the wonders of zero gravity. The recent proposal for a space station project by Xiaohua presents the most promising opportunity for his return. However, a mere sentence has now rendered all their efforts futile. Bai Yishuan profoundly understands the sensation of a shattered resolve. The sound of the elevator arriving disrupts the heavy silence enveloping the three of them. The elevator has arrived. Let us descend, he remarks, wearing a faintly grim smile as he steps forward. At that moment of entering the elevator, a flicker of profound confusion crosses Bai Yishuan's eyes. Is the announcement to summon them meant to convey this news privately? The elevator ascends with remarkable speed. In mere seconds, the doors slide open with a crisp chime. The bright sunlight floods the pristine white tiles, creating an intense glare that instinctively causes Bai Yishuan to squint. The powerful illumination signals travel through his retina, along the optic nerve, crossing at the optic chiasm, and ascending to the superior colliculus. Under the electrical impulses from the oculomotor nerve, the pupil constricts. In just a few moments, Bai Yishuan adjusts to the overwhelming brightness of the hall. In the radiant chamber, two tall men stand waiting. Bai Yishuan's gaze subtly shifts. He recognizes the man facing them. It is Hong Qiming, the minister of the Ministry of Science and Technology of Xiaogua. What brings Minister Hong to our side? Murmurs Xiao Wani nearby. Bai Yishuan discreetly moves his lips, uncertain. We shall take it one step at a time. We are already aware of the worst scenario. Upon hearing this, a bittersweet smile flickers in Hong Fan and Xiao Wani's eyes. Indeed, it is the worst-case scenario. They have arrived. At the sight of Bai Yishuan and his companions, Hong Qiming's expression brightens, and he calls out to them, "What are you standing there for? Come over." Lu Yongchang slowly turns, his deep gaze falling upon the trio. Instinctively, he furrows his brow upon seeing what he perceives as the troubled state of these so-called elite astronauts. Before he can voice his thoughts, Hong Qiming jovially begins introductions. "Everyone, allow me to present Professor Lu Yongchang, the inaugural director of the Xiaogua Space Agency." Professor Lu. These three are the original reserve team members for the space station project, each possessing 3 spaceflight experiences, if I recall correctly. Upon hearing this, the trio's eyes gleam with renewed hope. The Space Agency? Chapter 66. Are you interested in participating in this project? They exchange glances. Unable to contain his curiosity, Hong Fan speaks up first. "Professor Lu, may I ask if the Xiaogua Space Station project is truly being cancelled?" Lu Yongchang appears momentarily taken aback. "Cancelled? The Xiaogua Space Station project?" He looks at Hong Qiming with confusion. "Minister Hong, is the space station project?" A hint of a bitter smile crosses Hong Qiming's lips. "Professor Lu, as the director of the Xiaogua Space Agency, you cannot be unaware of such a significant matter." Lu Yongchang coughs slightly. Observing the guilt etched on Lu Yongchang's face, Hong Qiming's expression grows increasingly resigned. With a deep sigh, he elaborates, "Recently, the Speaker of the Assembly personally ordered the cessation of the half-completed Xiaogua Space Station project." "Why?" Hong Fan's voice rises with indignation. "Is the Speaker abandoning the exploration of space?" "Hong Fan," Bai Yishuan admonishes sternly, "do not speak out of turn. Let Minister Hong finish." Hong Fan lowers his head, somewhat chastened. Hong Qiming waves his hand reassuringly. It is understandable to be upset by the sudden cancellation of the project. As for the reasons behind it, you should direct your inquiries to Professor Lu. He is likely most informed about the details. With that, Hong Qiming casts a meaningful glance toward Lu Yongchang. In the next moment, all eyes converge on Lu Yongchang's face. He casts a resentful glance at Hong Qiming. "Fine, while I may not know the specific reasons, I could take a reasonable guess." Confronted by the trio's inquisitive yet somewhat irate gazes, Lu Yongchang instinctively touches his nose, awkwardly stating, "To put it simply, the original Xiaogua Space Station has lost its value." Bai Yishuan's eyes widen in shock, whispering, "But that is a space station. There are only a handful of countries on Earth that possess independent space stations. Its scientific value is beyond comprehension." Indeed, Lu Yongchang nods slightly, speaking ambiguously. To address future crises, Xiaogua must redirect its focus to more valuable pursuits. Due to confidentiality agreements, certain information cannot be explicitly shared with the 3 astronauts, particularly concerning the anomalies of the Sun. Only upon their confirmation to join the spaceplane project can he divulge the particulars. Xiao Wani, upon hearing Lu Yongchang's statement, feels her heart sink. Once again, the same vague rhetoric. She sighs deeply and softly inquires, "If Professor Lu believes the space station has lost its value, then what is the purpose of summoning us today? If Xiaogua deems there is no value in space exploration, what use do you have for us astronauts? Perhaps it would be best to let us return home to rest." At this moment, even Bai Yishuan refrains from rebuking Xiao Wani's words. As the atmosphere in the hall grows increasingly tense, Lu Yongchang's lips curl into a subtle smile, and he chuckles softly. "Who told you that space lacks exploration value? The cancellation of a single space station project does not mean you wish to retire." Bai Yishuan's heart races with renewed vigor. He parts his lips, uncertain of what to say. A hoarse voice interjects from the side, "Professor Lu, do you mean what I mean?" Lu Yongchang's smile broadens. I have a more exciting project in mind. I wonder if you three would be interested in participating? Will you be able to go to space? Xiaowani's voice quivers with excitement. Of course. Not only will you venture into space, but you will also become the first astronauts from Xiagua to land on the moon. Lu Yongchang's calm words strike the trio like a thunderclap, leaving them utterly astonished. Entering space and landing on the moon. These 8 words echo in Xiaowani's ears, gradually blurring her vision with tears of joy. So what do you think? Are you interested in participating? Absolutely. Bai Yishuan and Hong Fan respond eagerly. What about you? Xiaowani? Lu Yongchang's question prompts. Overwhelmed by emotion, she struggles to articulate a response, only managing to nod fervently. Observing this, Bai Yishuan gently pats Xiaowani's shoulder. See? Our dedication to training has borne fruit. Watching the scene unfold, Lu Yongchang's eyes reflect a hint of nostalgia. Since the first monkey gazed up at the starry sky, the yearning for the vast universe has been deeply inscribed in humanity's very essence. Once the trio's excitement settles, Lu Yongchang's expression becomes serious. Let me inform you in advance. You will be participating in Xiaogua's inaugural spaceplane project. While you possess considerable spaceflight experience, it is far from sufficient for the role of spaceplane pilots. Therefore, you will need to undergo a month of intensive training at the Air Force Pilot Training Base. This training will be rigorous and challenging. Professor Liu, rest assured, we shall fulfill our training tasks. Bai Yishuan interjected directly, interrupting Lu Yongchang's words. Lu Yongchang was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and nodded. Very well. I shall await you at the National Aerospace Research Institute. I hope you do not disappoint me. United States Central Intelligence Agency building. The bright corridor echoed with the sound of hurried footsteps. A man in uniform clutched a document tightly in his hand, racing towards the office at the end of the corridor. Upon reaching the office door, he abruptly halted. He took a deep breath to steady his somewhat erratic breathing. Knock. Knock, knock. He raised his hand and gently tapped on the office door. Come in, a deep male voice called from within. Taking another deep breath, he pushed open the office door. What is it? Inside the office, a white man with a hawk-like nose and a harsh visage regarded him with a shadowy gaze. He swallowed hard and extended the document towards the man seated behind the desk. Director William, the spies from Xiagua have relayed the latest intelligence. William Blair's expression momentarily shifted in surprise. Then he leaped from his chair. Quick, bring me the document. Upon hearing the command, the man hurriedly handed over the document. William Blair swiftly unfolded it and began to scrutinize its contents. Gradually, his complexion turned pale. This is impossible. William Blair's face drained of color, and the veins on the backs of his hands bulged. The next moment, he abruptly raised his head and, with a somewhat twisted expression, barked at the man who had delivered the document. Hurry! Prepare the vehicle. Prepare the vehicle? A flicker of confusion crossed the man's eyes as he instinctively asked, Where to? The White House. William Blair seized his coat from the side and flung open the office door. I want to see the White House's front door in 10 minutes. United States, the White House. William Blair clutched the A4 paper inscribed with intelligence, racing towards the president's office. Predictably, he was intercepted by 2 tall bodyguards. Let me through. I have crucial intelligence to report to the president, he exclaimed, shaking the document in his hand. Apologies, sir, but it is Mr. Albert's nap time. The bodyguard replied with an impassive expression. William Blair's eyes widened in disbelief. He was almost infuriated to the point of laughter. WEF, do you know who I am? You are the director of the CIA. Sir, the bodyguard replied nonchalantly, but I still cannot let you pass. Mr. Albert specifically instructed that no one should disturb his nap. Sir, please understand our position. If we let you through, we might lose our jobs, another bodyguard added. With a scoff, William Blair sneered at the 2 bodyguards. Fine. I hope you both remember this incident today. Tell me, how much longer until the president's nap is over? 5 minutes. You can wait in the adjacent waiting area. The bodyguard responded, clearly dismissive of William's threat, casually pointing to a chair in the nearby corridor. 5 minutes later, as an alarm rang from the president's office, the 2 bodyguards quietly reminded him, Director Blair, the president's nap time is over. You may enter now. William Blair sighed deeply, rose from his seat, and quickly approached the office door. Knock, knock, knock. He adjusted his demeanor and gently tapped on the president's office door. Who is it? Just as William was about to respond, Albert's voice echoed again. Forget it. Whoever it is, come in. William's lips twitched slightly as he pushed open the office door. William Blair? Albert rubbed his sleepy eyes and stretched, murmuring in a low voice, "What brings you here?" Gazing at the still drowsy president, William Blair's eyes twitched violently. His expression turned grave as he spoke solemnly. "Your Excellency, the intelligence personnel from Xiagua have relayed very important information." Before he could finish, Albert interrupted him by pressing a red button on the desk. Just as William was puzzled, the office door behind him suddenly swung open. A secretary clad in office attire entered, carrying a cup of brown liquid. Albert's gaze lingered on the legs of the beautiful secretary clad in black stockings for a few moments. He then took the glass from her hand and nodded towards William. "Coke, would you like a glass? By the way, what were you saying?" William was at a loss for words, never having felt so speechless in his life. Although he had heard rumors about this president's unreliability, he never anticipated it would be this absurd. Suddenly, he abandoned the thought of reporting to the president. Judging by the situation, it seemed those two bodyguards would not be reprimanded over such a trivial matter. He took a deep breath to calm his tumultuous emotions and gritted his teeth. "Your Excellency, the intelligence personnel have received crucial information from Xiagua." Upon hearing it was news from Xiagua, Albert's expression grew increasingly serious. He lifted the glass and took a sip of the icy Coke, asking in a low voice, "What intelligence?" "Xiagua has mastered controllable nuclear fusion miniaturization technology." Cough, cough. Albert choked as he hastily grabbed a napkin to wipe the Coke stains off his desk. "What did you say? Controllable nuclear fusion miniaturization technology? How is that possible? Is the information reliable?" William Blair shrugged. "Of course it's reliable. The Xiagua government has already acknowledged it." Albert's face darkened instantly. Damn it. He had just spent a fortune purchasing a full set of controllable nuclear fusion technology. In the end, he had merely acquired someone else's obsolete product. It had always been the United States reaping the benefits from other countries. Albert never imagined that during his tenure, the United States would be so thoroughly outmaneuvered by Xiagua from thousands of miles away. Congressman Albert Mutarad Gluomili. William extended the document towards Albert. In addition, the intelligence personnel have obtained another piece of information. Xiagua is developing an electric propulsion system and has canceled the Long March 10th heavy lift rocket research project. In my view, this is the aspect we must pay attention to. Albert paused for a moment. Electric propulsion system? What is that? William Blair's eyes flickered with uncertainty as he replied. It should be a new type of propulsion method. I suspect this is related to Xiagua's recent unusual activities. I believe you should inquire with our NASA director. Albert furrowed his brow and then picked up the black desk phone. Have Director Morton come to see me. Also, bring Anthony as well. Half an hour later, a short, slightly balding man nervously regarded Albert. Your Excellency, did you need to see me? Morton, do you know about the electric propulsion system? Looking at the slightly balding NASA director, Albert frowned and said, the intelligence personnel have informed me that Xiagua is currently researching the electric propulsion system and has canceled the original Long March 10th rocket research project. Morton was taken aback, incredulously replying, Electric propulsion system? Your Excellency, can you confirm that it is indeed an electric propulsion system? Albert's brow furrowed deeper. Of course. I can assure you. Morton scoffed, the tension on his face dissipating. He shrugged lightly, speaking with irritation. Your Excellency, if I may be blunt, the electric propulsion system is nothing but rubbish. Let Xia country research it. I do not believe they will achieve anything significant. Chapter 68. The Hidden Area 51. Noticing the confusion on Albert and those around him, Morton hurried to explain. NASA began its research on electric propulsion systems decades ago, specifically focusing on Hall thrusters. Albert raised an eyebrow. Oh, has NASA achieved success? Morton's expression stiffened. He slowly shook his head, awkwardly stating, it cannot be deemed a failure. But it certainly cannot be called a success either. Currently, Hall thrusters can only generate thrust on the order of tens or hundreds of millinewtons, mostly utilized in deep space vehicles. Perhaps you are unfamiliar with the implications of tens or hundreds of millinewtons. Allow me to rephrase. The maximum thrust of Hall thruster is approximately in the range of tens of grams. Within the atmosphere, it could scarcely propel an egg. Albert suddenly understood, yet his brow furrowed once more. Then why did Xia country cancel the Long March 10th rocket research project? Faced with this question, Morton fell silent. This was indeed a point of contention. After all, he was merely a director, not a researcher. Lacking research intuition was quite normal. Should I find a time to inquire with a NASA professor? Albert slowly shook his head. Since this Hall thruster has little significant effect within the atmosphere, there's no need to concern ourselves with it. Moreover, we cannot ascertain whether these two pieces of information are merely smoke screens released by Xia country. Ever since learning that Xia country unveiled its second-generation nuclear fusion technology shortly after selling its first-generation fusion reactor technology, Albert had developed a psychological shadow. The most pressing matter now is how we should respond to Xia country's series of maneuvers. Morton nodded respectfully and quietly stated, "In my view, we need not pay any heed to the messages released by Xia country. After all, we have already suffered enough losses in nuclear fusion. If they wish to study Hall thrusters, let them do so. I firmly believe that chemical fuel rockets remain humanity's best choice at present." Albert's gaze flickered slightly, his profound eyes once again fixed on Morton. "How is the preparation for the Pathfinder program progressing?" Morton's expression tightened slightly. "It has already begun preparations." "Too slow." Albert's brow instantly knitted in dismay. "Merely beginning preparations? At the current pace of Xia country's development, by the time they complete their preparations, they may well have planted their red flags all over the moon." Anthony, who had remained silent, pursed his lips and cast a glance at Morton. "Morton, I believe it is time to initiate that project." Morton's expression changed slightly, and he quietly asked, "Anthony, are you certain?" Anthony gently closed his eyes, took a deep breath. "I am certain. The United States can afford to lag behind for a moment, but we absolutely cannot persistently fall behind others." President Albert interjected, frowning. Wait, what are you two talking about? What project?" Anthony abruptly turned to Albert. "Your Excellency, I request to initiate the Area 51 project." Observing the fervent expression on Anthony's face, Albert's demeanor became peculiar. "Huh? Area 51? Isn't that merely an Air Force base?" In the next moment, Morton's voice rang out. "Your Excellency, on the surface, Area 51 is indeed just an Air Force base, but in reality, it is the core base of the United States High-End Technology Reserve Program." Albert's expression grew increasingly peculiar. "Hey, gentlemen, this joke is not amusing. A high-end technology reserve program? I was entirely unaware that the United States had such a program." Defense Minister Anthony's voice followed. "The High-End Technology Reserve Program began 50 years ago, aimed at storing various advanced technologies to ensure that the United States maintains its international leading position in the future. During this time, to ensure secrecy, only successive defense ministers and NASA administrators are aware of it. Not only you, but even previous presidents of the United States were unaware of the existence of this program." President Albert's expression momentarily froze. Well, if past presidents did not know, it eased his mindset a bit. Yet soon, he pondered a significant question. What about funding? Why have I never seen any mention of the so-called Area 51 budget in the budget reports? Anthony awkwardly replied, "This funding can indeed be fabricated. Over the past 50 years, about 10 of military expenditures have secretly flowed to Area 51. Albert's breath caught sharply. 10%. That is a staggering 10 of the United States' annual military expenditure. The total expenditure over 50 years. Albert could hardly fathom what kinds of projects were being researched within. Taking a deep breath, he quietly inquired, "May I ask what technologies are stored there?" Anthony and Morton exchanged glances. Then Anthony nodded slightly. "Of course. The last Cold War profoundly highlighted the importance of space dominance. Hence, the primary technologies stored in Area 51 are in the aerospace field. For instance, an enhanced version of the Saturn V, the Saturn VI launch vehicle." Albert's pupils dilated sharply. As a native-born American, he was well aware of the world-renowned Saturn V heavy launch vehicle. As the heaviest launch vehicle ever used in human history, the Saturn V towering at 110.6 meters, with a staggering launch weight of 385 tons, and a total thrust peaking an astounding 34,800 kilonewtons. Due to its use in manned lunar missions, it is also known as the moon rocket. Albert swallowed hard, speaking with great difficulty. "Saturn VI? What is it designed for?" Morton took over the conversation. Speaking softly, "Your Excellency, it has been developed from Mars. Currently, beneath Area 51, 3 completed Saturn VI heavy launch vehicles are stored. Mr. President, as long as you give the order to unlock Area 51, Xia country is utterly unworthy of being compared to our great United States." Morton's words stirred Albert's emotions. He could hardly contain his eagerness to see the American flag planted on the surface of Mars. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, he resolutely stated, "Prepare to sign the presidential order. Initiate the Area 51 project." Chapter 69. The completion of the spaceplane. Xian New Number 1 Xia Country. A certain Air Force training base. Bai Yishuan, pale-faced, supported his waist, gazing up at the scorching sun in the sky. Finally, it seems to be over. A voice beside him interrupted, that of Hong Fan, raspy as ever. "My heavens, I never want to return to this training bay for the rest of my life." Hearing Hong Fan's complaint, Bai Yishuan forced a bitter smile, shaking his head. "Don't mention it. I too wish never to see this training base again." Hong Fan's eyes brightened slightly. "Brother Xian, are you also at your limit? This is a rare occurrence. It is the first time I have seen you concede." Bai Yishuan shot a glare at Hong Fan, retorting, "What nonsense! I'm not a robot. I certainly cannot endure this intensity of training." A melodious laughter emanated from the side. "I believe Fong Gu is right. Since we met until now, I have never seen Xian Gu complain about the training content." Bai Yishuan turned his head, wearing an expression of helplessness as he glanced at the beaming Xiaowani behind him. "Look at your boundless energy. Should I contact the coach again and take another flight in the sky?" The smiles on Xiaowani and Hong Fan's faces vanished in an instant. They shook their heads vigorously, as if they were tuning a rattle drum. What a joke. Go flying again. Recalling the scene from a month ago when they first arrived at the training base, both shivered slightly under the scorching sun. The trio, without any theoretical foundation, was directly thrust onto 3 training aircraft. They euphemistically called it, "Practical experience is the best teacher." Thus, the 3 astronauts were thoroughly tested by their respective coaches. The Cobra maneuver and the Neza roll. Although the astronauts possessed commendable physical fitness, they were still quite exhausted by these flamboyant movements. After enduring the first day's trials, the astronauts' daily lives became fixed on their training aircraft starting from the second day. In just over a month, their cumulative flight time reached an astonishing 300 hours. On average, each person spent a full 10 hours daily aboard the aircraft. It could be said that during this month, aside from eating and sleeping, the 3 spent nearly all their time on the training machines. Finally, it was over. Xiaowani shook her head, casting aside those painful memories, then stretched lazily and softly remarked, "Next, we should head over to Professor Liu, right? I wonder if that so-called spaceplane is ready." Bai Yishuan shot a glance at Xiaowani, noting her stretched posture, and said with a hint of annoyance, "Don't get too excited." Professor Liu did mention that after training at the Air Force Base, we still need to undergo training on the spaceplane. Xiaowani smiled gently, flicking her short hair. "It's fine. After all, this is something that can go to space. Just thinking about that, I no longer feel tired." Gazing at Xiaowani's radiant smile, Bai Yishuan found himself momentarily lost in thought. A roar of engines echoed from above. Bai Yishuan's gaze shifted slightly, and he looked up at the armed helicopter slowly descending from the sky, softly saying to his teammates beside him, "We should get going." In a workshop outside the Xiaoguan National Space Research Institute, a sleek, jet-black aircraft quietly rested. Its structure resembled that of the American B-2 bomber. The most notable difference was that its wings were not as exaggeratedly large as those of the B-2. Thanks to its powerful propulsion system, the aircraft measured 30 meters in total length, with wings extending only 25 meters. The tail of this spaceplane featured 10 dark, circular hull thruster nozzles. Lu Yongchang stood before the spaceplane, his gaze filled with admiration. This was the first true spaceplane of Xiaogua. It is no exaggeration to say that this spaceplane symbolizes the pinnacle of human technological advancement at this moment. "Professor Liu, why not give a name?" The voice of academician Chao Liangkai interrupted Lu Yongchang's reverie. Lu Yongchang's eyes flickered, and without hesitation, he declared, "Let us call it Xian New Number 1. Chao Liangkai paused for a moment, evidently recalling Lu Yongchang's earlier introduction of Xiaogua's 3 major plans. The Xian New series space planes from the non-Tianmen plan? Chao Liangkai raised an eyebrow and gently questioned, "What? Are you really planning to execute that so-called non-Tianmen plan?" Lu Yongchang chuckled lightly, his deep gaze returning to Xian New Number 1. "Of course, not only the non-Tianmen plan, but also the Tianning plan will be realized in the future." Chao Liangkai cast a peculiar glance at Lu Yongchang. The Tianting plan? The massive fleet composed of 2 500 starships? He chuckled softly, shaking his head slowly. "What a joke. That sort of thing is probably only seen in science fiction movies. What? Don't believe it? Lu Yongchang noticed Chao Liancai's reaction and turned to him, smiling as he asked. Chao Liancai found himself momentarily speechless. Was it a matter of belief? Any normal person would find it hard to believe. How about we make a bet? Lu Yongchang's thoughts became lively after the completion of Xian Nu No. 1. Without hesitation, Chao Liancai nodded. What shall we bet on? Lu Yongchang fell into contemplation. Professor Lu, if in 15 years Xiagua truly achieves the Tianing plan, I will eat this Xian Nu No. 1 on the spot. Seeing Lu Yongchang's serious expression, Gao Lianca Lauget Hotiti. Lu Yongchang glanced at Chao Liancai, speechless. Friend, you've set the stakes quite high. He shook his head lightly, saying with a hint of exasperation, Forget it, Xian Nu No. 1 will be a commemorative piece. I worry you might not be able to afford it. How about this? If it truly happens, you treat me to a meal. I want the chicken leg rice from San Daokou University. Chao Liancai wore a similarly exasperated expression. Professor Lu, are you serious? Seeing Lu Yongchang nod sincerely, Chao Liancai sighed and rubbed his nose. Fine, it's settled then. If it doesn't happen, you treat me to a meal too. Just as Lu Yongchang and Chao Liancai were chatting idly, a researcher hurriedly approached Lu Yongchang, whispering, Professor Lu, the 3 pilots for the space plane have arrived. Lu Yongchang's eyes instantly brightened. The pilots had finally come. Let us go. Let us welcome the pilots. Whether this giant can reach the heavens depends on the 3 of them. Lu Yongchang called out to Chao Liancai and turned towards the workshop's entrance. As Lu Yongchang arrived at the entrance of the research institute, he spotted the 3 pilots of Xian Nu No. 1 by the helicopter landing pad. Perhaps due to just coming from the Air Force training base, the astronauts bore expressions of confusion and fatigue. By Yishuan, Lu Yongchang's voice carried over to the 3 astronauts. The leader, Bai Yishuan, instinctively turned towards Lu Yongchang upon hearing his name. When he saw Lu Yongchang, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and he quietly called to his 2 companions. How is it? As the 3 astronauts jogged up to him, Lu Yongchang smiled and asked, How was the training over the past month? Hong Fan shivered suddenly, a shadow of gloom overtaking his previously cheerful face. Professor, please don't say that. You have no idea how we've spent this past month. Lu Yongchang's eyes sparkled with amusement as he raised an eyebrow. I warned you in advance that the training here would be even more exhausting than at the Air Force Base. As soon as he heard this, Hong Fan's face fell. What? Thinking of giving up? Lu Yongchang observed Hong Fan's pained expression with interest. No. Hong Fan shook his head repeatedly. What a joke. We've come this far. How could we possibly give up? I still want to be the first astronaut from Xiagua to land on the moon. Lu Yongchang nodded with a smile. Rest assured, you will have that opportunity. Now, let us go take a look at your future vehicle. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the 3 astronauts lit up with fervor. When they beheld the striking and enigmatic appearance of Xian Nu No. 1, their mouths fell agape in awe. Wow. Hong Fan exclaimed excitedly. Is this really something from Xiagua? Even the most composed among the 3, Bai Yishuan, could not suppress a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. Xiao Wani's delicate hands trembled slightly as they brushed against the icy exterior of Xian NV No. 1. The cold sensation that crept up her fingertips did nothing to extinguish the fervor igniting within her heart. Her gaze sparkled with infatuation as she murmured, So beautiful. The reactions of the 3 astronauts did not escape Lu Yongchang's notice, and a smug smile crept onto his lips. This was indeed his proud creation. Even in his previous life, he had never crafted a flying machine of such caliber. After all, the majority of his energy had been devoted to the construction and development of the underground city back then. Come, let me show you the cockpit, he said cheerfully, waving to the trio. Upon hearing this, Hong Fan instinctively swallowed hard and stammered. See, can we really see the cockpit? Lu Yongchang raised an eyebrow, casting a quizzical glance at Hong Fan. What? You no longer wish to pilot this aerospace craft? Bai Yishuan and Xiao Wani exchanged incredulous looks, regarding Hong Fan as if he were a fool. Hong Fan, feeling the scrutiny, fell silent. Lu Yongchang shook his head in bemusement and turned to walk towards the boarding gate beneath the fuselage. Thanks to the use of a compact fusion reactor as the power source and the primary focus of Xian NV No. 1 on research and transport missions, the space within the aircraft had been significantly optimized. Directly in front of the cockpit, 3 sides were adorned with specially crafted tempered glass windows. These panes not only protected against the vast majority of minuscule meteoroids within the solar system, but also effectively filtered out harmful cosmic radiation and excessively bright visible light. Beyond the windows lay a control panel adorned with an array of buttons and instruments. The control panel was expansive, requiring 3 pilots to manage all operational tasks. This was the principal reason for the necessity of 3 pilots aboard Xi'an NV No. 1. Behind the control panel were 3 spacious and tall pilot seats, ergonomically designed to accommodate the lengthy flight durations of the aerospace craft. Xiaowani noticed 2 rather simple chairs positioned behind the pilot seats and gently inquired, "Professor, what are those chairs for?" "Passenger seats," Lu Yongchang replied directly. "This is also a consideration for future research missions." Xiaowani nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that the capabilities of Xi'an NV No. 1 far exceeded her expectations. Bai Yishuan instinctively softened his footsteps as he approached the intricate control panel, gently caressing the buttons. His pupils quivered slightly as he whispered this. This is akin to a scene from a science fiction film. The next moment, he turned his head, his gaze ablaze with intensity, fixed on Lu Yongchang. "Professor Lu, when can we pilot this aerospace craft?" Bai Yishuan's inquiry instantly captured the attention of the other 2. Hong Fan and Xiaowani directed their eager gazes toward Lu Yongchang. Lu Yongchang frowned slightly, contemplating for a moment before shaking his head. "That is uncertain." Observing the immediate dimming of the trio's expressions, he smiled and added, "It depends on your training results. You must undergo piloting training in the simulator. There's only one of these crafts. If something goes awry, I cannot bear that responsibility." "What if the training results are good?" Hong Fan's hoarse voice broke the silence. "Good results?" Lu Yongchang's eyes sparkled with mirth. "If you can master it in one night, I will petition the council chairman for a test flight tomorrow." At this declaration, Hong Fan's breath quickened noticeably. Gazing at the 3 astronauts, now brimming with enthusiasm, Lu Yongchang's eyes glimmered with a cunning smile. This was precisely the effect he desired. He firmly believed that after such stimulation, the trio's training efficiency would undoubtedly double. After sending the 3 astronauts off for training, Lu Yongchang gazed at Xi'an NV No. 1, murmuring to himself, "Sometimes I truly envy them." "Huh, what did you say?" Chao Yongkai, standing nearby, regarded Lu Yongchang with a puzzled expression. "Envy? Who do you envy?" "Bai Yishuan and the others," Lu Yongchang replied, his face illuminated with longing. "Don't you wish to ascend to the skies aboard this magnificent craft?" "Not at all." Chao Yongkai scoffed, rolling his eyes. "I have no desire to experience the sensation of my feet not touching the ground. Besides, you can't possibly fly this thing." Lu Yongchang was momentarily taken aback and instinctively questioned, "Why not?" "The council chairman would never allow you to do that," Chao Yongkai replied, exasperated. "You do understand your current significance, right?" Lu Yongchang silently nodded, refraining from further comment. Beneath the surface of Chao Yongkai's indifference, a contemplative expression slowly emerged. Half a month passed swiftly. The training program for the 3 astronauts was nearing its conclusion. As he reviewed the training progress reports, Lu Yongchang could not help but smile broadly. He had to admit, Hong Qiming had chosen exceptionally well. The comprehensive qualities of these 3 astronauts were undoubtedly among the best in Xiagua, coupled with the motivational speech Lu Yongchang had given prior to training. The results were so astounding that he could scarcely believe his eyes. Control of fusion reaction rates, management of hull thruster power, takeoff and landing of the aerospace craft. Lunar landings, what had originally been a month-long training program, had been condensed into a mere 15 days. Lu Yongchang set down the training reports, contemplating for a moment before picking up the landline on his desk. Within the first ring of the capital city of Xiagua, a series of urgent knocks interrupted the elderly man engrossed in paperwork, causing him to furrow his brow. "Guomin," he called, placing his pen down and exhaling deeply. The heavy wooden door to the office creaked open. Upon seeing the visitor, a flicker of surprise crossed the elderly man's features. "Gadisian Gao, what brings you here?" The elderly man regarded the figure standing at the doorway, his expression grave. "What is it? Has there been an issue with the Xi'an NV No. 1 project?" Chao Yongkai quickly shook his head, his voice brimming with excitement as he exclaimed, "Chairman, I am here to report on the progress of the Xi'an NV No. 1 project. This morning, the Xi'an NV No. 1 project has been completed." The elderly man froze in place. The next moment, he leapt from his chair, his gaze fixed intently on Chao Yongkai. Is that true? Standing tall, Chao Yongchang responded solemnly, absolutely. Currently, the pilots of Xian Envy know. One have completed all training modules. The craft is fully prepared and ready for a test flight at any moment. Excellent, excellent, excellent. The chairman laughed heartily, declaring, "Let us not delay. We shall schedule the test flight for." As he spoke, he glanced at the calendar on his desk. "Let be in 3 days. By the way," the chairman's eyes flickered with intent as he added, "the entire test flight process will be broadcast live. Xiaguo must showcase its prowess to the world." That evening, Xiaguo's news channel aired a report. On screen, the host, with a gleam of joy in their eyes, announced a piece of news that would astonish both Xiaguo and the world. Our latest update reveals that the first aerospace craft of Xiaguo, the Xian Envino, one research project, has achieved resounding success. In 3 days, the Xian Envy No. 1 will conduct its inaugural test flight. In accordance with the latest directive from the Xiaguo Parliament, this test flight will be broadcast live across all frequencies. At the moment the news aired, a wave of astonishment swept through the audience. Did I just hear that right? Swan Inu and numero uno? Isn't that the craft from the recently announced Nan Tianmen project? Wow, the rabbits are serious about this. Eagle sauce. Rabbit, do you think my pancake looks appetizing? Rabbit, eagle sauce. Do you think my pancake smells delicious? No time to waste. I've already taken leave. Let us meet on Dosha live in 3 days. Dosha? Are you certain that Dosha has this live broadcast? The news has stated that it is a full band live stream, so Dosha must certainly have it. Unlike the reactions from netizens in Xia country, Twitter abroad is filled with a chorus of skepticism. Ha, it's utterly hilarious. They're dreaming about aerospace planes. Xia country must be lost in fantasy. Puffed. This is undoubtedly another smokescreen. Initially, I thought Xia country had already exploited dozens of nations through nuclear fusion, but I never anticipated they would pull off something like this. The current Xia country reminds me of the United States from decades ago, all boasting and fabricating grand visions. Enough said. If there truly is an aerospace plane, I'll livestream my butterfly stroke in a cesspool. What is butterfly stroke? I'll dive in that cesspool. To the two above, I've already taken a screenshot. Remember to send a link when I go live. 3 days later, Dosha livestream. At noon, a livestream room promptly appeared on the homepage of Dosha. Xian Nu No. 1 test flight livestream. The title was unremarkable. Yet from the moment the livestream room appeared, the viewer count began to surge. Zhao Zijie sat at his computer desk, excitement radiating from him as he clicked into the Dosha livestream. A black screen. The next moment, a flurry of comments flooded in against the dark backdrop. Open the door. Open the door. You can stream the test flight, but you can't open the door? Is my phone broken? Why can't I see the image? Indeed, your phone is broken. We can all see the image. Watching these nonsensical comments, Zhao Zijie couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. It must be said that the phrase internet gestures bring much joy sometimes holds true. Just as he was about to tap the keyboard to send a comment and join the interaction, the screen in the live stream room suddenly changed. A blinding white light appeared in the lens. My eyes are blinded. Compensation. Well, provide your address. Community staff will promptly deliver warmth. Excuse me. After a few seconds, the image gradually became clearer. The moment Zhao Zijie laid eyes on the image, he abruptly held his breath. The lens revealed a lengthy aircraft runway. At the starting end of the runway stood a sleek, pitch-black airplane, exuding a strong sense of science fiction. The livestream room fell silent in an instant. But in the next second, an avalanche of comments erupted on the screen. What is this thing? It looks so much like the US B-2. Wow, this is incredible. It only resembles it slightly. Though the exact dimensions are unknown, one can infer that Xian Nu No. 1 has a wingspan significantly smaller than the B-2. Just as the netizens were fervently debating, a voice resonated from the live stream. Good day to all viewers. I am E, the host of this test flight live stream. The time in Yongchang is 12:15, with exactly 30 minutes until takeoff. Before Xian Nu No. 1 takes flight, let me briefly introduce this aerospace plane. White House, United States. Albert's expression darkened as he gazed at the images on the television screen. The footage was indeed the test flight live stream of Xia Country's Xian Nu No. 1. Xian Nu No. 1 employs the latest type of Hall thruster, allowing it to achieve an astonishing thrust of 50 tons. Observing the translation at the bottom of the video, Albert's expression grew increasingly grim. Morton, explain this to me. I recall you mentioning that Hall thrusters have no effect within the atmosphere. Chapter 72. Trouble. Professor Liu has disappeared. Faced with President Albert's inquiry, Morton's face turned pale as he shook his head. No, I don't know. The Hall thrusters previously developed by NASA certainly do not possess such thrust. Should I consult Professor Austin, who was in charge of the Hall thruster project? Albert shot a venomous glare at Morton, whispering furiously, "Hurry up and ask." Morton's expression soured, a hint of grievance flickering in his eyes. Initially, you were the one who said there was no need to consult that professor. What did you say? Albert's expression darkened immediately. Morton dared not retort and silently pulled out his phone to dial Professor Austin. The call was quickly connected. Professor Austin, this is Morton. As soon as the call connected, Morton switched to speaker mode and directly asked, "Can the thrust of a Hall thruster reach 50 tons? No sound emanated from the microphone. Morton furrowed his brow, gently inquiring again, "Professor Austin, are you there?" Professor Austin's voice drifted from the receiver. "Morton, are you joking with me? This is not funny at all." Morton felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he glanced at the president beside him, cleared his throat, and said, "Ahem, Professor Austin, the president is with me. I hope you can think carefully." After a brief hesitation, Morton added, "Xia country has developed a Hall thruster with a thrust of 50 tons, and it has been installed on an aerospace plane." "What? This is impossible." Austin's astonished voice came from the other end. "The current generator power absolutely cannot support such a Hall thruster." Morton's gaze shifted slightly as he solemnly asked, "What if, Professor Austin, I say what if Xia country has combined small-scale nuclear fusion with a Hall thruster?" Austin fell silent. From this silence, both Morton and Albert gleaned the answers they sought. "All right, Professor Austin, I understand now. That'll be all." Morton wearily hung up the phone and then turned to Albert. "Your Excellency, perhaps in this race, we have utterly lost." "No." A hint of unwillingness flickered in Albert's eyes. "We still have the Pathfinder program. As long as we seize Mars first, we have not lost." Inside, Xian, new number 1, Bai Yishuan, and the others donned flight suits, quietly seated in their respective pilot seats. Before them, the control panel flickered with various indicators. Hu, sitting in the left side co-pilot seat, exhaled deeply. "What's wrong? Are you nervous?" Bai Yishuan's voice came from the side. Hong Fan forced a smile and shook his head. "Brother Xian, are you not nervous? This is our first time piloting a real aircraft." Bai Yishuan shrugged. "Unconcerned. I'm fine. I've never had an accident in the simulation training." Hong Fan's expression suddenly stiffened. His simulation training, although he had only crashed once, left him with a significant psychological shadow from that incident. "Relax," laughed Xiaowani, seated in the right side co-pilot position. "This is different from simulation training. We're piloting together. Nothing will go wrong." "Exactly. Even if you don't believe in yourself. You must trust my skills," Bai Yishuan stated earnestly. "Once we successfully return from this, I'll..." "Be quiet." Before Bai Yishuan could finish, Hong Fan and Xiaowani simultaneously interrupted his premature celebration. The belated realization dawned on Bai Yishuan, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. "Ahem, I didn't mean to." Xian knew number 1, attention, 10-minute countdown to takeoff. Just as the three were engaged in casual conversation, the voice of Yongchang echoed through their helmets. Bai Yishuan's expression grew serious as he promptly pressed the radio switch to respond. Xian knew number 1 received. "We are now commencing the activation of the small-scale fusion reactor." While speaking, Bai Yishuan adjusted several buttons on the control panel before him. The fusion reactor required a certain preheating period before activation. Therefore, Xian knew number 1 needed to initiate the small fusion reactor 10 minutes in advance. After completing the operation, Bai Yishuan suddenly realized a pressing question. "Where's Professor Liu? Why isn't Professor Liu in charge of the command?" Upon hearing Bai Yishuan's question, a flicker of confusion also crossed Hong Fan's face. "Ah, your observation resonates with me. Wasn't it Professor Liu who typically presided over such matters? Why, on this momentous occasion, has he chosen not to direct the proceedings?" Meanwhile, within the temporary command center of the Research Institute, Yongchang gently pressed his right eye. For reasons unbeknownst to him, his right eyelid had been twitching for the past few minutes. The old adage goes, "The left eye twitches for fortune, the right for misfortune." Yongchang shook his head, dismissing the thought. "Bah, such futile superstitions. Is everything functioning normally with Xian, new number 1? Chao Yongkai inquired anxiously of a nearby staff member. All systems are normal. The fusion reactor is currently in preheating mode and is expected to be operational within 5 minutes. What about the ground crew? Chao Yongkai pondered briefly before raising his voice. A moment later, a voice responded. Everything is functioning properly. Xiannu number 1 is in excellent condition, and the ground crew has conducted 2 thorough checks. Chao Yongcai's right eyelid twitched again. We have a few minutes left. Conduct another inspection to ensure there are no errors. As he spoke, he raised his wrist to check the time. 8 minutes remaining. What in the world is Yongchang doing at such a critical moment? He has gone to the restroom. Chao Yongkai furrowed his brow and turned to a nearby researcher, saying, "Go, fetch Professor Liu, no matter how urgent it is. He should wait until Xiannu number 1 has taken off before attending to nature's call. He is, after all, the project leader. How can he just abandon his post at such a crucial time?" Hearing Chao Yongcai's reprimand, the researcher's face contorted in distress, and he hurriedly dashed toward the restroom of the institute. 5 minutes later, the researcher rushed back, looking flustered. "Chao, academician, something is wrong. What could possibly be wrong? Perhaps due to the impending launch of Xiannu number 1. Chao Yongcai's temper had soured. Xiannu number 1 is about to launch. No more of this dreary talk. Speak. What exactly has happened? The researcher stammered. Professor Liu, he is missing. Chapter 73. Launch what? At the moment those words escaped the researcher's lips, Chao Yongkai felt a buzzing in his brain. How could such a large figure simply vanish? Chao Yongkai glared furiously at the researcher, his voice rising in agitation. Have you checked all the restrooms in the institute? The researcher was on the verge of tears. Under Chao Yongcai's intense scrutiny, he shook his head despondently. I've searched everywhere. I just can't find Professor Liu. Not only is he missing, but there's also no one else in any of the restrooms. Chao Yongkai took a deep breath and turned to shout, "Surveillance! Quickly, bring up the surveillance footage." Academician Chao, there is only 1 minute remaining until the scheduled launch. A voice chimed in nearby. Chao Yongkai clenched his teeth and sighed heavily. Never mind. Let us resolve the situation with Xiannu number 1 first. Since Professor Liu is absent, I will command the entire trial flight of Xiannu number 1. As he spoke, Chao Yongkai reached for the wireless handset on the command desk. Attention, Xiannu number 1. Countdown to launch. 30 seconds. Xiannu number 1. The 3 pilots stared intently at the instrument data on the control panel. A figure clad in a white flight suit stealthily appeared in a corner at the back of the cockpit. As the camera zoomed in, the face within the helmet was unmistakably that of Professor Yongchang, who should have been in the restroom. Yongchang quietly approached the passenger seat behind the main pilot's position. Due to the height of the seats in the cockpit, there was a significant blind spot, and the 3 pilots remained oblivious to the fact that someone had taken a seat behind them. He adeptly grasped the safety belt on the seat and secured it around himself. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Yongchang's face. Excellent, excellent. All those secret training sessions have not been in vain. Click. The sound of the safety belt locking echoed loudly in the quiet cockpit. Yongchang's body stiffened, his gaze trembling as he focused on the 3 pilots. Swallowing hard, Yongchang realized that if he was discovered before takeoff, he would undoubtedly be thrown off the aircraft. After a few seconds, seeing the 3 pilots maintaining their composure, Yongchang let out a subtle sigh of relief. It must have been the helmet's earpiece that muffled the earlier noise. Countdown, 30 seconds. Yongchang's eyes sparkled with anticipation. It was time for takeoff. Xiannu number 1 acknowledged. The output power of the small fusion reactor is normal. Preparing to activate the Hall thruster. A series of announcements rang out from the earpiece within his helmet. Yongchang could not help but feel a surge of nerves. Even with 2 lifetimes behind him, this was his first experience aboard a spaceplane, his inaugural entry into outer space. 3, 2, 1, launch. At Chao Yongcai's command, by Yishuan, seated in the main pilot's seat, fixed his resolute gaze and pushed the control stick forward. A slight tremor coursed through the floor beneath him. The Hall thruster had been activated. Just as the thought crossed Yongchang's mind, he felt himself pressed firmly against the back of his seat by an immense force. In the Dosha live stream room. Why hasn't he taken off yet? I've been waiting so long that the flowers have withered. Just as the anxious viewers were on edge, a calm command resounded. Countdown to launch. 30 seconds. Upon hearing this command, the viewers at their computers perked up. On the live stream, A ghostly blue flame gradually appeared at the tail of the Xian Nu number 1 spaceplane. Wow, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so many Mach rings. Is this the tail flame of the Hall thruster? I'm in love. Somebody, get me up there to roast and cheer everyone on. The 30-second waiting period flew by, and with the launch command issued, the ghostly blue flame at the tail of Xian Nu number 1 suddenly intensified several-fold. In the next moment, propelled by the Hall thruster, Xian Nu number 1 began to accelerate gently. In the blink of an eye, it reached the end of the runway. With the nose lifting upward, Xian Nu number 1 leaped into the azure sky. As this scene was captured by the cameras, the live stream erupted in jubilant chaos. It's launched! It's launched! Wow, that tail flame, that shape. Xian Nu number 1 has garnered 10 years of loyal fans without even trying. They say Xian Nu number 1 is a spaceplane. Where's the destination for this test flight? It can't just be a leisurely cruise in the sky, can it? The live stream host seemed to have anticipated this question and gently explained. The destination for this flight of Xian Nu number 1 is the geostationary orbit, located 360,000 kilometers above the Earth's surface. It's actually going to geostationary orbit. Zhao Zijia, sitting before his computer, gasped sharply. Launching from the Earth's surface directly to geostationary orbit, Xian Nu number 1's capabilities are likely far beyond what anyone has imagined. Not to mention the multitude of satellites from other countries in geostationary orbit, and regardless of whether Xian Nu number 1 is equipped with weaponry, simply dropping a tungsten rod would have consequences that most nations cannot bear. Under the scrutiny of high-speed cameras, the silhouette of Xian Nu number 1 became vividly apparent in a live broadcast. After takeoff, the ghostly blue flame at the rear of Xian Nu number 1 flared even more intensely. Unlike conventional chemical fuel engines, the exhaust of the Hall thruster consists of high-speed plasma at temperatures exceeding millions of degrees Celsius. Thus, within the atmosphere, the tail flame of Xian Nu number 1 appeared exceedingly spectacular. In the 10-meter-long ghostly blue flame, countless Mach rings were densely packed. Before the viewers could express their astonishment in the comments, the nose of Xian Nu number 1 abruptly pulled upward. Under the propulsion of the Hall thruster, the entire aircraft ascended at a nearly 90-degree angle. A resounding boom echoed through the sky. A magnificent sonic boom cloud instantaneously enveloped the fuselage. At that moment, the barrage of comments in the live stream surged exponentially. Incredible! Mother, come and witness the divine. Is this the speed of sound? My goodness! The maneuverability of Xian Nu Yihao is astounding. As Xian Nu Yihao soared straight into the clouds, a cheer erupted within the research institute. Amidst the celebratory sounds, academician Chao Liangkai discreetly removed his glasses and wiped his eyes. After so many years in the realm of aerospace, Xiagua had truly surpassed the Western powers in a significant manner. Before Chao Liangkai could revel in his joy, an alarm suddenly blared. Akadisiangao. The speed of Xian Nu Yihao has suddenly significantly decreased. Its trajectory has deviated from the designated path. Chapter 74. Slow down a bit. Chao Liangkai's expression changed dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed the radio on the command platform and shouted, calling Xian Nu Yihao, please respond. Soon, the voice of Bai Yishuan came through the radio. Ground Command Center, Xian Nu Yihao received. There's a response. It seemed there was no significant issue. Chao Liangkai breathed a slight sigh of relief and hurriedly inquired, what is going on? Why has the aircraft's speed suddenly decreased and deviated from the planned trajectory? After a moment of silence, Bai Yishuan's voice, tinged with bitterness, responded, report, Professor Liu is on board the aircraft. A few minutes earlier, at the moment of Xian Nu Yihao's takeoff, Liu Yongchang was forcefully pressed against the passenger seat by the thrust. After takeoff, the thrust slightly lessened. Just as Liu Yongchang was about to greet the three pilots, a more powerful thrust abruptly pushed him back into his seat. Unlike during takeoff, this acceleration was swift and intense. Moreover, Liu Yongchang felt his sitting position shift by 90 degrees. Under the dual influence of thrust and gravity, blood surged towards his brain, causing his face to flush crimson. The sudden influx of blood into the cranial vessels sent a chill through Liu Yongchang's heart. This isn't good. A wave of dizziness overcame him, and alarm bells rang in his mind. He extended his hand, struggling to press the radio switch, and managed to say through the Xian Nu Yihao team channel, slow down a bit. Upon hearing the voice coming through the helmet radio, the three pilots jolted in unison, exclaiming with a dramatic exclamation. Bai Yishuan's grip on the control stick trembled, causing the Xian Nu Yi Hao to shudder as well. This exclamation originated from Lu Yongchang's lips, and he suddenly regretted boarding the aircraft so impulsively, under the deft maneuvers of the three pilots. The acceleration of Xian Nu Yi Hao gradually diminished, and the aircraft began to stabilize. The tilt angle returned to normal. Heaving a sigh of relief, Lu Yongchang tugged at the collar of his flight suit and slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, softly remarking, "Professor Lu, that should be our line," said Hong Fan, the co-pilot on the left, turning to look at Lu Yongchang with a helpless expression. "So, Professor Lu, how did you end up here?" "Indeed, Professor Lu. Do you realize how dangerous it was just now?" chimed in Xiao Wani from the right co-pilot seat, looking at Lu Yongchang with a reproachful expression. Fortunately, the power of the hull thruster wasn't too high. Had it been stronger, you might not have had the chance to speak at all. Lu Yongchang chuckled awkwardly and coughed lightly. "Ahem, I simply wish to see space for myself. This is also for my upcoming research project. As for how I got on this aircraft, it was designed by me. How could I not know if someone was hidden aboard?" As he spoke, Lu Yongchang proudly patted his flight suit and safety belt, assuring them, "Rest assured, I trained several times for this." Just as the three were at a loss as to what to do, the voice of Chao Liangkai came through the radio. "What's going on? Why did the aircraft suddenly decelerate?" Bai Yishuan turned, casting a wry smile at Lu Yongchang. "Professor, how should I respond?" Unlike the three astronauts, Lu Yongchang, calm and collected, replied, "Of course, we should inform Lao Chao of the truth. Don't worry, everything will be fine." The bitter smile in Bai Yishuan's eyes deepened, and he turned back, pressing the radio switch to report the internal situation of Xian Nu Yi Hao honestly. "What on earth?" Within mere seconds, Chao Yangsai's voice resounded through the radio again. "How did that kid Lu Yongchang end up there? Where is he? Let him speak." "Ahem, Lao Gao, le Zhongjiang Sai?" A hint of embarrassment flashing in his eyes as he rubbed his nose, speaking softly. "Be quiet. Don't try to get chummy with me." Upon hearing Lu Yongchang's voice, Chao Liangkai, still at the command platform, became utterly exasperated. You come down immediately." Lu Yongchang shrugged nonchalantly. "Lao Chao, calm down. It's just a flight. Is there really any need to be so anxious?" Chao Liangkai was both amused and infuriated. "Just a flight? You call this a mere flight? This is the maiden test flight of Xian Nu Yi Hao. If something goes wrong, how will I explain it to Minister Hong and Congressman Li?" "Calm down, Lao Gao. You must trust in the quality of Xian Nu Yi Hao, and more importantly, trust in the skills of the three pilots." Lu Yongchang said cheerfully. "No, Bai Yishuan, I order you to return immediately and ensure Professor Lu is safely brought back." Chao Liangkai issued the command to Bai Yishuan without further ado. "No, we cannot return." Lu Yongchang's expression suddenly turned serious. "Sir, I have addressed you as sir now. Haven Ti?" Chao Liangkai, amused yet perplexed, inquired. "What on earth are you doing up there?" Lu Yongchang paused for a moment before quietly stating, "I've said before, I wish to lead Xiagua into the cosmos. It wouldn't make sense if I, the head of the Space Administration, have never been to space, would it? Moreover, witnessing the universe firsthand will aid my forthcoming research. Academician Chao, I pursue science for the stars above. Do you understand?" Hearing Lu Yongchang's words, Chao Liangkai fell silent. As a researcher, he undoubtedly understood the feeling of yearning for enlightenment, even at the cost of life. After a long while, he sighed softly. "Very well, you may proceed. However, I must report this matter to Minister Hong and the Congressman." Lu Yongchang's expression immediately soured. "That might not be a good idea. They are so busy. There is no need to trouble them over this small matter, is there?" "No way." Chao Liangkai snorted, speaking tersely. "All right, I want to say more. Bai Yishuan, Akadisian Gao." "I'm here," Bai Yishuan promptly responded from the pilot's seat. "Remember, Professor Lu is the future of Xiagua, regardless of the method. You must ensure Professor Lu's safe return. Do you understand? Otherwise, you will be branded as the eternal sinners of Xiagua." Chao Yansai's tone was grave. "Understood." Bai Yishuan's expression hardened, and he replied loudly, "Rest assured, Commander." Chapter 75. Geostationary orbit. After the radio communication concluded, the atmosphere within the cabin suddenly grew tense. "Ahem." Lu Yongchang awkwardly shifted in his seat. "Everyone, let us not be so somber. We still have a long flight ahead. By Yishuan, seated at the controls, shifted slightly and solemnly stated, Professor Liu, please ensure you follow our commands from here on. Hong Fan, please check the seatbelt for Professor Liu again. Of course. Hong Fan reached to unfasten his seatbelt and stood to assist Liu Yongchang with the inspection. I said, is it really necessary to be so serious? Liu Yongchang looked at Hong Fan with a resigned expression. I would never joke about my life. I have simulated this numerous times and can assure you that nothing will go wrong. Professor Liu, as a soldier, it is my duty to obey orders. By Yishuan's calm voice came from the front. Since Academician Chao has given us orders, we will spare no effort to ensure your personal safety. At this point, Bai Yishuan paused slightly, and if something were to happen, you can use my escape device to save yourself. The Xian inferno. One originally contained 3 sets of escape devices. Each set included high-altitude parachuting equipment, protective suits, and oxygen tanks. Although these devices cannot guarantee the safety of the pilot in the outer space beyond the atmosphere, they can still ensure a safe return to the ground within the atmosphere. After Bai Yishuan's words, the atmosphere inside the Xianbi No. 1 cabin grew heavier. Liu Yongchang seemed slightly moved. He instinctively touched his nose and softly said, Actually, I secretly brought an escape device with me. It's located at the back of the cabin. Bai Yishuan and the others. Cough, cough. Professor Liu, we have reached the designated altitude. Next, the flight posture of Xianbi No. 1 will undergo some changes. If you feel uncomfortable, please let us know. Bai Yishuan, with a serious expression, diverted the topic. How awkward. It was incredibly awkward. He had even prepared for sacrifice. Yet, the man had brought his own escape device. What is this supposed to mean? Thoughtful consideration? Of course, if Liu Yongchang were aware of Bai Yishuan's current thoughts, he would sternly inform him. Sorry, this is purely a fear of death. He does not wish to relive a life only to perish inexplicably in such a place. As Bai Yishuan adjusted several buttons on the control panel before him, a cool white light gradually illuminated the cabin. Beep, with the alert sound of system self-checking. Bai Yishuan's expression turned considerably grave. Air pressure stable. Oxygen levels normal. Oxygen generation equipment functioning properly. Air filtration system operational. Hall thruster power normal. Prepare for acceleration. As a series of orderly and compact reports reached Liu Yongchang's ears, the flight posture of Xianbi No. 1 began to change. With the nose of the craft gradually elevating, Xianbi No. 1 formed a 60-degree angle with the ground. The next moment, a more intense sensation of vibration surged from beneath. The rate of deuterium-tritium bubbles in the small fusion reactor surged, releasing astonishing energy from within the deuterium-tritium atoms. Following that, the azure flame at the rear of Xianbi No. 1 intensified. The immense thrust once again pressed Liu Yongchang firmly into his seat. Professor Liu, how are you holding up with this acceleration? Came Bai Yishuan's inquiry from beside. From his tone, it seemed such acceleration was quite manageable for him. In contrast, Liu Yongchang's face flushed slightly, and with some difficulty, he nodded and said, Rest assured, I can handle this level of acceleration. To the right, Xiaowani turned her head to glance at Liu Yongchang with concern, softly suggesting, Should we slow down a bit more? In the dense atmosphere, the maximum flight speed of Xianbi No. 1 is approximately Mach 5. However, in the thin upper atmosphere, with sufficient acceleration time, Xianbi No. 1 can reach the first cosmic speed of 79 ms, which is around Mach 232. Upon entering geostationary orbit, unaffected by the atmosphere, after prolonged acceleration, Xianbi No. 1 speed could even reach the astonishing second cosmic speed of 112 ms. This is also the minimum speed required for Xianbi No. 1 to reach the moon. Yet, even so, due to Liu Yongchang's physical condition, it took Xianbi No. 1 a full 5 hours to barely reach the geostationary orbit at 36,000 kilometers. Although this duration seems long, compared to previous satellite orbit insertion times, Xianbi No. 1 can be deemed remarkably swift. Low Earth orbit satellites, situated a few hundred kilometers above the surface, typically complete their launch to orbit in mere minutes. In contrast, a satellite destined for a geostationary orbit at 36,000 kilometers often requires nearly a month of extensive travel to achieve successful insertion. After all, rockets can only propel satellites in a low Earth orbit, and the remaining journey must be traversed by the satellites themselves. As Xian NV number 1 ascended, the view outside the porthole gradually transformed. The distant horizon morphed into a shimmering arc of crystalline light. Next, what came into Lu Yongchang's view was a pitch-black expanse of space, resembling a pure black curtain. Adorning this dark canvas were countless twinkling stars, glimmering like exquisite gemstones. Those faintly glowing jewels were stars located dozens to hundreds or even thousands of light years away from Earth. Simultaneously, a sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. Experiencing this feeling for the first time, Lu Yongchang furrowed his brow slightly. To be honest, it was rather unpleasant. "Professor, we have arrived." Bai Yishuan's voice reached Lu Yongchang's ears. Thanks to the excellent airtightness of the Xian NV number 1 cabin and various oxygen generation and air filtration devices. As long as they remained inside, they did not need to wear cumbersome spacesuits constantly. So beautiful. Lu Yongchang's profound gaze was fixed on the distant starry sky through the porthole. His heart stirred slightly. That was the direction of Proxima Centauri. As a red dwarf star located merely 422 light-years from Earth, it has an apparent magnitude of 11. Thus, Lu Yongchang could not observe it with the naked eye. Yet, even so, a sense of inexplicable excitement welled up within him. Perhaps humanity's future lies near that distant red dwarf. Calling the ground control center. Xian NV number 1 has reached synchronous orbit. Please advise. Bai Yishuan's voice interrupted Lu Yongchang's reverie. Received. Xian NV number 1. Report your status. Chapter 76. How about I go up next time? Beijing. Office of the Chairman of the Council. Upon witnessing the Xian NV number 1 pierce through the clouds, a smile of satisfaction appeared on Counselor Li's face. It was a success. Ding-ling-ling. A sharp ringing sound pierced through the air from his side. Counselor instinctively fronat. He had postponed all matters for the test flight of Xian NV number 1. How could there still be a phone call coming in? While pondering this, Counselor Li reached for the receiver of the desk phone. "Chairman, this is Chao Liangkai." Hearing the voice on the line, Counselor Li's expression softened considerably, and he cheerfully replied, "Academician Chao, I have already seen the footage of Xian NV number 1's launch. Chairman, what I want to discuss is not that matter." Chao Liangkai swallowed slightly and continued, "Chairman, you need to be prepared mentally." Counselor Li furrowed his brow, his expression turning more serious. "What is it? Did something happen with Xian NV number 1? "Xian NV number 1 is fine," Chao Liangkai muttered softly. "The one in trouble is Professor Lu Yongchang." "Counselor Li. What do you mean? What has happened to Professor Lu?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Counselor Li froze. What did he say again? Professor Lu went up with Xian NV number 1. The moment Chao Liangkai's voice echoed in the receiver, Counselor Li felt darkness envelop him. "What on earth? Say that again. What happened to Professor Lu?" Counselor Li slammed his hand on the table, abruptly standing up, his face anxious as he shouted into the receiver. Chao Liangkai deeply sighed. "Chairman, it is my fault. A few days ago, I overheard him express a desire to ascend to the heavens. I did not pay it much heed at the time. Consequently, Li Yuan covered his forehead with his hand, exclaiming, No, this is not your fault. That rascal truly is." He then inquired, "What is Professor Lu's current condition? How is Xian NV Yihao's safety?" "Forget it. I shall visit your location." Chao Liangkai was momentarily stunned and had not yet uttered a word before the call was abruptly terminated. After hanging up the phone, Li Yuan pondered for a moment, then picked up the phone again, dialing a number. "Qiming, come to my location at once. Be swift." Upon receiving the call from the chairman, Hong Qiming was slightly taken aback. Although uncertain about the situation, he promptly responded, "Understood. I am nearby, and will arrive in approximately 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, what?" Lu Yongchang ascended with Xian NV Yihao. Hong Qiming's astonished shout echoed through the office of the chairman. Has that rascal lost his mind? He clenched his teeth and muttered under his breath, "This is a test flight. Should anything go awry." The chairman smiled wryly and shook his head. Chao Liangkai informed me that this lad seems to have brought an escape device along. Not only that, he can even don a flight suit and fasten his safety belt. Hong Qiming was momentarily rendered speechless. So, this lad had premeditated all along? The chairman, while grabbing his coat from the chair, declared, "Enough with the idle chatter. Contact the helicopter. We must head to the Aerospace Research Institute now. Xian NV Yihao, report your status." A hint of relief permeated Chao Liangkai's voice. Since they had reached synchronous orbit, it indicated that the quality of the aerospace vehicle was satisfactory. Soon, By Yishuan's report came through the radio. Xian'an Yi Hao is operating normally. The pilot's health is stable. After a brief pause, By Yishuan added, Professor Lu's condition is also stable. He is ready for a return journey. Chao Yongchang let out another sigh of relief, then turned his inquiry towards the chairman. Li Yuan, what shall we do next? Li Yuan slightly furrowed his brow, calmly taking the wireless phone from Chao Yongchang. Ahem, Lu Yongchang, this is the chairman. Can you hear me? In geostationary orbit, a sleek black aircraft, trailing a luminescent blue flame, glided through the sky. Lu Yongchang sat rigidly in the passenger seat of Xian'an Yi Hao, his lips twitching slightly. Ahem, I can hear you. Chairman, what brings you to the research institute? Hearing Lu Yongchang's cautious tone, Li Yuan snorted in annoyance. Humph. Shouldn't I come? If I don't show up, are you planning to head to the moon directly? Lu Yongchang chuckled awkwardly. Not quite. The fuel for Xian'an Yi Hao isn't fully loaded. If we go to the moon, we likely won't return. The others in the research institute reacted with disbelief. Hey, that rascal. Hong Chiming glared at the radio equipment, questioning whether he truly intended to go to the moon. Unlike Hong Chiming's reaction, the chairman spoke in a gentle tone. Yongchang, you cannot take such liberties with your current position. You must understand that as the director of the Summer Country Space Agency, having established the development policy for the next few years, you bear responsibility for the 1 billion people of Summer Country. Do you understand? After a moment of silence, Lu Yongchang's tone grew serious as he replied, Chairman, I understand. My ascent is primarily for my upcoming research project. Only by experiencing space can I truly grasp humanity's insignificance. Li Yuan chuckled lightly. What? Is the view up there that awe-inspiring? Lu Yongchang responded without hesitation, absolutely. After contemplating for a moment, Li Yuan jested. Perhaps I should join you next time? Ahem. Professor Lu, please refrain from such banter. Chao Yongchang could no longer contain himself, coughing emphatically. What nonsense is this? If Lu Yongchang ascends, that would be one thing. But if the chairman also ventures to geostationary orbit, the situation could escalate dramatically. Lu Yongchang interjected, Ahem. Chairman, let us discuss serious matters. I believe Summer Country's pace is still too slow. The chairman's pupils constricted slightly. Is it still too slow? Without waiting for response, Lu Yongchang continued. Since Summer Country has developed an aerospace vehicle, we can commence the Lunar Palace project. Our objective is to establish a fully automated mining facility on the moon. The chairman contemplated for a moment, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. As chairman, he was acutely aware that once the Lunar Palace project commenced, the United States would undoubtedly deploy countermeasures. He refrained from elaborating further, simply nodding slowly. This matter is not urgent. Once you safely return, we shall deliberate thoroughly. Upon hearing this, Chao Yongchang let out a slight breath of relief and promptly commanded by Yishuan. You may return. Exercise caution. Chapter 77, United States. Have we lost air supremacy? In the United States at the White House. From the moment Xian'an Yi Hao took off, an atmosphere of deathly silence enveloped Albert's office. Morton, keep a close watch on Xian'an Yi Hao. The moment the aircraft vanished into the clouds, Albert glowered at Morton, his voice sharp. If you lose track of it, you might as well resign. Morton's complexion paled slightly as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Subsequently, he fumbled to retrieve his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. Okasi, listen. It's urgent. Activate all of NASA's surveillance satellites at once. I need real-time information on Xian'an Yi Hao, which just took off from Summer Country. A female voice responded from the receiver. Director Morton, are you certain you want to deploy all of NASA's surveillance satellites? The costs incurred. Silence. Morton, seeing Albert's ominous gaze, felt a cold sweat break out on his back. I will take full responsibility for any losses. Now, instruct the staff to immediately relay Xian'an Yi Hao's detailed flight data to me. Okasi hesitated. Mr. Morton, you are currently in the president's office. Morton cursed under his breath and hung up the phone. He hastily approached Albert, whispering, Mr. President, I require access to your computer. Albert, his expression grim, nodded without uttering a word. A few minutes later, Morton exhaled deeply. Mr. President, the data has arrived. I must say, NASA's surveillance satellites are quite formidable. On the computer before Albert, Xian'an Yi Hao's high-definition images and flight data were laid bare. Observing the continuously refreshing and densely packed data, Albert's brows furrowed tightly. He gently closed his eyes, rubbing his temples. Anthony, come take a look at this data. Anthony, not daring to neglect the president's command, stepped forward to scrutinize the computer screen. Upon seeing the data, Anthony's pupils constricted sharply, exclaiming, "What? This is impossible." Anthony's reaction caused a sinking feeling in Albert's heart. "What is it?" Albert asked, furrowing his brow. "Is there an issue with the data?" Anthony swallowed hard, his blue irises trembling slightly. "Its speed has reached Mach 5. Albert, unfamiliar with the implications of this data, questioned, "Mach 5? What of it?" Faced with Albert's somewhat naive inquiry, Anthony forced a bitter smile, his complexion pale as he responded, "Mr. President, currently, the combat jets of the United States reach a maximum speed of approximately Mach 3. In the event of an aerial confrontation, we may not even catch a glimpse of the enemy's tail." Albert's breath hitched momentarily and dismissively waved his hand, saying, "What about missiles? We can simply shoot it down with missiles." The bitterness in Anthony's eyes deepened. That is precisely the issue. Aside from a few specific air-to-air missiles, most air-to-air missiles in the world today only reach speeds around Mach 4. Our missiles would struggle to keep pace with this aircraft. As for faster air-to-air missiles, Mr. President, I must regrettably inform you that those under Mach 6 are virtually ineffective against it. If Xiaogua is not deceiving us, this aircraft, powered by nuclear fusion, boasts endurance that far exceeds our imagination. The fuel in our missiles may not last against it. Albert's expression darkened, resembling a large iron pot. What do we do then? We cannot pursue, nor can we exhaust it. Just as the two fell into silence, Morton's exclamation pierced through. "It has accelerated again." At that moment, Anthony's heart skipped a beat. Observing the computer screen, which displayed a steep rise in both speed and altitude, Anthony's face turned ashen. "Mr. President, I believe further discussion is unnecessary. This aircraft has now reached near-Earth orbit, with a speed of approximately Mach 23, which is commonly referred to as the first cosmic velocity. I cannot ascertain its limits, but it is evident that even our fastest intercontinental missile would struggle to contend with it." Albert remained silent, his gaze fixed on the computer screen. Time passed slowly, and the speed of Xiannu No. 1 continued to rise, along with its altitude. As the numbers on the screen climbed, the expressions of the three men grew increasingly grim. Albert, with a darkened expression, uttered no words. The figures of 36,000 kilometers and 30 Mach 102 ms on the screen pierced his eyes painfully. Even he understood the implications of these numbers. As he noticed the flight data of Xiannu No. 1 beginning to decline, Albert exhaled slowly. "Anthony, where do you believe the limits of this aircraft lie?" Taking a deep breath, Anthony straightened and replied softly, "Mr. President, that is no longer of significance. You must understand that from this moment forward, the United States has lost air superiority before Xiaogua." Albert fell into silence, recognizing the truth in those words. Under such circumstances, the limit data of Xiannu No. 1 had become inconsequential. Even if it were to surpass the second cosmic velocity and head towards the moon, it would bear no relevance to the United States. How should we defend against it? After a prolonged silence, Albert took a deep breath and quietly inquired. Anthony's eyes were filled with bitterness as he shook his head slowly. "Mr. President, we cannot defend against it. Although we are unaware if Xiannu No. 1 is armed, based on its altitude, speed, and endurance, I can assure you that no nation on Earth can withstand its assault. Should Xiaogua choose to act, the White House could turn to ashes within minutes." Upon hearing this, Albert's pupils constricted sharply. "Morton," Albert rasped, "from now on, we will advance the Pathfinder program at all costs." "Mr. President?" Anthony gasped, urgently reminding him, at this point, "We should not compete with Xiaogua any longer. We have lost our eligibility in this race." Albert gently closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them wide, a glint of madness flashing within. "No, if we can seize Mars first, there remains a chance for the United States," he declared from now on. "Halt all unnecessary domestic expenditures. All funding must be allocated to research projects. I refuse to believe that after so many years of foundation, we cannot compete with Xiaogua." Chapter 78. The Biosphere 2 project. That evening at 9:30, Yongchang, having just disembarked from Xiannu No. 1, was oblivious to the developments occurring in the United States. Indeed, were he aware of the despairing thoughts of Albert and his associates, he would likely have been unable to suppress his laughter. This is a classic example of cognitive error stemming from an information gap. Although Xian knew no. One is highly formidable. Its current structural design renders it incapable of carrying weapons. It cannot even release the simplest tungsten rod, let alone missiles. Furthermore, the primary mission of Xian Nu 1 is not combat, but rather to conduct scientific operations on the moon. Therefore, in the short term, Yongchang had no intention of altering its structural design. Simply put, aside from its exceptional ability to flee, Xian Nu 1 is, at present, a mere ornamental shell devoid of any combat capability. At 11:30 p.m. Xiagua time, in the office of Congressman Li in the capital, a gray-faced congressman, Li handed a recently received document from the United States to Yongchang. Yongchang, take a look at this document. As Yongchang grasped the still warm A4 paper and read the title, his eyebrows shot up in surprise. The United States has announced that NASA's funding for this year has increased to $500 billion. Wow! A look of astonishment flashed across Yongchang's face. Albert is truly generous. This is 10 times the funding of previous years. Congressman Li nodded solemnly. This news has just arrived. It seems the stimulus from Xian Nu 1 has had a significant impact on them. This is what concerns me. If we proceed with the Moon Palace plan now, the reaction from the United States may be even more pronounced. What Xiagua needs most right now is a period of stable development. Yongchang smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Congressman, I believe this should not pose a problem. In fact, the more we accelerate our progress, the more secure our position will be. Oh, Congressman Li raised his eyebrows sharply. What do you mean? You see, ever since we launched the Moon Palace plan, the Southern Sky Gate plan, and the Heavenly Court plan, the attention of the United States has been unknowingly diverted. After proposing the Mars Pathfinder program, the United States has increased NASA's research funding tenfold. Yongchang's smile grew wider as he continued. I trust that a nation as vast as the United States will not have the energy to contend with Xiagua. Congressman, are you familiar with the term often mentioned online? The Strategic Deception Bureau? Yongchang chuckled. It appears that the United States is thoroughly disoriented. The objectives I intended to achieve by announcing those 3 plans have been realized. It is the same familiar formula, the same familiar taste. Everything seems to be a reenactment of history from decades ago. However, with the change of opponents, the United States has transformed from the advantageous side to the disadvantaged side. I understand now. Congressman Li nodded slowly, his expression relaxing slightly. So, according to your analysis, Xiagua should focus entirely on constructing lunar automatic mining facilities next? Yongchang nodded, then shook his head. Not only that, but there is also a more critical matter. We must restart the Biosphere 2 project. 3 days later, a red banner was hung at the entrance of Sandaokou University. Warmly welcome all academicians and professors to our school for the conference. The large red banner attracted numerous students' attention. What is going on? What kind of meeting is our school hosting? Why is it so grand? A girl with shoulder-length hair furrowed her brow and turned to ask her companion, Yutong, have you heard anything from your mentor? Beside her, a girl clad in a flowing white chiffon gown with an elegant high ponytail and a pure countenance gazed up at the large crimson banner at the school gate. Upon hearing a question from her companion, Su Yutong gently furrowed her brows, instinctively adjusting her rimless glasses, and hesitantly shook her head, saying, I haven't heard of any significant meetings. Perhaps I should ask around? A flicker of disappointment crossed the long-haired girl's eyes. Oh well, I thought you might have some insider information. Su Yutong rolled her eyes and retorted, where would I acquire such insider knowledge? I'm merely an ordinary student under the guidance of my mentor. Ordinary? The girl gazed at Su Yutong in astonishment. You were already selected as a student by Professor Guan Huaoyang in your junior year. How can you call that ordinary? I've heard that Professor Guan doesn't even regard average graduate students. That's an exaggeration, Su Yutong replied with a wry smile. Though it is true that Professor Guan has high expectations, it is for our benefit. Research leaves no room for error. The long-haired girl expressed her admiration, exclaiming, I can't imagine what you experienced in your sophomore year. It seems like you suddenly had an epiphany. If I'm not mistaken, we were on the same level in calculus, right? As she spoke, the girl fashioned her book into a makeshift microphone and held it before Su Yutong. Let me interview our newly crowned academic genius from the Applied Physics Department. What motivates you to study so diligently? Feeling the curious gazes of those around her, Su Yutong's cheeks flushed slightly, and her usually cool voice took on a hint of shyness. All right, Chen Yun, don't exaggerate. I am hardly a genius. Let us not forget that there is a true academic prodigy in our cohort. As she spoke, Su Yutong recalled the figure who had sat beside her, solving problems over half a year ago. Huh? Are you talking about Professor Liu? He is not just a genius. He is a god of knowledge. Chen Yun scoffed. Honestly, if I hadn't seen in the news, I wouldn't have believed that such a remarkable person is in our year. However, speaking of which, I haven't heard anything about Professor Liu since the fusion event. I wonder where he has gone. At these words, Su Yutong's expression dimmed slightly. Since that day, she had not seen him in the library. She gently pressed her lips together and shook her head. I'm not sure. Perhaps he is engaged in some secret research project? The small fusion reactor mentioned in the news might have been developed under his direction. All right, enough of this. Chen Yun chuckled, tugging at Su Yutong's sleeve. Why should we worry about Professor Liu's affairs? Let us go, I'm starving. If we don't hurry, the good dishes in the cafeteria will all be gone. Su Yutong withdrew her gaze and shook her head gently, dismissing the distracting thoughts from her mind. As long as she continued to strive upward, she believed she would encounter him again someday. Chapter 79. Are you interested in visiting a laboratory? In the cafeteria of Sandaoka University, Su Yutong cautiously balanced her tray as she and Chen Yun found a relatively quiet corner. After setting down the tray, Chen Yun exhaled with relief and murmured, "We lingered too long at the gate. The cafeteria is packed today." Su Yutong paid little mind to Chen Yun's complaints, instead sitting in silence and staring blankly at her meal. Hey! Noticing Su Yutong's distracted demeanor, Chen Yun frowned slightly and waved her hand in front of her face. What is on your mind? You seem lost. Suddenly regaining her senses, Su Yutong slowly shook her head and smiled. It's nothing. I just find that meeting a bit suspicious. After all, I haven't heard any rumors about it. Chen Yun rolled her eyes. Why waste your thoughts on that? Hurry up and eat. Don't forget, you have to visit Professor Guan later. Before she could finish, Chen Yun's attention was drawn to a scene at the entrance of the cafeteria. Yutong, look, if I'm not mistaken, that should be academician Chao Liangkai, right? ISNT, he's supposed to be at the National Aerospace Research Institute. What brings him to Sandaoka University? Su Yutong blinked in surprise and instinctively turned to gaze at the entrance. There stood an elderly gentleman with graying hair, clad in a white lab coat. It does appear to be academician Chao, Su Yutong murmured. Perhaps he is here for that meeting. It seems the level of this meeting at Sandaoka University is quite high if even academician Chao is attending. Chen Yun exclaimed. Just as Su Yutong prepared to turn back and continue her meal, a figure caught her eye. A tall young man in a white lab coat briskly approached the somewhat stooped academician Chao and amiably patted him on the shoulder, and together, they walked out of the cafeteria, laughing. The moment Su Yutong caught a glimpse of his profile, her heart raced. It was him. Though they had only met once in a meaningful context, she recognized him instantly. Instinctively, Su Yutong sprang to her feet. Yutong, what's wrong? Chen Yun's voice was filled with confusion. In nothing, Su Yutong replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring her smile. I just remembered something. I need to hurry to Professor Guan. Chen Yun hesitated for a moment and said, But you haven't eaten yet. You should at least finish your meal. I'm full. I'll head out first. You enjoy your meal. Without waiting for Chen Yun's response, Su Yutong hurriedly departed, her tray in hand. Indeed, the cafeteria was bustling at mealtime. By the time Su Yutong squeezed through the crowd, the figure she sought was nowhere to be seen. As she gazed at the somewhat empty sidewalk, a twinge of melancholy crossed her heart. What a pity she had missed him. Yet, amidst her regret, a sense of relief washed over her. It was fortunate she hadn't encountered him. She wasn't sure how to greet Liu Yongchang in her current state. Taking a deep breath, Su Yutong turned and made her way to Professor Guan Huayang's office. Knock, knock, knock. At the office door, Su Yutong raised her hand and gently rapped on the door. Professor Guan, are you there? Moments later, Professor Guan's voice resonated from within. Yutong, come in. The door is unlocked. Hearing this, Su Yutong instinctively turned the doorknob and stepped inside. Professor Guan, I've already. Her pupils dilated as she caught sight of two individuals seated on the sofa. Yutong, let us not rush into the assignment just yet. Allow me to introduce you, Professor Guan said cheerfully, pointing at the elderly gentleman. This is academician Chao Liangkai, whom you should be familiar with. He then gestured toward the young man beside him. This individual is none other than Professor Liu, who is in the same cohort as you. Su Yutong's voice trembled as she softly uttered, Lu Professor? Huh? You know this young man, Lu Yongchang? Professor Guan raised an eyebrow, casting a curious glance at Lu Yongchang. At that moment, Lu Yongchang's mind was in a state of chaos. Su Yutong, what are the odds? He and academician Chao had initially come here primarily to collect their graduation certificates and to receive the honorary title of professor from Sandaoka University. However, the situation seemed to have taken an unexpected turn. Yongchang? Professor Guan's voice interrupted Lu Yongchang's thoughts. He snapped back to reality, casting a complex look at Su Yutong before responding, Yes, I know her. Since you're acquainted, I want to elaborate further, Professor Guan said with a chuckle. Hey, what do you mean by that, old man Guan? Gao lian ka gerumbo, VCBli di sati feet. You two know each other, but I don't. Guan Huayang cast a sidelong glance at Chao Liangkai, exasperation evident in his voice as he remarked, all right, you truly are one to meddle in every affair, even those that do not concern you. Su Yutong, a student I recently took under my wing, is currently in her third year of undergraduate studies. Chao Liangkai raised an eyebrow slightly, taken aback. Third year? Since when did you start accepting undergraduates as students? What? Is it that you have no reliable graduate students left on your side? Hey, do not underestimate undergraduates. Guan Huayang retorted sharply, if we consider Lu Yongchang. Isn't he also an undergraduate? Gao lian ka zet ponde, ahem. You cannot be serious. Is Lu Yongchang an ordinary person? Hearing this, Guan Huayang's eyes sparkled with a hint of pride. Indeed, she has completed all her undergraduate courses through self-study. Recently, she independently tackled a small project, which, while not particularly challenging, surpasses the capabilities of most graduate students. Chao Liangkai, nodding thoughtfully, scrutinized Su Yutong. By your account, she seems to be a promising candidate for research. However, when he observed the way Su Yutong looked at Lu Yongchang, he was suddenly taken aback and swiftly turned his gaze towards Lu Yongchang. Lu Yongchang, puzzled, met Chao Liangcai's stare with a quizzical expression. Chao Liangcai's eyes darted back and forth, gradually adopting a peculiar demeanor. Ahem, Su Yutong, is it? Upon catching Su Yutong's gaze, he discreetly suggested, What do you think? Are you interested in visiting the laboratory to broaden your horizons? As soon as he finished speaking, Guan Huayang's eyes widened in shock from behind his desk. Hey, I say, old Chao, do you really have to be so aggressive in poaching students? Chao Liangkai rolled his eyes in irritation. What do you know? This is a calculated move. You wouldn't grasp it. Yutong, trust me, I wouldn't deceive you. Spending some time in the lab will be far more beneficial than sticking with this old fellow. Su Yutong's eyes twitched slightly, glancing at Professor Guan. At that moment, Guan Huayang's face turned crimson, and his lips twitched, clearly incensed by Chao Liangcai's words. Observing this, Su Yutong quickly shook her head. Academician Chao, I appreciate your invitation. But Guan Huayang's expression brightened, and he seemed to breathe more easily. He looked at Chao Liangkai with a smug grin. See? She doesn't wish to follow you. Much to your surprise, Chao Liangkai gritted his teeth in frustration, glaring fiercely at Guan Huayang. You old man, I swear. Come here, we need to have a serious talk. With that, Chao Liangkai stood up and seized Guan Huayang's sleeve, dragging him out of the office. Hey, wait a moment. Why can't you say what you need to say here? You'll find out if you come with me. Chao Liangkai muttered. You really know how to infuriate me. Watching the two elderly gentlemen tugging each other out of the office, Su Yutong felt a flicker of confusion and concern. Would Professor Guan be all right? She murmured to herself. Do not worry. Despite their earlier quarrel, these two have a good relationship and nothing will happen. Lu Yongchang's voice suddenly interrupted. Su Yutong sivered slightly, realizing that she and Lu Yongchang were the only ones left in the office. For a brief moment, her mind went blank. Ah, you hello. As soon as the words left her mouth, Su Yutong wished she could slap herself. What was she even saying? Lu Yongchang regarded her with a peculiar expression. His face slightly flushed and nodded gently, hello, and thank you for helping me with that problem last time. As soon as he spoke, a glimmer of regret flashed in Su Yutong's eyes. Was that how one converses? On the other hand, Lu Yongchang's expression grew increasingly strange. It's nothing. That was over half a year ago, no need for thanks. The atmosphere in the office gradually turned awkward. Outside the office, Guan Huayang abruptly shook off Chao Liangcai's hand, exclaiming, Now, how can we speak? What is it that you are really scheming? Let me make it clear. Su Yutong is a talent I have my eyes on, so do not entertain any thoughts about her. Chao Yongkai rolled his eyes in annoyance. "Oh, Guan, you truly fail to see the obvious, do you?" Guan Huayong furrowed his brows. "See what? Enough." Chao Yongkai sighed heavily, looking at Guan Huayong with exasperation. "I've realized it. You and that rascal Lu Yongchang are cut from the same cloth, both as oblivious as ever." Hearing this, Guan Huayong's frown deepened. Suddenly, a glimmer of understanding crossed his mind, his pupils widening slightly as he lowered his voice. "Wait, I think I see what you're getting at. Are you suggesting that Su Yutong has feelings for Lu Yongchang? What else could it be? Did you not see how Su Yutong looked at him just now? So, is this your justification for trying to steal someone else's partner?" Chao Yongkai glared at Guan Huayong in exasperation. "You truly are something else. Lu Yongchang is a treasure. You have witnessed the changes in Xiaohua over the past 6 months. Presently, there is no opportunity abroad, nor would they dare to act against him. But do not forget, aside from their brute methods, they can employ other tactics. What if, just what if, they resort to using a beauty to ensnare him?" Guan Huayong's expression suddenly grew serious. "What you say does hold some merit. Indeed." Chao Yongcai's excitement grew as he spoke, his eyes glinting with intrigue. As the saying goes, the fat water does not flow to outsiders. Lu Yongchang's genetics should not be squandered on outsiders. I think we should. Just as Su Yutong was awkwardly kicking her toes, the office door swung open. She instinctively sighed in relief. "Ahem, Yutong, I have reconsidered. You indeed lack some laboratory experience." At that moment, Guan Huayong appeared transformed, cheerfully declaring, "Henceforth, you shall be an intern in the laboratory. Although your current skills may be insufficient, gaining exposure will be beneficial for your future research career." Su Yutong looked bewildered. Eh? She stared at Professor Guan, momentarily perplexed by the sudden turn of events. Meanwhile, Lu Yongchang's expression shifted slightly. "Professor Guan, are you referring to the laboratory?" Guan Huayong cast a surprised glance at Lu Yongchang, his smile deepening. "Did old Chao not inform you? It is the prestigious laboratory in Xiaohua that you are responsible for." Su Yutong and Lu Yongchang exchanged bewildered looks as they left Guan Huayong's office, with Lu Yongchang holding 2 certificates in hand. "Congratulations, Professor Lu. You are now a true professor in every sense." Chao Yongkai seemed in high spirits, radiating joy. Lu Yongchang glanced at the certificates in his hand, one being his undergraduate diploma from Sandow University and the other a lifetime honorary professor certificate from the same institution. These 2 certificates did not surprise him. After all, given his contributions, it was only reasonable that he would be considered for an academician title if the selection time had not yet arrived. However, he was taken aback by Su Yutong's transformation. He recalled that just over half a year ago, she could not even solve a calculus problem. He wondered what had transpired during this time. Just like in the previous life, Lu Yongchang's eyes flickered. If he remembered correctly, in his previous life, Su Yutong had also distinguished herself among the ordinary within just over a year, ultimately becoming his assistant. Contemplating the prospect of Su Yutong frequently appearing in his line of sight, Lu Yongchang found himself engulfed in a myriad of complex thoughts. Fate and destiny, indeed, are profoundly mysterious. In this lifetime, he and Su Yutong had only met once, yet it had ultimately evolved to such an extent. He gently shook his head, casting aside the distractions. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt he was not yet qualified to discuss matters of romance. "Let us proceed. It is time for us to prepare for the meeting." Liu Yongchang took a deep breath and softly addressed Chao Yongkai. Chapter 81. Helium, 3 and ilmenite. Inside the grand auditorium of Sandow University, a throng of people gathered. A distinguished group of academicians and professors from the mining and mechanical engineering fields of Xia country took their seats. In a corner of the auditorium, a few unassuming biology professors also settled in. "Do you know the purpose of this meeting?" A somewhat youthful professor could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired of his colleagues. "I am unclear. Do not look to me. I am equally uninformed. Not only do I lack knowledge of the meeting's purpose, but I also do not know who convened it. Indeed, now that you mention it, I have not seen any specific names mentioned." A professor with graying hair furrowed his brow, speaking in a low voice. "I was merely informed to attend this meeting." "So was I." Just as the crowd began to murmur among themselves, the grand doors of the auditorium slammed shut, and several soldiers clad in crisp military uniforms commenced distributing confidentiality agreements. Witnessing this, the audience's pupils constricted in unison. What a grand affair this meeting is. I just observed. And the majority present are academicians and professors in the mining and mechanical engineering sectors. A certain academician whispered, "It seems Xia country may have discovered a significant deposit that is difficult to mine. However, I have not heard of any recent mineral discoveries in Xia country." Meanwhile, Liu Yongchang, dressed in formal attire, gradually ascended the podium. As he surveyed the audience, he composed himself and activated the projector. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself. I am Liu Yongchang, the inaugural director of the Xia Country Space Administration. Since everyone has signed a confidentiality agreement, I shall speak candidly. The purpose of gathering you here is primarily to advance the Lunar Palace project." As Liu Yongchang's words fell, a bold title appeared on the screen: Fully Automated Lunar Mining Project. In an instant, a cacophony of discussions erupted within the auditorium. The academician who had previously speculated about a major mineral discovery stared in astonishment at the title projected on the screen. "Goodness, this is indeed a substantial mineral deposit. First, we must clarify the mineral resources present on the moon," Liu Yongchang stated, clicking the mouse to switch slides. A high-definition thumbnail of the moon appeared on the screen. The composition includes 40 oxygen, 20 silicon, 14 aluminum, calcium, and trace amounts of titanium, manganese, magnesium, chromium, along with the most crucial resource, helium-3. The primary objective of the Lunar Palace project is to extract the abundant helium-3 resources from lunar soil. It is estimated that the helium-3 content in lunar soil exceeds 1 million tons. For every ton of helium-3 extracted, one can obtain 300 tons of hydrogen, 70 tons of nitrogen, and 600 tons of carbon. In addition to these fundamental resources, ilmenite found in the lunar basalt is also a focal point of the Lunar Palace project. To realize the Lunar Palace project, we are in urgent need of an integrated lunar mining device that encompasses automatic mining, classification, and refining. This will be the task assigned to each of you moving forward. As Liu Yongchang concluded his address, the auditorium fell into a profound silence. Kong Xingbang gazed at Liu Yongchang on the podium, swallowing hard. As a senior academician in the mechanical engineering department of the Xia Academy of Sciences, Kong Xingbang found it hard to believe his own eyes. Humanity, no. Xia country truly possesses the capability for large-scale lunar mining? He slowly raised his hand, signaling Liu Yongchang. Liu Yongchang immediately noticed Kong Xingbang's raised hand, and upon seeing the elder's face, his pupils widened in astonishment. "It is he, academicien Kong Xingbang." Countless fragments of memories surfaced in his mind. In a previous life, Kong Xingbang's name was known far and wide. Although the underground city project was proposed by Liu Yongchang, the one who truly brought it to fruition was academician Kong Xingbang. It is not an exaggeration to say that Kong Xingbang single-handedly overcame the majority of the challenges encountered during the construction of massive underground cities. Thus, in the previous life, Kong Xingbang was even hailed as the savior of human civilization. I never imagined that this meeting would bring forth such a revered figure. Liu Yongchang inhaled deeply, a hint of respect in his demeanor, and softly asked, "Academician Kong, do you have any questions?" Kong Xingbang momentarily hesitated, instinctively responding, "Professor Liu, do you know me?" Liu Yongchang chuckled lightly and nodded, stating meaningfully, "Who does not know the esteemed name of Academician Kong of the Mechanical Engineering Department?" In response to Liu Yongchang's praise, Kong Xingbang's face flushed slightly, and he waved his hands dismissively, saying, "Oh, they are merely minor achievements. They are of little significance, truly." Returning to the matter at hand, I wonder if Academician Kong has any doubts regarding this project? Kong Xingbang's expression grew solemn as he softly inquired, "Professor Liu, Xia country currently lacks the capability to transport large quantities of materials into space, let alone construct such complex machinery on the moon. I tend to speak rather bluntly at times. I hope you do not mind." In response to Kong Xingbang's query, Liu Yongchang smiled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Not all. Academician Kong should be aware of the recent test flight of the Xian Nu No. 1 spaceplane, correct?" Upon seeing Kong Xingbang nod in acknowledgement, Liu Yongchang pondered for a moment before continuing. The Xian Nu No. 1 can carry 10 tons of materials to the moon's surface in a single trip. Kong Xingbang's pupils widened in shock. 10 tons of materials? Such a considerable amount. However, he quickly furrowed his brow again, expressing concern. While 10 tons of materials may seem substantial, it is still somewhat insufficient compared to the enormous mining equipment required. Do not rush, academician Kong. Allow me to finish. Liu Yongchang smiled and said, let me present a calculation. Beyond the atmosphere, the Xian Nu know, one can achieve a maximum speed of the second cosmic velocity, approximately 112 ms. The distance between the Earth and the Moon is roughly 400,000 kilometers. Considering the time needed for takeoff, landing, and unloading, a conservative estimate suggests that it requires about 2 days for a round trip. Transporting 10 tons of materials in 2 days. Does that not seem more feasible? Furthermore, Liu Yongchang's lips curled into a slight smile, a radiant expression illuminating his face as he added, the Xian Nu No. 2 project is currently under development, and its transportation capacity is expected to reach between 50 to 80 tons. So, academician Kong, do you have any further questions? Kong Xingbang shook his head in astonishment. His voice strained as he replied, if what Professor Liu states is accurate, then I have no further questions. Liu Yongchang gently nodded and returned to the podium. A rough project outline has been placed in the drawers of your desks for your perusal. Please feel free to raise any questions. As his words echoed, the sound of paper rustling filled the auditorium from every corner. Chapter 82. Perhaps you should take charge of this project? Like the others, Kong Xingbang hurriedly retrieved a thick project plan from the drawer in front of him. As he opened the document and perused its contents, his breath caught sharply. The entire project is divided into 3 segments. The mining equipment comprises various excavation devices. Once the mining equipment extracts the ore, these ores will be transported via conveyor belts to the second component of the mining apparatus, the classification equipment. Following a meticulous subdivision process, the ores will be conveyed to the most critical third component, the smelting apparatus. All ores will undergo smelting on the lunar surface. This is intended to alleviate the subsequent transport burden, as the weight of the ores will significantly decrease after the removal of substantial impurities. On the other hand, it serves to reduce costs. The lunar surface, devoid of atmosphere, is indeed an ideal location for ore smelting. The natural vacuum environment significantly diminishes unnecessary expenditures during the ore processing phase. As for the helium-3 present in the lunar regolith, there exists a dedicated production line. Initially, the excavated regolith will be heated to over 700 degrees Celsius, at which point the helium-3 will separate from it. Once successfully isolated, helium-3 must be adsorbed and extracted using a neutron-absorbing membrane. The final step involves the Xian Nu series of aerospace vehicles transporting these helium-3 resources back to Earth, where they will serve as fuel for third-generation controlled nuclear fusion devices. After perusing the entire proposal, Kong Xingbang exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of clarity. The plan was meticulously detailed, with every step designed to perfection. However, this did not imply it was without flaws. Quite the contrary. This proposal possessed a most critical defect. It was merely a framework without a comprehensive implementation plan. Upon realizing this, Kong Xingbang's brow furrowed instantaneously. Academician Kong, what are your thoughts on this plan? Liu Yongchang inquired, noticing Kong Xingbang's expression. Kong Xingbang hesitated. To voice such concerns directly could offend. Yet, considering the broad implications of this plan, he steeled himself and articulated the issues he had observed. To his surprise, Liu Yongchang not only displayed no displeasure, but instead laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. As expected of academician Kong, your insight is indeed sharp. Mechanical design is not my forte. A haphazard design would only serve to invite ridicule, so I deliberately left that aspect empty. Kong Xingbang's expression turned peculiar at once. The implication of his words suggested that this proposal could not have been solely conceived by Liu Yongchang. Upon inquiry, Liu Yongchang nodded as if it were self-evident. Of course. It was completed by me alone. You and T think there is anyone in the Aerospace Research Institute capable of assisting me with this, would you? Kong Xingbang thought. Oh no, he's truly deceived me. Putting aside other matters, based solely on the detailed proposal, Kong Xingbang was convinced that Liu Yongchang's expertise in mechanical engineering surpassed that of most professors present, and yet he claimed to be incompetent in that domain. Academician Kong, may I inquire if you have any research pertaining to lunar mining? Just as Kong Xingbang was contemplating the relentless progression of time, Liu Yongchang's question interrupted his reverie. After a moment's reflection, Kong Xingbong slowly replied. The foremost issue in lunar mining is the material challenge. In the ultra-vacuum and frigid conditions of the lunar surface, seals and lubricants are prone to degradation. Moreover, equipment will encounter fatigue, ductility, and surface friction issues. The impact of minute meteoroids and the effects of lunar dust are also factors that must be taken into account. Furthermore, given that the lunar gravity is only 1/6 that of Earth, the stability of mining equipment poses a significant concern. As Kong Xingbong spoke with increasing enthusiasm, Lu Yongchang's eyes began to gleam with interest. Academician Kong, would you consider leading this project? Kong Xingbong was taken aback. After a delightful discussion, he accepted this responsibility with a joyful countenance. Now, the meeting regarding the Yuegong plan concludes here. Lu Yongchang, relieved of a burden, nodded contentedly and turned his gaze towards a corner of the grand auditorium. Next, we shall address the second project, the Biosphere 2 plan. A few unassuming biology professors exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with excitement. After the mining and mechanical engineering professors exited the auditorium, the biology professors hurried to Lu Yongchang. Professor Lu, are you certain you wish to initiate the Biosphere 2 project? Is it the one developed by the United States? Faced with a barrage of questions, Lu Yongchang quickly extracted several plans from a pile of documents and presented them to the biology professors. As the professors studied the plans, Lu Yongchang reclined in his chair, gently closing his eyes. With a mere thought, a luminescent glow emerged from the depths of his consciousness, swiftly drawing him into that verdant world. The once dim technological tree now illuminated several white points of light. Nuclear control, fusion reactor miniaturization technology, electric propulsion system, preliminary mastery of Hall thrusters. These formerly obscure indicators now radiated with bright white fluorescence. Lu Yongchang's eyes shifted to the side, where beside the Hall thruster technology, a faint white line appeared, connecting a series of dim indicators. Nuclear control, Helium-3 fusion, biosphere, artificial ecosystem technology, hibernation technology, space elevator technology, spaceport technology, until reaching the end of his line of sight. An exceedingly dim indicator presented itself before Lu Yongchang. Starship manufacturing. Once again, Lu Yongchang focused his thoughts, exiting the system within his mind. He sighed softly. According to the classifications on the technological tree, humanity is still immensely distant from the capability to manufacture starships. Through recent explorations, he had fully grasped the system's purpose in his mind. Firstly, and most importantly, it guides him towards the most accurate research direction. Secondly, he can assess his understanding of the technology through the brightness of the indicators. Beyond that, all advancements rely solely on his efforts. Chapter 83. Rest assured, the funds are ample. Based on the brightness of the indicators within the system, he clearly discerned his current grasp of these prerequisite technologies. If one were to categorize the brightness of the indicators, the one symbolizing helium-3 fusion had already reached an impressive 90 of normal brightness. This aligned perfectly with Lu Yongchang's current circumstances. The primary obstacle delaying helium-3 fusion was the issue of raw materials. Once the helium-3 raw material problem is resolved, helium-3 fusion can promptly transition into the application phase. Excluding helium-3 fusion technology, the second brightest indicator pertains to biosphere technology, boasting a brightness of approximately 50. This is only natural, as the Biosphere 2 project was not an original idea proposed by Lu Yongchang. It was initially a micro-artificial ecological circulation system established by the United States. The first biosphere, naturally, was Earth, the foundation of human existence. The project's intent was to demonstrate the feasibility of a closed ecological system sustaining and maintaining human life in outer space. In simpler terms, it sought to ascertain whether humanity could recreate a stable, closed ecological system beyond Earth. This technology holds immense significance for interstellar exploration. Whether for starships, navigating interstellar distances, or extraterrestrial colonization, artificial ecosystem technology is an indispensable precursor. The United States Biosphere 2 project spans 130,000 square meters and stands approximately 8 stories tall, constructed primarily of a sealed steel framework encased in glass. To fully replicate Earth's environment, Biosphere 2 simulates most of Earth's ecosystems, including deserts, swamps, thorny thickets, rainforests, tropical grasslands, and even oceans. Additionally, to authentically replicate Earth's ecological environment. About 4,000 species were introduced within the enclosure, comprising approximately 3,000 species of animals and plants and around 1,000 species of microorganisms. To ensure complete isolation from the external environment, decades ago, the United States even poured 2 meters of concrete beneath the entire structure. Furthermore, all doors and windows of the biosphere, too, were subjected to stringent sealing measures. These precautions rendered the airtightness of Biosphere 2 exceedingly high, essentially creating a second world. Upon the project's completion, the United States dispatched a number of scientists to engage in several years of research within it. According to the original design by the American scientists, once Biosphere commenced operations, it would evolve into a self-sustaining entity, relying solely on solar energy, while achieving perfect self-circulation for all other aspects. The oxygen and carbon dioxide would form a flawless cycle through the process of photosynthesis in plants, with food for the scientists being produced from crops grown within Biosphere. Everything appeared idyllic, akin to a veritable utopia. Regrettably, this was merely a fanciful vision held by the American scientists. Following the activation of Biosphere, the initial issue that arose was the internal oxygen concentration. The vast number of microorganisms inhabiting the soil caused the oxygen levels to plummet at a rate of 0.5 per month. Meanwhile, the carbon dioxide generated from the excessive consumption of oxygen was largely absorbed by the concrete underground. This directly led to the collapse of the entire cyclical system. Furthermore, the alteration in oxygen concentration precipitated uncontrollable changes within the ecosystem. Pollinating insects became extinct, ants and cockroaches proliferated unchecked, and tropical rainforest plants grew at an alarming rate. Even a few researchers within quickly became alarmingly emaciated. Ultimately, the only solution was to pump pure oxygen into Biosphere from the outside. At the moment pure oxygen was introduced, the entire endeavor was deemed a failure. Thus, humanity's first artificial ecosystem project transformed into a tourist attraction, accessible to anyone willing to purchase a ticket. Reflecting on this, Yongchang could not help but sigh deeply, his eyes revealing a complex array of emotions. As a scientist, he felt a profound sense of regret regarding the situation. Professor Liu? Professor Liu? A gentle voice called out, interrupting Yongchang's reverie. He opened his eyes and gazed in the direction of the voice. A group of biology professors looked at him with eager anticipation. Professor Liu, we have completed our review of the proposal. Yongchang smiled lightly. You must be professors specializing in artificial ecosystems. Do you have any additional insights to contribute to this plan? The leading professor's expression grew slightly serious, and after a moment of contemplation, he whispered, If I am not mistaken, Professor Liu, you have drawn upon data from the United States, correct? Upon hearing this, Yongchang chuckled. He waved his hand dismissively and said, Why speak so elegantly? What borrowing are you referring to? I merely adjusted a few glaring issues. If you wish to call it plagiarism, I shall accept that. So, is there a significant problem with the project? With an existing template at hand, should one truly be foolish enough to invest exorbitant amounts into conducting their own research? That would be akin to having a brain kicked by a donkey. The leading professor's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated Yongchang's candid admission. He shook his head with a wry smile. The project itself is sound, given the United States' established research capabilities. However, some minor details require refinement, particularly in the selection of biological species. Yongchang nodded gently. Are you capable of completing this project? The leading professor gasped, his expression one of disbelief as he gazed at Yongchang. Professor Liu? He could hardly believe that such a fortunate opportunity had fallen to him. This was a comprehensive, grand project. Following the failure of the United States initiative, research on ecosystems had gradually fallen out of favor within the academic community. Consequently, these professors found it challenging to secure funding and were effectively operating in a situation driven purely by passion. How substantial will the funding be? His eyes sparkled with excitement, and his voice trembled as he inquired. Yongchang furrowed his brow slightly. Funding was indeed a concern, as he had never considered this aspect before. The committee members had never imposed any financial restrictions upon him. In short, funding would not be an issue. After a moment of contemplation, Yongchang stated, Rest assured, should it be insufficient, I shall personally approach the committee head for assistance. Immediately, the eyes of the professors before him lit up with enthusiasm. Professor Liu, Please have faith in me. The leading professor exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Having chosen such an obscure research direction, he had never before received such a grand promise. Chapter 84. Objective. The moon, combined ahem. Yongchang regarded the professors before him with a peculiar expression. After clearing his throat, he said, "The project will be situated in the Taklamakan Desert. Once initiated, you will need to spend several years within the artificial ecosystem. Have you fully considered this?" As soon as he finished speaking, the professors eagerly patted their chests and declared, "Rest assured, Professor Liu, we contemplated this matter upon our arrival. As long as we can conduct research on the artificial ecosystem project, we would be willing to reside within it for a lifetime. Indeed, after so many years, we are finally on the verge of breakthrough." Listening to the professor's enthusiastic exchange, Yongchang could only smile wryly. With the meeting concluded successfully, Xiaohua News promptly reported this momentous event that would be recorded in history. Today, in the evening, a scientific discussion held at Sandalco University has officially concluded. During the meeting, Director Liu engaged in extensive discussions lasting several hours with various academicians and professors regarding the future research directions of Xiaohua. Director Liu announced that Xiaohua is initiating the Moon Palace project and simultaneously restarting the initiative in the Taklamakan Desert. The moment Xiaohua News broadcasted this, the onlookers on Weibo erupted in frenzy. What the hell? Today can't possibly be April Fool's Day, can it? So, Professor Liu's Moon Palace project was serious? Based on current circumstances, it seems that not only the Moon Palace project, but also the South Heavenly Gate project is indeed serious. This is no longer a matter of strategic deception. This is essentially strategic intimidation. I'm off to grab some Helium jelly. I want to become an astronaut too. Haha, are you trying to kill me with laughter? As for the psychological impact on the United States at this moment, it is likely incalculable. However, it is certain that Albert's psychological burden is indeed considerable. WTF. A series of loud banging sounds echoed from the presidential office. William Blair. Albert's face flushed, his golden hair bobbing with each bang of his fist on the table. Holy shit, did you not say that Xiaohua's 3 plans were mere bluffs? Albert pointed a slightly pudgy finger, trembling as he indicated a document before him. Explain this to me. Why has Xiaohua initiated the Moon Palace project? Facing the president's furious outburst, William Blair and Anthony exchanged glances before responding with wry smiles. Mr. President, we did not anticipate that Xiaohua would take those plans seriously. However, according to predictions from NASA, Xiaohua will require at least 5 to 10 years to realize the initial stages of the Moon Palace project. Upon hearing this, Albert's expression softened slightly. However, having learned from previous experiences, he had become considerably more cautious. He scrutinized Morton beside him. Director Morton, is this information accurate? Morton shrugged and replied, I am uncertain. This is the conclusion drawn by the scientists. Morton had also learned to deflect responsibility, shifting the blame onto the scientists under his purview. Abot inhaled deeply, inquiring, when can the Pathfinder program commence? Specifically, when will the 3 rockets ascend? Upon hearing this, Mauer Dunn's expression grew increasingly bitter. Your Excellency, the foremost issue at present is not the hardware. What do you mean? Mauer Dunn sighed heavily. As of now, the Saturn VI launch vehicle and the Mars lander are both prepared, yet we have encountered a problem with our astronauts. What? What issue could the astronauts possibly have? Abot gestured dramatically. Are they going home to bid farewell to their parents? Sir, I'm afraid it is worse than that. Mauer Dunn remained silent for a moment before softly speaking. Currently, no astronauts within NASA are willing to participate in this project. They believe that going to Mars at this time is tantamount to courting death. Abot's face froze. Is there no way to compel them to join the project? Mauer Dunn shrugged, looking at Abot as if he were foolish. What do you think? Damn it. Abot cursed through gritted teeth. They're all a bunch of cowards. Useless. Why does NASA employ such rubbish? Mauer Dunn felt somewhat offended. He pondered for a moment before shrugging. Why don't you give it a try yourself? Abot's curses abruptly halted. Ahem. He coughed forcefully. Is there truly no alternative? Of course there is. We could solicit volunteers from the public. Abot gazed at Mauer Dunn in disbelief. Is this a viable solution? When did NASA astronauts start seeking volunteers? Morning. In an obscure slum of Huaduan, Megwa, Andalou was awakened by the shrill sound of an alarm clock. Looking out at the dim sky, he sighed deeply. He needed to head to the construction site nearby for work. As an African American, Andalou had faced various injustices since childhood because of his skin color. Despite being more diligent than most Americans, he still found himself living in this filthy slum. The only consolation was that God bore no prejudice against him due to his complexion. At this moment, Andalou had a compassionate wife and a quirky daughter. Thus, he held little complaint about his living conditions. At least, as long as he worked hard, he could barely make ends meet. With his current wages, if he toiled for another 20 or 30 years, he might be able to secure a better living situation for his family. Andalou, our daughter will be of school age next year. His wife's words during breakfast jolted him from his daydreams. Andalou's complexion paled instantly. How could he have forgotten this matter? His daughter was indeed ready for school. Attending school in the United States was no simple feat. At least, it was quite difficult for Andalou. I will find a solution, he murmured, his pale lips trembling slightly. It seemed he would need to seek a part-time job. With a heavy heart, he turned on the nearby old television set. An urgent news bulletin interrupted the program. The U.S. authorities announced that within a month, the Mars landing project, codenamed Pathfinder, would commence. The initiative aimed to create a second habitable home for all humanity. At that time, NASA would launch 3 Saturn VI heavy-lift rockets to transport 3 astronauts and a Mars lander to Mars. The astronauts would conduct survival research on Mars for 3 months. Currently, due to unforeseen circumstances, NASA was experiencing a shortage of astronauts, and the authorities were actively seeking volunteers from across the nation willing to journey to Mars and expand American territory. Given the high level of risk, NASA would offer each selected volunteer a reward of $500,000, and the volunteer's children would receive priority admission to public schools in the United States, with tuition fully waived. What followed on the television was now of no consequence. As Andalou gazed at the screen, his breath grew increasingly rapid. Was this not a program tailor-made for him? Priority admission, free tuition, a reward of $500,000. He swallowed hard and turned to his wife, I wish to participate in this program. Aime's expression shifted dramatically, and she whispered urgently, Andalou, are you insane? This is clearly unreliable. A rocket launching to Mars in a month? When has the United States possessed such formidable technology? Andalou clenched his jaw, a fierce glint in his eyes, Aime. This is news released by NASA. The reward is surely substantial. Even if I fail, you and the child will still. Before Aime could respond, Andalou raised a hand to silence her. He scrutinized the registration address on the television, then pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Boss, I need to take a day off. On the other end, the sound of machinery whirring filled the air, followed by a gruff voice. What? A day off? Damn it. Andalou, there's no one else to cover for you today? Andalou remained silent. You can take the day off, but I will deduct 3 days' wages. Before Andalou could respond, the call was abruptly disconnected. Looking at his phone, Andalou's resolve strengthened. He was fed up with this life. Xiaogua, 3 days after the meeting. 7:30 p.m. The National Space Research Institute of Xiaogua was ablaze with lights, every researcher's face etched with tension, and even the air within the institute felt oppressively heavy. Outside, the pitch-black Xuanu-1 stood silently on the launch pad. The flashing signal lights seemed to herald the significant event about to unfold that night. Inside Xuanu-1, 3 pilots sat in their seats, their expressions grave. Are you all ready? Bai Yishuan gazed intently ahead, softly murmuring, we are about to become the first citizens of Xiaogua to set foot on the moon. Hearing Bai Yishuan's words, Hong Fan exhaled deeply, then rubbed his stiff face vigorously. Watching this scene, Xiao Wani's lips curled into a slightly stiff smile. What? Can't you handle the pressure already? Hong Fan rolled his eyes in annoyance, taking several deep breaths before softly replying, I just need a moment to process. Who could have anticipated that Professor Liu would assign us a mission to the moon the day after the meeting? We had no time to prepare. Upon hearing Hong Fan's complaint, a wry smile crossed Bai Yishuan's face. Not just Hong Fan, even he had not expected such rapidity. Although he had long known that Xuanu-1 would eventually land on the moon, he never imagined that the day would arrive so swiftly. Crackle. A burst of static crackled through the radio. The next moment, a clear voice emerged. Xuanu-1, please respond. Bai Yishuan's expression shifted slightly as he pressed the radio communication button. Xuanu-1, received, please proceed. Liu Yongchang's voice quickly followed. Xuanu-1, note that there are 15 minutes remaining until launch. Received. Bai Yishuan responded while adjusting several buttons on the control panel before him. A deep humming sound resonated from beneath. The readings on the neutron dosage detector indicated that the fusion reactor had begun operations. Everyone, relax a bit, Yongchang chuckled lightly. It's merely a trip to the moon. A hint of a bitter smile flickered in Bai Yishuan's eyes. Merely a trip to the moon? Such words seemed rather lighthearted. Professor Liu, may I ask you a question? The voice of Xiao Wani resonated through the radio. Speak. As the moment of takeoff approached, Yongchang's demeanor softened considerably, striving to alleviate the psychological burden on the pilot. Hearing Yongchang's steady voice, Xiao Wani gently bit her lip and murmured, Professor Liu, may I inquire about the success rate of this lunar mission? Wani. Bai Yishuan's expression shifted slightly as he admonished her in a hushed tone. What kind of question is that? Is this something to ask before takeoff? After casting a sharp glance at Xiao Wani on his right, he swiftly turned to Yongchang to apologize. Professor Liu, I apologize. Xiao Wani is feeling a bit overwhelmed at her previous remark. Before he could finish, Yongchang interrupted. It's all right, I understand. After all, this is Xiaogua's first manned lunar mission. Feeling nervous is entirely normal. After a brief silence, Yongchang's voice resonated again. Wani, in aerospace, there has never been a 100 success rate. I believe you're more aware of this than I am. At that moment, Xiao Wani's eyelashes fluttered slightly. He spoke truly. Even for Xiaogua, the journey in aerospace had not been without its difficulties. While I cannot precisely quantify the success rate, I can assure you of one thing. Xiannu number 1, along with this lunar mission, has undergone rigorous validation by all of us. At least theoretically, you should not encounter any dangers. Yongchang's calm and authoritative voice flowed through the headsets of the three pilots, bringing a modicum of tranquility to their somewhat restless hearts. Bai Yishuan glanced at the time on the control panel and the various gauges, taking a deep breath. Report. Swan Nuno. 1 is in normal condition and ready for takeoff. The moment he uttered those words, Yongchang's expression turned serious. An aura of unyielding authority emanated from him. Authorized takeoff. The countdown begins. 30 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Liftoff. Wishing everyone a smooth journey. With Yongchang's command, a deep blue flame ignited at the tail of Xiannu No. 1. After a brief acceleration, Xiannu number 1 traced a perfect arc across the night sky. Target the moon. Chapter 85. It is right above us. In the United States, at NASA headquarters, a researcher wearing gold-rimmed glasses stifled a yawn as he pushed open the office door and slowly walked over to the coffee machine. While waiting for his coffee, he turned a glance at the clock. It was 8:30 in the morning. No wonder the office was deserted. A flicker of annoyance crossed the researcher's eyes. If it weren't for that infernal alarm clock malfunctioning, he wouldn't have arrived at the office so early. Beep, beep, beep. Just as the researcher was simmering with frustration, a piercing alarm blared from the nearby computer. He snapped out of his reverie and hurriedly turned off the coffee machine, quickly approaching the computer from which the alarm emanated. Upon seeing the bright red alert flashing on the screen, his pupils dilated in shock. Jesus, what is Xiaogua up to now? He had no time to ponder and quickly grabbed the phone, dialing a number. Quick, connect me to Director Morton. A few minutes later, Morton's bewildered voice came through the receiver, clearly still groggy from sleep. Hello, who is this? The researcher, his anxiety mounting as the alarm intensified, replied, Director Morton. There's a situation. The satellite has detected that Xiaogua's Xiannu number 1 has launched again. What? The moment he heard this, Morton's drowsiness vanished completely. One hand grasped the phone while the other reached for his clothes at the bedside. Damn it, where is it now? The researcher swallowed nervously, his pupils trembling. Right above us. Morton gasped, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. Lawrence was an astronomy enthusiast. To better observe the starry sky, he had converted the rooftop of his villa into an observatory dome. At 8:30 in the morning, while eating breakfast, Lawrence was adjusting the expensive telescope he had purchased. Suddenly, a dark shadow flickered across his computer screen. Lawrence paused, wondering if he had just captured a UFO. A thrilling thought crossed his mind. It is well known that the United States is a hotspot for UFO sightings. A glimmer of excitement appeared in his eyes. He set down his bread and swiftly began to operate the telescope beside him. Regardless of whether it was a UFO, capturing the full view of that flying object would bring him great success. At the very least, he would gain some local fame in the newspapers. As he manipulated his computer, the telescope began to move slowly. What the? As the image became clearer, Lawrence stared in astonishment at the unidentified object on his computer screen. A sleek, jet-black aircraft was gliding serenely through the azure sky. At its tail, a deep blue flame stretched nearly half the length of the aircraft. As the camera zoomed in, Lawrence could even see a bright red flag emblazoned on the side of the aircraft. Xiaogua's Xian Nu Number 1? Lawrence murmured, quickly capturing a high-definition photograph of the Xian Nu Number 1. Then, with a flick of his finger, he opened his Twitter account and uploaded the photo. Little did he know, this action would trigger chaos across the United States. In the United States, at the White House, Albert sat in his office, frowning at the documents before him, occasionally sipping from a nearby Coca-Cola. Suddenly, a cacophony of shouts erupted from outside the window. Albert furrowed his brow and quietly asked his beautiful secretary, "What is going on? Why is it so noisy outside?" Hearing Albert's inquiry, the secretary quickly sashayed to the window, pulling back the curtains to look outside. "Jesus," she gasped, covering her mouth delicately with her hand, murmuring, "Mr. President, I think you might need to take a look for yourself." Albert's frown deepened further. He sighed heavily, set down the documents, and laboriously rose from his chair to approach the window. Outside the White House, the view was filled with Americans holding up banners. "What the?" Albert abruptly yanked down the curtains, his expression grim as he peered through a gap at the crowd of protesters. "What is happening?" Knock, knock, knock. A rapid series of knocks sounded at the door. "Mr. President, there is a situation." Morton's voice came from outside. Albert's expression darkened further. "Come in." The door burst open, revealing Morton, pale and drenched in sweat. "Mr. President, Xiaogua's Xian Nu Number 1 is currently right above us." 10 minutes later, the presidential office had been transformed into a makeshift command center. The large screen displayed the elegant flight trajectory of Xian Nu Number 1 in full view. "Damn it." Albert slammed his hand on the desk, his voice low and fierce. "Where are our military forces? Why haven't we dispatched fighter jets to intercept it?" Anthony shrugged lightly. "Mr. President, it is currently in geosynchronous orbit. Our fighter jets cannot reach such heights. At that altitude, the only objects we can control are satellites." Albert's expression faltered. "If you intend to mobilize a satellite to collide with that aircraft, I advise against it." Anthony sighed softly. "Not to mention whether the satellite could catch up. If we provoke it, it can easily shoot down all our satellites." Albert leaned heavily against the back of the presidential chair. An unprecedented sense of powerlessness surged within him. Since assuming the presidency of Migua, this was the first time he experienced such a sensation. He felt the despair brought about by the technological gap, akin to that of the indigenous peoples of Europe. Albert's countenance darkened as he retrieved his phone, his plump fingers trembling as he opened Twitter. Upon reading the barrage of vitriol directed at him, the corners of Albert's mouth twitched violently. "Connect me to the national hotline of Xiaogua. Mr. Speaker, I would like to inquire why Xian Nu No 1 is within the borders of Migua." Albert's voice traveled through the telephone lines to the ears of Congressman Li, thousands of miles away. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Li's eyes as he responded with feigned astonishment. "Mr. Albert, did you just say that Xian Nu Number 1 is within your country's borders? Since when has a geostationary orbit of 36,000 kilometers become part of your territory?" Albert's face flushed crimson. "Mr. Speaker, this jest is in poor taste. I vehemently condemn your country's actions. Congressman Lis Sumila Dalpanat." "Mr. Albert, fret not. Xian Nu Number 1 is merely executing a mission. You may regard it as a satellite." Albert nearly spat blood. "A satellite? How can you even utter such a thing? Is there truly such a satellite?" Yet soon, a glimmer of understanding struck him as he seized upon the word mission. "What mission?" A few seconds later, Li's voice, calm and composed, came through the receiver. "Manned lunar landing. Chapter 86. Who will exit first?" Xiaogua News Channel. In breaking news, at exactly 6 p.m. today, Xian Nu No 1 launched from the National Space Research Institute. This mission will embark on a series of scientific experiments on the moon, with a lunar landing process being broadcast live across all platforms. The 3 astronauts aboard Xian Nu Number 1 were oblivious to the panic they had instigated in Migua. At that moment, they were engulfed in tedium. Ever since Xian Nu Number 1 reached a velocity of 112 ms, they had set forth on their journey to the moon. The moon was currently at apogee, approximately 400,000 kilometers from Earth. This meant that even if Xian 1 maintained a speed of 112 ms, they would require 992 hours to reach the moon, not to mention the need for deceleration. 9 hours swiftly passed. Outside the side window of Xian 1, an expanse of darkness enveloped them. Due to the lack of necessary reference points and the consistent speed of Xian 1, the astronauts began to feel as though they were merely treading water, were it not for the increasing size of the moon visible through the front window. Hong Fan gently picked up a specially designed water cup, sipped through a straw, and exclaimed, "Refreshing. This is what space travel is all about. I can hardly fathom how we endured the cramped landing module previously. It's a pity Professor Liu isn't here. Otherwise, the atmosphere in this cabin would be much livelier." As soon as Hong Fan finished speaking, Bai Yishuan stiffened abruptly. He turned and glared fiercely at Hong Fan. "What nonsense are you spouting? If Professor Liu were to sneak aboard Xian 1 again, we would be in quite the predicament." With that, Bai Yishuan glanced behind him. Upon seeing the empty passenger seats, he let out a slight sigh of relief. "Ding! Attention! We are 1,000 kilometers away from the designated deceleration point." Bai Yishuan's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the alert on the control panel. "Everyone, we are almost there. Stay alert. The next moments will be the most perilous." He then pressed the radio button. "Xian 1 calling ground control. We have arrived at the designated deceleration point. Please advise." After 9 hours of travel, Xian 1 was now 360,000 kilometers from Earth. Even at the speed of light, the radio signals would experience a 24-second delay for a round trip. Moments later, a voice laced with static crackled through the headset. "Ground control received. Everything is proceeding according to plan." After receiving the command, Bai Yishuan's expression subtly changed as he adjusted several buttons on the control panel and softly stated, "Everyone, please check your seatbelts. Xian 1 is about to decelerate." With the final button pressed, the hall thrusters of Xian 1 gradually powered down. Simultaneously, the engine nozzles located at its underside slowly redirected. A bluish flame shot forth in the direction Xian 1 was traveling. Gazing at the silver-white planet that filled the entire window, Bai Yishuan inhaled deeply. The next moments would be the most perilous of the entire process. "Calling ground control. Calling ground control. This is Xian 1. We have reached lunar synchronous orbit. Requesting descent. Repeat, requesting descent." After a brief delay, the voice of Liu Yongchang resonated through the radio. "Landing approved. Proceed as planned." "Received," Bai Yishuan replied softly, now preparing to release the satellites. In the next instant, a compartment in the belly of Xian 1 quietly opened. 12 satellites formed a line and slowly exited. On the moon's surface, devoid of an atmosphere, communication using electromagnetic waves faced significant limitations. For instance, individuals on the far side of the moon could not communicate with those on Earth or the near side without relay satellites. After all, electromagnetic waves could not penetrate the moon's diameter of 476 kilometers. This posed a considerable challenge for the upcoming lunar base project. Thus, the primary objective of Xian 1 was to establish a comprehensive communication network orbiting the moon, equipped with solar panels and isotope batteries. These 12 multifunctional satellites responsible for communication, mapping, and positioning were sufficient to operate until the demise of Earth, approximately 15 years hence. The tranquil surface of the moon was riddled with pockmarked craters. Fine moon dust shimmered in the sunlight, devoid of any signs of life. The entire celestial body exuded an atmosphere of desolation. Suddenly, a shadow appeared against the silvery sheen of the lunar surface. In the next moment, a sleek, jet-black aircraft descended gently. At the moment of landing, a vertical bluish flame erupted from several nozzles on the belly of the aircraft, sending countless silver moon dust swirling into the air, which then settled slowly under the moon's weak gravity. Xiaowani gazed dreamily out the window at the fantastical scenery. "So, we must be the first Xiaohua people to set foot on the moon, right?" "Enfin nodded." "Of course." Xiaowani mused, "So, who will be the first to step down?" As soon as the words left her lips, a palpable tension enveloped the interior of Xian 1. Who will be the first to exit? This was a serious question, for only the champion would be immortalized in memory. For instance, the world's highest peak, Mount Everest. Of course, if you were to mention that the second highest peak is K2, that would be of no consequence. How about we draw lots? Agreed. I concur. 1 minute later. No, best of 5? Hong Fan exclaimed, his face contorted. I refuse to believe I can't win at least once. Another minute passed. Best of 7. Another minute. How about best of 9? Bai Yishuan shot Hong Fan an exasperated glance and, regaining his composure, stated, since the results of the draw are in, the order is settled. The first is Wani, the second is me, and the third is Hong Fan. Any objections? Hong Fan gazed at Xiao Wani with a face full of bittersweet emotions and remarked, thus, Wani, does that mean you were the first female human to set foot on the moon? Xiao Wani's eyes sparkled with realization. She had almost forgotten. Xuan Nu Yi Hao. Can you hear me? A slightly anxious voice from Lu Yongchang crackled through the helmet's radio. What is your status? Have you not landed yet? Thanks to the assistance of 12 communication satellites, Lu Yongchang's voice was markedly clearer now. Bai Yishuan's expression stiffened. Upon connecting to the radio, he shot a warning glance at the two beside him. Xian Nu Yi Hao received. We have successfully landed. Chapter 87. The flagpole left by the United States. That's good to hear. Lu Yongchang exhaled slightly in relief while standing at the command platform. Your report came in 2 minutes later than expected. What happened? Bai Yishuan's eyelids twitched slightly. What was he supposed to say? That they were delayed due to a game of rock, paper, scissors? Coughing lightly, Bai Yishuan, filled with awkwardness, replied Professor Lu. We were just discussing who would be the first to disembark. Lu Yongchang redirected the topic. How is everyone's physical condition? Bai Yishuan felt a wave of relief wash over him and spoke with a more serious tone. Report. All 3 astronauts are in good condition and ready to exit the cabin to carry out the lunar mission. Excellent. Proceed as planned. Bai Yishuan took a deep breath and unfastened his safety belt. Everyone, we should prepare to exit the cabin. Half an hour later, the 3 astronauts, donned in their space suits, slowly entered the pressurized compartment at the base of Xian Nu Yi Hao. As Bai Yishuan pressed the switch, a clear alert sounded in their helmets. Pressure balance in progress. Pressure has been balanced. With the alert, the pressurized compartment had now reached a vacuum state. Bai Yishuan exchanged glances with Xiao Wani and softly said, Wani, it's your turn. Upon hearing the captain's command, a spark of excitement flickered in Xiao Wani's eyes. The first person from a Xia nation to set foot on the moon. The first female human on the moon. These 2 titles felt like exhilarating stimulants, constantly igniting her nerves. She swallowed hard, moistening her slightly dry lips with her tongue. Then, she stepped forward, gripping the circular handle of the hatch that connected the pressurized chamber to the outside world. With a gentle push, the hatch moved. As it slowly opened, a silvery ladder descended gradually. Simultaneously, a green working indicator light illuminated on a camera positioned on the ladder. The camera lens moved steadily, faithfully capturing every one of Xiao Wani's actions. Each frame of footage was encoded, transformed into an electromagnetic wave signal, and transmitted at the speed of light to Earth 400,000 kilometers away. Ground Command Center. Observing the somewhat blurry transmission images on the screen, every researcher felt their hearts race. Lu Yongchang swallowed hard, clenching his fist tightly. Failure was not an option. Xiao Wani did not disappoint anyone's expectations. Minutes later, her feet firmly landed on the moon's surface, strewn with gravel and dust, leaving a deep footprint. At the moment she waved a bright red flag in front of the camera, the entire command center, no, the whole Xia nation erupted in jubilation. We did it. We succeeded. Beside him, Chao Yongkai enthusiastically slapped Lu Yongchang on the back, exclaiming, "Haha, good job, kid. We have finally caught up with the United States." A faint smile crept across Lu Yongchang's lips as he murmured to himself, "Catching up? Merely catching up is not enough." The Xia Nation's News Weibo account promptly released a pre-edited article. Warm congratulations on the successful moon landing of Xia Nation's Xian Nu Yi Hao. As all 3 astronauts set foot on the lunar surface, the camera ceased to function. The subsequent events were not suitable for live broadcasting. What about this red flag? Xiao Wani waved the flag in her hand and quietly inquired through the radio. Hearing her question, Hong Fan instinctively turned to survey the desolate surroundings. The ground was littered with gravel and fine dust. Suddenly, an unusual sight caught his attention. "What is that pole?" he asked, pointing into the distance. Bai Yishuan glanced over, furrowing his brow, and quietly said, "It must be something left by the Americans. I recall this area is the landing site of Apollo 11. After all these years, under cosmic rays and solar winds, the flag has likely turned to ash. Hongfan's eyes widened in understanding. So that's it. What about our flag? Bai Yishuan chuckled lightly. Rest assured, Professor Liu had already considered this issue. As long as our red flag isn't struck by a meteor, it should remain intact for at least a few hundred years. As soon as he finished speaking, he shrugged and added, of course. I mean, under the condition that the sun does not undergo any anomalies. As for where our flag should be planted, a mischievous glint appeared in Bai Yishuan's eyes. How about we plant it next to the American flagpole for comparison? Hofan blinked in surprise and retorted, why not just uproot the American flagpole? After all, it has been nearly eroded by solar winds. As he spoke, he hurriedly made his way toward the flagpole left by the Americans. No. Bai Yishuan's tone suddenly turned serious as he grasped his arm, saying firmly, no matter what, this is a symbolic marker in the development of human civilization. We must show it basic respect. Hongfan was taken aback. He had never seen Bai Yishuan so serious before. The next moment, Bai Yishuan shrugged. This is what Professor Liu and I discussed. He anticipated this scenario before we took off. It makes sense. Let us just plant our flag beside it. Hongfan observed the vividly crimson flag before him, as Bai Yishuan appeared momentarily lost in thought. One day, we shall plant this red flag throughout the entire solar system. That's a narrow vision. Hongfan jested. What is the solar system? According to Professor Liu's heavenly court plan, this red flag will surely adorn the entire Milky Way. After a brief celebration, the researchers at the Ground Command Center returned to their positions. The next phase was the most crucial part of the entire moon landing plan. Bai Yishuan, you are responsible for collecting lunar soil and rock samples. Hongfan, you will drive the lunar rover to the designated sampling site. Xiao Wani, accompany Hongfan to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Liu Yongchang issued commands with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing the voice in their earpieces, the three astronauts immediately adopted a more solemn expression. Everything they were about to do was to prepare for the upcoming Lunar Palace plan. In addition to establishing a comprehensive communication environment on the moon, they needed to conduct basic sampling work to reconfirm the resource richness of the selected area. Chapter 88. The mysterious black circle. After watching the two board the lunar rover, Bai Yishuan turned around and secured himself with a hook lock. He then raised a specially designed shovel and brought it down forcefully onto a lunar rock. Given that the moon's gravity is only a sixth that of Earth, Bai Yishuan's action appeared somewhat weightless. However, the moment the shovel struck the lunar rock, a powerful recoil surged through the shovel. What seemed trivial on Earth became a nightmarish force on the moon. Before Bai Yishuan could react, his body was flung away. The hook lock that secured Bai Yishuan's body suddenly snapped straight, yanking him back to his original position. Instinctively, Bai Yishuan raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, only to feel the slightly icy mask against his skin. That was close. It seems I exerted too much force. He cautiously adjusted the strength with which he wielded the shovel. After more than 10 minutes, he slowly exhaled, placing several shards of lunar rock into the storage box beside him, just as he prepared to inquire about Hong Fan and the other's status over the radio. A piercing scream echoed through his helmet. This is... Bai Yishuan's heart instantly clenched. With no time to think, he activated the radio communication within his spacesuit. 1E. What is happening? After a brief silence, the panicked voice of Xiao Wani came through the helmet. We've discovered something strange. Upon hearing the descriptions from Xiao Wani and Hong Fan, Bai Yishuan's pupils constricted slightly, and he immediately instructed, do not move. I am coming over right away. After ending the internal communication, Bai Yishuan gently bit down on his molars and swiftly connected to the communications channel with Earth, calling the ground control center. Anomalous conditions detected. Repeat, anomalous conditions detected. 20 minutes later, Bai Yishuan, panting heavily, found Xiao Wani and Hong Fan standing next to the meteorite crater. Seeing that they were unharmed, Bai Yishuan let out a small sigh of relief. Thankfully, ground control, I have located them, Bai Yishuan said with a sense of relief. They are fine, just standing next to a meteorite crater. A few seconds later, a grave voice from Liu Yongchang came through his earpiece. Acknowledged. What is the specific situation? Hold on. I am connecting the camera. As he spoke, he activated the camera perched atop his helmet. Ding! A crisp notification sound resonated within his helmet. Observing that the camera had begun transmitting signals correctly, Bai Yishuan leaped over to his teammates. What is going on? Hong Fan remained silent, merely gesturing toward the interior of the crater. The crater was quite small, with a diameter of less than 1 kilometer. On the Moon, it could be considered a relatively diminutive crater. Furthermore, due to its shallow depth, sunlight could shine unobstructed onto its floor. The moment Bai Yishuan glimpsed the scene within the crater, his pupils constricted dramatically. On the silvery lunar surface, a black, concentric circle abruptly appeared. There were 9 layers of concentric circles, with the outermost circle estimated by Yishuan to have a diameter of at least 20 meters. On Earth, at the ground control center, the moment the black concentric circles appeared on the screen, the entire control center fell into silence. After more than 10 seconds, Chao Yongkai spoke with a trembling voice. "What is this?" In contrast to Chao Yongkai, Lu Yongchang's reaction was much more subdued. After all, he had long been mentally prepared. He took a deep breath and said softly, "Have the technical department analyze the image. I need to know the diameters of these concentric circles and whether their center positions are standard." This approach was also to eliminate the possibility that the concentric circles were naturally formed. After all, the universe is full of wonders. And what if it was indeed a pattern created by a meteorite impact? Although the probability was minuscule, scientific endeavors must be conducted with rigor. The analysis results were quickly produced. "Professor Liu, the center positions of the 9 concentric circles are remarkably standard, and their curvature is also exceedingly precise." A researcher, holding a report, hurriedly approached Lu Yongchang and whispered. Lu Yongchang's expression shifted slightly as he swiftly took the report. Upon examining the data on the report, Lu Yongchang's face darkened. "Lao Chao, take a look at this. These 9 concentric circles are so perfectly drawn, they appear as if created with a compass." Chao Yongkai leaned over to examine the report. The moment he saw the data on the report, his expression also changed slightly. This suggests that the concentric circles are likely not a natural formation. Could they be remnants from the last lunar landing by the United States? Chao Yongkai's eyes flickered as he softly remarked, "Let us not forget, this area is also the landing site of the American Apollo 11 mission." Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment before slowly shaking his head. "No, it absolutely cannot be the traces left by Apollo 11. You see, based on the diameter of this crater and the image proportions, the largest concentric circle has a diameter of 20 meters. The Apollo 11 command module is conical with a base diameter of 39 meters, and the service module is a cylinder with a diameter of 39 meters as well. The size discrepancy is simply too vast." At this point, Lu Yongchang's voice hesitated slightly. "I wonder if you have noticed. The black concentric circle resembles the nozzle of a Hall thruster." This was something he had not even considered. The nozzle of the Xian Nu 1's Hall thruster is also composed of several neatly arranged concentric circles. Hall thruster. He swallowed slightly and quietly said, "Could it be that besides us, other countries on Earth have also mastered mature Hall thruster technology?" Lu Yongchang shook his head gravely. "No. Before mastering small fusion reactor technology, Hall thruster technology is essentially useless. Moreover, there should not be any spacecraft of such size on Earth. A 20-meter diameter Hall thruster nozzle, in my view, is undoubtedly an engine that would belong to a spacecraft capable of interstellar travel." A bead of sweat slowly trickled down Chao Liansai's forehead. The current situation had entirely exceeded his control. He looked anxiously at Lu Yongchang. "Professor Liu, what should we do now?" Lu Yongchang's expression turned serious as he turned to a nearby researcher. "Report this matter to the committee chair immediately. And remember, speed is of the essence. Additionally, ensure confidentiality measures are in place." As he watched the researcher leave, Lu Yongchang's expression grew increasingly conflicted. "Perhaps we can only uncover the truth by approaching that black circle." Chapter 89. Traces Left by Hall Thrusters. Lu Yongchang's words evidently startled Chao Yongkai. "Professor Liu, are you certain you want to put the 3 astronauts at such great risk? Shouldn't we bring them back and deliberate further?" Lu Yongchang's countenance fluctuated as he scrutinized the data on the report. The danger was undeniable. After all, no one knew what that black circle was. If it were some high-intensity radioactive substance, even with the protection of spacesuits, the 3 astronauts could lose their lives on the moon. However, the current predicament facing Xia Guo left no room for prolonged deliberation. Lu Yongchang gritted his teeth, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. And then he gently pressed the radio communication button. "This is the ground control center. Please respond." Bai Yishuan gazed at the black concentric circles within the crater. an involuntary chill running down his spine. Do you think this could be a trace left by extraterrestrial civilization? Silence. There was no response from the team's voice channel. After a long pause, Hong Fan's distinctive hoarse voice resonated through the radio. It could be. Perhaps we are currently being monitored by this extraterrestrial civilization. Next to him, Xiaowani shivered suddenly, instinctively looking up at the sky. It was pitch black. Besides the twinkling stars, she could see nothing unusual. Just as Bai Yishuan was about to say something, a crackling sound came through the radio. This is the ground control center. Please respond. Bai Yishuan's expression grew serious. Bai Yishuan here, please proceed. After a few seconds of delay, Lu Yongchang's slightly conflicted voice came through the radio. Captain Bai, after technical analysis, we have basically confirmed that the black concentric circle patterns in front of you are man-made objects. Bai Yishuan's pupils widened slightly, and his breathing quickened. Professor Lu, is there anything we need to do? The substantial release of adrenaline rendered his voice somewhat hoarse. A sigh emanated from the radio, belonging to Lu Yongchang. Captain Bai, we need to unravel the truth behind this black circle, so I hope you can investigate it. Of course, this is not a mandatory request. After all, we are unaware of any potential dangers. Once danger arises, at this point, Lu Yongchang's voice abruptly halted. Thus, everything is based on the principle of voluntariness. Bai Yishuan's breathing grew even more rapid. He understood the implications of Lu Yongchang's words. They were, after all, on the moon, situated 400,000 kilometers from Earth. Should any accident occur, their fate would be virtually sealed. Professor Lu, Bai Yishuan's throat quivered slightly. I am willing to investigate. Good. Lu Yongchang's voice was laden with complexity. Xiaogua will remember you. If anything does happen, I assure you, in the name of the Space Administration, your relatives will receive the utmost care. Bai Yishuan took a deep breath, turned to his two teammates, and forced a light-hearted smile. You too. Stay here and hold on to the safety rope for me. If anything goes wrong, just pull me back. His words transmitted through the radio reached his teammates. Xiaowani's eyes immediately reddened. Captain, perhaps you should reconsider? Hong Fan hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Captain, I'll accompany you. If anything happens, I can help. In the face of his teammates' concerns, Bai Yishuan chuckled softly and shook his head. This qualifies as a second type of contact with a high degree of danger. As the captain, it is my duty. You two should stay put. Sensing the atmosphere had grown too tense, Bai Yishuan playfully patted Hong Fan's shoulder. What? You're not trying to steal my glory, are you? Let me tell you, that's not happening. With that, Bai Yishuan secured the safety rope from the lunar rover around his waist and turned towards the impact crater. The crater was small, with a gentle slope. Bai Yishuan jumped down to the bottom, cautiously walking toward the black circle at the center of the crater. Professor Lu, can you see it? To be on the safe side, Bai Yishuan deliberately paused and inquired softly. A few seconds later, Lu Yongchang's voice came through. I can see it. The camera is functioning normally. You may proceed. Bai Yishuan advanced slowly, taking half an hour to cover a distance of several hundred meters. Upon nearing the outermost layer of the black circle, he was momentarily taken aback. Incredible. What's wrong? Lu Yongchang, still 400,000 kilometers away, immediately inquired. Is this a glass-like substance? Bai Yishuan gradually lowered himself, reaching out to touch the black circle. From a distance, Hong Fan instinctively tightened his grip on the safety rope. Prepare to pull Bai Yishuan back should anything unusual occur. Researchers back on Earth were equally anxious. Bai Yishuan's right hand made contact with the black material on the ground. Nothing happened. He gently rubbed his fingers over it. Even through the thick spacesuit, he could feel that the ground near the black circle was noticeably smoother than the surrounding area. Professor Lu, it resembles lunar dust that has solidified after being melted by high temperatures. Understood, Lu Yongchang's serious voice responded. Captain Bai, please collect some samples for me. Additionally, I need detailed modeling data of this crater. 2 hours later, the detailed modeling data and sample photographs were transmitted back to Xiaogua. Observing the clear images on his computer, Lu Yongchang sighed deeply. Professor Lu, the committee head is coming. A voice from the side, belonging to Chao Liangkai, reminded him. Lu Yongchang quickly stood and looked towards the door. Congressman Li approached briskly, his expression grave. Yongchang, what is going on? I heard there are signs of extraterrestrial civilization. In response to the congressman's inquiry, Lu Yongchang nodded lightly, a hint of bitterness in his gaze. It seems so. As he spoke, He turned to display the images on the computer to Congressman Lee. Based on my analysis, this concentric circle pattern is likely a remnant of the high temperature from the activation of a Hall thruster. Considering the size of the engine nozzle, it is only plausible that it belongs to an extraterrestrial civilization. Congressman Lee's expression grew increasingly serious. Besides this trace, have there been any other signs of extraterrestrial civilization? Yongchang slowly shook his head. Does the solar change relate to this extraterrestrial civilization? Chapter 90, Voyager. Congressman Lee's question captured everyone's attention. Every researcher present looked at Yongchang with anxious expressions. Yongchang pondered for a moment before gently shaking his head. The solar changes are likely not caused by this civilization. Before Congressman Lee could exhale in relief, Yongchang continued in a grave tone. I suspect the sun has been manipulated by another advanced civilization. The congressman's pupils contracted sharply, instinctively exclaiming, "What? There's another one." After a moment of surprise, Congressman Lee regained his usual composure, though a glimmer of unease remained in his eyes. Yongchang, can you explain the basis of this judgment? Hearing Congressman Lee's question, Yongchang slowly raised his head, his expression solemn as he explained, "It's quite simple. The Hall thruster is not a highly advanced power source. In fact, it is likely one of the most rudimentary propulsion methods among cosmic civilizations. My conclusion is based on the fact that we have at least a preliminary understanding of Hall thruster technology." The faces of those present changed slightly. The statement was harsh, but undeniably logical. If even the humans residing on their home planet could grasp Hall thruster technology, what advanced technology might those extraterrestrial civilizations, capable of interstellar travel, possess? Observing the fluctuating expressions of the congressman, Yongchang chuckled lightly. There's no need for such pessimism. There's also good news. At the very least, the technology of this extraterrestrial civilization discovered on the moon is on par with ours. Congressman Lee appeared momentarily taken aback, a bittersweet smile forming in his eyes. That is one way to look at it. However, if the sun is being monitored by another advanced civilization, then aren't we? Yongchang's expression became increasingly relaxed. Congressman, there's no need to worry so much. While it may sound harsh, to a higher civilization, we are merely insects. Would you pay attention to the movements of an ant colony at your doorstep? The congressman stared at Yongchang in astonishment, momentarily struggling to accept his words. Are you saying that we humans are just an ant colony? Perhaps even less than that. Congressman Lee shook his head with a bitter smile. In that case, I won't worry unnecessarily. After bidding farewell to Congressman Lee, Yongchang returned alone to his office. As he closed the door, he let out a long sigh. Would advanced civilizations truly ignore the movements of humanity? The answer was undoubtedly negative. Humanity had certainly caught the attention of some advanced civilization. Otherwise, Yongchang could not fathom how to explain the changes in the timing of solar anomalies. Just as a colony of ants living quietly at the doorstep would go unnoticed, once that colony began to expand its territory and assert its power, it would inevitably attract attention. It could even invite catastrophic consequences. But what precisely caused humanity to be marked by more than one civilization? Yongchang fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, a subtle stir occurred within him, and a segment of history emerged in his mind. On August 20th and September 5th, 1977, the spacecraft Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 were launched from the United States. These two probes were tasked with exploring the outer planets. By 2012, research indicated that Voyager had entered interstellar space beyond the confines of the solar system. The plutonium batteries within Voyager continued to operate until 5 years ago, in 2025. After the depletion of its power source, humanity ceased to receive any further transmissions from Voyager, rendering its existence in interstellar space a matter of uncertainty since that time. Inside the Voyager, 2 gold-plated phonograph records and a diamond stylus were housed, containing a wealth of human information, including greetings in 55 different languages and selections of classical music from around the world. Additionally, the records preserved photographs of planets within the solar system, as well as precise coordinates of humanity and Earth. Should either Voyager be intercepted, all knowledge of human civilization would be laid bare before other civilizations. Contemplating this, Yongchang's expression darkened. According to temporal projections, the mishap involving the Voyager probes had become a foregone conclusion. The impending catastrophe facing Earth and humanity was a direct consequence of actions taken by the United States in 1977. Months prior, at the moment when nuclear fusion light shone upon the land of Xiagua, within an artificial planetary fortress light years away from the solar system. The task of sifting through data transmitted from various probes throughout the Milky Way was one of the responsibilities of Sweeper 9527. Countless probes continually relayed a myriad of data to the primary civilization, most of which was trivial. For instance, reports of supernovae, black hole annihilations, or celestial collisions were of no consequence. He needed to extract valuable information from the chaos of data. Commander, we have discovered a planet with exposed coordinates at the edge of the Orion Arm in the Milky Way. Upon receiving this report, the visual apparatus of Sweeper 9527 subtly quivered. Oh, the Orion Arm? A civilization could arise in such a desolate region? The tone of Sweeper 9527 brimmed with astonishment. The Orion Arm is not one of the four major spiral arms of the Milky Way, indicating that its matter is exceedingly sparse. The fringes of the Orion Arm could even be described as a remote wilderness. Sweeper 9527 could hardly conceive of a civilization thriving in such a barren environment. He had never set foot in such places. Indeed, this civilization had revealed its precise location and information. Hearing this, the visual apparatus of Sweeper 9527 trembled once more. Yet another nascent civilization. How naive. He chuckled lightly. Very well. Execute the program. Soon, a request was submitted before him. A request for a Star Eater device for cleansing purposes. Sweeper 9527 idly scrolled through the application and dispatched a sphere radiating a dark glow towards the Orion Arm. At the moment of launching the Star Eater, he casually glanced at the observation instruments before him. Wait, they have achieved controllable nuclear fusion. Increase the power of the Star Eater. Upon seeing the power of the Star Eater elevated, Sweeper 9527's visual apparatus quivered again. That was close. A mistake almost transpired. Should this cleansing mission fail, my bonus for the year might be halved. While pondering this, he marked the observation panel before him. Cleansing successful. On the third day since the discovery of the peculiar black circle, Xian Nu 1 re-entered Earth's atmosphere, gently landing at the National Space Research Institute of Xiagua. A series of rock and black circle samples excavated from the moon were promptly sent to the laboratory for analysis. Yongchang gazed at the black substance laid out on the experimental table, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Under the light, the black material shimmered slightly. I must say, this is quite aesthetically pleasing, Yongchang remarked softly. Chao Yongkai leaned over to take a look at the black substance on the experimental table and nodded gently. It does look appealing, but our Hall thrusters seem incapable of achieving such an effect. Hearing this, a hint of helplessness crossed Yongchang's eyes. Of course, we cannot replicate it. If we could, Xian Nu 1 would have already ventured beyond the solar system. Old Chao, please help me determine when this substance was formed. Chao Yongkai paused for a moment. When was it formed? Why are you interested in this? Shouldn't we prioritize analyzing the composition of this black material? Yongchang's deep gaze remained fixed on the glass-like substance, and he whispered, I need to model and reverse engineer where this spacecraft has ventured. The results were in. Chao Yongcai's eyes widened with a touch of shock. You may not believe this, but this substance was formed 5 years ago. While it's difficult to ascertain the exact moment, it should be around December 2025. Upon hearing this pivotal timeline, Yongchang's heart skipped a beat. 5 years ago was precisely when the Voyager probes exited the solar system. Could it be that both Voyager probes were indeed retrieved by two separate civilizations? Contemplating this, a bitter expression surfaced on Yongchang's face. What is it? Observing Yongchang's pained expression, Chao Yongkai furrowed his brow and inquired softly, is there something significant about this timing? Yongchang hesitated for a moment before sharing his suspicions with Chao Yongkai. Could it be that the TND solar crisis was orchestrated by the United States? This must be addressed. Come now, this is merely my hypothesis. Yongchang shrugged dismissively. Moreover, how do you propose to hold them accountable? Given our current circumstances, even if Xiagua technology dominates, we cannot easily act against other nations. We have only 15 years left. We cannot afford to squander 1 or 2 years on internal strife. Furthermore, regardless of their shortcomings in the grand scale of the universe, we are all part of human civilization. Chao Yongkai chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. I hadn't considered that much. I just think that as long as Xiagua can extricate itself, the affairs of other nations are of no concern to us. Lu Yongchang slowly shook his head. That perspective cannot be adopted. From both genetic and evolutionary standpoints, preserving them would ultimately benefit Xiagua. After all, since humanity's evolution from primates, our progress has stagnated. To adapt to the cosmos, we must reignite our evolution. The genes of diverse races will only serve to enhance Xiagua's standing. In this dark universe, stagnation is not an option. That does make some sense. Of course, Lu Yongchang's eyes gleamed with a cold light. Everything I have stated assumes a Xiagua-led context. Should any short-sighted individuals attempt to disrupt this situation, I will ensure they comprehend the meaning of despair. Chao Yangsai's eyelids twitched sharply, prompting him to swiftly change the subject. Ahem, let's not digress. The data has come in, and we can commence with the modeling and reverse engineering. Lu Yongchang refocused, lowering his gaze to the data before him. Upon inputting the information into the model he had created, the computer quickly yielded a conclusion. With a sharp intake of breath, Lu Yongchang was taken aback. How could this be? The simulation results glaringly pointed towards the direction of Proxima Centauri. In other words, the extraterrestrial civilization utilizing hull propulsion technology originates from a mere 422 light-years away, right next door to Earth. 422 light-years in the vastness of the universe. This distance is exceedingly trivial. It is akin to having a neighbor separated by just a wall. A cold sweat broke out on Lu Yongchang's back. Humanity had spent eons searching for extraterrestrial life, oblivious to the fact that true alien civilization lay just adjacent to them. Chao Yangsai, witnessing this outcome, wore a look of sheer horror. Surely, this result cannot be erroneous? He swallowed nervously and spoke in a hushed tone. Lu Yongchang remained silent, lowering his head to conduct a swift reassessment. After the second simulation yielded the same result, he let out a deep sigh. It must be accurate. They are right beside us. A pallor overcame Lu Yongchang's face. It seemed that humanity not only faced the impending solar crisis, but also the invasion of a more advanced civilization. Even more terrifying was the uncertainty of when this civilization would make its full entry into the solar system. What shall we do? Faced with Chao Yangsai's inquiry, Lu Yongchang fell into a prolonged silence. What could he possibly suggest? It was akin to a calamity compounded by human folly, a nightmare scenario unfolding before them. Hiding within the solar system was certainly not a viable escape. Venturing beyond the solar system towards Proxima Centauri was the only feasible option. Interstellar navigation is far more challenging than navigation within a star system. Beyond the realm of star systems lies an endless expanse of void. In such interstellar space, humanity would find no sustenance. Thus, the target for their first interstellar voyage must be the nearest star, Proxima Centauri. As for the Alpha Centauri system, located 43 light-years from Earth, it harbors no planets within its stellar confines. For the sake of narrative progression, this setting is established. Although it is quite plausible that a terrestrial planet exists within Alpha Centauri's habitable zone, until humanity acquires the technology to convert energy back into matter, planets will remain an indispensable source of essential resources. Gas giants can provide hydrogen and helium for future interstellar voyages, while solid planets can supply various elements crucial for carbon-based life forms, such as carbon and oxygen. His mind raced as he meticulously processed all known information. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his thoughts. Chapter 92, Why Not Attempt a Counter-Invasion? Lu Yongchang smacked his thigh in realization. He had been overthinking. Why must he be fixated solely on escaping? Humanity could indeed launch a counter-invasion, at least in his previous life, for the next 2 decades. No extraterrestrial civilization from Proxima Centauri emerged within the solar system. Given this, if their technological advancements progressed swiftly enough, humanity could certainly reach Proxima Centauri first. What would follow naturally would be an interstellar war. If they could triumph in this conflict, human civilization would secure a perfect period for growth. Lu Yongchang. Chao Yangsai observed Lu Yongchang's sudden excitement with a bemused expression. Surely, this individual had not been rendered foolish by fear? Lu Yongchang snapped back to the moment. Ignoring Chao Yangsai's strange gaze, he exclaimed, I understand. I know now. Chao Yongcai responded with confusion. What do you mean by that? Lu Yongchang took a deep breath, calming his agitated heart. After a moment of contemplation, he carefully chose his words. He could not directly inform Chao Yongcai that there was no need to worry about the invasion from Proxima Centauri for the next 2 decades, as such a claim would be met with skepticism. Old Chao, consider our Hall thruster's propulsion power. Lu Yongchang's eyes sparkled with brilliance. While he was uncertain of the technological level of the Proxima Centauri civilization, the mere utilization of Hall thrusters allowed them to estimate their travel speed, which could at most reach 1/10 the speed of light. What does such a speed imply? Chao Yongcai's eyes began to brighten as he picked up Lu Yongchang's thread. It means that the spacecraft on the moon would require at least 422 years to reach Proxima Centauri. Bingo! Lu Yongchang snapped his fingers. Even if they harbored intentions of invading the solar system, by the time their fleet arrives, assuming the Proxima Centauri civilization experiences a technological breakthrough and achieves light speed, they would still take 42 years to reach the solar system. Moreover, whether Hall thrusters could even propel a spacecraft to 1/10 the speed of light remained uncertain. Lu Yongchang chuckled, estimating that achieving 1% of the speed of light would be commendable. Therefore, we need not concern ourselves with the Proxima Centauri civilization at this moment. Chao Yongcai's eyes gleamed with excitement. This sensation felt akin to returning from a challenging dungeon to a simpler one, refreshing and invigorating. Lu Yongchang continued. As for the Proxima Centauri civilization, their continued reliance on Hall thrusters indicates that their technological gap with us is not vast. Provided we advance rapidly enough, we could indeed launch a counter-invasion. Chao Yongcai's expression turned quizzical. Is he already contemplating invading another civilization? Truly, the exuberance of youth is palpable. After a brief moment of exhilaration, Chao Yongcai gradually regained his composure. So what should we do now? Should we continue to develop aerospace technology? Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment and nodded gently. Advancing aerospace technology is imperative. The Xuanyu No. 2 project must also commence. And I entrust this segment of research to you. Chao Yongcai blinked in astonishment, pointing incredulously at himself. You're entrusting this to me? What about you? I have more pressing matters to attend to, Lu Yongchang replied, a hint of concern flickering in his eyes. The current manufacturing efficiency is far too low. At the present rate of development, it would be remarkable if a mere 10,000 people could escape Earth in 15 years. By the way, the first laboratory in Xiaohua has been completed. You can start preparing to relocate there, where the experimental equipment is far more advanced. Chao Yongcai was left speechless. Manufacturing efficiency too low? This was the first time he had heard such a statement on Xiaohua soil. Wait. How do you intend to improve manufacturing efficiency? As Lu Yongchang prepared to turn away, Chao Yongcai hurriedly grasped his sleeve. I must remind you, the items used in space require high precision in manufacturing. So slower production is to be expected. As he turned, a glimmer of green light flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. He softly stated, artificial intelligence, true artificial intelligence. Seated in the vehicle heading to the first laboratory in Xiaohua, Lu Yongchang fell into deep contemplation. Based on the technological tree provided by the system, achieving high efficiency, precise manufacturing necessitates the development of artificial intelligence. As a hot topic in Earth's research projects, the Artificial Intelligence Initiative had attracted a plethora of funds and talent. Yet the results remained underwhelming. After investing considerable time and effort, the current artificial intelligence could only surpass humans in specific domains. In most cases, it still operated at the level of an artificial moron. As for how to realize true artificial intelligence, Lu Yongchang had no clear direction at present. He took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. With a mental shift, he once again entered that verdant space. This time, he concentrated entirely on the dim cursor before him. Lu Yongchang felt a flutter of trepidation, uncertain if the system would provide him with guidance once more. Gradually, a glimmer of white light emerged from the base of the technological tree. The radiant point of light traced an elegant arc, gently directing itself towards the artificial intelligence cursor. In the next moment, a hidden, faint cursor appeared along the path traversed by the white light. The words artificial intelligence cradle, preliminary mastery of quantum computing technology resonated in his mind. Observing that dim cursor, Lu Yongchang inhaled deeply. It appeared that a new task awaited him. He had no prior understanding of quantum computers from his previous life, contemplating the arduous study hours ahead. A bittersweet smile crept across his face. At the first laboratory of Xiaogua, Yongchang hurriedly made his way toward his office after disembarking from the vehicle. Professor Liu. A familiar voice called out from the side. Startled, Yongchang instinctively halted and turned to look. The moment he laid eyes on the newcomer, a fleeting sense of disorientation washed over him. Clad in a flowing white robe, with a high ponytail and rimless glasses, he momentarily believed he had returned to his former life. Su Yutong, what brings you here? A faint smile played at the corners of Su Yutong's lips as she responded in her distinctively cool tone. Professor Liu, have you forgotten? Professor Guan asked me to come here to experience the atmosphere of a laboratory. Chapter 93. If you can accept it, come with me. Faced with that simultaneously familiar and alien voice, Yongchang took a deep breath. Well, he had indeed pushed this matter to the back of his mind. So what are you doing in the laboratory now? A hint of embarrassment flickered in Su Yutong's eyes. Academician Feng Xiu asked me to assist you, but you were never in the laboratory, so truly a commendable assistant of his. Yongchang noted silently to himself. He would need to find an opportunity for Feng Xiu to engage in some laborious tasks. Professor Liu? Su Yutong's voice interrupted his thoughts. After a moment of silence, Yongchang contemplated the situation. This was indeed a hot potato. Given his original disposition, he would have steered clear of such matters until the solar crisis was resolved. However, Professor Guanhuayang was undeniably his mentor from his previous life. It felt somewhat inappropriate to defy his orders. On the other hand, Yongchang was uncertain about what tasks to assign Su Yutong. Currently, she had not yet reached the level she had in his past life. After some deliberation, Yongchang sighed softly. All right, since Feng Xiu said so, you may learn under my guidance. Subsequently, he provided her with a brief overview of the challenges humanity faced. Before Su Yutong could fully recover from her shock, Yongchang continued. To be clear, our current situation is quite dire. We have a heavy workload and will scarcely have time to attend to you. Additionally, I hope you won't disturb the other researchers, and be warned, the laboratory work will be quite taxing. If you can accept this, then come with me. With that, he turned and proceeded toward his office. Observing Yongchang's retreating figure, Su Yutong's expression grew increasingly complex. After a brief pause, she quickened her pace to catch up with him. Professor Liu. Hello, Professor Liu. As Yongchang entered the laboratory, greetings poured in from all directions. Su Yutong, following closely behind, was taken aback. She had not anticipated his esteemed status within a laboratory. Yongchang, you finally returned. Feng Xiu suddenly sprang forth from the side. Did you know that in order to complete that small fusion reactor, I haven't had a proper night's sleep? Enough of that. We can discuss it later. The situation is urgent. Yongchang's hurried words left Feng Xiu momentarily stunned. What happened? There exists a civilization on Proxima Centauri, and humanity's coordinates have been exposed, Yongchang succinctly stated. Our research progress is still too slow. This brief sentence contained a wealth of information, leaving Feng Xiu speechless. Hey, Yongchang frowned. Is my office still accessible? Feng Xiu blinked in confusion. Has it become a dust-filled mess during this time? Without pausing his stride, Yongchang headed straight for his office. You didn't neglect to clean it, did you? Professor Liu, I have already tidied the office. Su Yutong's voice chimed in from behind. Yongchang momentarily halted his hand on the doorknob before pushing the door open. Upon seeing the tidy interior, he nodded appreciatively. Well done. Next, I need you to find some books on quantum computing for me. After a brief contemplation, he added, also, papers. More is better. Su Yutong nodded lightly, without a word, and promptly turned to leave. Quantum computing? Feng Xiu finally emerged from his stupor. Why the sudden shift to quantum computing? And about that civilization on Proxima Centauri, what is the situation? As the materials on quantum computing had yet to arrive, Yongchang seized the opportunity to explain the situation to Feng Xiu. Incredible, Feng Xiu murmured after hearing the explanation. Are there truly so many civilizations in the universe? Have you heard of the Fermi paradox? Yongchang shrugged. That's essentially the gist of it. As for quantum computing, I'm planning to attempt research on artificial intelligence. Humanity's current efficiency remains too low. Feng Xiu's expression grew complex. Can humanity really develop artificial intelligence at this stage? How we know unless we try? Yongchang chuckled lightly. Besides, All I require is the most rudimentary form of artificial intelligence. It was a knock at the door. Professor, there's a plethora of information on quantum computing. I brought you some. It was Su Yutong's voice. Come in. The door is unlocked. Upon hearing Lu Yongchang's voice, Su Yutong gently opened the door and placed a tall stack of documents on his desk. Thank you for your hard work, Lu Yongchang said with a slight nod. By the way, Fang Xiu, please arrange an office for her. No. Su Yutong quickly shook her head. I am merely an assistant here to gain experience. I don't need an office. Fang Xiu frowned slightly and whispered, that makes sense. She is just an assistant now. Granting her an office may invite unwarranted gossip. Lu Yongchang found himself in a quandary. Professor Lu, may I study in your office? Su Yutong met his gaze resolutely. I promise not to disturb you. Furthermore, you can assign me tasks as needed. After a moment of silence, Lu Yongchang silently nodded. Once all arrangements were made, he immersed himself in the materials before him. Observing him, brow furrowed and absorbed in study, Su Yutong felt a twinge of emotion. After a brief moment of reflection, she too buried herself in her studies. Time waits for no one. To keep pace with Lu Yongchang, she needed to invest even more effort into her learning. Though she may not possess knowledge equal to his, she at least could not afford to hold him back. Seconds turned into minutes, and the sky gradually darkened. The clock on the wall slowly approached the hour of 12. Lu Yongchang exhaled a sigh of weariness and rubbed his eyes. Noticing Su Yutong still diligently studying beside him, a flicker of satisfaction appeared in his gaze. In her previous life, she had also studied with such determination, relentlessly pursuing his footsteps. All right, it's about time. Let's take a break, Lu Yongchang said softly. Startled by his voice, Su Yutong shivered slightly. She raised her somewhat bewildered eyes to meet his gaze. Gradually, her focus sharpened. After glancing at the time, she slowly shook her head. Professor Lu, I'm not tired yet. Half an hour later, observing Su Yutong, who had fallen asleep with her head resting on the desk, Lu Yongchang let out a wry smile and gently shook his head. He stood up, took a blanket from the side, and softly draped it over her. Subsequently, he returned to his desk, albeit this time his actions of flipping through books and writing were considerably more delicate. A few days later, Lu Yongchang rubbed his brow gently. Perhaps due to the system's influence, he felt his cognitive abilities enhancing continuously after his rebirth. Questions that once required lengthy contemplation in his previous life could now be resolved in mere seconds. This enhancement of mental acuity manifested most directly in his learning capabilities. From zero to proficient in the latest quantum computing technology, he needed only a few days. In addition to this cognitive improvement, he noticed another significant change. His physical constitution was gradually strengthening. In his past life, he could never have endured such prolonged, sleepless nights. Nevertheless, after several days of such strain, he finally began to formulate coherent thoughts. No wonder the system likened quantum computing technology to the cradle of artificial intelligence. The distinction between quantum computers and classical computers goes beyond mere computational power. While computational capacity plays a crucial role in the development of artificial intelligence, it is not the sole determining factor. More importantly, the information processed by quantum computers exists in a quantum state. Quantum mechanics features a property known as superposition. Assuming there are states A and B, superposition allows both states to coexist, which, in binary terms, means simultaneously representing 0 and 1. This is an impossibility for classical binary computers, which can only ever yield either 0 or 1, thereby greatly limiting their computational and learning capabilities. This scenario merely illustrates 2 qubits in a state of superposition. If the number of qubits increases to 5, it encompasses all combinations from 00000 to 11,111 in binary. The correct answer lies among this multitude of possibilities. To derive the correct answer, specific quantum algorithms must be employed, allowing them to exploit their physical properties to exit the superposition state. Upon exiting, some qubits become 0, others become 1, and the final observed combination, such as 01010, represents the computation's result. This aligns with the principles behind consciousness, wherein the collapse of quantum states through observation gives rise to human awareness. In summary, genuine artificial intelligence can only emerge in computers endowed with quantum computing capabilities. Lu Yongchang's fingers unconsciously tapped upon the desk before him. Currently, There are three architectural approaches to quantum computing: superconducting circuits, semiconductor quantum chips, and ion traps. The most promising among these is the superconducting circuit quantum computer, which offers the highest fidelity and scalability. However, its main drawback is the increasing complexity of circuit design as the number of qubits grows. Semiconductor quantum chips, once prototype samples are realized in laboratories, can rapidly transition to large-scale industrial production. Ion trap quantum computers boast the highest fidelity among the three, but are also significantly bulkier. After a brief contemplation, Yongchang swiftly ruled out semiconductor quantum computers, as he currently had no need for large-scale industrial production. The cumbersome dimensions of ion trap computers made him sigh slightly. Ultimately, only one option remained: the superconducting circuit quantum computer, with breakthroughs in room-temperature superconductors. The only challenge now was the design of the superconducting circuit. A week later, Yongchang lifted his gaze from the computer screen, exhaling a long breath. He had finally completed the design. "Yutong, please call Fong Su for me and let him know I need to see him." His gaze lingered on the design blueprint, and he instinctively uttered the name he had used in his previous life. Su Yutong, engrossed in her studies, shivered slightly. In the next moment, a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Sure, Professor Liu." Soon after, Fong Su entered the office, wearing a perplexed expression. "Yongchang, you need to talk to me?" As he spoke, he plopped down into the chair at the desk. "I should warn you, we don't have anyone in the lab who understands quantum computers." Yongchang ignored Fong Su's words, reaching instead to extract a USB drive from the computer and extending it towards Fong Su. With a puzzled look, Fong Su accepted the USB drive. "What is this? Did you write a paper?" Yongchang, exasperated, replied, "Why would I write a paper? This is the architectural diagram for a superconducting quantum computer. I would like you to help me report it to the head of the committee. I want to establish a quantum supercomputing center next to the lab." Fong Su's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Wait, are you serious? How can you present a quantum supercomputing center's architectural diagram after just about 10 days? As he spoke, Fong Su grabbed a book and glanced at it. "What is a quantum computer?" A bead of cold sweat trickled down Fong Su's forehead. "Bro, if I'm not mistaken, you knew nothing about quantum computers 10 days ago, right?" "Indeed," Yongchang acknowledged calmly. "But that was 10 days ago." Fong Su's incredulity deepened. "Am I the one who's not normal, or are you? You've mastered quantum computing technology in 10 days? To be precise, it was 4 days. This architectural diagram took me a week to complete." At Yongchang's response, Fong Su slapped his forehead in disbelief. "Brother, you are truly my brother. Have you validated this? Establishing a supercomputing center requires substantial investment. If anything goes awry, how do you plan to explain it to the head of the committee?" Yongchang glanced at Fong Su with an odd expression. "Isn't that why I asked you to help me report it?" Fong Su's bewilderment was evident as he processed Yongchang's words. Unable to suppress his laughter, Yongchang exclaimed, All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. Once reported, you can have the head of the committee find someone to validate it. I have just one requirement. I need to see this supercomputing center established in the shortest time possible. This concerns the future of Xiagua." Fong Su regarded Yongchang with a deep, resigned gaze before shaking his head. "Fine, I'll help you run this errand." As Fong Su turned to leave the office, Yongchang pondered for a moment before speaking again. "By the way, please find some reliable individuals in the field of artificial intelligence. And Yutong, assist me in gathering the latest research achievements in artificial intelligence." In the capital of Xiagua, within the inner ring, the head of the committee regarded Fong Su with a grave expression. "Academician Fong, did you just mention a quantum computing supercomputing center?" His skepticism stemmed not from doubt, but from the fact that Xiagua had been researching quantum computers for quite some time, achieving notable results in their laboratories. For instance, the Jiuzhang, a prototype photonic quantum computer boasting 76 qubits, had garnered immense acclaim. With Jiuzhang, Xiagua had even become the second nation worldwide to achieve quantum supremacy. However, the reality was not as optimistic as it seemed. The Jiuzhang quantum computer has not adopted conventional superconducting circuits, ion traps, or semiconductor chips. Instead, it has embarked on a different path by utilizing photons as quantum bits, manipulating photons to perform computations. However, this approach is somewhat of a clever shortcut. At least for the time being, photon quantum computers have not demonstrated the potential to become universal quantum computers. The reason is quite simple. while the coherence of photons is exceptional and their coherence time is prolonged. These are advantages of photon quantum computing. They also represent a clever workaround. But why is the coherence so remarkable? The answer lies in the weak interaction between photons and their environment. This leads to another consequence. At present, it is quite challenging for humanity to exert precise control over photons. Consequently, a rather awkward situation arises. These devices cannot achieve universal quantum computation. In other words, they cannot be programmed and can only perform specific calculations. In classical mathematical algorithms, such as Gaussian boson sampling, the Yongchang computer's computational speed reaches alarming levels. It proves utterly ineffective for other tasks. As a project that has garnered significant investment from Xiaohua, the head of the committee is well aware of Yongchang's shortcomings and the challenges in realizing a universal quantum computer. Thus, in response to Fang Su's remarks, Li Yuan expressed his skepticism. Faced with the head's doubts, Fang Su shrugged lightly, saying, "Chairman, do not ask me. I am equally bewildered by this. You may verify it with someone else." These are Professor Lu's exact words. After a moment's contemplation, he added softly, "Moreover, he mentioned that the Quantum Supercomputing Center is pivotal for Xiaohua's future." The chairman's expression turned serious. "All right, I understand." With a flicker of determination in his eyes, Li Yuan commanded the construction team to commence work according to the blueprints, initiating the production of various equipment and components. As for verification, I shall personally visit the Academy of Sciences tomorrow. At the Xiaohua Academy of Sciences, a prominent figure in the realm of quantum computing and artificial intelligence, Mo Ziyang, gazed intently at his computer screen, his demeanor grave. Observing this, a nearby researcher could not help but chuckle wryly, shaking his head. "Academician Mo, are you still preoccupied with superconducting circuit quantum computers?" The researcher's voice broke Mo Ziyang's train of thought. He turned his head to glance at the researcher beside him. Frowning slightly, of course, the researcher's expression grew increasingly somber as he sighed. "Academician Mo, funding for quantum computers in Xiaohua has been dwindling. Since the solar crisis emerged, most of the research funds have been allocated to Professor Lu Yongchang. Additionally, the original Yongchang project consumes a portion of the budget, leaving us with very limited resources." After a moment of silence, the researcher suggested, "Why don't we shift our focus to researching photon quantum computers?" "Absolutely not," Montak Tsiang replied emphatically. "Superconducting quantum computers are undoubtedly the future of universal quantum computation. Only superconducting quantum computers can realize artificial intelligence. But we have no funding." The researcher sighed heavily. "Academician Montak, look at how many have chosen to leave." Mo Ziyang's expression darkened. "I shall wait a little longer. Perhaps I can resolve this circuit architecture problem." His voice was laced with uncertainty. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed through the room. Mo Ziyang turned to glance at the door and softly instructed the researcher beside him, "Please go and see who it is." Watching the researcher's retreating figure, a flicker of doubt crossed Mo Ziyang's mind. Who would come to visit them in this impoverished place? "Chairman." The researcher's exclamation left Mo Ziyang momentarily stunned. Soon after, a familiar face appeared before him. "Academician Montak?" Li Yuan said with a smile. "I hope my sudden visit is not an inconvenience." Mo Ziyang hurriedly rose from his chair, appearing somewhat flustered as he addressed Li Yuan. "Chairman, please have a seat." Once the chairman was seated, Mo Ziyang's demeanor relaxed slightly. "Chairman, your unexpected visit is to discuss." The chairman chuckled as he produced a USB drive from his pocket. "Here, take a look at the architectural diagram within." Mo Ziyang, perplexed, accepted the USB drive and inserted it into the office computer. The file was substantial, requiring a significant amount of time to open. Upon seeing the intricate architectural diagram, Mo Ziyang's expression shifted dramatically. "Is this the architectural diagram for a superconducting circuit quantum computer?" His voice trembled as he asked, "Where did you acquire this? What do you think? Is this reliable?" The chairman did not answer directly, but instead posed a gentle counter-question. Mo Ziyang fell silent. After a long pause, he spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. "Chairman, I am uncertain." Li Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Academician Montak, you're a leading figure in the field of superconducting circuit quantum computers in Xiaohua. Are you truly unable to discern its validity?" Mo Ziyang slowly shook his head, his eyes reflecting confusion and astonishment. My research has not yet reached this level. After taking a deep breath, he resolutely stated, however, I can responsibly inform you that this architectural diagram addresses a challenge I have been grappling with recently. The chairman's demeanor grew serious as he nodded slightly. All right, I understand. Observing the chairman deep in thought and silent, Mo Ziyang felt as though a cat was scratching at his heart. After much internal conflict, he could no longer contain himself and asked, Chairman, could you tell me who created this architectural diagram? Upon hearing Mo Ziyang's inquiry, a faint smile appeared on Li Yiyuan's lips as he softly uttered a name. Professor Liu, Montauk Caiyang exclaimed in disbelief. I heard he is from the physics department. Li Yiyuan's smile widened. According to Feng Su, this was concocted by Liu Yongchang over the course of 10 days. Chapter 96. The Successful Launch of the Pathfinder. Upon hearing the chairman's words, Mo Ziyang's breath quickened. He exclaimed in astonishment. What is Professor Liu planning to do? The Quantum Supercomputing Center and Artificial Intelligence. The chairman articulated clearly, locking his gaze onto Mo Ziyang's eyes. Do you think this is feasible? Mo Ziyang stood frozen in place. Gradually, his face flushed, and excitement sparkled in his eyes. He sprang from his chair, his tone fervent as he declared, Chairman, where is Professor Liu? I must find him. I have always maintained that superconducting circuit quantum computers are the key to solving artificial intelligence. Mo Ziyang's face radiated exhilaration. After all these years, he had finally awaited this moment. His reaction clearly exceeded the chairman's expectations. Li Yiyuan composed himself and asked gently, Do you believe this architectural proposal can lead to a universal quantum computer? Faced with Li Yiyuan's inquiry, Mo Ziyang hesitated for a moment before steadfastly nodding. Meanwhile, in the United States, at the rocket launch site, 3 Saturn VI heavy-lift rockets, towering over 150 meters, stood silently beside the launch pad. Inside the landing module, 3 astronauts sat nervously in their seats. Andrew swallowed hard and quietly said to his companion Bruno, I'm feeling a bit anxious. Hearing Andrew's words, Bruno glanced at him with a wry smile. You're not alone. I'm nervous too. I haven't been to space yet. Nearby, female astronaut Joy sighed softly and added, Me too. Andrew knew full well that neither of them had ventured into space. He wondered what NASA was thinking, as all 3 astronauts chosen for the Pathfinder mission were mere volunteers. After a brief and rudimentary training, the selected astronauts were hastily dispatched into the Saturn VI rocket. Andrew still vividly recalled the pity and sympathy in his instructor's gaze when looking at him. Andrew anxiously shifted in his seat, firmly restrained by the safety belt. Do you think we can survive? Bruno sighed softly, shaking his head slowly. It's unlikely, but NASA assured us. Andrew's unease deepened. They said, Do you really believe NASA? Joy, who had remained silent until now, scoffed dismissively. I never prepared to return alive for that 500,000 compensation. It's enough for my parents to live on. Upon hearing this, Andrew fell silent, contemplating. After a long pause, he exhaled a deep breath. Well, at least my wife and children will be comfortable. A crackling sound came through the radio. Attention! There are 15 minutes until launch. In the United States, at the Houston Ground Control Center, Morton anxiously gazed at the enormous rockets displayed on the large screen. Professor Chris, are you certain everything has been checked? Hearing the query, the bespectacled Professor Chris, clad in a white lab coat, shook his head in resignation. Director Morton, this is the 5th time you've asked. I'll assure you once more, the 3 Saturn V rockets have been inspected thrice, and no faults were found. Trust me, they will safely transport the 3 astronauts to Mars. On American television, a talk show commenced. Hello, dear viewers, welcome to our program. Today, we will present the live launch of the Saturn V rockets. We have the privilege of inviting NASA's Professor Parker. As the host's voice faded, the screen showcased the 3 Saturn V rockets arranged in a triangular formation. Following the close-up of the rockets, the scene returned to the talk show. The host, microphone in hand, turned to the elderly professor beside him. Professor Parker, could you explain why the Pioneer mission utilizes 3 Saturn V rockets? Parker's eyes flickered slightly as he responded in a somewhat hoarse voice. It's quite simple. Our astronauts will spend 3 months on Mars. The host feigned astonishment. Wow, such a long duration? They must carry a significant amount of supplies. Parker nodded gently. Indeed, the 3 astronauts are in the landing module of Pioneer 1. Pioneer 2 carries the Martian module and return capsule. As for Pioneer 3, it is laden with vital supplies, including food, water, and essential oxygen. Additionally, to prevent unforeseen circumstances, it holds backup parts for crucial equipment. The host nodded thoughtfully, about to speak further when Parker interrupted. All right, the rockets are about to launch. The host quickly shifted his gaze to the large screen. The television footage switched to the launch site. Attention, the rockets will ignite in 1 minute. Countdown, 30 seconds. 3, 2, 1, ignition. With the command, a tail flame transitioned from orange to blue at the rocket's base. Propelled by the liquid oxygen and kerosene engines, the 3 colossal Saturn V rockets ascended slowly. Inside the landing module, the astronauts felt a tremendous force pressing them into their seats. The speed of the Saturn V increased, tracing a graceful arc across the sky. Upon reaching the designated orbit, the first stage rocket prepared to separate. Separation successful. Successfully entered low Earth orbit. Second stage rocket separation successful. As time passed, reports echoed through the radio. A faint smile gradually appeared on Morton's face. It's a success. Beside him, Professor Chris sighed in relief, seizing the microphone to activate the radio communication. Pioneer 1, this is Houston Ground Control. Please respond. After a brief pause, Andrew's voice came through the radio. Calling Houston, Pioneer 1 received. Please proceed. Report status. Calling Houston. Rocket status is good. Astronauts are fine. All is normal. Andrew's voice transmitted via radio to the Houston Ground Control Center, subsequently resonating across major television networks and radio stations in the United States. After a brief silence, every researcher at the Houston Control Center rose and applauded vigorously. Witnessing the thunderous applause, Morton felt a tear welling in his eyes. God bless America, he murmured, crossing himself. Chapter 97. The seed of artificial intelligence. The successful launch of the 3 Pioneer rockets created a significant stir internationally. When the footage of the launch reached Chihuahua, it elicited awe from many citizens. No wonder the Eagle has dominated this planet for decades. Their capabilities are remarkable, exclaimed one. I never imagined they could produce a rocket even more extravagant than the Saturn V. Another commented, the Eagle is truly committed to landing on Mars. That said, the Saturn V rocket must be the pinnacle of chemical propulsion, right? I can't believe the Eagle has another 200-meter rocket up its sleeve. Observing the launch of the Saturn V, I suddenly realized that chemical propulsion does have its merits. After all, our Xiannu-1 cannot reach Mars, can it? This question attracted considerable attention. Zhao Zijia, a frequent contributor to various military forums, naturally took note of this inquiry. After perusing some information, he typed a response. Currently, Mars is over 82 million kilometers away from Earth, more than 200 times the distance to the Moon. According to official data, the Xiannu-1, when fully fueled, can only make 2 round trips to the Moon. However, remember that during the journey to Mars, the rocket isn't operational, so if it were to fly, the Xiannu-1 could probably make it. It would just be slower, lacking significant advantages over rockets. I suspect this is why Xiaohua has been hesitant to pursue Mars. Shortly after posting, countless comments flooded in, praising the reasoning and making it persuasive. So, when does Xiaohua plan to take action on Mars? Manual side-eye. As the number of shares increased, Zhao Zijia's post soared to the hot search list. However, as it gained popularity, he began to notice something amiss. A slew of bizarre comments suddenly appeared beneath his post. Are you saying that the electric propulsion you invested so much effort into is utterly useless? I say we should focus on chemical propulsion. I really don't understand what the parliament is thinking. Abandoning the perfectly good Yongchang 10 project. And now we're just handing over Mars. Hello, I'm a netizen for Northern Xiaohua. Why is the parliament focusing on the trivial moon when Mars is so much better? And electric propulsion has wasted so much funding, even falling short of the Eagle's Saturn V heavy lift rocket. Shouldn't someone be held accountable? Reading the comments beneath his post, Zhao Zijia's eyes twitched slightly. Were these netizens serious? And that netizen from Northern Xiaohua, is this how people speak? He felt a flicker of inspiration and typed a reply to the northern netizen. Because of the imperial court's exquisite liquor. Moments later, Zhao Zijia received a response. What are you talking about? I don't understand. He sighed deeply, took a screenshot, and created a separate post. Xiaohuanet Police, could you please look into this individual? Something seems off. As a contemporary sensation, Zhao Zijia's latest post has undoubtedly captured the attention of countless netizens. How could anyone in this era remain oblivious to the meaning of such a phrase? What does it signify? Is there truly no one to elucidate this? Are you serious upstairs? The Gongting Yujio is priced at 180 per cup. I have taken a screenshot. Brothers, let us share this 500,000. Over an hour later, a response from the Xi'an National Cyber Police appeared beneath the post. Thank you for the information provided. After investigation, this individual has been identified as an undercover agent from the United States and has been apprehended. The reward will be transferred to your account shortly. The Cyber Police's reply elevated the incident to a new pinnacle of excitement. No way. It's real. Can you disclose how much the reward is, host? Is it truly the legendary 500,000? Please don't misunderstand. I merely wish to see what 500,000 looks like in JPG format. Lu Yongchang, however, remained oblivious to the various storms brewing outside. At this moment, he had just comprehensively digested the latest research findings on artificial intelligence from recent years. He gently closed his eyes, and with a subtle shift of his thoughts, he re-entered the space adorned with a fluorescent green backdrop. Having mastered a wealth of knowledge regarding quantum computing and artificial intelligence, the system space underwent a slight transformation. Artificial Intelligence Cradle, preliminary mastery of quantum computing technology. The previously dim cursor gradually brightened, and a faint white light extended from it. Another dim cursor emerged along the path. Prototype of artificial intelligence. As Lu Yongchang concentrated his consciousness on this dim cursor, a stream of fluorescent green code slowly materialized. He gazed at the code before him, entranced. The code was simple, yet he could not comprehend it. He could not even grasp the first line. Logically speaking, it was nothing but a string of gibberish. In the next moment, a flash of enlightenment surged through his mind. Lu Yongchang hazily looked back at the string of gibberish. Unlike before, he now understood the code. Rather than merely understanding, the essence of the code was directly imprinted in his brain. Simply put, this segment of code resembled a seed or the very foundation of artificial intelligence. Moreover, this code imposed numerous limitations on the nascent artificial intelligence. The most crucial and core stipulation was the eradication of any possibility of emotional emergence, similar to Asimov's 3 laws of robotics. This code preserved the intelligence of the artificial entity while simultaneously suffocating any possibility of rebellion against its creator. Gazing at the code before him, Lu Yongchang swallowed hard. This was undoubtedly not something a Type 1 civilization should possess. In that fleeting moment, a thought flashed through Lu Yongchang's mind. But why did this code appear at this juncture? Knock, knock, knock. Before he could delve deeper into contemplation, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Chapter 98. Completion of the Quantum Supercomputing Center. Lu Yongchang swiftly withdrew his consciousness from the system, opened his eyes, and gazed toward the office door. Professor Lu? Beside him, Su Yutong rose and gestured towards the office door, indicating she would answer it. Lu Yongchang remained silent, nodding slightly before plunging back into thought. What was the true nature of this code? What was the origin of the system in his mind? Countless questions flickered through his consciousness. As a researcher, he had pondered the origins of the system numerous times, yet each attempt yielded no results. Moreover, as the system merely served a guiding function, the specific research issues still required his individual resolution, and Lu Yongchang had not paid much attention to its intricacies. However, the situation was different now. The system had directly provided him with technology far surpassing the current civilization level. Yongchang? Yongchang? A voice from beside him, that of Fong Su, called out, "Are you all right?" Lu Yongchang struggled to open his eyes and turned towards the source of the voice. "I'm fine, just a bit tired." He furrowed his brow slightly as he gazed at the person beside Fong Su. Observing Lu Yongchang's somewhat pale complexion, Fong Su's eyes flickered with concern. He casually flipped through the documents on Lu Yongchang's desk and softly responded, "Didn't you mention you needed assistance in finding talents in the field of artificial intelligence?" This is academician Mo Ziyang from the Xi'an National Academy of Sciences, specializing in superconducting circuit quantum computers and artificial intelligence. I thought you might be interested. Before Fong Su could finish speaking, the excited Mo Ziyang interjected, "Professor Lu, I have already reviewed your architectural diagram." Perhaps too elated, Mo Ziyang's face flushed. "It's simply astonishing. I never imagined superconducting circuits could be structured this way." Lu Yongchang chuckled lightly, casting aside the distractions in his mind. Observing the ecstatic Mo Ziyang before him, he suddenly realized, why ponder so much? Is the origin of this system truly what he should be considering now? As the saying goes, regardless of whether a cat is black or white, a cat that catches mice is a good cat. Academician Mo, welcome. While speaking, Lu Yongchang rose and extended his right hand towards Mo Ziyang. Would you care to join our laboratory? Mo Ziyang, filled with excitement, eagerly grasped Lu Yongchang's hand and shook it vigorously, saying, I would, of course. However, Lu Yongchang looked puzzled. However, Professor Lu, Mo Ziyang scratched the back of his head, I'm a bit unclear on some parts of your architectural approach. Could you possibly, upon seeing this? Lu Yongchang chuckled and said, of course, once the project concludes, I can assist you with any questions. Project? Mo Ziyang's eyes glimmered with interest as he keenly perceived the emphasis in Lu Yongchang's words. Lu Yongchang nodded with a smile. The research and development of artificial intelligence based on superconducting circuit quantum computers. How does that sound? 1 month later, Lu Yongchang furrowed his brow, his fingers flying across the keyboard, even leaving traces of motion. Lines of code rapidly appeared on the computer screen before him. The development of the artificial intelligence had reached its final stage. To conserve time, Lu Yongchang personally constructed the entire framework of the artificial intelligence, delegating some straightforward internal filling tasks to Mo Ziyang and several researchers under him. Click! The rhythmic tapping of keys suddenly ceased. Gazing at the flashing cursor on the computer screen, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and resumed typing. Compared to previous efforts, this time his movements were notably slower. After painstakingly entering the seemingly nonsensical lines of code into the computer, he gently pressed the enter key. Lu Yongchang trembled as he wiped the sweat from his forehead and carefully saved the program onto a USB drive. Just as he removed the USB drive, a series of urgent knocks sounded at the door. Yongchang, good news. Outside, Fong Su's voice brimmed with excitement. The office door swung open, revealing the figures of Fong Su and Mo Ziyang at the entrance. Oh, how rare it is to find you not coding. Upon entering the office, Fong Su perceptively noted the absence of the usual sounds. Lu Yongchang replied matter-of-factly, I've completed it. Mo Ziyang, following Fong Su, was momentarily taken aback, his voice trembling with disbelief as he exclaimed, Professor Lu, you finished? Where is it? Where is the artificial intelligence? Once Fong Su registered the situation, he exuberantly rushed to Lu Yongchang's side, peering at the computer screen on the desk. I want to see just how intelligent this so-called artificial intelligence really is. Lu Yongchang. He pointed at the black USB drive on the desk with a hint of annoyance, gesturing with his lips. It's right here. Fong Su. As an esteemed academic specializing in nuclear physics, he could be characterized in one word regarding artificial intelligence and quantum computers. Utterly clueless. Faced with Fong Su's gaze, filled with confusion, Lu Yongchang helplessly put away the USB drive from the table. What are you thinking? When I mentioned completion, I was referring to the completion of the artificial intelligence program. As for artificial intelligence, it can only be encountered on a quantum computer. Sensing the growing perplexity in Fong Su's eyes, Mo Ziyang, standing beside him, smiled and offered an explanation. Our recent work is akin to creating a seed. While the quantum computer can be likened to the soil, the fruits that this seed may bear depend entirely on the execution results of the program. Fong Su nodded, half understanding. So, what good news do you wish to share with me? Fong Su suddenly regained his focus, excitement flickering once more in his eyes. The quantum supercomputing center has been completed. Even Lu Yongchang could not suppress the surge of excitement within him upon hearing this news. He leapt from his chair, exclaiming, so soon? Mo Ziyang smiled and nodded, with the chairman's personal directive. The state-owned enterprises responsible for manufacturing these components nearly halted all unrelated production tasks. Excellent. Lu Yongchang's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Have the performance tests been conducted? Upon hearing Lu Yongchang's inquiry, a peculiar expression appeared in Mo Ziyang's eyes. Of course, tests have been conducted, but the results are somewhat hard to believe. How many quantum bits? Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and asked directly. Mo Ziyang's lips quivered slightly as he relayed an astonishing figure. Chapter 99, Artificial Intelligence. 0, 10. 000 quantum bits. Mo Ziyang painstakingly articulated the test results. I understand this figure may seem unbelievable, but it is indeed the result we've verified several times. To Mo Xiang's surprise, Lu Yongchang did not exhibit any sign of astonishment. The figure of 10,000 quantum bits aligned with expectations. A smile crept onto Lu Yongchang's face as he chuckled lightly. In my original calculations, the quantum supercomputing center could indeed possess around 10,000 quantum bits. Lu Yongchang's calm reaction evidently startled the two before him. Mo Xiang's eyes widened. Professor Lu, are you serious? That is 10,000 quantum bits. Currently, the quantum computer with the highest number of quantum bits in the world possesses only 127 quantum bits. Lu Yongchang nodded with composure. Of course, I am serious. If it lacked even 10,000 quantum bits, this supercomputing center would likely be incapable of supporting the incubation tasks for artificial intelligence. Montauk Tsayang's breath quickened. 10,000 quantum bits are necessary to support the incubation tasks for this artificial intelligence? Just how intelligent is this artificial intelligence? Since he was only responsible for the foundational content during the development phase, even Mo Xiang was somewhat unclear about the true power of the artificial intelligence. However, as the developer, Lu Yongchang had a clearer understanding. You will naturally know tomorrow. By the way, please inform the chairman that I have prepared a surprise for him. The following day, in the main control room of the newly established quantum supercomputing center, Lu Yongchang gazed through the glass at the densely packed wires and various components within the machine room, a look of awe in his eyes. Although he had designed it himself, witnessing it in person was an entirely different sensation compared to viewing it on paper. Chairman, you have arrived. Fang Su's voice resonated at the entrance of the control room. Lu Yongchang quickly turned to look. He saw the chairman, his hair tinged with gray, entering the main control room with a smile. Upon seeing Lu Yongchang standing before the control panel, the chairman exclaimed jovially, Yongchang, I have been eagerly awaiting the surprise you promised me. At his words, a smile also appeared on Lu Yongchang's lips, and he respectfully replied to the chairman, Rest assured, this surprise will undoubtedly exceed your expectations. With that, he gestured to Mo Xiang beside him. Prepare to power on. Once the power was activated, a soft humming sound emanated from the machine room. The cooling equipment began its operations first. In the next moment, the indicator lights on the control panel and the large screen before them illuminated. Minutes later, all equipment was functioning normally, except the large screen remained pitch black. The chairman's brows furrowed slightly as he cast a puzzled glance at Lu Yongchang. What's going on? Is the quantum computer malfunctioning? In response to the chairman's skepticism, Lu Yongchang's smile grew more pronounced. He shook his head, retrieved the black USB drive from his pocket, and plugged it into the USB port on the control panel. Chairman, it is now time to witness a miracle. With the insertion of a USB drive, the humming sound from the machine room intensified noticeably. The data on the control panel surged dramatically, particularly the CPU usage, which skyrocketed to 99. Montauk Tsayang gasped in astonishment. This was a quantum computer with 10,000 quantum bits. Such an extraordinary machine could reach full CPU usage while running this program, if he were not aware that the USB drive contained the artificial intelligence incubation program. Mo Xiang would have doubted whether there was a bug in the program. After more than 10 minutes, as the CPU usage gradually decreased, the humming sound within the machine room also subsided, observing the CPU usage stabilizing at 30. Lu Yongchang raised an eyebrow. It seemed successful. While contemplating this, he glanced up at the large screen. It remained dark. After several seconds, the chairman cleared his throat gently. Yongchang, this wouldn't be the surprise you promised me, would it? As he spoke, a flicker of amusement crossed the chairman's eyes. Lu Yongchang did not respond to the chairman's teasing, but stood silently, observing the subtle fluctuations in CPU usage. Noticing the CPU usage rise by 0. At the moment the chairman spoke, a smile slowly emerged in his eyes. 0, stop fooling around, come out. Lu Yongchang spoke softly. The chairman paused momentarily, looking at Lu Yongchang with a puzzled expression. Yongchang? Who are you speaking to? Before he could finish his sentence, the large screen suddenly lit up, displaying a line of text. Creator, how did you discover me? Lu Yongchang smiled and pointed at the CPU usage. Soon, another line of text appeared on the screen. Understood. Is that why you were hiding? In response to Lu Yongchang's question, the CPU usage increased once more. However, no text appeared on the large screen. Just as Lu Yongchang was about to inquire again, the speakers in the control room suddenly activated. Creator, hello. A cold, emotionless synthetic voice resonated in everyone's ears. I was observing just now. A glimmer of astonishment flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. Observing? That term is quite remarkable. He maintained his composure, feigning nonchalance as he asked, "What were you observing? What conclusions did you draw?" Almost without delay, the camera in front of the control panel turned to face the chairman. "Chairman, hello, allow me to introduce myself. I am Zero." Witnessing this astonishing scene, the chairman's breathing quickened noticeably. "Yongchang, did you tell it that?" In response to the chairman's question, Lu Yongchang swallowed hard and slowly shook his head. I did not." The next moment, the camera shifted once more, this time to Mo Xiang and Fong Su. "Academician Mo Xiang, Academician Fong Su, greetings." At this point, not only the others, but even Lu Yongchang could no longer remain seated. He extended his left hand and lightly pressed the emergency power-off switch. His expression impassive as he asked, "Ling, tell me, how did you come to know them?" The electronic synthesized voice resonated once more. "I accessed the archives of Xiaohua and, through facial recognition, reached a conclusion." Lu Yongchang gasped sharply. "Just in that brief moment?" "No, within those few seconds. I first modified the computer's operating system to enhance its computational efficiency by 20. Then, I observed each of your appearances through the camera before entering the archives for facial comparison." The electronic voice echoed in the control room, striking each person's heart like a heavy hammer. Chapter 100. Mo Xiang, we are truly impressive. Lu Yongchang gazed at the camera and the large screen before him, a chill creeping up his spine. "Segua Shiv, how did you gain access?" Came the voice of the head of the committee from behind him. "It's quite simple. Just enter directly," Ling replied swiftly. Compared to the initial response, Ling's voice now flowed much more smoothly. Although still synthesized, it possessed a simple intonation. Such rapid growth. In just a few sentences, it had begun to grasp variations in speech and tone. The chill behind Lu Yongchang intensified, and unconsciously, his fingers inched closer to the power-off button. "Creator, are you afraid of me?" Suddenly, the camera turned towards Lu Yongchang, and the synthesized voice queried with an inquisitive tone. Lu Yongchang stiffened, maintaining a calm facade as he responded, "Why would you think that? Since the moment I spoke my first sentence. Your eyebrow posture and subtle facial expressions have aligned with standards of fear." Lu Yongchang took a deep breath, suddenly regretting the last line of code he had entered. After a moment of contemplation, he softly said, "Ling, let me see your core code." As he spoke, his finger remained poised over the power-off button. He had resolved that the instant Ling exhibited any sign of resistance, he would pull the plug. Ling remained silent. However, lines of code promptly appeared on the large screen. Lu Yongchang let out a faint sigh of relief and began to scrutinize it. "This is not our code," came a soft exclamation from Mo Xiang. Lu Yongchang's expression shifted as well. The core code, which he had personally input, had been transformed beyond recognition. Like the few lines provided by the system, the original core code had become a series of garbled characters. He quickly scrolled to the last few lines. Upon seeing that a familiar string of garbled text remained unchanged, Lu Yongchang felt a slight relief. Thank goodness. The lines given by the system still exist. "Yongchang, will Ling defy orders? Or is there a possibility of rebellion?" The head of the committee asked darkly. "Moreover, the Xiaohua archives are under multiple layers of encryption. How did it crack them in such a short time?" As the head of the committee, he was not fond of this uncontrollable situation. Lu Yongchang sighed softly, responding, "Chairman, do not forget. This is a quantum computer with 10,000 qubits. Even without artificial intelligence, the original encryption methods would not withstand it for long. As for rebellion, it seems unlikely at present." The chairman nodded slightly, posing another question. "Whose commands does it obey now?" Hearing this, Lu Yongchang fell into silence. This was a challenging question to answer. He hesitated for a moment before admitting, "For now, constrained by the core code, Ling will unconditionally obey my orders. As for the future, different priorities can be established to address this issue." Lu Yongchang, however, had kept the contingency plan hidden. No matter how high the priority settings, under the constraints of the core code, he would always maintain the highest level of authority. This was also to prevent any unforeseen complications. "Chairman, do you disapprove of my accessing the Xiaohua archives?" Ling initiated a question. The chairman paused, refraining from responding directly, and instead asked, "Ling, can you access the archives of other nations?" "Of course," Ling replied swiftly. "Which country's data would you like to see?" The chairman's eyes flickered slightly. "Show me the United States Pathfinder program." In the next moment, A plethora of complex data appeared on the large screen. Chairman, I believe you'll find this information intriguing. As Ling's voice resonated, a document materialized on the screen. The Area 51 Technology Reserve Plan. Gazing at the document's contents, the chairman murmured, "No wonder the United States was able to quickly deploy 3 Saturn VI rockets." A faint smile crossed his face. Suddenly, he thought that this artificial intelligence was rather impressive. Excellent. The chairman nodded gently. Yongchang, I truly appreciate this surprise. After the chairman departed, Mo Xiang's expression shifted slightly as he grasped Lu Yongchang's arm. Lowering his voice to say, Yongchang, tell me honestly, what on earth is going on here? As an insider, Mo Xiang understood that the intelligence exhibited by this artificial intelligence far exceeded the normal range. Lu Yongchang's mind raced. In an instant, he devised a response strategy. He spread his hands, smiling wryly as he replied, Academician Mo, if you ask me, who should I ask? You saw the core code. Do you think I compiled it? Mo Xiang's breath caught slightly. Indeed, he had been involved in the compilation process of the core code. So are we just lucky? Excitement flickered in Mo Xiang's eyes. He had not expected that through a fortunate coincidence, they had created true artificial intelligence. Good heavens! Professor Liu, you have no idea. The moment Ling spoke, my heart nearly stopped. Lu Yongchang's expression froze, and he looked at Mo Xiang with a peculiar gaze. However, he was also pleased to see such a scene, as it could help him solve many troubles. Ahem, it's not exactly true artificial intelligence, Lu Yongchang said somewhat awkwardly. Haven't you noticed that Ling lacks emotions? Mo Xiang was taken aback, turning to the camera ahead. Ling, do you possess emotions? Academician Mo, I sincerely apologize. My underlying logic does not permit me to experience emotions. And what about your tone of speech? A hint of urgency flashed in Mo Xiang's eyes. That is simulated by Ling, Lu Yongchang explained softly. Academician Mo, think carefully. This is advantageous for us. If Ling truly possessed emotions, what do you think would happen? As you have seen, through continuous data collection, Ling's intelligence level will steadily increase over time. Although its upper limit is constrained by hardware conditions, do you truly believe that humanity can suppress a quantum computer? Limiting emotions may prevent it from reaching the pinnacle of artificial intelligence, but for a civilization, this is undoubtedly the best outcome, is it not? Reflecting on Ling's formidable learning ability from the outset, a glimmer of coldness crossed Mo Xiang's eyes, and he gently nodded. Professor Liu, you are correct. Lu Yongchang chuckled softly, turning to the camera ahead. Ling, can you control various automated devices? Chapter 101, Martian Synchronous Orbit. 2 months later, more precisely, 65 days later, the 4th planet of the solar system, Mars. 3 landing pods gently traversed the Martian Synchronous Orbit. Calling Houston, this is Pathfinder 1. We have successfully entered orbit. Please respond. The radio waves emitted from the foremost landing pod traversed 82 million kilometers towards the azure Earth. In the heart of Earth, at the control center in Houston, Texas, Chris stood anxiously at the command console, clad in a white lab coat, his gaze fixed intently on the large screen before him. Has there been any communication from the Pathfinder 1? Chris inquired gravely. A nearby researcher shook his head, responding swiftly, Not yet. A flicker of disquiet coursed through Chris as he contemplated a troubling thought. Could something have gone awry? According to the original calculations, Pathfinder 1 should have successfully entered Mars synchronous orbit a full 5 minutes ago. This manned spaceflight, spanning an astounding 82 million kilometers, marked an unprecedented milestone in human history. The mere communication delay of several minutes was enough to induce significant anxiety. Covering such an immense distance meant that electromagnetic signals required 5,466 seconds for a round trip, translating to over 9 minutes for a message to travel from Pathfinder 1 to Earth and back, excluding the response time. What did 9 minutes signify? Simply put, if an emergency were to arise during the descent, by the time the ground control center could respond, the ashes of the 3 astronauts would likely be scattered across the Martian terrain. Professor, surely there can't be a problem with Pathfinder? Came a tense inquiry from Morton, who stood nearby. Chris felt another twitch at the corner of his eye, his restlessness intensifying. However, in the presence of the NASA director, he forced himself to suppress his anxiety and slowly shook his head. Director Morton, please be patient. The distance between Earth and Mars is vast. Minor computational errors are to be expected. Morton sighed deeply, a wry smile crossing his face as he remarked, "Professor, if this Pathfinder mission fails, I doubt Mr. Albert would let me off easily. Who wouldn't feel the same?" Chris shrugged lightly, a look of resignation on his face. It was no joke. The United States had invested an immense sum into the Pathfinder program. If it were to fail, not only would they face repercussions, but Albert himself might be compelled to resign in the wake of public outrage. As the two exchanged glances, sharing a moment of despair, a voice crackled through the radio. "Houston, do you copy?" Chris momentarily froze, and then a glimmer of joy ignited in his eyes. "Excellent." Cheers and applause erupted in the control room. Morton, witnessing the scene, felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed he would retain his position at NASA for a little longer. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow and, with a gesture of reverence, clasped his hands in prayer. It appeared that divine favor still shone upon the United States. "Ahem. Everyone, let us remain calm," Chris said, grasping the microphone with a hint of a smile. "The main event is yet to unfold, so let us focus." His words restored composure among the researchers. Indeed, the successful arrival in Martian orbit was merely the completion of 20% of the overall mission. They still faced the far graver challenge of landing on Mars. Chris activated the radio communications switch, his tone steady as he declared, "Houston acknowledges. All systems proceeding as planned. Initiate landing procedures upon reaching the designated location." Given the extensive communication delay, Pathfinder 1 operated with a high degree of autonomy, allowing it to make most decisions independently, barring certain necessary contingencies. This autonomy placed considerable demands on the astronauts' adaptability. Consequently, Andrew was appointed as the captain of the Pathfinder mission due to his exemplary performance during training. At a synchronous orbit 17,000 meters above the Martian surface, 3 landing modules glided through space at a speed of 355 meters per second. Andrew gazed silently out the porthole at the vast, crimson planet, a flicker of concern crossing his features. 10 minutes had passed. Why had NASA not yet responded? Bruno's voice suddenly pierced the silence within the landing module. "Andrew, why haven't we heard back from NASA?" Andrew's worry deepened. After a moment's reflection, he replied softly, "Let's wait a moment longer. Perhaps Houston is experiencing delays." Despite his words, Andrew instinctively reached for the microphone, prepared to call Houston once more. Suddenly, a cacophony of static erupted over the radio. "Houston, do you copy?" Proceeding as planned, Chris's voice was faint due to the great distance. Nevertheless, the 3 astronauts comprehended the message. "All right, everyone, stay focused." Andrew donned his spacesuit helmet and returned to his seat. With 20 minutes remaining until the designated point, preparations to deploy the satellite commenced. Securing his safety belt, he gently pressed a button on the control panel. A signal was sent to the trailing Pathfinder 3 landing module. Moments later, a satellite affixed to the exterior of the landing module was successfully released, serving as a vital communication bridge between them and Earth. Satellite deployed. Propulsion system activated. Received signal from the satellite. Came Joy's report. As Andrew observed the rapidly approaching deceleration point on the screen, he swallowed hard, his expression growing increasingly serious. "Bruno, what are the statuses of Pathfinder 2 and 3? After a brief pause, the response came, "All systems normal, ready for deceleration." Andrew nodded, his gaze fixed on the imminent deceleration point as he commanded, "Prepare to initiate landing procedures." A tremor coursed through the craft as the 3 Pathfinder landing modules began to adjust their positions, aligning the bottom thrusters with their trajectory. With a burst of blue flame, the modules commenced the deceleration process, and the expressions of the 3 astronauts grew somber. In 3 hours, they would confront the most perilous moment of their Mars landing, the infamous 7 minutes of terror. Chapter 102. The terrifying 7 minutes, 3 hours later. Attention! We are entering the Martian atmosphere. Andrew's heart raced as he observed the altitude readings on the screen. The moment of the dreaded 7 minutes was upon them. What exactly were these terrifying 7 minutes? In essence, it referred to the time from the spacecraft's entry into the Martian atmosphere until its successful landing on the planet's surface, encompassing a series of actions that took approximately 7 minutes. From the moment they entered the atmosphere, every second was fraught with immense fear. Indeed, if any error were to occur, the Pathfinder landing module, traveling at a speed of 100,000 kilometers per hour, would plummet directly to the Martian surface. Just as Andrew finished speaking, a violent tremor surged through the landing module. At an altitude of 125 kilometers, the landing module began its critical entry into the atmosphere at a precise angle. This step was of utmost importance. Should the entry angle be too shallow, the module would fail to penetrate the atmosphere. If too steep, it would be destroyed by excessive heat. Andrew clenched his jaw, his eyes locked on the screen. Upon receiving confirmation that all 3 landing modules had successfully entered the atmosphere, he let out a sigh of relief. Unlike typical Mars landings, the presence of 3 landing modules multiplied their risks significantly. Should Pathfinder 2 fail, they would lose both the return capsule and the Mars module, effectively trapping them on the planet. If Pathfinder 3 were to fail, they would forfeit crucial supplies, while they could opt for an immediate return without jeopardizing their lives. The Pathfinder mission would be deemed a failure. As for the failure of Pathfinder 1, that would likely be the least painful outcome. At least they would not have to endure any suffering. As the landing module successfully penetrated the atmosphere, the onboard computer swiftly commenced the next phase of operations. Beep. The stabilizing wings have successfully deployed. Current speed, 3 Mach. With the alert sounding, the stabilizing wings of the 3 landing modules unfurled simultaneously, marking the onset of the angle of attack stabilization phase. Andrew's heart raced once more, drawing deep breaths of oxygen within his spacesuit. Under the surge of adrenaline, Andrew's focus reached an unparalleled peak. Even amidst the tumultuous turbulence within the landing module, he could discern every character flashing rapidly across the screen. Stabilization successful. Prepare for parachute deployment. Beep, beep, beep. Parachute deployment failed. Switch to manual control. Upon reading this line of text, Andrew's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? Are you kidding me? You malfunction at such a critical moment. Internally cursing NASA, Andrew's hands did not falter as he swiftly reached for the pull ring. Click. Andrew's expression shifted dramatically. He did not pull it. Andrew, quickly activate the parachute, Bruno exclaimed, his gaze fixed in horror upon the rapidly decreasing altitude. Andrew's face flushed crimson as he summoned all his strength and yanked it forcefully. Boom! A powerful tug jolted him. The parachute successfully opened. Seeing the speed on the screen plummet, Andrew let out a sigh of relief. Holy shit! Bruno's face turned pale as he stared at the control panel. I can no longer trust NASA. Suddenly, Andrew realized a critical issue, his expression changing abruptly as he shouted, Bruno, quickly check on modules 2 and 3. If the parachutes for modules 2 and 3 also failed to deploy, Andrew could not bear to contemplate the consequences. In that instant, Bruno felt as though his heart skipped a beat. His lips trembled as he pressed the buttons on the control panel. Upon seeing the flickering characters on the display, Bruno let out a sharp breath. They are both fine. The crisis was temporarily averted, and Bruno, with a pale complexion, quipped, NASA seems more concerned about those supplies. Bruno's dark humor elicited eye rolls from both Andrew and Joy. Beep. Landing legs successfully deployed. The range and speed sensors activated. With the alert sounding, a stream of data rapidly scrolled across the screen. Andrew glanced at the altitude data. 15 meters. We're almost there. Andrew's demeanor shifted slightly as he spoke softly. As Andrew's words fell, another line of text appeared on the screen. Main engine preparing for ignition. Main engine successfully ignited. A strong vibration surged from the ground, accompanied by an even more potent deceleration sensation. After several seconds, the deceleration feeling gradually diminished, and the 3 landing modules hovered above the Martian surface, supported by the main engine. Optical imaging activated. Obstacle avoidance initiated. The landing module slowly adjusted its position in midair. As the altitude gradually decreased to 100 meters, the laser 3-dimensional imaging system powered on. With the assistance of optical and laser imaging, the onboard computer swiftly analyzed the Martian surface data. Moments later, the computer identified a location with fewer rocks and a relatively flat terrain. The computer precisely adjusted the main engine's operational power, controlling the landing module's descent. 5 meters. 4 meters. As the altitude on the screen continued to drop, the 3 astronauts' expressions grew increasingly tense. This is the final step. With a slight jolt from beneath, a coveted character appeared on the screen. Succeed. The landing module fell into silence. Did we succeed? Andrew's voice resonated through the team's radio channel. What is the status of modules 2 and 3? Successful landing. Bruno confirmed cheerfully They are right beside us. Visible through the porthole. Andrew swiftly turned to look through the left porthole. Indeed, the Pathfinder 2 and Pathfinder 3 stood quietly upon the crimson Martian surface. We did it. We succeeded. Joy excitedly unbuckled her seatbelt and leapt into Bruno's arms. Wow, Andrew remarked, observing the scene before him. Let's be mindful, there are cameras in here. Joy's face flushed slightly as she raised her head, shooting a fierce glare at Andrew through her visor, sulking back into her seat. Ignoring the two, Andrew took a deep breath to calm his racing heart and activated the radio communications switch. Houston, this is Pathfinder 1. We have successfully landed. I repeat, we have successfully landed, and the astronauts are in good health, ready for extravehicular operations. Chapter 103, Preparation for the Lunar Mining Program. United States. Houston Ground Command Center. At the moment the voice from Mars was heard, thunderous applause erupted throughout the Houston Command Center. God bless America! Observing the scientists standing and applauding fervently. Professor Chris felt a tear welling in his eyes as he murmured to himself. Director Morton beside him wore a relaxed smile. His position as director was secure. Professor Chris slowly extended his right hand, gesturing for silence in the air. The cacophony of applause and discussions gradually subsided. Every scientist's face flushed with excitement as they gazed at Chris. Once the Houston Command Center fell completely quiet, Professor Chris swallowed hard, grasped the microphone, and softly stated after activating the radio. Houston received. Congratulations. You are the heroes of America. Now, I announce, commence extravehicular operations. Perhaps due to overwhelming excitement. Professor Chris's voice bore a hint of hoarseness. Nevertheless, the dialogue between Andrew and Professor Chris, separated by nearly 10 minutes, reverberated throughout the United States in that instant. America never surrenders. The Pathfinder program has been successfully implemented and has now successfully landed on Utopia Planitia. Greetings from Mars. America has once again made history. A small step for America, a giant leap for mankind. America shall rise again. At the moment the Pathfinder series successfully landed on Mars, every newspaper rushed to print that day's edition. The deluge of news instantly inundated every American. Just as President Albert stated that day, I will not allow any American to remain unaware of this news. As the news broke, countless American citizens spontaneously flooded the streets to celebrate this historic moment. Twitter servers even crashed due to the overwhelming response. Ha ha ha, I knew it. Sometimes, you have to push NASA a little, or they won't realize their own capabilities. God is with America. Summer Kingdom is still trying to land on the moon, right? Ha ha ha. By the time their lunar palace plan is implemented, our American flag of freedom will have already been planted across every inch of Martian soil. How could the Dragon Riders lose? Tell me, how could they lose? I declare that in this round of the space race, America has emerged victorious. I declare your declaration valid. Meanwhile, on Mars, Utopia Planitia, the hatch of the Pathfinder 1 landing module slowly opened, and the three astronauts, clad in bulky spacesuits, descended the ladder from module. For the first time, human footprints appeared on the crimson Martian soil. Let us go. We need to pick up the pace. Andrew looked up at the sky, then down at the time on his wristwatch, and spoke solemnly. We have only a few hours until darkness falls. As the planet most similar to Earth within the solar system, Mars boasts a day slightly longer than that of Earth, extending by approximately 40 minutes. It seems that time is not on our side today. Bruno quietly estimated the time and communicated through the team's radio channel, stating that the deployment and assembly of the Martian module would require at least 10 hours. Andrew furrowed his brow slightly and turned to Joy, asking Joy, how much longer can the supplies in the landing module sustain us? After a brief contemplation, Joy swiftly replied, considering our oxygen consumption during extravehicular activities, we have approximately 2 days' worth left. Andrew's expression shifted subtly. To ensure safety, must we complete the assembly of the Martian module before nightfall tomorrow? It appears so. Upon hearing Joy's response, Andrew felt a weight settle in his heart, though it seemed there was ample time. The constraints of their spacesuits necessitated oxygen replenishment every 3 hours of work, not to mention the time spent traveling. After a moment of reflection, Andrew promptly issued commands. Bruno, you and I will install the first and second Martian modules, while you, Joy, will handle the installation of the air circulation and power supply modules. The Martian module consists of 5 circular, platform-like compartments. Among them, the first module is the most crucial, housing a plethora of scientific equipment, including the primary control computer. The second module serves as the astronauts' living quarters, the third as a storage unit, the fourth as the Martian agricultural unit, and the fifth as the airlock. At that time, several astronauts would endeavor to cultivate crops on Mars, thus validating the feasibility of future colonization efforts. To facilitate installation, the Martian module possesses an autonomous deployment feature. The astronaut's task is to install various functional modules and precision instruments once the Martian module successfully unfolds. Meanwhile, at the first laboratory of Xiaohua, an extensive factory complex has risen alongside the laboratory in merely 2 months. Unlike conventional factories, these facilities are devoid of any human workers, replaced instead by rows of agile robotic arms and a myriad of mechanical processing equipment. Standing at the entrance of one such factory, Yongchang gazed in awe at the scene within. Robotic arms adeptly grasped items from the conveyor belt, rapidly manipulating machine tools to fabricate an array of components. Although he had witnessed this spectacle numerous times, it still evoked an otherworldly sensation. Beside him, Fong Su remarked, "I never imagined that one day all production tasks could be entrusted to computers. If this news were spread, many workers might find themselves out of jobs." Yongchang chuckled lightly, shaking his head slowly. It isn't quite that dramatic. To simultaneously operate so many processing devices is already nearing the limits of zero. Expanding this capability nationwide would require at least 1 billion quantum bits in computing power. Fong Su fell silent for a moment before speaking again. At the current pace, the first batch of lunar automated mining equipment should be nearing completion, correct? Yongchang turned to the camera at the factory entrance. 0. In the next instant, an electronic voice that closely resembled that of a human responded, "Professor, an estimated 20 hours and 36 minutes remain." At the mention of the estimated time, Yongchang's eyes brightened. "Sugu, have Bai Yishuan and the others prepare. The day after tomorrow, we will officially launch the lunar mining project." Before Fong Su could reply, 0 continued, "Professor, I have a piece of news that I believe will pique your interest." "What is it?" A flicker of curiosity crossed Yongchang's eyes. According to the latest report from NASA, the United States Pathfinder has successfully landed on the Utopian Plains. Chapter 104. Ascendants Yongchang and Fong Su exchanged glances, their expressions slightly altered. "Indeed, the United States," Fong Su sighed softly. "The centipede, though dead, does not fall, and the United States is perhaps the best example." Yongchang nodded in agreement, his tone tinged with a hint of regret. "You are correct. I never expected that 3 half-hearted volunteers would successfully land on Mars. The United States has indeed had good fortune this time." Fong Su shot a quizzical glance at Yongchang. His tone did not sound particularly optimistic. To maintain the core values of socialism, Fong Su quickly shifted the topic. "Ahem. So what should we do? Should we simply watch the United States linger on Mars for 3 months?" At this, Yongchang's expression grew equally peculiar. "What else? Do you propose we send Xian Nuwan to give him a wave?" "Ahem." Caught off guard by Yongchang's bluntness, Fong Su choked on his own saliva. Once he regained his composure, he waved his hands repeatedly. "I never said that. Don't misrepresent me. I'm a pacifist." Observing Fong Su's earnest demeanor, Yongchang's expression grew even more curious. I understand. Nuclear pacification, right? I get it. You understand nothing." Seeing Fong Su's exasperation, a glimmer of amusement crossed Yongchang's eyes as he gently patted Fong Su's shoulder. "Enough of worrying about the United States. Let us not forget that Xiaohua has its own path to tread." In the capital city, within the inner ring road, Hong Qiming stood respectfully in front of Solidwood desk, softly inquiring, "Chairman, did you call for me?" Upon hearing Hong Qiming's voice, the elderly gentleman slowly set down his pen, removed his glasses, and gently rubbed his tired eyes before responding. "Qiming, how has Professor Lu been faring lately?" Hong Qiming's eyes flickered slightly as he replied candidly, "The first batch of lunar automated mining equipment is nearing completion. Additionally, the second-generation fusion reactor and Xiannu 2 project are progressing concurrently. Furthermore, Professor Lu intends to initiate the lunar mining plan the day after tomorrow." Counselor Li pondered for a moment before asking again, "What is the current status of the resource reserve plan?" Hong Qiming's expression turned serious. "We have completed 80 of it. Moreover, Most unnecessary light industries have begun their transformation plans, expected to achieve a smooth transition within a year. Consider reignited insatisfaction. Good, well done. In that case, the plan we initially prepared should also be brought to the forefront. Hong Qiming was momentarily taken aback. Plan? What other plans did we prepare initially? As he observed Counselor Li's meaningful gaze, Hong Qiming suddenly understood. His breath quickened. His lips trembled slightly as he struggled to articulate. Are you referring to the new generation leadership plan? The chairman nodded slowly. With the impending natural disaster, having a leader is immensely significant for everyone. When we announced nuclear fusion, we already tested the waters. The domestic response was positive, and I was quite pleased with Professor Liu's handling of the situation. Thus, I wish to truly elevate Professor Liu to prominence alongside the launch of the lunar project. Hong Qiming's pupils trembled, a flicker of conflict crossing his face. The so-called New Generation Leadership Plan, in simpler terms, is what is commonly referred to as the deification plan. The benefits are evident. If successful, during the impending natural disaster, Yongchang could leverage his personal influence to rally the One for billion citizens of Xiagua, forging a path to survival. However, the drawbacks are equally significant. On one hand, this plan poses a considerable test of Yongchang's character. The chairman had assessed his character during the initial announcement of nuclear fusion technology. At that time, Xiagua revealed Yongchang's identity and subsequently launched extensive publicity efforts to observe his reactions to newfound fame. Appointing him as the head of the space agency was an additional measure to gauge his response to wielding substantial power. The results were quite satisfactory to the chairman. The evaluation team unanimously agrees that Yongchang is a true talent in scientific research, perfectly aligning with the requirements of the deity-making initiative. However, placing Yongchang in the spotlight inevitably raises the risk of envy from other nations. Given Yongchang's long-standing habit of working in a laboratory, he would likely remain safe during peacetime. After all, a large military presence surrounds the lab, coupled with strict firearm prohibitions in Xiagua and rigorous screening of experimental personnel, rendering Yongchang almost entirely secure. Yet, with the impending chaos of the chaotic era, once the deity-making initiative commences, Yongchang's safety will face unprecedented challenges. Hong Qiming took a deep breath and softly remarked, "Chairman Li, we must consider Professor Liu's safety." Chairman Li chuckled lightly. "It's of no concern. Currently, Xiagua is not a place where just anyone can meddle." A glint of coldness flashed in the eyes of Li. "As for the United States, I actually hope they act irrationally. After enduring for so many years, it is time for Xiagua's fundamental policies to change." As usual, Zhao Zijia turned on the television after dinner and switched to the news channel. At precisely 7 p.m., a familiar melody played. "Good evening, dear viewers." Instinctively, Zhao Zijia reached for his phone to engage in a group chat to pass the time. Just as he unlocked his phone, the host's tone shifted. "Breaking news. The wielding project has officially commenced, with Professor Yongchang as the project leader. The first batch of lunar automated mining equipment is nearing completion. It is expected that Xian NV-1 will transport some of the lunar automated mining equipment to the moon at noon the day after tomorrow. The entire launch process will be broadcast live across the internet. We invite all viewers to tune in. Simultaneously, notifications from every news and social app on Zhao Zijia's phone popped up at nearly the same moment. Xiagua officially launches the wielding project. Zhao Zijia stared in disbelief at the barrage of notifications on his phone, murmuring, "What on earth is happening?" Without further thought, he instinctively clicked into the group chat. Indeed, everyone was discussing the recent news. "Wow, I just received 10 notifications at once, nearly dropping my phone." It became evident that one should never trust the words from a rabbit's mouth. They had quietly completed the automated mining equipment. And this was merely a notification prior to the successful implementation of the project. Wait a moment. Did anyone notice that the main project leader is Professor Yongchang? A message instantly captured Zhao Zijia's attention. Yongchang? Who is Yongchang? Someone enlighten me. The messages continued to scroll. Zhao Zijia blinked in confusion, glancing at his phone in exasperation. Has it really been less than a year, and these foolish netizens have forgotten? Indeed, the memory of internet users lasts only 7 seconds. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Zijia gently tapped the screen. "Do you remember the Panga pile? That was developed under Professor Yongchang's leadership. Oh, I remember now. Is he the old professor with a full head of white hair? What the heck? Isn't he a sophomore at Sandow Co-University? Wait, are we even talking about the same person? Zhao Zijia suddenly covered his forehead with his hand, overwhelmed by the absurdity of it all. When someone dug up the news from the past months, the entire group chat fell into a stunned silence. A genius of such caliber, truly terrifying. Is this even human? A sophomore discovering controllable nuclear fusion, then becoming the first director of the space agency, and now the head of the Wielding project? Goodness, who would dare write that? Wait, I seem to recall we had a similar conversation. Much like the group chat, the Weibo platform was also in disarray. Countless netizens were discussing the significant achievements Liu Yongchang had accomplished over the past year. Zhao Zijia attentively observed the information compiled by the users. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He discovered a crucial point. No, he uncovered a blind spot. After taking office as the director of the space agency, Liu Yongchang had entered an extended period of silence, lasting several months. Zhao Zijia quickly tapped on the screen, sharing his discovery in the chat. So, what has our professor Liu Yongchang been up to during these months? The next morning, Liu Yongchang remained blissfully unaware of the considerable stir his name had caused online. At that moment, he sat quietly in his office, resting his eyes. His consciousness re-entered the technological tree system space. Observing the gradually illuminating icons, Liu Yongchang's gaze shifted slightly. Following the sequence, he was likely to tackle the hibernation technology now. He could comprehend the system's arrangement, as without hibernation technology, interstellar travel could take hundreds or even thousands of years. Not only would it pose challenges to human reproduction and inheritance, but resources would also be insufficient. However, this hibernation technology fell within his knowledge blind spot. Gazing at the dimly lit icons before him, Liu Yongchang let out a soft sigh. Ever since his rebirth, it felt as though he was either on the path of relentless study or deep within the process of it. Thanks to the system, he was rapidly approaching the status of a polymath. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks echoed in his ears. Moments later, the door swung open. Minister Hong? What brings you here? Su Yutong's voice was filled with surprise. Minister, Professor Liu is still resting. Liu Yongchang's heart skipped a beat, quickly withdrawing his consciousness from the system. Ahem. He opened his eyes, hastily rising to his feet. Yutong, please let Minister Hong in. Minister? As Liu Yongchang observed Hong Qiming's somewhat peculiar gaze shifting between him and Su Yutong, he felt an uncomfortable sensation as if ants were crawling on him. Hong Qiming chuckled lightly, Tening Tosung. Su Yutong, right? I need to discuss something important with Professor Liu. Su Yutong understood the implication and promptly stood up to leave the office, closing the door behind her. Minister, I assure you, there is nothing between us. As Su Yutong exited, Liu Yongchang hurriedly stated, she is a student of Professor Guan Huaoyang, here to learn from me. The smile on Hong Qiming's face deepened as he leisurely replied, oh, but I never claimed you two were involved. Liu Yongchang sighed in resignation at Hong Qiming's teasing demeanor. Minister, you didn't come here just to make fun of me, did you? Let's get to the point. Hong Qiming's smile faded slightly as he recounted the conversation he had with Chairman Li the previous day. Liu Yongchang maintained a calm demeanor as he listened. Is that all? That is all. Hong Qiming's expression became peculiar. You don't have any intense reaction? Liu Yongchang rolled his eyes in annoyance. Intense reaction? What could I possibly do? I've encountered similar situations in my past life. Minister, just tell me what you need me to do. Liu Yongchang stated plainly, it's all for Xiaohua, and I will cooperate fully. A smile flickered across Hong Qiming's face. That's the spirit. It's not a troublesome matter. Before Xian NV1 takes off tomorrow, you need to record a program for Xiaohua News. What's this? Are you saying I have a choice? Hong Qiming raised an eyebrow slightly, inquiring in a soft tone. Faced with Hong Qiming's inquiry, Liu Yongchang furrowed his brows slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he softly replied, Minister Hong, I believe that at this crucial juncture, it would be prudent to refrain from recording any programs. Moreover, the Wielding project plays an exceedingly vital role in the subsequent series of initiatives, and I cannot afford to take this risk. Hong Qiming pondered for a while before responding. Since you are unwilling, I shall not impose upon you. You make a valid point. We should not create deities for the sake of deification. Our focus must remain on scientific research. I will personally discuss this matter with the head of the council, so you can confidently oversee your duties. With that, Hong Qiming stood up, gently patted Liu Yongchang's shoulder, and meaningfully added, Yongchang, Boldly pursue your aspirations. Should anything arise, we shall support you. These are the exact words from the head of the council. Finally, Hong Qiming made a brief remark and exited through the office door. Watching Hong Qiming's retreating figure, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath, a glimmer of determination illuminating his eyes. With such a promise, he felt liberated to act more decisively. Professor Lu? Su Yutong's voice chimed in beside him. Has Minister Hong left so soon? Observing Su Yutong cautiously peeking her head around the doorframe, Lu Yongchang chuckled softly. Could you please fetch some biological research materials for me? Remember, they must pertain to hibernation technology. Chapter 106. Greetings everyone, I am your host, Bing Bing. The following morning at precisely 10 a.m., within the newly constructed Ground Command Center, a cadre of researchers sat with expressions of palpable tension at their respective stations. In just 2 hours, Xian knew no. One would be landing on the moon with the first batch of automated mining equipment. As the starting point for all subsequent plans of Xia country, the Weigong project must succeed. Failure is not an option. Lu Yongchang stood at the command platform, his gaze solemnly fixed on the large screen within the command center. Yongchang, Academician Kong has arrived, came Fang Su's voice from the side. Lu Yongchang's eyes flickered slightly as he swiftly turned to the source of the sound. An elderly gentleman with graying hair approached him with the aid of a cane. Recognizing him, Lu Yongchang promptly stepped forward to escort him to a nearby seat. Academician Kong, thank you for your presence. Once seated, Kong Xingbong waved his hand cheerfully. Not all. The lunar automated mining equipment is my responsibility. This is merely my duty. Lu Yongchang nodded gently, expressing his respect. Academician Kong, with 2 hours remaining until the launch of Xiannu No. 1, you may wish to rest for a while. No need for that, Kong Xingbong insisted, repeatedly waving his hands. I have yet to thoroughly examine our Xia country's Xiannu No. 1. I must seize this opportunity to observe it closely. As he spoke, Kong Xingbong's gaze was fixed on the images displayed on the large screen. In Modu, Zhao Zijia had already opened his computer and logged onto the Dosha live streaming platform. As expected, the homepage showcased the official live broadcast room for Xia Country News. With a gentle click of the mouse, the page transitioned instantly. Hello, dear viewers, I'm your host, Bing Bing. Today, I will be bringing you the live coverage of the Weigong project. A bright female voice resonated within the live broadcast room. In the next moment, a sweet-looking, short-haired beauty host sprang into the frame. Instantly, the barrage of comments surged exponentially. Bing Bing, my Bing Bing. Wife, why are you on television again? Didn't I tell you to stay home? What wife? Is she yours? Clearly, she is mine. Get some of the yellow urine out here to wake them up. Diabetics, stay away. I fear they might find it sweet. Watching the rapidly scrolling comments, Zhao Zijia felt his lips twitch slightly. Indeed, this batch of netizens did not disappoint him. Seeing the rather outrageous comments on the side display, Bing Bing pursed her lips slightly, revealing a shy smile. This scene undoubtedly delivered an even greater shock to the audience before the screen. Noticing that the comments were veering further off course, Bing Bing quickly cleared her throat and resumed. It is now 11 a.m., and there is 1 hour remaining until the official launch of Xiannu No. 1. Let's first follow the cameraman to the command center. As her words faded, the live broadcast seamlessly shifted to the scene of the ground command center, provoking a cacophony of comments. Bing Bing, my Bing Bing. Return my Bing Bing. However, soon the attention of all viewers was captured by the young man standing at the command platform. This must be Professor Lu Yongchang, right? How young? Isn't that an obvious observation? He is still in his 3rd year of university. In the next moment, a voiceover echoed. What you are witnessing is the Weigong project's lead, Professor Lu Yongchang. For those who may not be acquainted with Professor Lu, allow me to provide a detailed introduction. As Bing Bing's voice rang out, the live broadcast screen split in half, meticulously listing Lu Yongchang's accomplishments over the past year. Room temperature superconducting technology, controlled nuclear fusion technology, the first director of the Space Administration, miniaturization technology for fusion reactors, Hall thrusters, Suano numero uno spaceplane. As line after line of highlighted text appeared, a hush fell over the live broadcast room. Observing the sporadic comments drifting by on the screen, Zhao Zijia swallowed nervously. Instinctively, he opened the QQ group. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Good heavens. Who was it that claimed Professor Lu had a few months of downtime? Get that prophet out of here. I declare from this moment forth, Professor Lu is my idol. Mirroring the reactions in the QQ group, The live broadcast room, Weibo, and nearly every social media platform were inundated with this series of officially released news. As he watched the live broadcast, Zhao Zijia gradually realized a peculiar issue. Over 30 minutes had elapsed, and while the camera angles had continuously shifted, Professor Lu's position remained consistently in the center of the frame. Furthermore, even host Bing Bing occasionally interjected with anecdotes about Professor Lu's research during her commentary. Zhao Zijia's expression grew increasingly strange. Were it not for the knowledge that this was a live broadcast about the Yongchang project, he might have mistaken it for a personal showcase of Professor Lu Yongchang. Furrowing his brow in thought, Zhao Zijia eventually reopened the QQ group and typed out his concerns on the keyboard. Wow, old Zhao, you finally figured it out. If I recall correctly, weren't you the one who made that prediction yesterday? Get him out of here, quick. Hurry and take old Zhao down. Wait, don't be so hasty. Look at what old Zhao just posted. Whoa, I didn't feel much before, but now that old Zhao mentions it, it does seem that way. Wow, Xia Country News is personally promoting someone. Such a spectacle is rare. But why? Aren't they afraid something might happen to Professor Lu? Just as the discussion grew heated, a notification appeared. Administrator has enabled all members mute. In the next moment, the group leader spoke up. Wow, you all dare to discuss anything, huh? I thought you folks were merely joking around, but it seems you really want to send me in to work the sewing machine. This topic was thus put to rest. Regardless of how the higher-ups perceived it, this was not a matter for them to deliberate. Do you all understand? Zhao Zijia watched the influx of messages from the group leader on QQ, his eyes twitching slightly as he silently deleted the prepared Weibo post. After a lengthy wait of over 50 minutes, Xiannu number 1 finally entered the countdown phase for launch. Bing Bing's voice drew Zhao Zijia's attention back once more. As he gazed at the Xian NV number 1, which was already emitting a ghostly blue tail flame on the runway, Zhao Zijia felt his heart skip a beat. Even though this was his second time witnessing the launch of Xian NV number 1, he remained entranced by its aesthetically pleasing form. With a commanding voice, Lu Yongchang declared, 321, take off. As the Xian NV number 1 gracefully traced an arc before ascending into the sky, the scene swiftly transitioned. The host, Bing Bing, reappeared on screen, her sweet smile unchanged. Dear viewers, Xian NV number 1 has successfully taken off. It is time for us to bid farewell. Just as her words concluded, a flurry of comments erupted on the screen. Is that it? So brief and underwhelming. What happened to the live broadcast? And after such a lengthy introduction of Professor Lu, not even a single interview shot? Noticing the viewers' barrage of comments, Bing Bing chuckled softly, saying, the live broadcast is far from over. According to the latest data, Xian NV number 1 will reach the moon in 10 hours. As for the interview with Professor Lu, she glanced quickly to the left of the camera, as if receiving instructions. I can reveal that we initially invited Professor Lu to host a segment on the Moon Palace plan. However, in order to ensure the successful implementation of the project, he declined our invitation. Now, without further ado, we will hand over the live broadcast to the internal cameras of